Bang!
Zhou Yubai had just finished showering when a loud noise came from the door. Suddenly, a warm body crashed into his arms. The unique scent of the girl filled his nose, and he looked down to meet a pair of dark, sparkling eyes like a fawn's. Shin Chun-ning's fair teeth gently bit her rosy lips, and she let out a soft whimper, wrapping her delicate arms around him tightly, feeling comforted by his cool presence. Zhou Yubai, who could remain calm even in the face of danger, felt his ears turn red at that moment. However, his stern expression became even more serious, with the veins in his neck slightly pulsing. He gently pried her hands away from his waist and said firmly, "Shin Chun-ning, we shouldn't be so close. Let go."
No.
Her stubborn voice had a hint of tears, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Her doe-like eyes were slightly red, filled with unshed tears. She had bitten her own lip, drawing blood. Zhou Yubai paused, his gaze deepening as he stared at Shin Chun-ning, the pulsing veins in his neck becoming more pronounced. This girl had always been afraid of him, running away quickly every time they met. Why was she not afraid today? Shin Chun-ning, completely unaware of his emotions, desperately burrowed into his embrace. "Yubai-ge, I'm so hot. So hot." Her delicate hands wandered over him. Shin Chun-ning had somehow removed her outer jacket, leaving only a loose pink top hanging around her neck. Her fair skin had taken on a rosy hue due to the effects of the medicine. Before he realized it, Shin Chun-ning's slender legs were already wrapped around his waist, her hands draped around his neck, her bleeding lips clumsily trying to reach his. Zhou Yubai's expression darkened further. He had always known Shin Chun-ning to be delicate, but he hadn't realized she could be so bold. "Shin Chun-ning, do you know what you're doing?" Zhou Yubai said, a bit irritated, as he pushed her away gently. Shin Chun-ning blinked her eyes, looking at him with a pitiful gaze, her expression so innocent it seemed she could cry. "Yubai, go woo." Zhou Yubai's heart skipped a beat. He had known since childhood that Shin Chun-ning was a pampered girl. Who would dare to give such medicine to the beloved sister of the three Shin brothers? He took a deep breath and, under the cover of night, carried Shin Chun-ning out of the room. A bucket of cold well water poured over her head, washing away her heat and making her feel more awake. She looked around, confused, at the solid mud walls, the small yard, and a well in the corner. There were 3 brick houses in the yard. This is... Her gaze landed on the tall, dark-skinned man in front of her. Zhou Yubai's home. She took a couple of steps back, instinctively gasping. Zhou Yubai quickly reached out to cover her mouth. His neighbor was a youth station with about 10 young people living there. If they heard her, her reputation would be ruined. As he reached for her, she stumbled back again, and Zhou Yubai accidentally touched something soft. He froze for a moment, feeling heat rise to his ears. He quickly withdrew his hand and cleared his throat awkwardly. "Comrade Shun, I'm sorry, but don't worry. I won't do anything to you. Please don't shout. It would be bad for your reputation. I will take responsibility for you," Shin Chun-ning said, biting her lip, her face flushed, and her cheeks puffed out as she spoke quickly. Zhou Yubai frowned slightly. Who said she had to take responsibility? He handed her some clothes. "Put this on first, so you don't catch a cold." Shin Chun-ning took the clothes, her mind slowly clearing. She remembered. Today, she had dressed up to find the youth she admired, Chen Ziyun. When she arrived at the youth station, Chen Ziyun was not there. A girl named Wang Yeming offered her a glass of water and asked her to wait inside for Chen Ziyun. After drinking the water, she waited and somehow fell asleep. She had a long dream. In the dream, she and Chen Ziyun were together, and other youths discovered them, making it widely known. She already liked Chen Ziyun, and after such an incident, she felt she had to marry him. But Chen Ziyun not only refused to marry her, but also threatened to accuse her of being inappropriate. To fulfill her wish to marry him, her father and brothers spent all their savings for her dowry, and only then did Chen Ziyun reluctantly agree to marry her. After the wedding, Chen Ziyun never touched her. Under his manipulation, she felt grateful to him and even gave him her family heirloom, a jade pendant. Chun Ziyun wanted fine food, fashionable clothes, and a watch, and she worked hard to provide for him. She exhausted herself, and not only that, her father and brother were worried about her. Most of the money they earned from their rations went to support her, while they themselves tightened their belts and never dared to eat their fill. Her father worked in a stone quarry to earn more money for her better living, but he was killed in an explosion. Her brothers gave her their father's compensation, and she sent it all to Chun Ziyun, who was studying at university. But what she received in return was Chun Ziyun wanting a divorce. To win him back, she decided to go to the city. Her eldest brother sold their house and borrowed money at high interest to help her with travel costs, but he ended up taking his own life under pressure from debt collectors. Her second brother, knowing the risks of the black market, took a chance to help her make money and ended up in prison. Only her third brother, who was in the army, was not affected by her troubles. When she finally found Chun Ziyun in the city, she discovered he was already with Wang Yumin, and that marrying her had been a scheme from the start to provide a better life for them and to obtain their family heirloom, a jade pendant. Just as she learned this, a car sped by. In the last moment before being hit, someone pushed her out of the way. It was her third brother, who had come to find her. She watched helplessly as he was struck and fell into a pool of blood, and then she lost consciousness. When she woke up, she was in the hospital, with Zhou Yubai by her side. Her third brother had asked Zhou Yubai to take care of her before he died. Later, she saw Chun Ziyun and Wang Yumin on the news, as they had become well-known private entrepreneurs. To seek revenge for herself and her family, after learning that Chun Ziyun and Wang Yumin would attend an opening ceremony, she disguised herself as a reporter and sneaked in. Taking advantage of the moment, she rushed onto the stage and stabbed them with a fruit knife. Chun Ziyun and Wang Yumin could not be saved, and she was executed for murder. Thinking back on the scenes from her dreams, Shen Chun-ning's heart raced. During this time, she didn't know what had come over her. She suddenly found herself uncontrollably attracted to Chun Ziyun, even though she had previously looked down on someone like him. She preferred men like her third brother, tall, with bronze skin, strong and protective. When she woke up at the youth station, she felt a heat all over her body, and Chun Ziyun's face loomed large in her mind. The fear from her dreams also intensified. She didn't think much about it and grabbed something, hitting Chun Ziyun on the head. After Chun Ziyun lay down, she ran out. The moment she saw Zhou Yubai's house, she rushed in without a second thought. She looked up at the tall man in front of her, remembering how he took care of her in her dreams, and compared it to his fierce expression now. She didn't know why, but she felt a wave of sadness, and tears started to flow. Zhou Yubai was a bit flustered. Why was this delicate girl crying again? Just when he was at a loss, loud voices suddenly came from the neighboring youth station. Shin Chunying, you shameless girl, come out. With so many people here, you dare to sneak into the youth station to flirt with our male comrades. Do you think that by doing such a disgraceful thing, Comrade Shin will have to marry you? No way. We're going to the brigade office and report you as a troublemaker. Shin Chunying, stop crying. Zhou Yubai roughly wrapped his coat around her.
Wah, woo.
Shin Chunying wanted to stop crying, but seeing the fierce man in front of her made her cry even harder.
You
can't be mean to me, Wu. As she wiped her tears, she looked at him with a pitiful expression, finally managing to say those words. Zhou Yubai felt a headache coming on. How did the Shin brothers raise their sister to be so delicate? Okay, I won't be mean. Zhou Yubai tried to soften his tone. But as soon as he spoke, the girl in front of him bit her lip, her eyes red, looking at him with a very pitiful expression. He instinctively slowed his breathing and carefully asked, Did they do this to you? Zhou Yubai gestured toward the youth station. Shin Chunying nodded slightly and explained what had happened. Zhou Yubai frowned slightly and thought for a moment. Let me take you home first. Shin Chunying, with her slightly red eyes, stubbornly shook her head. She clenched her fists and said, No, they harmed me, and I will make them pay. Zhou Yubai was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this delicate girl to have such a side. After she finished speaking, She tightened her coat and headed toward the neighboring youth station. Stop. Zhou Yubai watched her slender figure in the night, her swaying waist, and instinctively spoke out. Shin Chunning turned around, her eyes slightly red and looking delicate. Zhou Yubai paused for a moment and said, "Let me take you to change into some clothes." She was completely soaked and wearing his clothes at the youth center, which would surely attract gossip. Shin Chunning looked down, bit her lip, and nodded. Zhou Yubai took her to the neighboring Zhou family and quietly knocked on his mother's door. Zhou's mother looked surprised to see her son. "Lao San, what are you doing?" "Mom, can you find a set of clothes for her to change into?" Zhou Yubai stepped aside to reveal Shin Chunning, who was hiding behind him. "Hello, Aunt Zhou." Shin Chunning greeted her sweetly. Zhou's mother, Lin Shulan, paused for a moment before calming her emotions and went inside to find a set of her own clothes for Shin Chunning to change into. While Shin Chunning was changing, she couldn't help but pull her son aside and whispered, "Lao San, are you and Shin's girl?" She made a gesture with her thumbs, looking a bit anxious as she glanced at her son. She hoped her son would bring home a daughter-in-law soon. But this Shin Chunning, although she was beautiful with fair skin like a freshly peeled egg and a nice figure, she had been spoiled by her father and 3 brothers since childhood and was still involved with that Chin boy from the village. If her son were to be with this girl, she would surely be the talk of the village. Zhou Yubai frowned seriously. "Mom, please don't say that. It would harm her reputation." He had already thought about it. No matter what happened between him and Shin Chunning, he had seen and touched her. If Shin Chunning was willing, he would propose to her family and take responsibility. If she wasn't, he would act as if he had never met her tonight, ensuring no one else knew about it and that her reputation remained intact. Lin Shulan sighed in relief. "That's good. Just so you know, Shin Chunning isn't the right girl for you. If you've thought it through and want to marry, I can talk to a matchmaker to help find someone suitable."
Mom.
Zhou Yubai interrupted her.
Hey.
Seeing her son's displeased expression, Lin Shulan smiled helplessly. Her son was great in many ways, but he just didn't understand relationships and was quite stubborn. He returned from his last vacation, and she only asked the matchmaker to find him a few more girls to meet. This stubborn boy went to the village and applied for a plot of land, built a house, and moved out on his own. She suddenly felt a bit regretful for speaking too much earlier. If her eldest son really liked Shin Chunning, she could just propose. Shin Chunning was a bit spoiled, but she hadn't really gotten involved with that young man. Marrying her wouldn't be a bad idea. It was better than remaining single. Lin Shulan was still regretting when Shin Chunning came out in her new outfit. Lin Shulan's dress was made of coarse fabric, something she had never worn before. It felt uncomfortable and irritated her skin a bit. "Aunt, thank you," Shin Chunning said gratefully to Lin Shulan. "I'll wash the dress for you tomorrow and return it." Lin Shulan was momentarily stunned by Shin Chunning under the moonlight. With her oval face, willow-like eyebrows, big round eyes, rosy lips, and glowing white skin, even in that patched-up coarse dress, she looked incredibly beautiful. If someone saw her outside, they might think they had encountered a fairy. Shin Chunning was focused on resolving matters at the youth point and didn't linger at the Zhou family's place. As she walked toward the youth point, Zhou Yubai quietly followed her. At first, she thought he was heading back to his own place and didn't pay much attention. But when they reached the youth point, she noticed he was still behind her. She turned and looked at him in confusion. "Yubai, aren't you going home?" Her soft voice brought Zhou Yubai back to reality. He hadn't even realized he had followed her to the youth point. Maintaining his serious expression, he said, "I'm going with you to the youth point to make sure they don't bully you again." Zhou Yubai was surprised by his own words. But after thinking about it, he felt it was natural. He and her brother, Shin Jingrang, were not only good comrades but also close friends. He considered himself like a half-brother to her, so it was only right to look after her. A warm feeling surged in Shin Chunning's heart. The current Yubai was just like the one in her dreams, who would take care of her in every way. "Sen Ning, come out quickly." Are you trying to flirt with the boys? Too scared to open the door? If you don't open the door, we'll kick it down. Shin Chun-ning puffed her cheeks, angrily staring at the dark-skinned, cheerful Lu Xiaoqing, who was shouting outside. Lu Xiaoqing is the closest female youth to Wang Yaming. She not only likes Chen Ziyun but is also jealous of her beauty, often looking for trouble with her. When she arrived at the youth station, the cup of water Wang Yaming handed her must have been suspicious. As for how Lu Xiaoqing knew she was looking for Chen Ziyun, and why she caused a scene here, it's likely. She glanced at Wang Yaming, who appeared to be comforting Lu Xiaoqing but was actually making things worse. Xiaoqing let it go.
We shouldn't get involved.
It's been so long, and neither Shin Chunqing nor Comrade Chun is opening the door. They might just be in love. Let's not ruin their happiness. Lu Xiaoqing couldn't stand the thought of her crush being in love with Shin Chunqing. Provoked by Wang Yaming, she rushed towards Chen Ziyun's door, shouting, I can't believe it. How could Comrade Chun like that Shin Chunqing? She must be threatening him to keep him from opening the door. Comrade Chun, don't be afraid. We'll go to the commune with you. We can all testify that it's that rogue Shin Chunqing.
Bang!
The moment Lu Xiaoqing burst through the door, the scene inside was revealed. Chen Ziyun, who had been knocked unconscious by Shin Chunqing, was awake now. At that moment, he was disheveled, holding onto the bedpost with a look of distraction, lost in an indescribable action. The loud noise from the door startled him awake. He stared blankly at the crowd outside. Lu Xiaoqing, at the front, screamed. Chen Ziyun snapped back to reality and hurriedly adjusted his pants. Shin Chunqing, squeezed among the crowd, was also stunned by the sight. In her dream, when Lu Xiaoqing burst through the door, Chen Ziyun was not holding the post but her. If she hadn't had that dream, if she hadn't knocked him out and run away in time, then now. She felt a chill run through her body, trembling slightly. She absolutely would not allow what happened in the dream to occur, no way. Just then, a dry, rough hand covered her eyes from behind, and Zhou Yubai's voice reached her ears. Don't look, you'll get a sty. Shin Chunqing. Her ears turned red instantly. Lu Xiaoqing never expected that bursting through the door would lead to such a scene. Wang Yaming was also momentarily stunned. What was happening? Where was Shin Chunqing? This wasn't what she had discussed with Chen Ziyun. To completely trap Shin Chunning, the female lead in the book, she even reluctantly let Chen Ziyun take the medicine, just to ensure that something would happen between Chen Ziyun and Shin Chunning, and then get the powerful lucky charm, the koi jade pendant, from Shin Chunning.
But now,
a fierce look flashed in Wang Yumeng's eyes. Chen Ziyun's reputation was ruined, but she couldn't let Shin Chunning escape. She personally saw Shin Chunning drink the spiked drink. Shin Chunning couldn't have gotten away. She must still be in Chen Ziyun's room. She needed to find her. She rolled her eyes and quietly urged Lu Xiaoqing, Hey, Xiaoqing, let's hurry up and leave. Shin Chunning is much prettier than us city girls, and Shin Comrade must have fallen for her deeply, even sacrificing his own reputation to protect her. Lu Xiaoqing, still shaken from the earlier scare, suddenly felt a surge of anger and found her resolve.
Impossible.
Shin Comrade can't be fooled by someone like her, who only has looks. As she spoke, Lu Xiaoqing stepped into Chen Ziyun's room. Shin Comrade, we all know you are a kind person who supports female comrades. But someone like Shin Chunning is not a good comrade at all. You don't need to protect her. Ignoring how embarrassed Chen Ziyun might be at that moment, Lu Xiaoqing started searching through the room. Her first target was Chen Ziyun's bed. However, when she lifted the blanket, there was nothing on the bed. The onlookers began to murmur. TSK, Chen Ziyun usually looks so gentle and proper, but who knew she could be so shameless? This room is so small. Where could she hide? Lu Zhiqing insists that Shin Chunning is hiding in here. I wonder what her intentions are. What intentions? These young people have improper behavior and want to blame someone from our village. Our village has such good morals. Even if Shin's daughter is a bit spoiled and flirts with the boys, she wouldn't do something so shameless. Hearing these comments, Shin Chun-ning's face turned pale with anger, and her eyes reddened as she felt like crying. When did she ever flirt with the boys? Her body was just built this way. She had to move her hips to walk properly. Was that a problem? But now is not the time to argue with the villagers about this. She sniffed, wiped away her tears of grievance, and hurried to the front of the crowd. Angrily, she shouted, "Lu Jiqing, you need to explain yourself. Why am I not a good comrade? Why am I being called a bad woman? If you don't clarify, I will report you to the team for slandering me." Lu Xiaoqing looked at Shin Chunying and then at Wang Yumin. Wang Yumin had clearly told her that she saw Shin Chunying enter Chen Ziyun's room and not come out again. Wang Yumin was also stunned. Shin Chunying was clearly in Chen Ziyun's room and even drank the water she gave her. How could this happen? But now is not the time to question how Shin Chunying left. The key was to make Shin Chunying feel indebted to Chen Ziyun today. She gave Chen Ziyun a look. Although Chen Ziyun wanted to find a hole to hide in, he thought about the magical jade pendant Wang Yumin mentioned and their future happy life. He stepped up to Shin Chunying, visibly angry, and said, "Shin Chunying, didn't we agree to meet in my room tonight? Where did you run off to, making me lose face like this?" Shin Chunying looked at him in fear, stepping back several times. "Chen Jiqing, don't say such things. I only agreed to borrow a couple of books from you. What you did has nothing to do with my reputation. I am a clean and innocent woman. Why are you saying these unclear things that ruin my reputation?" Shin Chunying said, her voice trembling. Zhou Yubai, unsure of what was happening, felt a pang of sympathy seeing her cry like this. He stepped forward, his sharp gaze landing on Chen Ziyun and Lu Xiaoqing. "People in our village respect you, educated youth, for your knowledge and culture, coming to help us build our hometown. Is your knowledge being used to slander good comrades from our village? You must apologize to Comrade Shen and go to the team for re-education." Shin Chunying felt the strong presence of the man beside her, her big, red eyes looking at him, feeling completely safe. Lu Xiaoqing turned pale. She was being asked to apologize to Shin Chunying and go to the team for re-education with those less advanced? She was extremely unwilling. But facing Zhou Yubai's intimidating presence, she didn't dare to speak against him. Moreover, not only Zhou Yubai, but the onlookers around were also standing by Shin Chunying's side. These educated youth, who came to the countryside, were not as skilled as the local villagers and had to share food and money from the collective, which made the villagers already unhappy with them. Shin Chunying, even though she was spoiled by the Shin family and didn't do much work, was still one of their own in the village. Now that the villagers were being bullied by the outsiders, how could they accept this? Lu Xiaoqing, facing the angry looks from the crowd, gritted her teeth and said, "I'm sorry, Shin Chunying." Shin Chunying blinked her red eyes and replied, "What did you say, Lu? I can't hear you." Lu Xiaoqing was furious, nearly grinding her teeth to dust. Shin Chunying was intentionally humiliating her.
"Comrade Shen, I'm sorry."
"It was my fault," Lu Xiaoqing shouted. Only then did Shin Chunying smile and say, "A great person once said that recognizing and correcting one's mistakes makes one a good comrade. Lu, you are educated. Your apology should be sincere. Write me a letter of apology tonight and post it on the bulletin board at the team office tomorrow, and I will forgive you." Lu Xiaoqing's chest heaved with anger. She couldn't believe she had to write an apology letter. Shin Chunying was humiliating her on purpose. But with Zhou Yubai standing behind Shin Chunying, she dared not refuse. Through gritted teeth, she said, "Fine, I will write the apology letter." Shin Chunying turned to Chen Ziyun, looking just as angry. "Comrade Chen, haven't you realized your mistake? Aren't you going to apologize to me?" Zhou Yubai glanced at the small woman who looked like a frightened rabbit, a slight smile appearing on his lips without him even noticing. Although this woman was delicate, she was not weak. Chen Ziyun never expected Shin Chunying to turn her attention to him. He had prepared to quietly slip away when he sensed trouble, planning to comfort Shin Chunying when no one was around. After all, Shin Chunying was like a loyal follower, and he thought that saying a few kind words to her was already a favor. With a face full of anger and embarrassment, Qin Ziyun couldn't believe that Shin Chunning would dare to ask him for an apology. He glared at her and said, "Fine. Shin Chunning, I will apologize to you, but don't regret it." Shin Chunning blinked her innocent eyes at him and replied, "Comrade Chun, you slander my name, and now you threaten me without apologizing?" As she spoke, it seemed she realized something, and like a startled rabbit, she covered her mouth and took a step back. "Comrade Chun, are you planning to apologize and then retaliate against me?" She spoke, trembling with fear and her eyes red. "Uncles and aunts, you all heard that if something happens to me or if any rumors spread, it must be related to Qin Jiqing. You all have to stand up for me." Shin Chunning, who looked delicate and had grown up in the village, immediately sparked the protective instincts of everyone around her. Andy shouted angrily, "Ning Ning, don't cry. That outsider, if he dares to retaliate, not just your dad and brother, but we won't allow it either."
Yes. We won't allow it.
Shin Chunning wiped her tears and smiled gratefully at everyone. "Thank you, uncles and aunts. I really appreciate your support today. Otherwise, I don't know how much I would have been bullied." Chun Zian watched the crowd, stirred up by Shin Chunning's words, clenching his fists and glaring at her with anger. An elder who disapproved of Qin Zian's behavior spoke up, "Qin Jiqing, it's bad enough that you did something shameful, but now you're tarnishing a good person's reputation. If you don't apologize, go to the commune and explain yourself. Don't drag us down with you." The youth group was a collective. They worked together and shared resources. Tensions already existed between the youth and villagers, and if Chun Zian stirred up more trouble, they could be assigned the hardest tasks with the least rewards, putting them all at risk. Chun Zian felt as if he had been slapped repeatedly, his face burning with shame. He glared at Shin Chunning and gritted his teeth. "I'm sorry." Shin Chunning turned pale with fright, stumbling back a couple of steps, nearly falling over. She pointed at Qin Ziyun with her delicate hand. He glared at me. "He's so fierce. He will definitely retaliate against me, Wah." Zhou Yubai's expression darkened, his fierce gaze fixed on Qin Ziyun. Before he could act, a figure rushed over. "Ning Ning, what happened? Why are you crying? Who bullied you?" "Third brother."
Wah.
As soon as Shin Chunning saw her brother, all her grievances flooded back, and she cried even harder. "Zhengrong." Zhou Yubai quickly explained the situation to Zhou Zhengrong in just a few sentences. "Of course, I skipped the part where Shin Chunning barged into his home and only mentioned that she was awakened by his mother pouring cold water on her." Shin Zhengrong glared fiercely at Qin Ziyun and casually pushed Shin Chunning towards Zhou Yubai, saying, "Brother Bai, please help me take care of my sister." Under his gaze, Qin Ziyun trembled in fear and stepped back repeatedly, saying, Shin Zhengrong, what do you want? Don't think just because you're a soldier you can. Do whatever you want."
Bang.
Before Chun Ziyun could finish his sentence, Shin Zhengrong's heavy punch landed squarely on his face. Then, Shin Zhengrong continued to hit him, causing Qin Ziyun to cry out in pain. Finally, he lifted Qin Ziyun by the collar, who now had panda eyes, and said, "Dare to bully my sister? Come on, we're going to the team headquarters." As Shin Zhengrong dragged Qin Ziyun away, he didn't forget to ask Zhou Yubai, "Brother Bai, could you please help take my sister home?" With red-rimmed eyes, Shin Chunning took a couple of steps towards Shin Zhengrong. The fierce-looking Shin Zhengrong gently patted her head and said, "Ning Ning, be good. You go home with Brother Yubai first. I'll take care of this guy and come home later." Thinking of her brother who had been hurt in her dream, and seeing the gentle and caring look in front of her, Shin Chunning had 1,000 words to say, but couldn't express them. She could only gently bite her lip, hold back her tears, and nod to reassure her brother. The crowd loved to watch the excitement, so when Shin Zhengrong took Qin Ziyun to the team headquarters for justice, everyone naturally followed to see what would happen. Shin Chunning obediently listened to her brother and walked home. However, the night was particularly dark, with no moon or stars, making it impossible to see anything. She was already timid, and walking along the village path at this time made her feel like something could jump out from the rice fields, corn fields, or even behind the stones at any moment. She was scared, and trembling. Quack! Suddenly, the sound of a crow cawing accompanied by flapping wings startled her. Ah! In an instant, Shin Chun-ning was so frightened that her legs went weak, and she instinctively turned and hid in the arms of the tall man behind her. A sweet scent enveloped her as she felt the softness of his embrace. The hard part of his chest pressed against her soft body. His bronze skin felt as if it were on fire. Fortunately, it was dark enough that even if his face turned red, no one would see it. He calmed down and tried to push Shin Chun-ning away, but he felt her small, soft body trembling in his arms. He lowered his head and, thanks to his excellent vision developed in the military, saw the little girl nervously biting her lip, with tears streaming down her fair face.
Yubai, I'm scared.
Her voice was soft and delicate. Zhou Yubai thought, how can this girl be so sensitive? Feeling a bit annoyed, he still helped her stand steady and then squatted down, saying, "Don't be afraid. Get on my back." Shin Chun-ning bit her rosy lips, trembling, her big, watery eyes looking at him anxiously, but she didn't move. He thought she was worried about being seen, which might affect her reputation. He felt a bit regretful for being too abrupt. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he was about to stand up and find a way to protect her that wouldn't harm her reputation. But then he heard Shin Chun-ning sweetly ask, "Yubai ge, I'm still scared in the back.
Can you
hold me?" After quickly saying this, Shin Chun-ning felt her heart racing, and her face was burning with embarrassment. She knew that being seen like this would lead to gossip, but she was truly frightened, and thinking about how Yubai ge took care of her in her dreams. If she had to marry someone, she hoped it would be Yubai ge. Of course, that depended on whether Yubai ge was willing to marry her. Zhou Yubai was slightly taken aback. He never expected that the little girl who used to look at him like a frightened rabbit would now dare to make such a request. In the darkness, he looked at her hopeful, sparkling eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. No. But his rational side made him refuse without hesitation, and he sternly told Shin Chun-ning, "You, as a young lady, shouldn't treat your reputation lightly." Shin Chun-ning bit her lip, her eyes turning red, and tears were about to fall. In the end, Zhou Yubai relented, taking her hand. "Let's go with me here. Don't be afraid." The moment her small hand fit into his palm, he unconsciously loosened his grip. Her hand was so soft and delicate. What the books described as fragile must be like this. Shin Chun-ning was delicate and walked slowly, so Zhou Yubai had already slowed his pace. Even so, she was sweating to keep up with him. With her long legs and slim waist, she had a heavy burden. If she walked too fast, she would lose her balance and accidentally step on the edge of the field, slipping. Zhou Yubai instinctively reached out to hold her slim waist. However, his arms were too long, and her waist was too thin. When he wrapped his arm around her, his fingertips brushed against something soft. He quickly lifted her onto the path and said seriously, "Stay steady and walk carefully." Shin Chun-ning bit her lip, feeling a bit like crying. Would he think she was trying to flirt with him? Although she thought that if she were to marry, it would be best to marry him, she really hadn't meant to do that just now. Zhou Yubai felt a rush of warmth in his arm. Why was her waist so soft and small? What strength could such a waist have? No wonder she was so delicate. Even walking a little made her tired. He slowed his pace, and Shin Chun-ning was able to keep up. Finally, they reached the earthen wall of the Shun family home. "We're here. You should go in," Zhou Yubai's cold voice said. Shin Chun-ning felt a wave of frustration but knew she couldn't cry in front of him. Biting her lip, she bravely walked into the yard. But after a few steps, she felt increasingly uneasy. Even if no one else knew about their interactions, did that mean they didn't matter? She stopped, gathered her courage, and turned back to the tall man still standing in the night. She hurried back. "Yubai, can we get married?" After saying this, Shin Chun-ning felt as if the night air had stopped. The air tonight felt particularly hot, almost as if it was burning her. At that moment, her heart raced with nervousness. The man across from her was silent for a long time. She gathered her courage and added, I promise to take responsibility for you. In the darkness, she met his sharp, piercing gaze. Okay. Military marriages are hard to break. Have you thought it through? After a long pause, just when Shin Chun-ning was starting to feel disheartened, she heard his deep voice from above. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes sparkled as she looked at him, and she nodded vigorously. Yes, I've thought it through. With that, her face flushed red, and she quickly ran into the house. The village still didn't have electricity, and her father and brothers weren't home, so it was dark inside. In her rush to open the door, she accidentally cut her finger on the lock, feeling a sharp pain, but she didn't pay attention to it. Once in her room, she joyfully held the koi jade pendant around her neck and rolled on the bed. But as she rolled, she suddenly saw a flash of white light. When she opened her eyes again, everything around her had changed. The air was filled with the scent of fruits and grains. She looked around at the golden rice, wheat, corn, and the bright red apples, peaches, pears, and jujubes. The green watermelons and cantaloupes were all delicious. In front of her was a clear spring, reflecting her image. Suddenly, she felt thirsty and crouched down to scoop some water to drink. As soon as her hand touched the clear spring water, the small cut on her fingertip healed before her eyes. Surprised, she lifted her hand to look, and it seemed as if she had never been hurt. Instinctively, she patted her face. Was she dreaming again? Ouch! It hurt.
This
Was not a dream. In an instant, a light seemed to flash in her mind. Many things she couldn't understand in the dream suddenly made sense. This was the space within the koi fish jade pendant. In the dream, Chun Ziyun was willing to marry her despite his own discomfort just to get this koi fish jade pendant. Besides wanting to benefit from her family, it was for this space. After policies allowed business, Chun Ziyun and Wang Yumin became well-known agricultural entrepreneurs in such a short time because of this space. Mom, I want to get married. Here is 500 yuan. Please help me prepare for the proposal, preferably for tomorrow. Zhou Yubai hurriedly stuffed a thick stack of money and tickets into Lin Shulan's hands, speaking quickly. Lin Shulan was taken aback. Her eldest son had always been mature, but she had never seen him this anxious before. He had always resisted marriage, even building a small courtyard to live separately to avoid her urging. Which girl are you proposing to? Although Lin Shulan had her suspicions, she hoped it wasn't Shin Chunying. That girl was just a pretty face, and not someone who could manage a household. The Shun family, Shin Chunying. When Lin Shulan heard those words, her heart sank. She forced a smile and said, "Why did you choose that girl from the Shin family?" "Let me tell you. Mom, I will only marry Comrade Shin." Zhou Yubai's direct response cut off Lin Shulan's words.
sigh.
Lin Shulan sighed. It was better for her eldest son to want to get married than to remain single. Shin Chunying it is. Although she was a delicate flower, the girl was well endowed, so she should be good for having children. Zhou Yubai had a monthly allowance in the army, so as long as he didn't spend it recklessly, supporting a family wouldn't be a problem, and it wouldn't matter if his wife didn't work. All right, I'll help you arrange it. Lin Shulan spoke while returning most of the money to Zhou Yubai. You don't need this much money for a proposal and a wedding. Here, we usually give the bride's family about 20 yuan, buy a couple of new outfits, some snacks and drinks, and set up a few tables for the feast. In total, it shouldn't cost more than 100 yuan. Zhou Yubai frowned slightly. Mom, I heard from my comrades that weddings now require a full set of gifts. Lin Shulan was startled and quickly waved her hands. That's a city custom. How many families in our village can afford that? I can afford it. Lin Shulan thought to herself. This stubborn son, she advised. Third, it's not that I don't want you to do it, but you need to think carefully. Your wife is delicate, and after you marry, you'll be the only one supporting the family. If you spend all your money now, how will you manage after the wedding? Zhou Yubai's frown deepened. Lin Shulan knew she couldn't change her son's mind. Seeing his expression, she gritted her teeth and said, All right, I'll go propose tomorrow and talk to your wife to see what she thinks. Is that okay? Zhou Yubai thought for a moment. Now that he was a company commander, he could apply for his family to accompany him. If Shin Chunqing was willing to join him after marriage, he wouldn't need to buy so many big items here. He nodded. Okay, Mom. I'll talk to her myself tomorrow. You keep this money. If she wants the full set of gifts, buy them. If she doesn't, just give it all as a bride price. She can buy what she wants whenever she wants. Hearing this, Lin Shulan felt her heart ache for the money her son worked so hard to earn. Everyone in the village knew that the Shin family's daughter was spoiled. She only ate fine grains, wore good fabric, and even insisted on using fancy hair ties from the city. If all that money went as a bride price, wouldn't she spend it all in just a few days? But once her son had made up his mind, it was impossible to change it. She could only watch him leave the yard, noticing that he wasn't heading to his own little courtyard, but was going towards the village exit. Lin Shulan called out, "Third, where are you going at this hour?" "To the city, to send a telegram and apply for the marriage." Her son's voice came back, and Lin Shulan sighed heavily. Oh, her son was clearly infatuated with that girl from the Shin family. He used to say he would never get married, and now he was so eager to send a telegram in the middle of the night. "Dear, what did the third one say to you earlier?" "You've been sighing since you got back, mister." Zhou couldn't hold back any longer and asked Mrs. Zhou. "He asked me to help him propose." As soon as Mrs. Zhou said this, Mr. Zhou sat up excitedly. "Really? Has that boy finally come to his senses?" "Which girl?" "The Shin family, Shin Chun-ning," Mrs. Zhou replied weakly. Mr. Zhou fell silent for a moment before saying, "Well, that's fine. At least he won't be single anymore." At that moment, Shin Chun-ning was excitedly exploring her space. She had been worried about how to harvest all the ripe fruits and grains by herself. But then, with a thought, she saw the crops begin to harvest themselves. Before long, the warehouse by the spiritual spring was filled with neatly stacked fruits and vegetables. Looking at the empty space after the harvest, she thought it would be a shame not to plant something again. But with her delicate arms and legs, she couldn't manage such a large area by herself. If only the land could plant the next crop on its own. Just as she thought this, she saw the harvested land start to till and prepare for new seedlings. In no time, the land was covered with green sprouts. Shin Chun-ning was amazed once again. She tried watering the crops with the spiritual spring water. As soon as the water soaked into the soil, the crops began to grow at an incredible speed. This was truly magical. No wonder the crops from Chen Ziyun and Wang Yuman's farm in her dream could supply half the country, even catching the attention of national leaders. She needed to find a chance to test whether the spiritual spring water would work on ordinary crops outside her space. While thinking about this, she left the space. Once outside, she lay on her soft, fragrant bed and instinctively touched the jade pendant around her neck. When she felt it was gone, she panicked. What happened to the spiritual spring space? Just then, she suddenly found herself back in the space. As she wondered about this, she noticed a koi mark in her palm, identical to the shape of her koi jade pendant. She remembered that when she went to the city to find Chen Ziyun and Wang Yuman in her dream, they weren't wearing the koi jade pendant either. It seemed that once the koi jade pendant recognized its owner, it merged with her. She entered and exited the space a few more times to confirm her thoughts. At that moment, she heard the sound of the courtyard gate opening. Running outside, she saw her brother had returned. Shin Chun-ning excitedly ran over and hugged Shin Jung-rong tightly, saying, "Third brother." Shin Jung-rong's expression softened for a moment, but then turned serious again. He said, "Ning Ning, I have already explained the situation to the team. They have given Chen Ziyin a warning and require him to go to the team every night for study and improvement. That guy isn't a good person. You should be careful and not go to the youth station too often." He had intended to scold Shin Chun-ning, but when his sweet little sister rushed to hug him, he couldn't bring himself to be harsh. Shin Chun-ning's mind was filled with the image of her third brother flying out to save her in her dream. With tears in her eyes, she nodded firmly and promised, "Third brother, don't worry, I understand." As long as her dad and brothers are well, she would be fine. Now that she had her own space, As long as she stayed away from Qin Ziyun and Wang Yumeng, she was sure she could help her dad and brothers live good lives. Seeing his sister's sincere, bright eyes, Shen Zhengrong couldn't bear to scold her any further. He gently ruffled her hair and said, "All right, go to sleep. Dad and the older brothers won't be back tonight, so you don't have to wait for them." During the season, Dad and the older brothers usually sneaked out at night to set traps and bring back food for her. Feeling a bit shy, she looked at her third brother hesitantly and mustered the courage to say, "Third brother, I want to get married." After saying that, she blushed and quickly looked down. Shen Zhengrong's previously gentle expression instantly turned cold. He had thought his clueless sister had finally woken up, but instead, she wanted to marry that scoundrel Qin Ziyun. Furious, Shen Zhengrong grabbed Shin Chunning's slender arm and pulled her into the house, leaving 5 finger marks on her arm, causing her eyes to water with pain. Third brother. Shin Chunning looked at him with teary eyes, feeling wronged. "Don't call me third brother. I don't have a sister like you." Shin Zhengrong snapped angrily. "You've grown up and your thoughts have changed. I can't control you anymore. If you want to marry, go ahead. It's none of my business who you choose, and you don't need to tell me." After saying this, he stormed into the house and slammed the door. Shin Chunning wanted to chase after him, but ended up hitting a wall of disappointment. The tears that had been welling up in her eyes finally fell. She wiped her tears, still confused about why her third brother was so angry. But Sango is someone who, whenever he gets angry, doesn't listen to others. She should come back tomorrow to explain things to him. The next morning, Shin Chunning had planned to wake up early, but she was spoiled by her dad and brothers and was used to sleeping in. She was only awakened by the lively sounds coming from the courtyard outside. When she opened her eyes, she saw that it was bright outside, and the sun was already high in the sky. At this time, the villagers were finishing their morning chores and heading home for breakfast. Lin Shulan took this opportunity to quickly gather 3 familiar aunts and the village women's leader to go to the Shin family. Shin father and Shin Lauda and Shin Lauer had just returned from work and were surprised to see several aunts and the women's leader together. The 3 of them felt a sudden worry. Did something happen to Ning Ning last night? "Old Shin, Zhengsu Zhengliang, you came back just in time. A happy event is here," said the women's leader, LV Xiaohong, with a joyful expression. On the way, Lin Shulan had already asked her to be the matchmaker, so it was natural for her to speak first. The Shin family was taken aback, but there was no joy on their faces. They knew their daughter, sister, was chasing after that young man. Although they didn't think highly of him, their daughter, sister, was very stubborn, and they felt helpless. They planned to wait a while longer until Shin Chunning's feelings for Qin Ziyun faded before talking to her, but unexpectedly. Shen Zhengrang, who was carrying water back with his shirt off, had a face as dark as a storm cloud. He saw the women's leader and a few aunts without greeting them and went straight into the house. LV Xiaohong looked at Shin Zhengrang's strong physique and was a bit surprised. Old Shin, this child. Among the 4 Shin children, besides the spoiled Shin Chunning, the 3 boys were all good kids, kind-hearted, polite, and hard-working, with a strong sense of responsibility. Especially the third one, who went to join the army with the Zhou family's children and became an honorable officer. Shin father could only smile helplessly. Director LV, aunts, please go inside and sit down. LV Xiaohong and Lin Shulan entered the Shin house and sat down. Before anyone could speak, Shin father sighed and said, "Director LV, you are here today for my daughter Ning Ning's marriage proposal, right?" LV Xiaohong had already sensed that something was off in the Shin family's atmosphere. When they entered, she exchanged a glance with Lin Shulan. But Lin Shulan didn't know what was going on. Her eldest son clearly said last night that he had discussed it with Shen Chunning. Lu Xiaohong looked at Shin's father, who wore a worried expression, and quickly smiled to lighten the mood, saying, "Old Shin, we all know you cherish your daughter. It's normal to be reluctant. But when a man is of marrying age and a woman is of marrying age, you can't let your feelings hold up their marriage, can you?" What she said wasn't just about Shin Chunning's marriage. It also concerned the marriages of the 3 Shin brothers. All three brothers were good men, so why were they still unmarried? It was because of their pampered sister, Shin Chun-ning. With such a beloved sister, everyone feared their daughters would be bullied by her if they married into the Shin family. Over the years, many girls were interested in the Shin brothers, but no one dared to marry into the family. At this moment, Shin Jingxiu and Shin Jingliang had already heard from Shin Jingrong about what happened last night. They were so angry that they felt like going out to confront Chen Ziyun right away. Hearing the women's director say this, Shan Jingxiu clenched his fists and rushed out of the room, saying, "Aunt Lu, you don't need to say anything more."
Ning Ning won't marry.
Shen Jinliang followed up, "Let others say what they want about Ning Ning. As her brothers, we will support her for life and won't let her marry that scoundrel." Once the brothers spoke, Lu Xiaohong, Lin Shulan, and the other three aunts who came to propose marriage exchanged glances. Lin Shulan was so angry she felt like she might explode. Her eldest son was tall and served as an officer in the army, with a higher rank than Shun's third son. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was the most promising young man in the area. Even if Shin Chun-ning was a fairy, her son was worthy of her. Now, being insulted by the Shin brothers, she couldn't swallow her anger. She stood up to retort, "Yes, yes, yes, your sister is a fairy from the heavens, and we mere mortals can't reach her. If we can't, then we won't pursue it, right?" Shin Chun-ning heard the commotion inside and, sensing the situation was bad, quickly rushed out to stop Lin Shulan, saying, "Aunt, please wait. My brothers must have some misunderstanding." What misunderstanding could there be? There's no misunderstanding. You think you can marry that useless Qin Jiqing, who has nothing but tricks up his sleeve. Don't even think about it. As soon as Shin Jingxiu said this, the room fell silent. After a while, it was Lu Xiaohong who reacted first, clapping her hands and saying, "Oh, this is a misunderstanding. Who told you we were here to propose to Qin Jiqing? We are here to propose to Lin Shulan's third son." The Shin father and son looked at each other in surprise upon hearing this. Shin Jingrang was even more shocked. "Aunt Lu, are you saying you are here to propose to my sister on behalf of whom?" Lu Xiaohong gave him a reproachful look. "Zhou's third son, Zhou Yubai, your good comrade and friend." The three brothers snapped back to reality and hurriedly moved chairs, urging the aunts to sit down. "Aunt, please sit quickly. We were thoughtless earlier. Please forgive us. We are just young and foolish." Shin Jinliang felt especially embarrassed in front of Lin Shulan. "Aunt, I truly didn't know. What I said wasn't meant to insult Zhou Yubai. It was meant for. Please have some tea to calm down." He awkwardly handed Lin Shulan a glass of water. Although Lin Shulan was not very pleased with Shen Chunqing, she had to admit her eldest son liked her. Plus, she had watched these children grow up and knew they had tough lives. After realizing it was a misunderstanding, she, as an elder, wouldn't hold it against the younger ones. After drinking the tea Shin Jinliang offered, she said, "Now that there's no misunderstanding, you won't stop us, right?" The three Shin brothers quickly shook their heads. "No, we won't stop you." Shin Chunqing felt shy listening to her family discuss her marriage and blushed as she said, "Dad, brother, aunt, you just got off work and haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go get you something to eat." With that, she quickly ran into the kitchen. Lu Xiaohong teased, "Ningning has grown up. She's even shy now." However, the expressions of the three Shin brothers changed slightly. Their sister had never cooked before. How could she make food? They hoped she wouldn't accidentally start a fire in the kitchen. It would be embarrassing enough, but they didn't want to upset their future mother-in-law. Shin Jingxiu gave Shin Jinliang a look, and Shin Jinliang quickly said, "Dad, big brother, you chat with the aunts. I'll go help Ningning." "I'll go too," Shin Jingrang said as he got up. When Shin Jingxiu and Shin Jingrang arrived in the kitchen, they saw Shin Chunqing skillfully lighting the stove with a match. Then she washed the pot, added water, and rinsed the rice before putting it in the pot. Once she finished these tasks, she noticed her two brothers standing at the kitchen door, staring in shock. "Second brother, third brother, you came at the right time. Third brother, can you add some firewood to the stove? Second brother, please bring in some more firewood. This won't be enough to cook."
Oh.
The stunned Shin Jingliang and Shin Jingxiu snapped back to attention and nodded repeatedly. Shin Chunqing then turned back to chop the meat and vegetables she had already washed. She just heard a sound outside and realized that Aunt Lin had come to propose. She thought she should make a good impression on her future mother-in-law. Quickly, she went to the storage to get some food and vegetables. Originally, she regretted that there were only vegetables in the storage, but to her surprise, she found a large piece of fresh pork and a basket of eggs in the corner of the storage. She hurriedly cut a piece of meat and took out a few eggs. Shin Jingrong was tending the fire while watching Shin Chunying skillfully chop the vegetables and meat, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Today, his sister seemed like a completely different person. The old Shin Chunying would never have done these things. Where did the meat come from? Their dad and older brothers lived frugally and only bought a small amount of meat for her. Now, Shin Chunying was cutting a piece of meat that weighed at least 2 pounds. Ningning, when did you learn to do this? Did Dad buy this meat? Shin Jingrong asked casually while tending the fire. Shin Chunying had already prepared her answer. Without stopping her hands, she replied, I traded some grain for this meat. After saying that, as if afraid Shin Jingrong would be upset, she turned to him with a sweet smile and said, Third brother, don't be mad. I was thinking that Aunt Lin and the others are coming to propose today, and I was worried they wouldn't think well of me. You know how the village talks about me. The more she spoke, the quieter her voice became, and her head hung lower. Shin Jingrong knew that his sister didn't have a good reputation in the village. He then remembered that she had told him last night that she wanted to get married, and he had instinctively thought she was stubbornly wanting to marry Chenziun, treating her harshly. Ningning, I'm sorry. I didn't ask clearly last night, and was too harsh on you. Shin Chunying smiled sweetly. It's okay, third brother. I know you care about me, so I'm not mad. Shin Jingrong couldn't help but smile. His sister was still the same lovely sister. As for her skill in chopping vegetables, Shin Chunying explained that she had practiced secretly. In reality, it was from a dream where, after marrying Chenziun, he was very picky. If the food didn't meet his standards, he would throw his chopsticks and bowls. To please him, she had to practice cooking diligently, making sure every meal was perfect. Last night, she discovered that the skills she learned in the dream now came naturally to her, as if she had truly lived a lifetime like that. While their father and brothers were busy working to earn money, she often stayed home alone, and they had no idea what she did while she was there, so they didn't suspect anything. Shin Jingliang brought back firewood and learned that the meat and eggs were exchanged by Shin Chunying in the morning. His expression turned serious as he said, Ningning, this time is special, so I'll let it go. But there can't be a next time. You must never go to the black market alone, understand? Buying meat through official channels now requires both money and meat coupons. In the city, meat coupons are limited, and it's even harder for those in the countryside to get them, as they have to trade with city folks. Shin Chunying directly traded grain for meat and eggs, which can only be done in the black market. During his free time, Shin Jinliang would also take the chance to make some small trades in the black market to earn money. He knows better than anyone how dangerous the black market can be. Second brother, I understand. Don't worry, next time I go to the black market, I will definitely go with you and never go alone, Shin Chunying said with a sweet smile to reassure him. Shin Jinliang felt helpless against her. Lin Shulan was in the main room discussing the children's marriage with Shin Jinghua when a rich aroma wafted in. They had almost finished discussing the marriage and would just need to confirm with Shin Chunying later. Times have changed. Love and marriage are now encouraged to be chosen freely, unlike in the feudal society where parents arranged marriages. Young people must agree to their own marriages. Lin Shulan stood up and said, Since we have nothing to do, I'll go check the kitchen to see if there's anything I can help with. Although she said this, everyone knew she wanted to see if Shin Chunying was working or if Shin's 2 sons were doing the work, so she could let Shin Chunying take the credit. When Lin Shulan entered the kitchen, Shin Chunying was busy frying the last dish, bitter melon with eggs. Her little face was flushed from the heat, making her look even more vibrant, like a peach blossom. Seeing Lin Shulan, Shin Chunying smiled sweetly and said, Aunt Lin, please sit for a moment. The food will be ready soon. While speaking, she began to serve the dishes into a large bowl, with green slices of bitter melon beautifully arranged among the golden fried eggs, making it very appetizing. Lu Xiaohong, who followed her, smiled and said, "Our Ningning is really capable. These dishes look delicious just by their colors." Lin Shulan and Lu Xiaohong helped to bring the dishes to the table. There was bitter melon with eggs, stir-fried pork with lettuce, twice-cooked pork, braised potatoes, and steamed eggplant. Although there weren't many types of dishes, the portions were generous, enough for 10 people. Since it was hot, Shin Chunying didn't cook plain rice but made a thick mung bean porridge. Mung beans are good for cooling down, and after a bowl of porridge, everyone felt refreshed. Not to mention, Shin Chunying also made mint candy water to help everyone cool off. Although the dishes were simple home-cooked meals, serving 2 meat dishes and an egg for guests was quite impressive. Especially since the flavors of these dishes were particularly good, even the aunts felt a bit ashamed. After the meal, Shin Chunying helped her 3 brothers clean up the dishes. LV Xiaohong secretly said to Lin Shulan, "I think the rumors in the village are not reliable. Who says Shin's daughter is spoiled and can't do anything? Look how well she cooks. I believe those rumors were spread by jealous people." Lin Shulan, sipping the cool mint candy water, had already dismissed her previous concerns about Shin Chunying. She smiled widely and said, "With Ningning's looks, if it weren't for the jealousy from outside, the Shin family's door would have been broken down by suitors. How could it be my son's turn? Her son is talented, but very stubborn. He had said he wouldn't date anyone, and now at 28, he's still single. To marry such a lovely and capable wife would be a great catch. Ningning, I just spoke with your dad, and he fully supports your friendship with comrade Zhou Yubai. What are your thoughts?" Shin Chunying had just come out of the kitchen and sat down when LV Xiaohong immediately took her hand and spoke kindly. Shin Chunying blushed. "I'll listen to my dad." LV Xiaohong smiled even more, knowing that agreeing with her dad meant she was willing. She held Shin Chunning's hand and said, "That's great. Since your revolutionary ideals align with comrade Zhou Yubai, you should unite soon and work together for our country's development." LV Xiaohong continued with a few more words about building a revolutionary friendship and creating a bright future, completing the formalities. Finally, Lin Shulan took out a thick red envelope from her pocket and handed it to Shin Chunying, saying, "Ningning, I know your dad and brothers cherish you. Our Zhou family won't treat you poorly either. This is your betrothal gift. You can use it to buy whatever you want for your new home. Our Yubai originally planned to buy a set of household items, but I thought you might be living in the village, so I discussed it with him and decided to give you the money directly. You can buy things whenever you want." Not only was Shin Chunying stunned by the thick red envelope, but the 4 Shin family members and the aunts present were also a bit shocked. In the countryside, things aren't as fancy as in the city. For weddings, people usually give a small amount of money as a gift, around 20 yuan for a simple gift, or 50 yuan for something a bit nicer. But Lin Shulan's red envelope is so thick that if it's filled with cash, it must be several hundred yuan. It seems that the Zhou family's eldest son really likes Shin Chunying. The envelope is so thick that Shin Chunying hesitates to take it. Lin Shulan quickly takes her fingers and insists, "Hurry and take it. This money is all from you by himself. We didn't contribute a single cent." Shin's father also came to his senses and said, "Don't worry, auntie. Your family gave generously, so we will make sure Ningning's dowry is just as good. We'll prepare 30 pairs of shoes, blankets, cotton quilts, and new clothes for her." When Lu Xiaohong and the 3 aunts who helped with the matchmaking left Shin's house, they were all smiling. Today's visit was worth it. It didn't take much effort, and they enjoyed a nice meal and sweet soup. Even the mung bean porridge had just a little corn added to it, making it smell wonderful. Shin Qingsong looked at Shin Chunying with love, tears sparkling in his slightly reddened eyes. Shin Chunying remembered the dream where her father was hurt in an explosion at the quarry. Looking at her lively father now filled her with mixed emotions, joy and a bit of sadness.
Great.
Our little Ningning has grown up and is ready to get married. Shen Qingsong said, gently stroking Shin Chunning's soft black hair with his calloused hand. He then turned to his 3 sons and assigned them tasks. Eldest, second, and third, your sister is getting married, and you all need to show your support. She shouldn't have less than other girls. Shin Jingxiu immediately replied, Dad, don't worry. We'll make sure to match the Zhou family's generosity. Shen Jingliang quickly agreed, everything we have at home is for our sister. Although Shen Jingrang didn't say anything, his expression clearly showed he agreed with his brothers. Shin Chunning suddenly remembered in her dream how her father and brothers gave her everything they had for her wedding. Later, their continuous support led to their family struggles, resulting in a difficult situation. Dad, brothers, no. Shin Chunning strongly objected, you can't give me 30 pairs of shoes, new quilts, and clothes. I can't accept all of that. But I won't take more than that. I will leave half of the betrothal gifts for you. Shin Qingsong and the 3 Shin brothers were taken aback. They looked at Shin Chunning with confusion. In the past, Shin Chunning would not ask them for anything, but she also never refused what they offered. She only ate fine food, wore soft cotton clothes, and always had snacks. Even her hair ties had to be the latest style. If she didn't have fine food, she would go hungry. Without pretty clothes or hair ties, she would lie on the bed all day and wouldn't even get up, let alone go outside. Now, Shin Chunning was saying she wanted to keep half of the betrothal gifts at home. The 4 of them exchanged glances. Shin Chunning knew what her father and brothers were thinking. She pouted and said stubbornly, I don't care. If you don't do as I say, I will go to the Zhou family to cancel the engagement and find Qinzian instead. Sen Ning. Before Shin Qingsong and the others could respond, Shen Jingrong shouted angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? Marriage is not a game. This is not only irresponsible to yourself, but also to comrade Zhou Yubai. As soon as Shen Jingrong finished speaking, Shin Chunning saw Zhou Yubai's tall figure appear at the door. His sharp black eyes fell on her. Shin Chunning blinked her big, watery eyes, feeling a chill rise from her feet, freezing her in place. She felt anxious and scared, and suddenly tears welled up in her eyes. At that moment, when the tears filled her eyes, Zhou Yubai looked away and said to Shin Jingrong, Jingrong, come out for a moment. I need to talk to you. Yes. Shin Jingrong was in the same unit as Zhou Yubai, who was the captain, while Shin Jingrong was his subordinate. He instinctively saluted Zhou Yubai. After Shin Jingrong followed Zhou Yubai outside, Shin Qingsong looked at Shin Chunning with lingering concern and said, Ning Ning, be good. Your marriage with Yubai is already settled. Don't say things like that out of anger. Shin Chunning quickly held back her tears and pressed on. Then you have to listen to me. If I say to leave half of the betrothal gifts, then it must be half. Shin Qingsong couldn't argue with his daughter and quickly nodded. All right. Dad will listen to you. We'll leave half. Shin Jingrong followed Zhou Yubai for quite a distance, and Zhou Yubai didn't say a word. Shin Jingrong felt a bit anxious. Brother Bai, if you are looking for me because of your marriage to my sister, and if you have any difficulties, please let me know. I will do my best to help. Although his sister was cherished by their family, he understood that others might not see her in the same light. Moreover, someone as outstanding as Zhou Yubai had many admirers, even among the female soldiers in the army. There's nothing difficult about it. I spoke with Shin Chunning last night, and I'm willing to marry her as a revolutionary partner. I called you out because I need to request a marriage leave and require you to return to the team immediately. Upon hearing this, Shin Jingrong sighed in relief and saluted. Yes, Captain. I will return to the team right away. That afternoon, the Zhou family visited the Shin family to propose marriage, and the news that Zhou Yubai was to marry Shin Chunning spread throughout the Zihong Brigade. When this news reached the youth station, Wang Yaming was stunned. Shin Chunning was marrying Zhou Yubai. How could this be? This was not how the story was supposed to go. She had inexplicably found herself in this popular novel where the main character, Shin Chunning, was adored by many and possessed a family heirloom, a jade pendant that could enhance crop yields through its magical water. The main character and the male lead, Qinzian, later became wealthy thanks to this magical space, becoming celebrated entrepreneurs. Now that she had captured the male lead's heart, all she needed was the jade pendant to secure her status as the beloved character. But why was the main character marrying Zhou Yubai? In the original story, Zhou Yubai was the only character who didn't like the main character and even found her unappealing. Chun Ziyun was also in a panic. Although he was now with Wang Yiming, he had always considered Shin Chunying to be his, and even if he didn't plan to marry her, he absolutely wouldn't allow her to marry someone else. He approached Wang Yiming. Meng, Shin Chunying is marrying Zhou Yubai. Wang Yiming rolled her eyes at him. What? Are you reluctant? Chun Ziyun quickly realized he was being too eager, softened his expression, put his arm around Wang Yiming's shoulders, and gave her a kiss.
How could that be?
Meng, you know I only have you in my heart. But didn't you say that the koi jade pendant passed down in Shin Chuning's family is very important? We haven't gotten it yet. If she really marries Zhou Yubai, it will be hard for us to get anything from her later. Wang Yiming rolled her eyes. Ziyun, don't worry. Zhou Yubai is a soldier and will return to his unit after his leave. By then, Shin Chunying will be living alone next to our youth station. She is so devoted to you. If you help her with some tasks and cheer her up, won't she give you whatever you want? Also, I think she is intentionally getting engaged to Zhou Yubai to provoke you, waiting for you to win her back. The plot of the novel is quite powerful. As the female lead, Shin Chunying can only love the male lead. How could she suddenly cut off her feelings for him? Chun Ziyun agreed with Wang Yiming's reasoning. Shin Chunying is playing hard to get. He decided to wait until Zhou Yubai returned to his unit. Perhaps Zhou Yubai would send some allowances back to Shin Chunying, and she might even give him some extra supplies. Meanwhile, the Zhou family was also discussing Zhou Yubai and Shin Chuning's marriage. Zhou family's sister-in-law, Sun Fingjiao, whispered to the second sister-in-law, Xia Yue, have you heard? When Mom went to propose to the Shin family, she gave such a thick red envelope. It must have been several hundred yuan. Xia Yue, straightforward, immediately reacted, raising her voice. What? The betrothal gift is only a few hundred yuan? Has Mom lost her mind? Alas. Sun Fingjiao sighed and continued to stir the pot. It's not just a few hundred yuan. I heard she also gave bicycle tickets, sewing machine tickets, radio tickets, and watch tickets. They gathered everything together and let Shin Chunying buy them herself. My brother Zhou Er works at the lumber factory and has been discussing buying a bicycle with Mom for a long time. They all said there were no tickets. Now that the third brother is getting married, there are tickets? Xia Yue was so angry, she nearly jumped up. Even if there's favoritism, it shouldn't be this extreme. This is just too unfair. I need to ask Mom. Fuming, Xia Yue turned to find Lin Shulan. Sun Fingjiao thought to herself that it was fine for Xia Yue to cause a scene. After all, if Xia Yue benefited, their in-laws couldn't possibly treat the first family unfairly. Why am I so biased towards the second child? Tell me, I'm listening. Xia Yue turned around and faced Lin Shulan, who had just returned from outside. Xia Yue felt a bit intimidated by her mother-in-law and lowered her head. Mom. Don't call me Mom. Just tell me how I am biased. Lin Shulan replied sharply. Although Xia Yue was nervous, she thought about the several $100s and the valuable tickets involved. Several $100s was a lot. Their family couldn't save that much even if they didn't eat or drink for a year. Plus, those tickets were hard to come by even with money. Xia Yue gathered her courage. Mom, since you want me to speak, I will be honest. Both I and my sister-in-law received $50 as a bride price when we married. Why is it that now the third son is getting married, he gets several $100s and those valuable tickets? Aren't we all daughters-in-law? If that's not bias, then what is? Fine, I am biased. Lin Shulan said, half laughing in anger. I'll tell you both, stop gossiping behind my back. I gave the girl from the Shin family $500 and those tickets, but that was from the third son. The family didn't spend a penny. If you're jealous, tell your husbands to earn it. If you can get your husbands to earn it back, I will give it to you too. Xia Yue stepped back, embarrassed by Lin Shulan's words. She never expected that the money and tickets were all from the third son himself. Seeing her reaction, Lin Shulan was too annoyed to deal with her anymore and stormed off into the house. After a few steps, feeling even more upset, she turned back and said, "You think I'm unfair as a mother-in-law? Fine. When the third son's family moves in, we will split the family. Let me make it clear. When we built this house, the third son contributed the most. When we split, whoever contributed what will get that much of the house. I will show you fairness." Xia Yue realized she had made a mistake and was on the verge of tears as she hurried after Lin Shulan mom. But Lin Shulan slammed the door shut, leaving her feeling defeated. At that moment, Sun Fingjiao stepped forward, disapprovingly scolding Xia Yue. "Yue, what were you thinking? When has mom ever been unfair? You had to say she was biased, and now look at the mess you've caused." Xia Yue looked at Sun Fingjiao in disbelief. "Sister-in-law, you just told me. I said mom gave Shin Chunqing so much bride price, but I never said she was biased," Sun Fingjiao replied, then went back into the house, leaving Xia Yue standing there in shock. Shin Chunning knew nothing about the youth point and the Zhou family matters. While her father and brothers were at work, she entered her space again. The crops she planted last night had already grown about a foot tall. At this rate, she could harvest the next batch in as little as half a month or as long as 20 days. The warehouse was filled with various grains, and she really needed to visit the black market to exchange them for money. But how could she sneak away to the black market without her father and brothers knowing? After coming out of her space, Shin Chun-ning made a pot of mung bean soup, stored it in a clay jar, and chilled it in the well. She put on a hat, carried the jar, and took a basket with some bowls to the fields. It was the season for harvesting corn. Harvesting and drying corn were usually tasks assigned to the women and older children, while strong men like Shin's father and brothers handled the heavier work. Shin Zhengrang would return to the army tomorrow, so he was still helping Shin's father and two brothers with the work. Shin Chun-ning went straight to the drying area with the mung bean soup, waiting for the Shun family men. The women drying corn had been discussing her marriage to Zhou Yubai, and when they saw her, they were momentarily stunned. In the sunlight, her fair skin seemed to glow, and her small face was flushed with heat, making even the women's hearts race. Not to mention the way she walked, with a soft sway that could melt anyone's heart. With her enchanting appearance, even the city girls seemed plain next to her. "Aunties, I'm here to help with the corn." Shin Chun-ning greeted the women with a smile. Before they could respond, a mocking laughter came from behind. "Oh, Shin Chun-ning, you really know how to care for people, bringing mung bean soup for Qin Jiqing again." The speaker was Li Xiaolan, the oldest girl in the village at 22, still unmarried. There were rumors that she was waiting for Zhou Yubai because he hadn't proposed yet. Shin Chun-ning had previously doubted the rumors, but now, hearing Li Xiaolan, she believed they were likely true. Shin Chun-ning remained calm and even appeared shy, saying, "Sister Xiaolan, please don't tease me. I have nothing to do with Qin Ziching. I'm here to bring mung bean soup for my dad, my brother, and..." She deliberately bit her lip shyly, "and for you by go too." As she spoke, she stomped her foot shyly and turned her face away. Her behavior was overly dramatic. Li Xiaolan's face darkened, and she clenched her fists, wishing she could get rid of Shin Chu-ning, whom she saw as a troublemaker. After waiting for so many years for Zhou Yubai, she felt that this girl had stolen him away with her antics. Now that there were no men around, why was she acting like this? Just as she was about to scold Shin Chu-ning, Chen Ziyin came in carrying a load of corn to the drying area. When Chen Ziyin saw Shin Chu-ning shining in the sunlight, his eyes lit up. He dropped his load and ran over. "Shin Chu-ning, where's the mung bean soup? I need a bowl to cool off. It's so hot." Shin Chu-ning, startled like a little rabbit, hugged her basket and took a few steps back. "Chen Ziching, what are you doing? Don't try to take my mung bean soup." As her trembling voice came out, her eyes turned red, looking like she had been wronged. Chen Ziyin was taken aback. Shin Chu-ning was spoiled by her family and didn't work for points. In the past, on hot days, she would only do one thing. Bring him chilled mung bean soup to cool off.
Now she was acting like this.
Before he could react, Shin Chu-ning ran away like a flustered little rabbit. He instinctively chased after her, but saw her shrink into a tall embrace, trembling as she looked at him, saying sweetly, Zhou Yubai, Chen Zichqing is trying to take the mung bean soup you sent to your fiancé. Zhou Yubai was there to help his father. He had seen Shin Chu-ning standing in front of Chen Ziyun from a distance. For some reason, he recalled her saying she wanted to break off her engagement to pursue Chen Ziyun, and it made him uneasy. He thought that out of sight, out of mind would work, and was about to dump his load of corn when he saw the startled little rabbit rush into his arms, looking wronged. A cool breeze seemed to sweep through him, easing his irritation in the heat. His sharp gaze landed on Chen Ziyun, and he said firmly, Chen Zichqing, please behave yourself. If you trouble my fiancé again, I won't hold back. Zhou Yubai had a strong presence developed from his time in the military, making Chen Ziyun feel a bit weak in the knees just being near him. He steadied himself, thinking that in such a public place, Zhou Yubai wouldn't dare to confront him. With a hurt expression, he looked at Shin Chun-ning and said, I'm sorry, Comrade Zhou. In the past, every time Comrade Shin brought mung bean soup, it was always for me, so I got used to it. I misunderstood. As he spoke, Shin Chun-ning could feel the strong pressure radiating from the man beside her. Her big eyes turned red, and she bit her lip, gathering her courage to softly say, Chen Zichqing, every time I mention mung bean soup, you would come over. My dad said you young people were not doing well at work and that the food you received was never enough. I thought you were too hungry, so I gave you some food. I didn't expect that my kindness would lead to you tarnishing my reputation. You really? As Shin Chun-ning spoke, her eyes began to tear up, clearly upset by Chen Ziyun's ingratitude. Chen Ziyun, who had been a bit proud moments ago, now looked visibly upset. Shin Chun-ning seemed to imply that she had only felt sorry for him before, and that was why she shared her food with him. But those bowls of mung bean soup were meant to please him. If he argued with her now, others would think he was just clinging to her for food. Feeling unwilling, he shot a glance at Shin Chun-ning. She didn't intend to engage with him further. Instead, she filled a bowl with mung bean soup, holding it with both hands and smiling as she handed it to Zhou Yubai. Brother Yubai, here. I made this, it's freshly chilled mung bean soup. Zhou Yubai looked at her, feeling a wave of warmth. How could there be such a sweet and lovely girl? Thank you. Zhou Yubai took the mung bean soup and drank it all in one go. The chilled soup was refreshing and instantly relieved his heat. At that moment, Shin's father and her 3 brothers returned with corn. Shin Chun-ning quickly went to greet them, pouring a large bowl of mung bean soup for her dad and each brother. As Shin's father drank the soup, he felt pleased but also worried. Ning Ning, we saved this mung bean just for you to make soup. Now you've made it for us, and we still have 2 months to go. What will you do? Shun Jingxu said, Dad, Ning Ning has grown up and knows how to care for others. That's a good thing, so don't scold her. Shun Jinliang wiped his mouth and said, Dad, we've run out of mung beans at home. We can just go to the village and trade for some. On such a hot day, we definitely need Ning Ning's mung bean soup. Shin Jingrang put the bowl back in the basket and said, After I return to the army, I'll send more food stamps home. Listening to her dad and 3 brothers, Shin Chunying felt her eyes sting with tears. Her father and brothers were doing everything they could to give her the best, while she had felt like a leech, living off them. If it weren't for that dream, she might have truly drained her father and brothers of their energy, harming them. That evening, Shin Chunying picked some loofah from the garden, cooked braised pork, and made scrambled eggs with tomatoes. After roasting fresh chili peppers, she prepared a bowl of spicy sauce and also made a soup with tender bok choy and meat slices. When Shin father and his 3 sons reached their home, they were greeted by a rich aroma wafting from inside. Seeing the 3 dishes and soup on the table made them happy, but also a bit worried about the cost. Ningning had indeed become a bit spoiled by them. If she kept eating like this, even a fortune wouldn't last long. After feeling the pinch, Shin father seriously reminded his sons, You must not say anything to upset your sister, understand? Shin Chunying's mother had passed away shortly after her birth due to complications. Since then, Shin's father had held his little daughter close, showering her with love out of guilt for his late wife. Influenced by their father, the three brothers had always seen their sister as fragile and deserving of extra care. Just as Shin's father finished speaking, they saw Shin Chunying's small figure coming from the kitchen, carrying a large steamer full of rice. The wooden steamer was heavy, especially filled with rice. Shin Chunying was straining so much that her little face turned red. Shun Jingxiu quickly stepped forward to take the steamer. Ningning, if you can't carry it, just call for your big brother. Why make it so yourself? Shin Chunying smiled sweetly, showing her dimples. Big brother, I'm getting married soon, so I need to learn to do things myself. I can't rely on you all for everything. Her words stirred mixed feelings in the hearts of her father and brothers. Shin Jimliang went to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks. Shin's father returned to his room and took out a half bottle of his treasured wine. Today we are happy, so let's have a few drinks to send off the third son, said Father Shin as he poured drinks for his three sons. Shin Chunying looked at the clear liquid with curiosity and leaned in, saying, Dad, I want to try a little too. In the past, Father Shin would never let his daughter drink, no matter how much he spoiled her. But now it was different. Since she was engaged and today was a big day for her, he allowed her to have a sip. Father Shin poured a small amount for Shin Chunying. She raised the cup and took a small sip. As soon as it touched her lips, she stuck out her tongue and exclaimed, Wow, that's spicy. This made the four Shin family members laugh. Shin Chunying couldn't understand why the drink tasted so bad, while her dad and brothers always seemed to enjoy it. Looking at their bowls, she noticed that although she had cooked rice with half sweet potatoes and half regular rice, her dad and brothers only had sweet potatoes, with no rice in sight. Moreover, when they served themselves, they all seemed to agree not to touch the meat or eggs, only eating the spicy sauce, occasionally taking a piece of the braised meat or a bit of the bok choy from the soup. Feeling a bit annoyed, Shin Chunying stood up. Before the Shin family could react, she took the serving spoon and added a big scoop of white rice to each of their bowls. She also served them each a spoonful of braised meat, a spoonful of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a spoonful of meat slices.
Eat,
she said firmly, puffing out her cheeks. Dad, big brother, second brother, and third brother, as long as I'm at home, whatever you eat, I will eat too. If you keep treating me differently, then I won't eat at all. Her anger made the Shin family quickly agree, saying, okay, trying to appease her. They were mainly thinking about how she wouldn't be home much longer. Now that she was getting married, things weren't as formal as before. Plus, with Zhou Yubai's special identity as a soldier, his leave was limited. When Lin Shulan proposed yesterday, she made it clear that Zhou Yubai only had a month of leave, so they needed to prepare simply and get everything done for the two kids within that month. As for the dowry and furniture, since they were all from the same village, there was no need to fuss too much. They could take care of that after the wedding feast. The next day, for the first time in her life, Shin Chunying woke up early. As her dad and brothers left, she got out of bed. After getting up, she found the backpack at home and set off to the city. During the off-season, there were ox carts from the village to the city. But now, during the busy farming season, she had to walk there by herself. In the past, she would take the ox cart to the city during the off-season. This was her first time walking, and she realized how far it was from her village to the city. Her waist and legs were thin and weak, and with the extra weight she carried, her feet were blistering after only half the journey. Her soles ached, and the sun was beating down on her. Shin Chunying could hardly move and sat down to rest in the shade by the road. She took off her shoes and looked at the blisters on her feet, feeling like crying. She bit her lip to hold back the tears, her eyes becoming red and watery. When Zhou Yubai rode his bicycle to the city, he saw a girl in a white shirt sitting in the shade by the road. She had a red ribbon tied in a pretty bow in her dark hair, and her eyes were red like a little rabbit that had been wronged. He stopped his bicycle in front of her and said, "Get on." Shin Chunying, still feeling the pain in her feet, looked up to see Zhou Yubai's stern face. "Okay, She replied obediently and tried to get on the back of the bicycle. However, the bike was too high for her, and with her blistered feet, she couldn't stand properly. After 2 tries, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. Ah! Shin Chun-ning screamed in fear, instinctively covering her eyes with her hands to protect her face. But instead of hitting the ground, she fell into a strong embrace. A powerful hand wrapped around her waist, and she felt a sudden rush of heat in her cheeks. Zhou Yu-bai had never been this close to a woman before, and when he realized where his hand was, he froze for a moment. The sensation was so surprising that he instinctively squeezed a little. When he came to his senses, he quickly let go, stepping back as if she were a wild animal. He stammered, "Shun, I'm sorry." His face turned bright red, from his ears to his neck. He just has darker skin, so it doesn't stand out much. It's okay. Shin Chun-ning smiled sweetly at Zhou Yu-bai. I should thank you for saving me. Otherwise, I would have fallen badly just now. She was already nervous, her heart racing. But when she saw Zhou Yu-bai looking so worried, she suddenly felt calm. It was the first time she saw this usually fierce and serious man show such a cute side. Zhou Yu-bai relaxed a bit, returning to his usual serious demeanor, but his voice was gentler than usual. Get in the car. He helped with the bicycle, tilting it slightly to make it easier for Shen Chun-ning to sit on. After she got on the back seat, Zhou Yu-bai also mounted the bicycle. I have already submitted the marriage report to the army. It will take some time for the approval process. Okay, came the steady voice of the man ahead, and Shin Chun-ning responded softly. He continued, 10 days from now is a good day. We can hold the wedding celebration then. Okay, Sen Chun-ning replied obediently. Though she didn't say much, the slight rise in her tone showed her happiness. Zhou Yu-bai felt her gentle voice brush against his heart like a feather, making him feel a bit fluttery. He had never thought about getting married before, but now he felt an unexpected anticipation about it. Having such a soft and delicate person at home seemed quite nice. With only the sound of the wind rushing by, Zhou Yu-bai broke the silence again. What are you going to the city for? Where are your dad and brothers? Shin Chun-ning carefully held onto Zhou Yu-bai's shirt. My dad and older brothers went to work, and my third brother returned to the army today. She hesitated, biting her lip shyly, then quietly said, I'm going to the city to prepare some dowry. Zhou Yu-bai paused his pedaling. For some reason, hearing her sweet voice made his heart race unexpectedly, and a warm, indescribable feeling spread within him.
What do you plan to buy?
Go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy 4 sets of quilts, then buy 30 pounds of cotton, 2 beds with 10 pounds each, and 2 beds with 5 pounds of cotton filling. Also buy some fabric to make clothes. I need to get some enamel wash basins, enamel cups, iron kettles, and some fruit candies. When she left the house, the village children would gather around to ask for candies, so she needed to buy some fruit candies to have on hand. Actually, she also wanted to check the black market to gather information for future business opportunities. But she didn't dare to mention this to Zhou Yu-bai. As Zhou Yu-bai listened to her, he didn't even realize that the corners of his lips were turning up. He had thought that her proposal for marriage was due to what happened that night. Although he had tried his best, they had already shared an intimate moment, and according to traditional rural beliefs, they were expected to marry. Now, seeing how much she cared about marriage, he felt that she might not be forced to marry him because of that night. Yu-bai, what about you? What are you going to the city for? Shin Chun-ning asked politely. Zhou Yu-bai remained silent and did not answer. Just when Shin Chun-ning thought her question was too abrupt, Zhou Yu-bai's deep voice suddenly came from ahead. It's nothing. Just going for a stroll. Actually, he hadn't planned to go to the city today. He had gone to the Shin family to discuss having their wedding banquet in 10 days and to talk about getting their marriage certificate after the army approved his marriage report, but he couldn't find her. After asking around in the village, he learned that someone had seen Shin Chun-ning leave the village, likely heading to the city. He thought to himself that she was so delicate. If she really had to walk to the city on her own, she would probably end up in tears. So, he quickly rode his bicycle to catch up with her. Now, during the busy farming season, most people were occupied with harvesting corn, and there weren't many people at the supply and marketing cooperative. When Shin Chunying reached the counter for daily necessities, she quickly listed all the items she had just discussed with Zhou Yubai. The sales clerk looked at Shin Chunying's rosy cheeks and reviewed the items she was buying. Instantly understanding, she smiled and said, "Comrade Shin, buying so many things, are you getting married?" Shin Chunying had often come to the cooperative to shop before. She usually bought trendy clothes and shoes without worrying about the price, helping the sales clerk meet many sales targets. So, the sales clerk was familiar with her.
Yes.
Shin Chunying felt a bit shy, her cheeks slightly flushed as she nodded gently. The saleswoman noticed her bashful demeanor and winked at her, then looked at Zhou Yubai, who was 2 steps away, and asked, "Is that soldier your boyfriend?" "Yes," Shin Chunying replied, her cheeks still a bit red as she nodded again. "Oh my!" the saleswoman exclaimed excitedly, clapping her thigh. "Shun, you have great taste." The saleswoman gave a thumbs up. "We used to say that you were so pretty. We wondered what kind of handsome partner you would find, and look at you now. Your boyfriend is tall and good-looking. I dare say there isn't another like him in our county." While chatting with Shin Chunying, the saleswoman skillfully began picking out items for her. "Don't worry, Shin. When you get married, I'll make sure to give you the best items. Look at this beautiful enamel basin, this enamel jar, and this red double happiness thermos. These are all new arrivals at our supply store. If someone else comes in, I won't give them these. These patterned quilt covers are also new. We have ones with peacocks, ones with dragons and phoenixes, and ones with blooming peonies. Choose whichever you like, and I'll get it for you." Shin Chunying picked 2 sets of blooming peonies, 1 peacock design and 1 dragon and phoenix design. Once she had gathered everything, Shin Chunying asked the saleswoman, "Excuse me, I also want to buy 30 pounds of cotton to make a new quilt. Do you have any?" The saleswoman looked troubled. "Shin, we don't have that much cotton left. You know that cotton is a military supply, and our small store has very limited stock. We only have 5 pounds left. Should I give that to you?" Shin Chunying nodded. "Okay, 5 pounds is fine. 5 pounds would be enough for a thin quilt." She could look for more opportunities in the black market later. Or, she could try to find some cotton seeds and grow cotton herself in her space, then find a reason to bring it out after the harvest. But since they were in the south, where cotton wasn't grown, she wasn't sure where to find cotton seeds. While Shin Chunying was pondering this, she heard Zhou Yubai asking, "How much is this bicycle?" "Comrade, are you asking about this 26-style bicycle? Is it for your wife?" The saleswoman continued chatting with Zhou Yubai while winking at Shin Chunying.
Yes.
Zhou Yubai didn't deny it and answered directly. "Comrade, you really came at a good time today. Our bicycles just arrived, and usually we don't have tickets here, so we would have to wait. The Phoenix brand bicycle costs 186 yuan and 40 cents. Do you have a ticket, comrade?" the saleswoman asked with a smile. Zhou Yubai took out the money and ticket and said to Shin Chunying, "Choose a bicycle you like." Shin Chunying felt a bit shy. When Zhou's family gave her the betrothal gifts, they included the money and ticket for 3 bicycles. Now Zhou Yubai was buying her a bicycle again. She tugged at Zhou Yubai's sleeve. "Brother Yubai, let's not buy a bicycle. I don't really need one, and I can't ride." Zhou Yubai glanced at her feet. She had blisters and was limping slightly after walking just a few steps in the supply and marketing cooperative. "I'll teach you," Zhou Yubai said, giving Shin Chunying no reason to refuse. She bit her lip lightly. Fine. She would just give him the money and ticket for the bicycle later. She didn't want to embarrass him. Shin Chunying chose a red Phoenix bicycle. Zhou Yubai helped her carry her purchases to his bicycle and push the new one out. Looking at the 2 bicycles, Shin Chunying felt troubled. She couldn't ride a bicycle, and with all the items, plus herself and the new bicycle, they would all have to fit on Zhou Yubai's bike. How would that work? At that moment, Zhou Yubai quietly organized her purchases on his bicycle, and then he lifted the new bicycle and placed it on the front of his bike. He tilted the bicycle slightly and called out to Shin Chunying, "Get on." Shun Chunying was amazed by the carrying capacity of his bike and snapped back to reality when she heard his voice. "Oh, okay," she quickly replied and climbed onto the bicycle. The more items the bicycle carried, the harder it was to balance. But Zhou Yubai rode steadily. He first took her to the cotton processing place, handed over the 5 pounds of cotton they had bought, and paid 80 cents for the labor. The cotton would be processed into cotton wadding, which would take 3 days. Shun Chunying kept the receipt and agreed to come back in 3 days to pick up the cotton wadding. On the way back, Shun Chunying sat on the back seat, carefully holding onto his sleeve. The soft little hands would occasionally touch his back through the fabric of his shirt as they rode over the bumps on the bicycle. Each gentle touch felt like a feather tickling his heart, making him feel a little flutter inside. He didn't know why, but when he saw a small bump on the road ahead, he could have easily avoided it, yet he inexplicably rode right over it. The bicycle jolted violently, catching Shun Chunying off guard, and she couldn't help but gasp as her body lurched forward due to inertia. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms tightly around Zhou Yubai's slim waist. Through the thin fabric, she could feel the hard muscles of his abdomen, like stone. Without thinking, her fingers slid over his firm muscles a few times. At that moment, she felt his body stiffen suddenly. Time seemed to freeze, and a wave of heat filled the air, making Shun Chunying's face turn bright red. Ahem. Zhou Yubai cleared his throat awkwardly. Shun Chunying quickly withdrew her hand as if it had been burned, stammering,
I'm sorry."
She bit her lip in frustration, her face so red it felt like it might burst. What was she doing? Why couldn't her hands behave? Would Yubai think she was too forward? I should be the one to apologize. Just as she was feeling guilty, Zhou Yubai's deep voice came from the front. "It's my fault for not riding steadily enough." Shun Chunying felt a wave of relief wash over her. Since he said that, it seemed he hadn't noticed her little slip.
It's
okay," she hurriedly replied, no longer daring to hold onto Zhou Yubai's shirt. Instead, she tightly gripped the metal frame of the bicycle seat. Zhou Yubai noticed the absence of her delicate touch and felt a bit regretful. He had been a little too forward and startled her. The bicycle stopped in the Shun family's yard. Zhou Yubai carried the items Shun Chunying had bought into the living room. She wanted to help carry them too, but her blister had burst, and just walking was painful enough. Her little face scrunched up in discomfort. After Zhou Yubai finished moving the items, he turned to see Shun Chunying slowly making her way inside, her face twisted in pain. He couldn't tell if she was in too much pain or feeling a bit faint from the heat, but her face looked a little pale. He quickly stepped in front of her. He raised his hand to touch Shun Chunying's forehead. He found that her forehead was icy cold, and even the sweat was cool. Zhou Yubai couldn't think of anything else and immediately picked Shun Chunying up in his arms. Although Shun Chunying felt a bit dizzy, she was still aware of her surroundings. She was startled and grabbed Zhou Yubai's shirt, saying, "Yubai go." Zhou Yubai furrowed his brow, his strong arms holding her tighter. "Don't move. You have heat stroke." Shun Chunying was still a bit dazed, blinking her big, innocent eyes. Zhou Yubai's heart skipped a beat at the sight.
"Oh."
After a while, she finally responded obediently, settling into Zhou Yubai's embrace. When Zhou Yubai carried her to the village clinic, Shun Chunying was either asleep or unconscious, her eyes tightly shut, but her little face was still scrunched up. "Doctor, how is she?" Zhou Yubai asked nervously. "She has heat stroke, but it's not serious," the village doctor replied, handing Zhou Yubai a bottle of medicine. "Let her drink this and have a good rest. She'll be fine." Zhou Yubai took the medicine and brought it to Shun Chunying's lips. "Shun Chunying, wake up and drink this." Although her awareness was fuzzy, she obediently opened her mouth to take the medicine. But after just a small sip, she opened her eyes, tears welling up, looking at Zhou Yubai with a pitiful expression, bitter. Zhou Yubai, being a rough man, couldn't appreciate these things. One large hand held her ankle, while the other removed her shoe. Once the shoe was off, he was shocked to see her socks covered in dried blood, which had stuck to her skin. This woman had walked from the village to halfway to the city, and her feet were injured like this. During their military missions, they marched over 100 kilometers a day and never got hurt like this. He tried to help her take off her socks, but as soon as he tugged gently, Shin Chunning pulled her foot back in pain and said, "It hurts." Zhou Yubai thought to himself that she really needed more exercise. After they got married, he would have to train her. At the very least, she should be able to run 5 kilometers at once and learn some self-defense techniques. Otherwise, with her delicate appearance, she would be an easy target for bullies when she went out alone. While he was thinking, he borrowed scissors from the clinic and bought hydrogen peroxide, iodine, and bandages. "Comrade, it looks like her foot is quite serious. Do you need my help?" the doctor asked after examining Shin Chunning's foot. "No, I can do it myself," Zhou Yubai quickly refused. He thought that if the doctor treated her and caused her pain, she would end up crying. He carefully used the scissors to cut the parts of the sock that weren't stuck to her skin. Then, he gently poured hydrogen peroxide on the areas where the sock was glued to her skin, loosening the dried blood before carefully using tweezers to remove the sock fragments. After repeating this process for an hour, he finally removed all the pieces stuck to her skin. He disinfected the area with iodine and applied healing powder before carefully wrapping her foot in bandages. Shin Chunning had always been afraid of pain, and even the slightest discomfort felt overwhelming to her. Even though Zhou Yubai was as gentle as possible, she still winced, biting her lip to hold back tears. After he finished bandaging her foot, he looked up to see her biting her lip, tears in her big eyes, looking as if she had been badly bullied. Seeing her delicate state, Zhou Yubai felt a bit helpless but couldn't help softening his voice. "It's all done." Shin Chunning sniffed and said in a muffled voice, "Thank you, Yubai Ge." Earlier, when Shin Chunning was feeling dizzy, he could carry her to the infirmary without hesitation. But now that she was awake, it felt a bit inappropriate to carry her back. Even though they were engaged, in the countryside, people would gossip if a couple, even if married, walked hand in hand. But with Shin Chunning's foot, Zhou Yubai hesitated for a moment, then squatted in front of Shin Chunning without hesitation. "Get on, I'll carry you back." Sen Ning. Her little face turned red instantly. "Yubai Ge, that's not really appropriate. Can you walk on that foot?" Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Yubai's firm voice interrupted her. Shin Chunning looked at her feet, tightly wrapped in bandages, and realized she really couldn't walk. She bit her lip and made up her mind to jump onto Zhou Yubai's back. In that moment, Zhou Yubai was momentarily stunned as he felt the soft weight on his strong back. His heart, which had never faltered even in front of danger, raced unexpectedly. Shin Chunning wrapped her arms around the man's neck, feeling a sense of safety. As they returned from the infirmary, it was lunchtime for the production team. Li Xiaolon was chatting and laughing with a group of young women on their way home. From a distance, someone spotted Zhou Yu by carrying Shin Chunning. "Hey, isn't that Shin Chunning? How shameless, letting a man carry her in broad daylight." Look at Zhou Yubai. He used to have a cold face and seemed fierce, avoiding matchmaking like the plague. "I thought he would be single forever."
But now,
The speaker was Sun Jiazhen, a young woman who had married into Heng village from a neighboring village. It was said that she had once been interested in Zhou Yubai, but was rejected when she tried to propose. Hearing Sun Jiazhen's sour remarks, someone laughed and said, "It's not that he won't marry. He just has high standards. If you looked like Shin Chunning, maybe Zhou Yubai would have married you. And he would have given you a bride price of 500 yuan and a nice wedding gift." For Sun Jiazhen, her past proposal to the Zhou family had become a source of embarrassment. She pretended to be angry and playfully punched Wu Aixia, saying, "Get lost. Who would like him? He always has such a serious face." Wu Aixia laughed and replied, "But he doesn't have a serious face around Shin Chunning. Even in broad daylight, he's carrying her. Has your man ever carried you?" As Wu Aixia spoke, she ran away and Sun Jiazhen chased after her to playfully hit her. Everyone was laughing and joking, and no one took the matter seriously. Only Li Xiaolan stared intently at Zhou Yubai and Shin Chunning's backs, gritting her teeth and spitting. Sly fox. Dad, older brother, younger brother, where are you going? As Zhou Yubai was carrying Shin Chunning to the entrance of the Shin family yard, he saw Shin Qingsong hurriedly coming out with Shin Jingxiu and Shin Zhengliang. The three of them froze for a moment upon seeing Shin Chunning being carried. They quickly became anxious. Ning Ning, what happened to you? Where are you hurt? Seeing her dad and brothers looking worried, Shin Chunning felt a wave of sweet happiness. Dad, older brother, younger brother, I'm fine. I just have a few blisters on my foot. Yubai has already taken me to the clinic. Hearing this, the Shin family men finally relaxed. Zhou Yubai carried Shin Chunning inside the house. After setting her down, he handed the medicine to Shin Qingsong, saying, Uncle Shin, this is Chunning's medicine. She needs to take the medicine tonight, but she won't need it tomorrow. The hydrogen peroxide, iodine, and Yunnan Baiyao are for her foot. Zhou Yubai carefully explained to Shin Qingsong how to treat Shin Chunning's foot injury. He specifically reminded him that the bandage stuck to the skin must be soaked in hydrogen peroxide before it can be removed. It shouldn't be pulled off directly. Shin Chunning tried several times to speak up, wanting to say that she was old enough to handle this small injury herself, but she couldn't get a word in. Okay. Shin Qingsong replied repeatedly, looking at Zhou Yubai with satisfaction. They say that a mother-in-law grows fonder of her son-in-law the more she sees him. Now, Shin Qingsong was also growing fonder of his son-in-law. He had always worried that when he was gone, his three sons would have their own families and no one would take care of Ning Ning, and she would suffer. Now that there was a son-in-law who cared so much for his daughter, he no longer needed to worry if he were to leave this world. Once Zhou Yubai left, Shin Zhengliang looked around the room in surprise and asked, Ning Ning, did you buy all these things yourself? Did you ride that bicycle back from the yard? Ning Ning can ride a bicycle now. She's really amazing. Before Shin Chunning could respond, Shin Jingxiu praised her like he was talking to a child. Feeling a bit shy, Shin Chunning mentioned how she walked to the city, got blisters on her feet halfway, and had to rely on Zhou Yubai for help. The three Shin family members expressed their appreciation for Zhou Yubai once again. Shin Qingsong stood up and said, Eldest, second, you two take good care of your sister at home. I'm going to see Mr. Tan to check on your sister's dowry. I need to hurry him up. Your sister's wedding is coming soon. We need to bring as much as we can to avoid letting the Zhou family underestimate her. With that, Shin Qingsong happily left the house. At that moment, Shin Chunning brought over some fabric from the large pile she had bought and handed it to Lu Jingxiu. Big brother, this is fabric I bought for you, second brother and dad. Please take it to Aunt He to make each of you a new outfit. Aunt He lived next door and was one of the few families in the village with a sewing machine. Usually, if someone needed new clothes, they either made them themselves or asked Aunt He for help. Aunt He charged 10 eggs for making one outfit. The reason Shin Chunning wanted her brother to go to Aunt He was also because, in her dream, Aunt He's daughter, He Hui, ended up being her sister-in-law. He Hui was a good person, a great daughter-in-law, and a wonderful sister-in-law. Everything that happened in the dream was her fault. Thinking about that dream made Shin Chunning's expression dim slightly. Shin Jingxiu took the fabric from Shin Chunning, feeling touched but unable to help but scold her. Ning Ning, I have plenty of clothes. Just buy for dad and second brother. There's no need to waste money on me. Shin Chunning knew her brother would say this, so she pushed him gently and said, Big brother, just go quickly. Do you want me to go with a limp? Shin Jingxiu sighed, All right, I'll go now. At that moment, Shin Zhengliang came out of the kitchen with a bowl of egg custard, carefully blowing on it to cool it down before feeding it to Shin Chunning. Ning Ning, here, eat the egg custard. It's good for you. In the future, if you need anything, just tell second brother, and he'll help you buy it. You have such thin arms and legs. How could you think about walking to the city? If it weren't for running into Zhou Yubai by chance. Shin Chunning listened to her second brother's endless chatter, feeling a warm flow in her heart, but couldn't help but laugh. Second brother, please stop nagging. You're even more talkative than dad. Shin Zhengliang looked at her helplessly but fondly, poking her forehead. You. Shin Chunying then hugged her second brother's arm. Second brother, I want to buy things myself, but I also want you to take me to the free market. She told Shin Jinliang about not getting enough cotton at the supply and marketing cooperative today. Before Shin Jinliang could refuse, she clung to his arm and said sweetly, Second brother, I'm getting married soon. If I can't even buy anything after I get married, even if you buy doesn't say anything, my mother-in-law will be disappointed in me. Hearing this, Shin Jinliang felt a bit sad. His little sister, whom he had raised with care, was about to get married and would belong to another family. He gently touched Shin Chunying's hair. All right, I'll take you to the free market to buy cotton, but you have to promise me you won't go there alone, okay? Don't worry, second brother. I promise to keep my word. Shin Chunying playfully saluted. On the other side, at the Zhou family, Sun Fingjiao finished washing clothes and approached Xia Yue, who was drying vegetables. Wait, did you hear? Today, the third son took that girl from the Shin family to the city. Wow, that bicycle was loaded full, and he even brought back a brand new one. Why is there such a big difference when we are both marrying sons from the Zhou family? Xia Yue glanced at her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, do you feel wronged? If you do, go complain to your mother-in-law. Or argue with your husband and make him buy you a bunch of things, like a bicycle. Last time, because of Shin Chunying's dowry, Sun Fingjiao had stirred trouble with their mother-in-law, and it ended badly for her. Their mother-in-law even threatened to split the family. If that really happened because of her, wouldn't Zhou kill her? Feeling embarrassed by her sister-in-law's response, Sun Fingjiao muttered awkwardly, Hey, I was just saying that, not that I want to go complain. Why are you getting so worked up? Next door, Lin Shulan hurried into Zhou Yubai's courtyard. Third son, I heard you went to the city with that girl from the Shun family to buy things today? Zhou Yubai quickly wrapped the bicycle's back seat with cotton while responding. Today, Shin Chunying sat on his bicycle's back seat, and he heard her gasp several times. It must be uncomfortable for her. Did you pay for the things Shin's daughter bought today? Lin Shulan asked anxiously. Before Zhou Yubai could answer, she continued, Oh, third, even if you like Shin Chunying, you shouldn't spend money like this. We already gave 500 as a betrothal gift and a ticket for 3 rounds and 1 sound. Now you're buying so many things? That bicycle alone must cost over 100.
You.
Lin Shulan grew more agitated, finally sighing deeply. Your partner is spoiled by her family and doesn't know how to manage money. If you both keep spending like this, how will you live in the future? Seeing his mother so distressed, Zhou Yubai calmly replied, Those things are all Ning Ning's own dowry, and she bought the bicycle herself. The Shin family said they would let Ning Ning bring back the betrothal gift, and they will also prepare 200 as emergency money for her. All of that will be used for our little family. Lin Shulan's worried voice suddenly stopped. She looked a bit embarrassed and said, Oh, I see. Ning Ning is growing up. I heard that the things she bought today are useful for your little family, which is great. Then I'll go cook now. You tidy up the bicycle and come eat soon, she said. You need to come too. Your second brother is coming back for lunch, and your father wants to discuss your wedding plans, Lin Shulan reminded as she walked to the door. She had no choice. Her eldest son was great in many ways, but very stubborn. If she didn't mention the wedding plans, he might skip lunch. At noon, lunch at the Zhou family was always prepared by Sun Fingjiao and Xia Yue together. Lin Shulan returned and told them to cook more since Zhou Yubai was coming. They made a big pot of green beans with rice, a large bowl of pumpkin soup, and stir-fried hollow vegetable stems with sour long beans. During the meal, everyone served themselves a bowl of rice and a spoonful of the stir-fried dish, mixed it, and enjoyed their meal. Once everyone had finished their meal, Old Man Zhou spoke up. Today, since the second son is home, let's discuss the third son's wedding. Zhou Jun, the second son, works as a temporary worker at a lumber factory and usually doesn't come home for lunch. He returns late in the evening and often misses dinner. Today is his day off. Dad, whatever you and Mom decide, we will go along with it, said Zhou Jiakong, the eldest son, casually. Yeah, Dad, you and Mom make the arrangements. I have no objections, Zhou Jun added. Old Man Joe took a puff from his pipe and said, "We need to be clear about things among brothers. When you two got married, the family provided 50 yuan as a bride price. For the third son's wedding, he will pay for it himself, giving his bride 500 yuan and a set of traditional gifts. If anyone has concerns, speak up now." As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Fingjiao nudged Zhou Jiakong. Confused, Zhou Jiakong looked at his wife. "Why did you nudge me? Is your hand itchy?" Suddenly, all eyes were on Sun Fingjiao, and she felt her face turn red with embarrassment. She was almost exasperated with this man. Why did she nudge him? Even though the third son was paying for his own bride price, he had just moved out and hadn't officially split from the family. Shouldn't he return the family's money? If it was all family money, why did she receive only 50 yuan as a bride price while the third son got 500 yuan? She didn't dare voice her thoughts, knowing her husband was a bit slow, so she could only smile awkwardly at everyone. "Dad, we have no objections." "Please continue," Zhou Jiakong said. Zhou Jun slightly furrowed his brow, but didn't say anything. Old Man Zhou continued, "For the first and second son's weddings, we held 10 tables, inviting only close relatives and friends, as well as people from our production team. Now for the third son's wedding, we will do the same, treating it equally to the first two." "Third son, what do you think?" Zhou Yubai had a blank expression and asked, "Dad, how do we make a wedding more impressive in our village?" "To make it impressive, we should have 30 tables and invite the whole team."
Okay, let us do 30 tables.
Zhou Yubai's statement surprised the family. "I will cover the costs for the food and meat for the banquet. The family just needs to provide the vegetables." Zhou Yubai calmly spoke under the gaze of his family. This season was when fruits and vegetables grew abundantly, and the family lacked nothing except for vegetables. Although Zhou Yubai was hosting 30 tables, he only asked his family to provide the vegetables, leaving everything else for them to handle, which Zhou's parents had no objections to. However, Zhou Jun paused for a moment and said, "Third brother, this doesn't seem quite right. What's wrong with it?" Zhou Yubai asked, looking at Zhou Jun with calm eyes. Even Xia Yue looked at her husband in confusion. She didn't see anything wrong. Although the third brother's wedding was more extravagant than hers, it was because he could earn money, and since he wasn't asking the family for funds, she had no objections. On the other hand, Sun Fingjiao looked at Zhou Jun with agreement. Under Zhou Yubai's gaze, Zhou Jun felt a bit pressured. He cleared his throat and said, "Third brother, even though you are paying for your wife's dowry, it is already much more than what your sisters-in-law received when they got married. Now, you want to make the wedding even more extravagant. How do you think your sisters-in-law will feel? This could harm our family's unity. To put it another way, since our family hasn't split yet, the money you earn should be managed by our mother. If you hide it and make a show during your wedding, isn't that hurting your sisters-in-law's feelings?" Zhou Jun appeared to be thinking of family harmony. Zhou Yubai's expression gradually darkened. Zhou's parents also began to look displeased. The room fell silent, and one could hear a pin drop. "Fine, if you think it's unfair, then let's split the family now," Zhou Yubai said calmly. The atmosphere in the room became even tenser. Xia Yue felt anxious and quickly nudged her husband. Just a few days ago, Sun Fingjiao had stirred trouble and upset their mother-in-law, and now her husband was being foolish. What good would splitting the family do for them? At this moment, Lin Shulan stood up angrily and slammed the table. "Second brother, you really are something. I always knew you were cunning, but I didn't expect you to calculate against your own brother so carefully." As she spoke, Lin Shulan went into the room to get the abacus. "Since you want to count, let's calculate it properly." The third brother went to the army in 66, and during 67 and 68, he sent home 3 yuan a month, totaling 72 yuan over those 2 years. From 1969 to 1971, the third son was a company commander and sent home 10 yuan each month, totaling 360 yuan over 3 years. From 1972 to 1973, he was the deputy battalion commander, sending 15 yuan home each month, again totaling 360 yuan over 2 years. From 1974 until now, As the battalion commander, he sends 20 yuan home each month, which adds up to 1,080 yuan over 3 years. In these 10 years, the third son has sent a total of 1,872 yuan home, Lin Shulan said while quickly counting on her abacus. Now, let's calculate yours. When the third son came home for a visit 2 years ago, he helped you find a job at the lumber factory. Originally, it was meant for your older brother, but he let you take it. You earned 15 yuan a month at the factory and sent 10 yuan home. Over 28 months, you have sent 280 yuan. Before that, you and the oldest brother worked in the village and earned work points. Both of you could earn full points, but before 1970, times were tough, and the village only distributed grain each year, with no extra money. Starting in 1971, the harvest improved a bit. That year, our family received a total of 86.3 yuan in addition to the grain. We used that to pay off the debts from the previous famine, and by the end of the year, there was no money left. In 1972, we received 125.8 yuan. The oldest brother's family had 3 daughters that year, and the second brother's family had twins. Both families took 3 months off work for postpartum care and needed extra nutrition for the babies, so they borrowed grain to exchange for eggs. By the end of the year, after covering their debts and the famine, only 83.2 yuan remained. In 1973, Lin Shulan was about to continue counting when Zhou Jun felt very uneasy. He quickly grabbed Lin Shulan's hand and said, "Mom, please stop counting. I was wrong, and I won't say such things again." Xia Yui hurried to support her husband, saying, "Mom, the second son just got confused for a moment. Please don't be angry. We don't need to calculate anything. We won't split the family." Lin Shulan stopped counting but gave a stern look to Sun Fingjiao, oldest daughter-in-law. "Do you need me to calculate your family's accounts for you?" She knew her own son well. The oldest was simple-minded, while the second was clever. So when she chose daughters-in-law, she carefully considered it. She paired the oldest son with a clever wife to prevent him from being taken advantage of, and the second son with a simple-minded wife to avoid constant scheming between them. Although she directed her question at the oldest son, her gaze was on the oldest daughter-in-law. Zhou Jiakong quickly waved his hand and said, "Mom, there's no need to calculate. Feng Jiao and I are both earning points in the team, and we have no other income. If we don't split up, I'm just taking advantage of the second and third brothers." Although Sun Fingjiao didn't dare to confront Lin Shulan directly, she was so angry that she pinched Zhou Jiakong's waist hard. He knew that their family had no other income. Initially, the opportunity to work at the lumber factory was meant for him, but he foolishly gave it to the second brother's family. Now, the third brother was a military officer with a high salary. Even the second brother's family could save 5 yuan a month, while they had nothing in the big house. Life was becoming unbearable. Zhou Jiakong yelped as Sun Fingjiao pinched him again. He rubbed the back of his head and looked at his wife in confusion. "Wife, why are you pinching me again?" Sun Fingjiao was so frustrated that she couldn't even feel embarrassed anymore. Lin Shulan looked sternly at Sun Fingjiao and said, "Eldest daughter-in-law, if you have something to say, just say it. No matter how much you pinch the eldest, she won't understand your complicated thoughts." Sun Fingjiao knew that Zhou Yubai had already mentioned splitting up, so their family would eventually have to separate. She needed to fight for some benefits for her family before that happened. Otherwise, life would be impossible. She boldly said, "Mom, I'll be direct. You mentioned earlier that the job opportunity at the lumber factory was originally for our family. Now that the second brother has been working there for almost 3 years and earning a good salary, shouldn't the job be returned to our family, so we can save some money too?" Upon hearing Sun Fingjiao's words, Zhou Jiakong hurriedly pulled her back. "Fingjiao, what are you saying? The job was given to the second brother, so it's his now. How can we take it back?" "Dad, Mom, second brother, don't mind her. The job at the lumber factory belongs to the second brother, so he should do it well." As Zhou Jiakong spoke, he dragged Sun Fingjiao back into the house. Once inside, Sun Fingjiao cried and threw a pillow at Zhou Jiakong. "You're such a good person, giving the job to the second brother's family." It's no wonder our family is poor. Zhou Jiakong sighed, but the second brother is still family, we're brothers. If the second and third brothers are doing well, wouldn't they help me out as the eldest brother? Why should we split things up? Besides, the lumber factory is so far from our home. If I went there, I wouldn't see my daughter all day. I'd miss her so much. Zhou Jiakong said as he picked up his daughter Zhou Xiaolian, who had just returned from playing outside. Oh, my precious daughter. Quickly tell your mother not to be upset. Zhou Xiaolian, who is 4 years old and very sweet, heard her father's words and hurried to wipe away Sun Fingjiao's tears, saying in a soft voice, Mom, don't cry, don't cry. I'll on you, and you won't be angry anymore. As she spoke, she puffed her cheeks and blew gently against Sun Fingjiao's chest. Seeing the father and daughter like this, Sun Fingjiao couldn't stay angry. No matter what, the Zhou family had never treated her differently for having 3 daughters, unlike Xia Yue, who had a son. Zhou Jiakong cherished all 3 daughters as if they were his treasures. Now, with the eldest and second daughters at school, only the youngest daughter was at home. Watching Zhou Jiakong play with their youngest daughter, Sun Fingjiao sighed. Marrying such a carefree and honest man, she wondered if it was good or bad. Well, she thought they could discuss it when the time came to divide the family. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun and Xia Yue had returned to their room. Zhou Jun sat silently on the bed, frowning in thought. Xia Yue nudged him. Zhou Lair, what are you thinking? Saying that to your mother is like walking into a trap. Zhou Jun glared at Xia Yue. What do you know? The third brother is married, and our family will eventually split. If we don't gather more now before the division, when it happens, we'll be left with nothing. His elder brother's family had 3 daughters, and although they didn't have a son yet, they weren't as worried as he was. Daughters could stop studying if needed. As long as they chose wisely when they married, they wouldn't need to invest much. But sons were different. They had to carry on the family name and must be educated, no matter how hard it was. In the future, they would need to marry and build new homes, pay dowries, and all of that costs money. If he didn't plan ahead, they would be in trouble later. Xia Yue quietly protested. I think you don't understand. His third uncle is successful. Once Dezhuang, Jinhua, and Yinhua grow up, if their third uncle helps them, they will be capable, and we won't have to worry about their marriages. But if you fight for this little bit now and offend his third uncle, our kids might struggle, and relying on us alone, we won't earn much. Zhou Jun fell silent, his frown deepening. In the main room, Lin Shulan asked Zhou Yubai, Third brother, are you serious about splitting the family? Yes, Zhou Yubai nodded.
Sigh.
Old man Zhou sighed. As trees grow, branches split. As sons grow, families split. Wife, once the third one gets married, let's divide the family. Lin Shulan, annoyed, snatched old man Zhou's pipe. All you think about is splitting. Look at the eldest son's wife. The second son is doing the work meant for the eldest. Do you think the eldest son's wife will agree to split the family? Old man Zhou glared at his wife for not giving him face in front of their son and took back his pipe. The second son took the job, so when we split, give more to the eldest. If the second son doesn't like it, let him return the job to the eldest. Zhou Yubai quietly listened to his parents argue, then stood up and said, Dad, Mom, I'm going over there first. At this time, in the youth station next to the Zhou family, when Wang Yuming returned from work, she heard villagers talking about how extravagant Shin Chuanqing's dowry was, especially the stylish red bicycle. She felt a surge of jealousy. If it weren't for her special status, it was hard to believe someone like Shin Chuanqing could thrive in this era. She rolled her eyes, thinking she needed to find a way to get the lucky fish jade pendant quickly. In this era, food was the most scarce resource. If she could get the food from Shin Chuanqing's special space, she could trade it for anything in the black market. Chen Ziyun had just been humiliated by Shin Chuanqing with mung bean soup yesterday, and today he heard villagers discussing how glamorous Shin Chuanqing and Zhou Yubai looked together. What annoyed him most was that while praising Zhou Yubai, they also mocked him. By the time he returned to the youth station, he was filled with frustration. Wang Yuming, seeing that the other youths hadn't returned yet, quickly pulled Qin Ziyun into a room. "Brother Yun, listen to me. You should go find Shen Chunqing tonight. She has liked you for a long time. She wouldn't just change her mind. Her high profile now is just to make you jealous. When you see her tonight, pretend to be jealous and angry. Once she gets worried, soften up and comfort her. Then take the chance to get that jade pendant from her." Wang Yiming spoke quickly. Chen Ziyun frowned, looking at her with irritation. "Meng, you've been telling me to get Shen Chunqing's jade pendant. What's so special about it?" He had seen the pendant. It was just a piece of ordinary jade, roughly carved, and didn't seem valuable at all. Wang Yiming's eyes flickered as she said, "Yunge, stop asking so many questions. Trust me, once we have that jade pendant, we will have everything we need. We will never run out of food or money again." Chen Ziyun didn't really believe that an ordinary jade pendant could be as magical as Wang Yiming claimed. However, he did need to find Shen Chunqing to regain his pride as a man. That night, Shen Chunqing was trying to ignore the pain in her foot as she carefully moved to bed. Suddenly, she heard rustling sounds outside her window, followed by small stones tapping against the glass and the call of a cuckoo. Shen Chunqing's delicate face frowned. She recognized the sounds. They were the secret signals she had agreed upon with Qin Ziyun. He had never come to see her before, thinking too highly of himself, so she was surprised he showed up now. Biting her rosy lips, she decided not to meet Qin Ziyun at this moment to avoid trouble. She hobbled to the door and opened it. Shen Jingxiu had just finished showering in the yard and was heading inside when he saw his sister coming out. He quickly rushed over to support her. "Ning, why aren't you sleeping? Is your foot hurting too much? Should I carry you to the clinic?" Shen Chunqing shook her head, biting her lip. She glanced nervously at her room and whispered, "Big brother, I think someone is hiding under my window."
"I'm scared."
Shen Jingxiu's expression turned serious. He helped Shen Chunqing sit in a nearby chair. "Ning, don't be afraid.
I'll check it out right now."
He grabbed a pole and was about to head out when Shen Chunqing called after him. "Big brother, take Ergo with you." Shen Jingxiu thought for a moment. It was better to face any potential danger with two people. He called Shen Jinliang to join him. A short while later, Shen Chunqing heard loud, distressing screams coming from her backyard. "How dare you, Qin Ziyun? You scoundrel! My sister is already engaged, and you still come to bother her. Come with us to the village office." Shen Jingxiu and Shen Jinliang's angry voices echoed. Their shouts quickly attracted the neighbors, who came out to see what was happening. When Shen Jingxiu and Shen Jinliang dragged Qin Ziyun out of the backyard, a crowd had already gathered at the front gate of the Shen family home. "What happened, Shen Laoda? Why is Qin Jiqing at your house?" "He came to bother my sister." Shen Jingxiu replied angrily. There is some ambiguity in what was said. Chen Ziyun took this opportunity to struggle and said, "No, I didn't come to find Shen Chunqing. It was Shen Chunqing who lured me to come see her. She even made an agreement with me that when I arrived, I should throw a stone under her window and call out like a cuckoo 3 times, and then she would come out to meet me." Upon hearing this, everyone began to discuss. That girl from the Shen family used to follow Qin around all the time. Could it be that she still has feelings for him? She's engaged to Zhou but is still flirting with Qin?
Zhou really is
paying such a high betrothal price only to end up with a green hat. TSK. Suddenly, Shen Jingxiu heard these comments and got angry, punching Qin Ziyun in the face. "You're talking nonsense." Shen Jinliang's face darkened, knowing that his brother's actions would only make people doubt his sister's innocence. He said coldly, "Qin Ziyun, you say my sister made an agreement with you? Did she come out to meet you?" Chen Ziyun bit his lip, unable to respond. That girl Shen Chunqing not only didn't come out to see him, but she also sent her 2 brothers after him. As soon as Shen Jinliang and Shen Jingxiu appeared, they took a pole and beat him up. Now, there wasn't a spot on his body that didn't hurt. Shen Jinliang sneered. "What's wrong? Can't say anything now."
"I'll say it for you.
My sister didn't come out to meet you, and because of the noise you made outside, she thought there was a danger and was too scared to return to her room. Qin Ziyun, let me tell you, we won't let what you did to scare my sister go easily." Come on, we're taking you to the village office. With this, everyone understood. If Chun Ziyun really had an agreement with Shin Chunning, she wouldn't have been scared by the noise. I think that girl from the Shin family was too kind to Chin. She raised a thankless person. Exactly. When she brought Zhou Yubai mung bean soup yesterday, she said she only did it because she felt sorry for Chin. Who knew that Chin would be so ungrateful? Not only did he not appreciate her, but he also tried to ruin her reputation.
Ugh.
He calls himself a youth, but he's just a rogue. Our village won't accept such a rogue. Take him to the village office, give him a buzz cut, and send him to the farm for reformation. The villagers marched along with Shin Jingxiu and Shin Jingliang to the village office. As they passed the youth station, the people there came out to watch the commotion. After understanding what happened, everyone at the youth station looked at Qin Ziyun with disdain. Deng Lining, the leader of the youth station, directly said, "Qin Ziyun, how could you do something like this? You're embarrassing our youth station. Comrades, you should take him to the team office. If he needs to be punished, then punish him. We at the youth station will not protect any troublemaker who disrupts the unity of the people." Wang Yuming stood at the back of the crowd, looking at Qin Ziyun with disappointment. This useless person couldn't even handle such a small matter. But something felt off. Qin Ziyun was clearly the main character in the story, and he should have a deep connection with the female lead, Shin Chunying. Why did it seem like she? Wang Yuming frowned. Could it be that her arrival changed the plot? At that moment, Lu Qiaoqing, standing next to Wang Yuming, was so anxious she looked like she might cry. She grabbed Wang Yuming's sleeve, saying, "Yuming, think of a way to save Qin Ziyun. He's not that kind of person. He wouldn't bother Shin Chunying." Before she could finish, Wang Yuming quickly covered her mouth and whispered, "Don't say that. Do you want to be sent for re-education?" Lu Qiaoqing immediately broke into a cold sweat. After the founding of the country, animals were not allowed to become spirits, and mentioning something like a fox spirit was considered superstitious. If her words were reported, she could face serious consequences. By the time Lu Qiaoqing calmed down, Qin Ziyun had already been taken away. She anxiously clutched Wang Yuming's arm. "Yuming, we can't just watch them take Qin Ziyun away." Wang Yuming remained calm. "Don't worry. I heard them say that Qin Ziyun hasn't met Shin Chunying. Since they haven't met, he can't be charged with any crime. He'll just get a reprimand and some ideological education. They won't shave his head or send him to the farm. After all, Qin Ziyun was the main character in this story. He should have some luck on his side." As many people passed by shouting outside, Zhou Yubai naturally heard the noise. An anxious little face, like a frightened rabbit, unconsciously appeared in his mind. She was so timid, and Qin Ziyun was trying to bother her again. How scared must she be? He instinctively walked toward the Shin family's house. Standing outside their gate, he initially wanted to knock and go in, but then he felt it was inappropriate. His visit at this time seemed more like a confrontation. He stood outside for a while, looking at the small figure reflected in the window of the dimly lit room. At that moment, Shin Chunying was just about to check if her brothers were back when she unexpectedly saw the tall figure at the door. Her heart skipped a beat. Yu Bai must have heard about Qin Ziyun and come to find her. Would he misunderstand her relationship with Qin Ziyun? She bit her lip, enduring the pain in her foot, and limped forward to explain to Zhou Yubai. But the blister on her foot hurt too much. As soon as she moved, a sharp pain shot through her, and before she could speak, her eyes turned red, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Zhou Yubai, due to his long training in the army, had better eyesight than most. Seeing Shin Chunying crying again, he couldn't help but frown slightly. This girl always cried when faced with problems. She was too delicate. He felt a bit relieved that he had agreed to marry her. Otherwise, she would have cried even more. He stepped forward and roughly wiped the tears from her face, saying, "Stop crying. He won't dare to bully you again." Shin Chunying blinked her tear-filled eyes, looking at the stern man with a pitiful expression, and said, "My foot hurts, sob sob." Zhou Yubai. He instinctively picked Shin Chunying up and carried her into the house. Caught off guard, her delicate face turned bright red. Her small hands instinctively clutched his shirt tightly as she felt his strong heartbeat. Her face flushed all the way to her neck. Zhou Yubai's expression remained unchanged, but only he knew his heart was racing. After placing Shin Chunning on a chair, he said coldly, "If your foot hurts, don't run around. Stay at home."
Okay.
Shin Chunning pouted, looking at him, and nodded obediently. Zhou Yubai, a tough man, felt his heart soften at the sight of her. Realizing he couldn't stay any longer, he said seriously, "I'll be going now. You stay put." With that, he quickly walked away. After watching him leave, Shin Chunning patiently waited in the main room for her brothers to return. In her dream, Chen Ziyun had exceptionally good luck. Anyone who opposed him would face misfortune, which made her a bit worried about her brothers. Soon, Shun Jingxiu and Shun Zhenliang came back. They were surprised to see their sister still sitting in the main room. "Ning Ning, why are you still awake?" Shun Jingxiu asked in surprise. Shin Chunning looked at her older brothers with her big, watery eyes, feeling a bit wronged. "Big brother, second brother, I was scared.
So I didn't dare to sleep."
Shin Jingxiu gently patted her soft hair. "Don't be afraid, Ning Ning. Big brother and second brother have already sent him to the team office. They recorded his misconduct and will make him undergo a month of ideological education. If he doesn't change his ways and bothers you again, we'll give him a haircut and let him wander the village." Shin Chunning felt relieved and nodded. With her brother's support, she returned to her room. She first checked the crops in her space and used her thoughts to water them with spiritual spring water. The crops visibly grew taller. After leaving the space, she rested peacefully. In the following days, Shin Chunning stayed home to recover. Although she didn't go out, she heard some news that made her very happy. Chen Ziyun had been beaten. According to her second brother, while Chen Ziyun was returning from the team office late at night, he was ambushed, thrown into a sack, and dragged into a sorghum field, where he was knocked out. It was only the next day, when the villagers went to work, that they found him and took him to the clinic. Chen Ziyun thought the Shin family was behind the attack and insisted on finding the culprit, but their father and two brothers had solid alibis as they were helping a carpenter that night. In the end, no one was found responsible, and the matter faded away. During these days, Zhou Yu visited the Shun family every day. He didn't speak to Shin Chunning, just dropped off a bag of milk candies one day and a wild rabbit the next, then left. After 5 days of recovery, the blisters on her feet finally healed. When she stepped outside, she saw the bicycle in the yard. The once beautiful red bicycle was now tightly wrapped in old cloth by her father. Now, most families protect their bicycles after buying them like this. Shin Chunning thought that riding a bicycle was a bit scary because of the risk of falling, but compared to walking into the city and getting blisters on her feet, learning to ride a bike didn't seem so hard. She gritted her teeth and got on the bicycle. With one foot on the pedal and the other on the ground, she pushed off with her grounded foot. Just as she hurriedly tried to lift her other foot onto the pedal, the bicycle slipped away. She instantly lost her balance and let out a sharp scream, instinctively closing her eyes. She braced herself for the pain. But just as she was about to hit the ground, a pair of strong arms lifted her up, and she fell into a safe and warm embrace. Zhou Yubai held the startled girl in one arm while steadying the bicycle with the other. Shin Chunning cautiously opened her eyes and looked up into the man's deep black eyes. His expression was unreadable, and he spoke in a calm voice. "You're quite brave to ride a bicycle by yourself." Shin Chunning's heart raced with anxiety. Did Yubai think she was clumsy? She lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. Zhou Yubai frowned slightly. He had just praised her bravery, but now she wouldn't even look up at him. Did he scare her? Nervously twisting her fingers, Shin Chunning tried to think of something to say to Zhou Yubai. In the next moment, the man's strong arms wrapped tightly around her waist, lifting her and placing her on the bicycle seat. At the same time, his reassuring voice came from behind. "Keep your eyes forward, hold the handlebars straight, and I'll support you. Don't be afraid." With his support, Shin Chunning's anxious heart instantly calmed down. She pedaled forward confidently. The Shin family's yard was small, and Shin Chunning rode around it a couple of times, gradually gaining confidence. She turned to Zhou Yubai, who was helping her steady the bicycle, and said, "Yubai, I want to practice over by the drying area. It's wider there. Is that okay?" Zhou Yubai nodded. Sure. With Zhou Yubai supporting the bicycle, Shen Chunning rode steadily to the drying area. The corn had been harvested and stored in the warehouse over the past few days. There were people working in the drying area, and many others were in the surrounding fields. In Tsihong village, they use a method of intercropping corn and sweet potatoes. After harvesting the corn, they cut down the stalks, revealing the sweet potato vines underneath. To ensure a good harvest of sweet potatoes, they knead to the sweet potato field and feed the extra vines to the pigs, so the vines don't absorb all the nutrients and stunt the growth of the sweet potatoes. This light work of cutting the vines is usually done by the women. When Shin Chunning rode her bicycle over, Zhou Yubai carefully followed behind her. One of the women commented enviously, "Oh, Chunning, you're riding your bike out? Let me tell you, no matter how well a woman works, it's not as good as marrying well. We work hard every day but don't enjoy a good life." Chunning found a good man. They just got engaged, and she got 500 yuan in bride price and a bicycle. Which girl in our village has this kind of luck? Shin Chunning didn't usually interact much with these people, but that didn't mean she was easy to bully. She got off her bicycle, smiling at the woman. "Aunt Wang, I know you envy me, but you don't need to." After sizing up Aunt Wang, who was short, dark, and plump with freckles on her face, Shin Chunning continued, "After all, you look." Aunt Wang felt that Shin Chunning's gaze was a huge insult. She became flustered. "Shin Chunning, you." Before she could finish her harsh words, the other women burst into laughter. "Wang Guiying, don't be upset. Chunning is right. With your looks and figure, it's already lucky your man wants you, and you still want to compare with Chunning? Look at Chunning's lovely face. It's so fresh and inviting. Even I feel drawn to her. Now look at you." Wang Guiying felt a bit dissatisfied and muttered, "Who wasn't a flower in their youth?" While Wang Guiying was just being a bit sour, on the other side, Li Xiaolon couldn't help but glare at Shin Chunning. Hearing the others, she scoffed quietly. "Humph, just because she has a bit of looks, she thinks she can flirt with all the men." She didn't dare to say it loudly. Everyone else was focused on Zhou Yubai and Shin Chunning, so no one noticed her or heard her words. After practicing riding her bicycle all afternoon in the sun, Shin Chunning's face was flushed and looked like a tempting red apple. On the way back, she didn't ride her bicycle but pushed it while Zhou Yubai walked beside her. Just now, Zhou Yubai let her ride by herself for a lap, and she can already ride on her own. Thinking back to that feeling, she still feels a bit excited. "Yubai, I can ride now. You don't have to accompany me tomorrow. I'll practice a bit more, and in a few days I should be able to ride to the city by myself." When Zhou Yubai heard this, he slightly furrowed his brows. Did she really not want to be with him? After Shin Chunning finished speaking, the man beside her didn't respond at all. She cautiously glanced at his serious face and noticed he looked even more stern than usual. Her excitement was instantly dampened, and she felt too anxious to speak again. The two returned to the Shin family home in silence. Shin's father and her two brothers had not returned yet. Standing at the gate, Shin Chunning took another careful look at the man, only to find his expression still tense. She quickly waved at him, saying, "Yubai, goodbye," and then hurriedly pushed her bicycle into the yard. Zhou Yubai watched her escape and furrowed his brows even tighter. Just then, Shen Zhengliang came back. Seeing Zhou Yubai standing at their door, he instinctively felt displeased. "Zhou Yubai, why are you here again? Didn't I tell you that even though you're engaged to my sister, it's not appropriate to meet before the wedding?" When the Zhou family came to propose, they were indeed happy. After all, Zhou Yubai was much better than that young man Shenzian. But now, whether it was Shen Zhengliang or his brothers Shin Jingxiu and Shin Qingsong, they found Zhou Yubai increasingly annoying. Especially since this man always had a cold expression. Thinking about their beloved sister being with someone so intimidating made them all uncomfortable. Zhou Yubai softened his expression and politely said to Shin Zhengliang, "Second brother, this afternoon I taught Ningning how to ride a bicycle. She hasn't exercised much before. Riding for so long might make her legs sore tonight. Please tell her to warm them up later to ease the pain. Hearing that this man spent the whole afternoon with his lovely sister made Shin Jin-liang even angrier. Alright, I got it. Just leave. Don't come back until the wedding.
He found him irritating.
Zhou Yubai showed no change in his expression and continued politely, then I'll head back now. As Shin Jin-liang watched Zhou Yubai's upright figure leave, he sighed. Just as he entered his yard, he saw his sister peeking out to look for him. He reached out and pressed his hand against Shin Chun-ning's forehead, pushing her into the yard. Don't look. What's so interesting? You'll be seeing it for decades. Shin Chun-ning tilted her head to look at Shin Jin-liang's serious face. Her bright eyes blinked. Second brother, am I reluctant to get married? Shin Jin-liang glared at her and said, Nonsense. When a man grows up, he should marry, and when a woman grows up, she should marry too. You're at the age to get married, so you should do it. Who would be reluctant to let you go? Shin Chun-ning smiled at him, her voice playful. Second brother, since I should get married, shouldn't you, big brother and third brother also be looking for wives? When can I celebrate your weddings? Shin Jin-liang's expression froze for a moment. He gently tapped her forehead. You little girl, worrying about your brother's marriages. Hurry up and prepare your own dowry and get married. Looking at her second brother's expression, Shin Chun-ning sensed he might have some thoughts about his own marriage. But in her dream, neither he nor the third brother got married, so she playfully nudged Shin Jin-liang with her elbow. Second brother, do you have a girl you like? Tell me, and I'll find someone to propose for you. Shin Jin-liang looked at her helplessly. Don't pry into your brother's matters. Shin Chun-ning's expression turned serious. Second brother, is it because our family has no money that you haven't proposed to the girl you like? As soon as she said this, Shin Jin-liang looked at her helplessly and replied, Yes, yes, yes. You see, you want to eat well and wear good clothes and all the money in the family is spent on you. How can there be extra money? Before he finished speaking, he noticed Shin Chun-ning's eyes were slightly red. He immediately panicked and hurried to explain, Ning, don't be upset. I was just joking earlier. I didn't mean to say you were a burden. Second brother. Shin Chun-ning hugged the flustered Shin Jin-liang tightly. Second brother, I'm sorry. In the past, I was thoughtless and caused trouble for Dad and for you all. In fact, their family had 3 strong workers, and the third brother even sent money home every month. If it weren't for supporting her, who did nothing and needed good food and clothes, their family could live quite well. The marriages of the older brothers shouldn't have been delayed until now. The eldest brother is the same age as Zhou Yubai, and he is already 28 but hasn't proposed yet. It's not because he is unsuitable, but because she is not good enough and has burdened the family's finances. If other families had so many strong workers, they would have more than enough food and money each year, but their family struggles to buy quality grains, good fabric, and the latest shoes. Instead of saving money, they face hunger every year. Shin Jin-liang looked at Shin Chun-ching, whose eyes were red with guilt, and his heart softened. Over the years, he had often felt unhappy about their father's insistence on pampering his sister, but every time he saw his delicate sister, he couldn't stay angry. If she called him second brother in her sweet voice, he felt that such a beautiful sister deserved to be spoiled, not to work like the rest of them. Shin Jin-liang gently ruffled Shin Chun-ching's soft hair and lightly touched her slightly red nose, saying, All right, you're going to be someone else's bride soon, so stop crying. It would be embarrassing if others saw you. Shin Chun-ching smiled through her tears and shook his arm, playfully saying, Second brother, will you take me to buy cotton tomorrow? Shin Jin-liang understood that she meant the black market. He had already promised her this, but it had been delayed because her foot wasn't healed yet. He looked at her with a mix of helplessness and affection and said, Okay, I'll go with you to buy cotton. That evening, Shin Chun-ching volunteered to cook. Shin Jin-liang was hesitant, but thought about how she would soon be married. If she couldn't manage things in her new home, she would surely be looked down upon. So, he didn't argue with her. It was midsummer, and vegetables were plentiful. The Shin family's yard had a small vegetable garden. The garden was full of peppers, eggplants, and tomatoes, and the long beans were growing exceptionally well, while the water spinach thrived. Shun Chunching made a thick corn porridge and picked the leaves from the water spinach, leaving only the stems, which she chopped up and stir-fried with minced meat and chopped sour long beans. She also made a minced meat eggplant dish and a sugar-tossed tomato salad. Shin Jimliang helped her start the fire in the stove before going to feed the chickens and ducks. Each household could raise a few chickens and ducks, with 1 chicken and 1 duck for each person. There are 5 people in their family, but since the third brother's food supply has gone to the army, only 4 are counted for the household. They can only raise 4 chickens and 4 ducks. When Shun Zhenliang fed the chickens and ducks, he smelled something delicious coming from the kitchen. As he entered, he saw that the minced eggplant made by Shun Chunying had just finished cooking. Looking at the bowl of eggplant with a generous amount of minced meat, Shun Zhenliang couldn't help but swallow. At the same time, he felt a bit of pain for the meat. His sister really didn't understand how expensive food was. Who cooks with so much oil and meat? Even the wealthiest families wouldn't eat like this. Shun Chunying didn't know what her second brother was thinking. With a smile, she picked up a piece of eggplant and said, "Second brother, can you try my eggplant and see if it has enough salt?" Shun Jinliang held back his concern for the oil and ate the eggplant she offered him. The eggplant was soft and soaked up the rich flavors, melting in his mouth, and the taste was so good it made him want more. Despite his worries about the oil, he couldn't help but give Shin Chunying a thumbs up, saying, "Delicious. I've never had such good food before." Shin Chunying laughed and said, "Second brother, can you bring the dishes to the table? I'll go find Dad and the eldest brother for lunch." Just as she stepped out, Shun Qingsong and Shun Jingxu returned. "Dad, big brother, you came back just in time for lunch." "Great, great." Shin Qingsong replied quickly, his eyes filled with pride and joy as he looked at his daughter. She was so wonderful, pretty, sensible, and capable. When they saw the 4 dishes on the table and the fragrant thick rice porridge, their eyes widened in surprise. They couldn't help but feel a bit concerned. Out of the 4 dishes, 2 were meat dishes, and although the tiger skin green peppers didn't have meat, they looked oily, suggesting a lot of oil was used. The cold tomato salad had no oil or meat, but was covered in a thick layer of sugar. In a regular day, who would dare to eat like this? Seeing her dad and 2 brothers staring at the food without moving their chopsticks, Shin Chunying quickly took 3 large bowls and served each of them a big bowl of porridge, adding some minced meat and green beans to their bowls. "Dad, big brother, second brother, try this. The minced meat with green beans is sour and spicy, perfect with the porridge." Shun Qingsong snapped back to reality and urged his 2 sons, eldest, second, "Eat up. Don't waste your sister's cooking." As soon as the food entered their mouths, the delicious aroma filled them, leaving the father and 2 sons with no time to talk. Seeing that her dad and older brothers were only eating from their own bowls and hesitating to take more food, Shin Chunning decided to use her spoon to serve them some dishes. They had to eat, whether they wanted to or not. After the table was cleared in no time, Shin Jingxiu asked Shin Chunning, "Ning Ning, I remember we don't have any meat left, and the oil is almost gone. What's up with today's meal?" Since the day Aunt Zhou came to propose, her sister had been cooking for them often. Every meal had more rice and less grain, and there were always meat dishes. Where did all this rice and meat come from? Shin Chunning's heart skipped a beat. All the rice and meat were actually taken from her storage space. There were about 1,000 pounds of rice left in her storage, and the meat was what the previous owner had left behind, but it was now gone. She was just thinking of going to the black market with her second brother to get more meat when her older brother discovered her secret. However, she quickly thought of an excuse. This rice and meat were sent over by Brother Yu Bai today. Recently, Zhou Yu Bai had been bringing things to their house almost every day, so it wasn't a big deal for him to send over some rice and meat. But Shun Qingsong and his sons frowned. Shin Chunning knew what they were thinking and quickly said, "Dad, big brother, don't worry. I won't take Brother Yu Bai's things for free. I'll go to the city with my second brother tomorrow and buy something for him in return." She had already decided to buy Zhou Yu Bai a watch to repay him for the bicycle he had bought her. Hearing this, Shun Qingsong looked pleased. Our Ning Ning has really grown up. After entering her room, Shun Chun Ning went back into her storage space, where the crops had grown significantly taller. Estimating the growth rate, she figured they would be ready for harvest in about a month. When she first entered the space, she thought the land for planting was vast, but after getting familiar with it, she realized it was only about half an acre, yielding around 1,000 pounds at a time. Although it wasn't much, producing so much food from such a small area was already impressive. The next day, Shin Chun-ning woke up early. She originally planned to make breakfast for her dad and brothers, but to her surprise, her older brother was already up and had prepared breakfast. A big pot of sweet potato and corn porridge sat there, without a single grain of rice in sight. Shin Chun-ning knew this was the usual breakfast for her dad and brothers, so she picked up a bowl to serve herself some. Shin Jung-soo quickly stopped her, saying, "Little sister, you should eat this." He then pushed a bowl of goat milk, a steamed bun, and a boiled egg toward her. Shin Chun-ning glanced at it, but continued to scoop the corn and sweet potato porridge. She tilted her head back and took a sip. Shin Jung-soo grew anxious. "Little sister, don't eat that, it doesn't taste good." "Big brother, whatever you eat, I will eat too." Shin Chun-ning calmly set down her bowl. The corn and sweet potato porridge really wasn't tasty. The corn was coarsely ground, making it gritty, and the sweet potatoes were not fresh. They were dried slices from last year. Some of the dried sweet potatoes were spoiled, making them bitter when eaten. Shin Jung-soo felt a mix of emotions. He knew his little sister was a bit spoiled, but also strong-willed. Once she made up her mind, she wouldn't easily change it. He could only say, "All right, little sister, I won't make you breakfast alone anymore. But today you have to eat the milk and bun, otherwise it will go to waste." Shin Chun-ning blinked her big, bright eyes, took the bowl of goat milk, poured it into the sweet potato corn porridge, and crumbled the bun and egg into it, smiling as she said, "Let's eat together as a family." Seeing her smile, Shin Jung-soo felt that such a wonderful sister deserved all the pampering. After breakfast, Shin father and Shin Jung-soo went to work. Shin Jung-liang took a day off and went to the city with Shin Chun-ning. Shin Chun-ning had practiced riding a bike for half a day yesterday. Although she could ride it, she definitely couldn't carry anyone. So, Shin Jung-liang rode the bike while she sat on the back seat. Shin Jung-liang didn't go empty-handed. He carried a basket covered tightly with old cloth. Inside the basket were dried mushrooms they had collected in the mountains and rabbit skins they had prepared. The most valuable items were 2 pieces of Ganoderma and a wild ginseng root they had found earlier. They had originally found 2 wild ginseng roots, but one had already been given to Shin Chun-ning. Feeling a bit excited about her first trip to the black market, Shin Chun-ning sat behind as Shin Jung-liang rode the bike, stopping outside a regular house. In the yard, an elderly man around 60 was skillfully weaving a basket from thin strips of bamboo under a pear tree. Shin Jung-liang approached confidently. "Grandpa Lee, is Brother Chen not home today? I saw his door closed." Grandpa Lee glanced at Shin Chun-ning. "Are you bringing this young lady to find Brother Chen?" Shin Chun-ning had already followed Shin Jung-liang's advice, using ash to darken her face and wearing a simple blue headscarf, looking like a thin rural woman. Shin Jung-liang smiled. "Grandpa Lee, this is my sister." As he spoke, he slipped 2 dimes into Grandpa Lee's hand. Grandpa Lee then said, "Brother Chen is at the 3rd house on the east side of our village, chatting by the osmanthus tree." "Thank you, Grandpa Lee," Shin Jung-liang politely replied, leading Shin Chun-ning toward the east side of the village. On the way, Shin Jung-liang explained the black market situation. Right now, there is a crackdown and the black market locations often change, so one needs to find a contact person and use a code to get the current address. The man making baskets earlier, Grandpa Lee, was the contact person for the black market. Brother Chen, he mentioned, is the leader of this area's black market. As they neared the black market, Shin Jung-liang's expression became more serious. "Ning Ning, once we enter the black market, don't speak. If you want to buy something, quietly tell your second brother. I'll help you buy it." Shin Chun-ning nodded obediently. Upon entering the small courtyard of the black market, Shin Chun-ning realized it was nothing like the market she had imagined. The courtyard was lively, with many people selling and buying, but there was no sound. Everyone communicated using simple sign language. No wonder she hadn't heard any noise outside. She thought her brother had gone to the wrong place. Shen Zhenliang first went to the cotton stall and, after bargaining, bought 20 pounds for $1.80. The cotton at the supply and marketing cooperative costs $1.20 per pound, but it requires a ticket, while here, no ticket is needed. Shin Chunying had planned to sell grain at the black market. However, after looking around, she didn't see anyone selling grain. She lowered her voice and asked Shin Jingliang, second brother, why isn't anyone selling grain in the free market? There's no meat or eggs either. Didn't they say the free market has everything? Although Shen Jingliang didn't understand why his sister was concerned, he patiently replied, grain, meat, and eggs are valuable in the market. The market leader worries that selling them openly might lead to chaos. So, the supplies in this category are directly purchased by the person in charge, and those who want to buy them can get them from that person. Shen Chunning nodded. Second brother, can you take me to meet the person in charge? I want to buy some meat and eggs for you by Ge. Shen Zhengliang, hearing that his sister wanted to buy things for Zhou Yu Bai, immediately took her to meet the black market leader without hesitation. The wild ginseng and reishi mushrooms he brought were also meant to be sold to the black market leader. Although wild ginseng and reishi mushrooms are valuable, ordinary people cannot afford them and wouldn't waste money on them. Only the black market leader has the sales channels, so whenever the Shin family finds these precious items, Shen Jingliang directly brings them to the leader for purchase. Once inside, they didn't have to be as quiet as they were outside in the yard. The black market leader, Chen Tao, is a rugged man in his 40s. When Shen Zhenliang and Shen Chunning entered, he was talking to another person carrying a basket. After finishing his conversation, another person led the basket carrier to the back of the room. Shen Chunning guessed they were going to weigh something. At that moment, Chen Tao approached Shen Zhenliang, saying, Comrade, it's been a while since you last came. What good stuff do you have for me this time? Shen Zhenliang took out the 2 large reishi mushrooms and wild ginseng for Chen Tao to see. Chen Tao's eyes lit up upon seeing them. Great. I'll take these reishi mushrooms and wild ginseng. What's your price? Shen Zhenliang initially asked for 180 yuan, but Chen Tao negotiated it down to 150 yuan. These items are rare and life-saving, and if sold normally, they would cost much more. However, in this era, there is only this one selling channel, and as long as the price isn't too unreasonable, they have to sell. After selling the reishi mushrooms and wild ginseng, Shen Zhenliang mentioned that his sister wanted to buy meat and eggs. Chen Tao glanced at Shen Chunning and then called someone to take her to the back to buy things. Shen Zhenliang felt uneasy and wanted to go with her. Shen Chunning said helplessly, Brother, don't you have things to discuss with Brother Chen? I can go by myself. Don't worry, I'm old enough to handle buying a few things. Chen Tao added with a smile, Comrade, this isn't our first collaboration. You can trust the safety here, right? Shen Zhenliang thought for a moment. Although the black market is hidden, it is absolutely safe. He then reminded Shin Chunning to come find him if she needed anything and let her go with ease. When Shin Chunning was taken to the inner room, she discovered that this small courtyard had more to offer. In the inner room, there was a large wooden board used as a table, on which lay 2 freshly killed pigs, each weighing over 160 pounds. Such pigs are considered top quality when completing tasks. The black market manager's ability to acquire such pigs on a regular day shows his skill. Shin Chunning bought 20 pounds of pork, a mix of lean and fatty, and also purchased 50 eggs. Carrying these items on her back not only hurt her shoulder, but also nearly bent her over. Once she left the room and went unnoticed, she quickly transferred 18 pounds of pork and 30 eggs into her storage space. She sighed in relief, feeling lighter. Shin Zhenliang was discussing meet arrangements with Chen Tao. Although Shin Chunning's wedding was organized by the Zhou family, her father insisted that they should also hold a celebration for their daughter to avoid losing face. Shen Zhenliang originally intended to use this money to pay off debts. Last year, when young people came to the village for work, Shen Chunning unexpectedly took a liking to Chen Ziyun. At that time, she felt embarrassed about their rundown house, unable to hold her head high in front of Chen Ziyun, and cried at home every day. Her father, feeling sorry for her, decided to build a proper house despite having no money. He borrowed 50 yuan from various sources in the village and another 50 from his aunt in the city and 80 from his uncle who had moved to the city, managing to build the house. His feelings toward his sister, whom he had spoiled since childhood, began to change because of this situation. Later, when they found the Ganoderma and wild ginseng, he thought selling them would help pay off the family's debts. Though it wouldn't cover everything, it would significantly reduce the amount owed. However, if he had to set aside some money for Ning Ning's wedding, the remaining debt would increase. If Shin Chun Ning continued to ignore the family situation and only focused on her own desires, he would refuse to agree to the wedding no matter what. But now that his sister was so sensible, he couldn't bear the thought of her getting married without a proper celebration, being looked down upon by her in-laws. Chen Tao heard that Shin Jimliang was going to buy meat for a wedding banquet, so he said straightforwardly, "All right, I'll set some aside for you. Just come and pick it up. I'll even give you a discount of 1 dime per pound as a gift for your sister." Shin Jimliang quickly thanked him. Chen Tao cheerfully replied, "No need to thank me. Just make sure to send any good stuff you find my way in the future." Many of the older leaders are now in need of precious herbs like Ganoderma and ginseng for health. Unfortunately, these items are rare and hard to find. After working in the black market for many years, Shen Jimliang was only the 3rd person to sell him Ganoderma and wild ginseng. The first time, Shen Jimliang sold 1 wild ginseng root. The second time, he brought 2 wild ginseng roots and 1 Ganoderma. And this time, he had 2 Ganoderma and 1 wild ginseng root, all of excellent quality. As soon as Chen Tao finished speaking, Shin Jimliang saw Shin Chunying coming out from the back room. He quickly went over to take the basket off her back. Noticing a red mark on her shoulder, he felt a pang of sympathy. "Ning Ning, why didn't you call for your brother to help carry that?" Shin Chunying smiled and said, "Brother, when I get married, I'll have to do my own chores at home. I can't keep asking you for help, can I?" Shin Jimliang frowned. "If Zhou Yubai makes you do heavy work, I'll teach him a lesson." Shin Chunying was about to say she didn't want her brother to fight with her husband, but before she could speak, someone hurriedly entered, showing something to Chen Tao. Chen Tao glanced at it without hiding from the siblings and took out a batch of 5 brand-new Shanghai watches, all for men. This was a big deal. Shin Jimliang quickly pulled Shin Chunying away. Once outside, Shin Chunying stopped him. "Wait a moment, brother." Shin Jimliang looked at her in confusion. Shin Chunying, feeling a bit shy, said quietly, "I want to buy a watch for you, Bai. He gave me a bicycle, and She had mentioned this last night, and he thought she was just being polite. He didn't expect. His sister had really grown up and become more thoughtful. In the past, she would take whatever others gave her for granted, except when it came to Chinziyun. Now, she wouldn't just give anything to Chinziyun. She would reciprocate kindness and remember to give back something of equal value when someone gave her a gift. He readily agreed, saying, "All right, I'll wait here with you, and later I'll go in with you to buy it." Soon, the person who had taken the watch inside came out looking very pleased. Shin Jimliang and Shin Chunying went in, and Chen Tao learned they were there to buy a watch. He immediately brought out the 5 watches that the previous person had brought for Shin Chunying to choose from. "Hey, look at these watches. They are all Shanghai brand new, not only useful but also good-looking." In the end, Shin Chunying chose a watch with a blue dial and a metal strap and asked Chen Tao, "Brother Chen, how much is this watch?" Chen Tao replied cheerfully, "This type of watch sells for over 190 at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Since I know your brother well, I won't ask for a ticket. I'll sell it to you for 210, how about that?" When Shin Chunying visited the Supply and Marketing Cooperative last time, she wanted to buy a watch for Zhou Yubai. But at that time, there were no watches in stock, so she only asked for the price and asked the lady there to keep an eye out for her. The price at the cooperative was indeed the same as what Chen Tao said. Selling it for 210 without needing a ticket was a fair deal. Shin Chunying didn't hesitate and bought it right away. Chen Tao even found her an original box to pack it nicely. After thanking Chen Tao, Shin Chunying packed the watch and left the room with Shin Jimliang. However, as soon as they stepped outside, they saw a familiar figure in the yard. Shin Chunying's heart skipped a beat. Why was Yubai here? He was a soldier. He wouldn't be here to carry out a mission to catch black market dealers. Would he? What if she and her brother got caught? She grabbed Shin Jinliang's wrist, saying, "Brother, we need to leave quickly." Shin Jinliang hadn't seen Zhou Yubai yet and was a bit confused. But Zhou Yubai quickly spotted the frightened little rabbit trying to escape. He blocked her path, asking, "What are you doing here?" Shin Chunying's face turned pale as she looked at Zhou Yubai's expressionless face, momentarily at a loss for words on how to explain. Shin Jinliang also looked startled for a moment. Given Zhou Yubai's identity, if he was here to catch someone, they wouldn't be able to escape. But he quickly calmed down, saying, "Yubai, Ningning is here with me. Let her go first. I'll take all the responsibility." Hearing her brother's words, Shin Chunying's eyes turned red, and tears welled up. "Yubai, are you here to catch someone?" Zhou Yubai looked at the little white rabbit, who was clearly scared but trying to act calm, and sighed helplessly. "I'm here to buy something too. I looked around, but there's nothing I want. Let's go back together." Hearing this, Shin Jinliang and Shin Chunying exchanged glances, and both sighed in relief. Shin Chunying smiled through her tears. "Okay, let's go back together." The three of them quietly left the small farmhouse and went to the neighboring yard to get their bicycles. Shin Chunying naturally moved to get on the back seat of Shin Jinliang's bike. Ahem. But just as she was about to sit down, Zhou Yubai cleared his throat. She instinctively looked at Zhou Yubai, her gaze meeting his deep eyes. "Come here," Zhou Yubai beckoned her. Without thinking much, she felt drawn by his presence and walked over. Zhou Yubai patted the back seat of his bike. "Get on." "Okay." Shin Chunying replied obediently and was about to climb onto the bike. Shin Jinliang frowned slightly and grabbed her wrist. "Ning Ning, ride with me. You're not married to him yet. It's not right for you to ride on his bike." Zhou Yubai remained expressionless and said calmly, "We are already engaged, and we will officially marry in a few days. It's reasonable for us to share a bike during our courtship." "No way." Shin Jinliang insisted firmly. "I'm her brother, and if I say she can't ride with you, then she can't." The two men locked eyes, tension filling the air. Shin Chunying. She looked at Zhou Yubai and then at her brother. She obediently returned to her brother's side. "Brother, what you said makes sense. We're not married yet, so I'll ride with you." Zhou Yubai's expression darkened as he glanced at the bike Shin Jinliang was holding and then spoke directly to him. "Look at your bike. The back seat is just a metal frame. Don't you know how bumpy the ride back will be?" Shin Jinliang examined his bike and then looked at Zhou Yubai's bike. Zhou Yubai's back seat was well padded and looked soft and comfortable. Remembering how his sister had gasped a few times due to the bumps on the way here, he frowned and sighed. "Ning Ning, you should ride on his bike." "Okay," Shin Chunying said sweetly and climbed onto Zhou Yubai's bike. Zhou Yubai felt the two small hands carefully gripping his shirt hem, and a smile appeared on his lips that he had never shown before. They traveled in silence. When they reached the Shun family's home, Shin Chunying got out of the car, and Zhou Yubai hopped on his bicycle to leave. "Yubai go, wait a moment." Shin Chunying quickly called out to him. Then she took out the watch she had bought today. "Yubai go, this is the watch I got for you.
Try it on."
Zhou Yubai looked at the small woman's flushed face and suddenly felt a sweet sensation he had never experienced before. So, this timid little woman went to such a dangerous place today just to buy him this watch? "Put your hand out, and I'll put it on for you," Shin Chunying said, her heart racing like a little rabbit.
"Okay."
The man's deep voice came from above. In the next moment, a large, bronze-colored hand reached out to her. Blushing, she helped him put on the watch. Her delicate fingers brushed against the rough skin of his wrist. Zhou Yubai felt as if a feather was gently tickling his heart, making it tingle. His long fingers looked strong, and with the watch on, they appeared even more elegant and fitting. She looked up, nervously blinking at him. "Yubai go, do you like it?" "It's nice," Zhou Yubai replied, glancing at the watch. "I'll head back now." After saying that, he rode away on his bicycle. Shin Chunying sighed in relief as she watched him leave, feeling satisfied that he thought it was nice. Zhou Yubai had been tense in front of Shin Chunying, but on the way back, he couldn't hold back a smile, his eyes catching the watch on his wrist shining blue in the sunlight. The smile on his lips made him look silly. As he rode past the Zhou family's house, he ran into Lin Shulan, who was about to go out. Seeing her usually serious son smiling like a fool shocked her. She reached out to touch Zhou Yubai's forehead, nervously asking, "Air-san, are you okay?" Zhou Yubai realized his expression was too cheerful and quickly adjusted his face, saying sternly, "I'm fine." Lin Shulan sighed in relief. At that moment, she noticed the watch on her son's wrist. "Air-san, did you buy a new watch in the city again?" Zhou Yubai glanced at the watch on his wrist with a serious face. "No, this is a gift from Shin Chunying." As he spoke, a smile crept onto his lips. "Mom, I'm heading back now." With that, he hopped on his bicycle and turned into a small yard. Lin Shulan watched her tall son's figure and couldn't help but laugh. No wonder he looks so happy. It turns out his wife bought him a watch. After understanding the situation, Lin Shulan felt even more pleased with Shin Chunying, her future daughter-in-law. Previously, she had only heard villagers say that Shin Chunying was lazy and spoiled, without the qualities of a true princess. To her surprise, Shin Chunying was quite capable, not only cooking delicious meals but also being considerate. When the third son bought her a bicycle, she immediately bought him a watch in return. Judging by the style and craftsmanship of the watch, it likely cost as much as the bicycle he bought her. The news that Shin Chunying had bought Zhou Yubai the latest Shanghai watch quickly spread through the village, thanks to Lin Shulan. When this news reached Chen Ziyun, he was so angry he felt like he could bite his teeth in frustration. If it had been before, that watch would have certainly been for him. How could he not be furious about losing a new Shanghai watch? As he was thinking, he caught a whiff of delicious food from outside, and his stomach growled. The food at the youth station was already scarce, and lately, because of Shin Chunying's situation, the people there looked down on him and treated him poorly. During meal distribution, they even cut back on his portions. In the past, he could at least eat enough to feel satisfied, but now he barely got a third of a meal. He was constantly hungry. No matter if Shin Chunying was playing hard to get or had truly changed her heart, he needed to find a way to see her. Only by winning her back and having her support him could he have a better life in this desolate countryside. With only 5 days until the wedding, Shin Chunying sat in her room, worried as she looked at the money spread out on the bed. She used to be able to stretch a little money into more, but despite her father and brother giving her their earnings, she hadn't saved a single cent. Now, she only had the 500 yuan bride price from the Zhou family. She had already spent 36 yuan and 84 cents on cotton, a thermos and bedding from the supply store, and 246 yuan on cotton and a watch from the free market. She had already spent a total of $282.84, leaving her with $217.16. She had previously agreed to keep half of the dowry money at home, but now it was not enough. Shin Chunying thought for a moment. It seemed she had to go to the free market herself. Fortunately, she had been practicing riding her bike lately, so she should be fine riding there. The next day, Shin Chunying arranged to meet Zhou Yubai at the photo studio in the city to take wedding photos and get their marriage certificate. She left early, planning to take this opportunity to visit the black market first. She needed to sell some of the food from her space to make up for her expenses. She quickly found Grandpa Li, who made baskets and gave him a dime, just like her brother did last time. Grandpa Li then pointed her to another courtyard. She realized that the location of the free market was not fixed. It changed frequently. Once she entered the free market, she didn't linger in the courtyard but went straight to find Chen Tao. "Hey, why are you here alone? What do you want this time? Just tell me, and I can get it for you," Chen Tao said confidently. This was Shin Chunying's first time coming to such a place alone, and she felt a bit nervous. But she knew that the more nervous she was, the less she could show it. Gathering her courage, she calmly said, "Chen Ge, I'm not here to buy anything. I want to sell something. Do you think you can accept it?" Chen Tao laughed heartily. "You underestimate me. What do you have that I wouldn't accept?" Shin Chunying showed him a small sample of the food she brought. She could process food with her mind, so what she brought was already refined. The wheat was ground into fine flour, pure white and more refined than the best grade. The rice was whole, shiny, and translucent, unlike the broken rice with husk from the grain station. The corn was also ground into very fine cornmeal, golden yellow, with a strong corn aroma. Seeing such good food, Chen Tao's eyes lit up. How much of this good food do you have? Whatever you have, I want it. Food was a valuable commodity, especially of such high quality. Even if sold at a higher price, it would sell easily. Xin Chunning has only harvested one batch of food in her space, totaling around 1,000 pounds, and after processing, only about 800 pounds remain. There are 400 pounds of rice, 200 pounds of flour, and 200 pounds of cornmeal. Before coming here, she hid all of it in a safe place, just waiting to negotiate a price so she can take Chen Tao and the others to collect it. Hey, for the grain we collect, rice usually goes for 25 cents a pound, flour for 20 cents a pound, and coarse grains like cornmeal for 10 cents a pound. But since your quality is good, I'll offer you 30 cents for rice, 25 cents for flour, and 15 cents for cornmeal. What do you think? Chen Tao quickly gave his price. The grain sold at the grain station is 20 cents for rice, 18 cents for flour, and 10 cents for coarse grains, but the grain station requires tickets, while the free market does not, making the prices slightly higher. Chen Tao's offer is quite fair. Xin Chunning agreed and took Chen Tao to where she had hidden the food. Before she arrived, she had hidden the grain under a statue in a broken temple along the way. Now, with the movement to eliminate the four olds, temples have been vandalized. People are afraid of being labeled as superstitious, so they do not dare to enter the broken temple, making it a very safe hiding place. Chen Tao was also cautious. Before entering the broken temple with Xin Chunning, he had someone keep watch outside. After checking the quality of the grain, Chen Tao had it weighed. Once weighed, he calculated the payment. 400 pounds of rice at 30 cents a pound is 120 yuan, 200 pounds of flour is 50 yuan, and 200 pounds of cornmeal is 30 yuan, totaling exactly 200 yuan. Chen Tao happily handed Xin Chunning 20 bills, saying, "Next time you have such good stuff, just bring it all to Brother Chen. I'll definitely give you the best price." After thanking him, Xin Chunning quickly took the money and left. Chen Tao didn't linger in the broken temple. Once outside, one of his men asked, "Boss, that girl has so much grain. Should we take some?" The younger brother made a fierce expression. Chen Tao slapped the back of his head, saying, "Are you stupid? You just said she has a lot of grain, so she's our treasure. Treat her well. Don't even think about taking advantage of her. Food is in short supply right now." The grain he collected from Xin Chunning today can be sold in the free market of the big city for $1 a pound for flour and rice, and at least 30 to 40 cents for cornmeal. That's more than double the profit. How can she not be his treasure? Before Xin Chunning came to the black market, she was already cautious. Zhou Yubai asked her to come for wedding photos today, so she left home a bit earlier and went to the black market first. If anyone there had any plans for her, they would see her meeting Zhou Yubai. She reminded Zhou Yubai to wear his military uniform for the photos. She believed that in his uniform, he would easily intimidate the troublemakers in the black market. After leaving the old temple, she kept an eye on her surroundings and noticed that no one was following her. It seemed that Chen Tao was honest in his business dealings. Although Xin Chunning had already arranged to meet Zhou Yubai directly at the photo studio, he still went to the Xin family home early to pick her up. When he arrived, he found out that she had already left. While he felt worried, he also felt a bit happy. His wife had gone to the city early, likely wanting to take their wedding photos and get married sooner. However, when he arrived at the photo studio, he didn't see her. His worries grew, and as he frowned unconsciously, a girl in a red dress with 2 braids caught his eye.
"Yubai, I'm sorry.
I went to buy a dress and arrived late." Xin Chunning was in a great mood today, having earned money for the first time in her life, and her smile was bright. Seeing Zhou Yubai in his sharp military uniform, with his serious face and good physique, made her feel shy yet sweetly happy, knowing such an excellent man would soon be her husband. Zhou Yubai looked at Shin Chunying, her fair skin glowing against the red dress. Her radiant face was captivating. He had a neutral expression and said softly, "Let's go in and take the photos." Hearing his somewhat cold voice, Shin Chunying's earlier excitement turned into nervousness. She stole a glance at his serious face, unsure if he was upset. As they sat on the bench waiting for the photographer, she felt tense and didn't dare to sit too close to him. The photographer pointed the camera at them for a while, then lowered it and asked, "You two are here for wedding photos, right?" "Yes," Shin Chunying replied nervously, unsure of Zhou Yubai's mood. The photographer waved at the two of them, signaling them to come closer. "If you're taking wedding photos, be a bit happier, smile. Ladies, lean a little closer to the gentleman, and gentlemen, tilt your heads slightly toward the lady." Shin Chunying took a quick glance at the man's serious face and cautiously moved closer to him. Just then, the man tilted his head toward the top of her head. She could even feel the warmth of his breath on her hair, making her heart race. Zhou Yubai followed the photographer's instructions and leaned closer to the woman, a pleasant fragrance wafting into his nose. He felt a flutter in his heart, and his lips unconsciously curved into a slight smile. "Great, keep that pose."
Perfect. Click.
With a bright flash, the photographer checked the photo and said, "That's it. Come back in a week to pick up the pictures." Although taking wedding photos is popular now, getting a marriage certificate does not require pictures. After finishing their photos, the couple went to the local office to get their marriage certificate. While waiting for the staff to register their information, Shin Chunying instinctively looked at the man beside her. From her angle, she could only see his bronze profile and smooth jawline. When the staff handed them the certificate, which looked like an award, she felt a bit dazed. So, this meant she and the man were now a legal couple? That dream where she married Chen Ziyun and caused her father and brothers to suffer should not happen anymore, right? As Shin Chunying walked out of the office, her face was still a bit flushed, and her heart raced. She looked up at the man, only to find herself staring into his deep eyes. Quickly, she averted her gaze and asked, trying to sound calm, "Brother Yubai, should we go home now?" "Let's eat first." Zhou Yubai's deep voice came from above her, and Shin Chunying realized it was almost noon. This morning, they had eaten coarse grain buns at home. Although her father and brothers tried to make them softer by adding more white flour, the rough texture and the taste of sweet potato flour were still quite strong. Having been pampered at home for years and used to fine food, she found it hard to swallow such meals. Even though she forced herself to eat half a bun and drink a bowl of egg drop soup to avoid worrying her father and brothers, she was still hungry now. Zhou Yubai took her to a state-run restaurant. The restaurant, though called a big dining hall, was actually just a small space of about 50 or 60 square meters. Inside, there were a few long tables with benches. On the wall, there were big characters saying "Develop the economy, ensure supply." Below those words, a small blackboard listed the dishes available that day. "What do you want to eat?" Zhou Yubai asked Shin Chunying as he looked at the blackboard. Shin Chunying liked fish, and seeing that braised fish was on the menu, she ordered it along with a bowl of cabbage and tofu soup and 2 bowls of rice. Zhou Yubai paid with half a jean of food coupons and $1.25. In state-run restaurants, the staff do not serve food at the table. Customers have to pick up their orders after they are called. Zhou Yubai went to the counter to get their food. It was their first time eating together, and Shin Chunying felt a bit nervous. However, she noticed that the man sitting across from her was calmly picking up a piece of fish, which made her relax. Just as she was about to reach for the fish, a piece of fish without bones had already landed in her bowl. Surprised, she looked up at Zhou Yubai. He was focused on removing another fish bone, and when he felt her gaze, he met her eyes and said, "I heard from your third brother that when you ate fish at home, it was always Uncle Shen or your brothers who helped you with the bones." Shin Chunying felt a bit embarrassed. She thought that no man would want someone who needed help even with eating fish. She hesitated, about to say that she could do it herself, when Zhou Yubai's steady voice interrupted, "From now on, as long as I'm here, you can eat fish, and I'll help you with the bones." Shin Chunying was a bit shocked, her eyes widening slightly. Once she processed what he said, she softly replied, "Thank you." She took a bite of the fish he had prepared for her, and today the chef at the state-run restaurant had really outdone himself. The braised fish was deliciously spicy and fragrant. She enjoyed the fish and soup so much that she ended up eating more rice than usual. After leaving the restaurant, she naturally hopped on her bicycle. Zhou Yubai watched her ride skillfully and then glanced at his own bike, feeling a slight regret for teaching her to ride so early. After riding a short distance, Shin Chunying realized Zhou Yubai had not followed her. Confused, she turned back and saw him crouched down, working on his bicycle chain. She quickly turned around and asked, "Yubai, what's wrong?" Zhou Yubai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "The bicycle chain broke. What should we do?" Shin Chunying, who was new to riding a bike, felt a bit anxious and didn't know how to handle the situation. "I remember there's a repair shop not far from here.
We'll have to push the bike there.
I hope they can fix it today." Shin Chunying jumped off the bike. "I'll help you push it. If they can't fix it today, we can ride mine back and come for yours later." Zhou Yubai looked at Shin Chunying's delicate face and smiled slightly. When they reached the repair shop, the mechanic was just about to check the chain when Zhou Yubai said, "Sir, I don't think my bike can be fixed today." He emphasized the words "not fixed." The mechanic initially thought it would only take a few minutes to replace the chain, but when he met Zhou Yubai's gaze and saw Shin Chunying beside him, he quickly realized the situation and said, "Well, your chain is broken. Normally, it would just take a few minutes to replace it, but we happen to be out of stock today. You'll have to wait until tomorrow for the new chains to arrive. Can you leave the bike here and come back for it?"
That's fine. Thank you, sir.
Zhou Yubai nodded in gratitude and went to pay for the service. On the way back, Zhou Yubai naturally rode in front while Shin Chunying sat on the back seat. They were silent until they left the city and passed the village where the free market was located. Zhou Yubai finally spoke, "Don't come to places like this alone in the future. If you want to come, just tell me and I'll go with you." Shin Chunying's heart skipped a beat. She thought she had been clever by going to the free market first and then making an excuse to meet him for wedding photos, but he had already figured out her plan. Feeling a bit flustered, she worried about what excuse she would give if he asked her why she went to the free market again.
But he didn't ask.
Instead, he said, "When I applied for the marriage certificate, I also requested housing from the army. In 2 months, I should get an apartment.
If you want, you can move in with me."
Shin Chunying was momentarily stunned by his words. She had only thought that if she had to get married, it was better to marry Zhou Yubai than to be manipulated into marrying Qinziyun, which would only cause trouble for her father and brothers. Although Zhou Yubai looks a bit fierce, he is a righteous person as a soldier. After her third brother was killed in her dream, he took care of her and helped her find the person responsible for her brother's death. He is someone worthy of lifelong trust. However, she never thought about going with him to the army. She wanted to stay with her father and brothers, using her abilities to help her family live a good life. Zhou Yubai didn't wait for the little woman behind him to respond and added, "If you don't want to go with me, you can stay at home. I have a month of leave every year. As long as the situation is stable, I can come back." "Okay." Shin Chunying nodded gently in response. Before she knew it, it was the night before Shin Chunying's wedding. She originally planned to leave half of the betrothal money for her family, but thinking that the number 250 wasn't great, she added 10 more, making it 260, and handed it to Shin Chingsong. "Dad, take this money." Shin Chingsong was worried he hadn't supported his daughter enough and was reluctant to accept her money. He quickly tried to push it back, saying, "Ningning, I know you are filial, but this money is your dowry from your in-laws. I can't take your money." Shin Chunying frowned. "Dad, didn't we agree on this? I'll keep half for myself and give the other half to you and my brothers. If you don't accept it, then I won't get married. I'll go to the Zhou family and cancel the engagement right now." Shin Chunying pretended to walk out. Shin Chingsong hurriedly pulled her back. "Ningning, I'll take it, I'll take it." With the wedding tomorrow, it wouldn't look good if Ningning caused a scene about canceling the engagement now. He could always keep the money for her and support her later. Seeing her dad accept the money, Shin Chunying finally smiled. "Dad, get some rest. I'm going to my room to sleep." After closing the door to her room, she entered her special space. The crops there had matured again. She used her mind to collect them all and planted new seeds. Although harvesting and planting in the space didn't require her to do anything physically, it still took a lot of mental energy. After finishing, she felt completely exhausted. Once she left the space, she fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Early the next morning, she heard the lively sounds coming from the courtyard. In their customs, the family usually holds a banquet at the bride's house in the morning and then moves to the groom's house for another banquet at noon. Although they now promoted simplicity, Shin Chunying was the only treasured daughter in her family. The three men in the family took Shin Chunning's wedding very seriously. Shin Qing-song specially invited the oldest woman in the village, Granny Shin, to do Shin Chunning's hair. The bride's hairstyle was simple. There was no need for complicated styling or makeup. Granny Shin just styled Shin Chunning's hair 3 times. 1 style for a smooth journey, 2 styles for harmony, 3 styles for many descendants. As she styled Shin Chunning's hair, the old lady sang blessings. She finished with 2 braided pigtails tied with red ribbons and a small red flower by her ear, completing the bride's look. Shin Zhengliang went out early and brought back 20 pounds of pork. Shin Zheng-su also caught several big fish from the river. Shin Qing-song picked all the vegetables from a yard and invited a few capable aunts from the village to help with the cooking. Aunt He, who lived next door, came over with her daughter, He Hui, to help as well. Aunt He also brought the clothes that the Shin family had asked her to make for Shin Qing-song, Shin Zheng-su, and Shin Zhengliang. After trying them on, the 3 men found them to fit perfectly. Shin Zheng-su, wearing the new clothes his sister bought for him, felt very pleased and said, "Aunt, your skills are getting better and better. These clothes are far better than anything from the store." Everyone loves to hear compliments. Hearing this, Aunt He smiled and said, "Zheng-su, you always know how to flatter. But you've made a mistake this time. These clothes weren't made by me. They were made by our Hui." Shin Zheng-su looked at He Hui and said, "Sister Hui, you've surpassed your aunt. Your skills are even better." He Hui had a round face with eyes that were just the right size, and her nose was not sharp but had a gentle round tip. Although her features were not particularly striking, they came together in a soft and gentle way that made her pleasant to look at. Today, she wore a blue floral shirt made of coarse cotton and black pants, with 2 braided pigtails, looking fresh and neat. Hearing Shin Zheng-su praise her made her ears turn red. She was too shy to respond and quickly sat down beside the other aunts and sisters to help with the vegetables. Shin Chun-ning remembered from her dream that her brother and sister Hui were supposed to get married next year. She didn't expect that sister Hui already had feelings for her brother. She moved a small stool next to He Hui and sat down to help with the vegetables. Meanwhile, the other aunts in the village began discussing He Hui's marriage prospects. "Chuang, your daughter Hui is not young anymore. It's time to talk about her future husband, right? Have you found someone suitable?" asked Aunt He. Before Aunt He could respond, another aunt immediately said, "Xiao Hui is skilled and capable. If she wanted to get married, the matchmaker would be knocking on our door. Since we haven't heard anything yet, could it be that Chuang wants to keep the kids a bit longer?" And he sighed and replied, "How can that be? A girl shouldn't be kept too long. It can lead to resentment. My girl is already 21, and if I keep her any longer, she'll be an old maid. What more can I do? I've been trying to find someone for her, but it seems she hasn't met anyone she likes." As soon as Aunt He said this, the other aunts exchanged glances. Not meeting anyone she likes suggests what? It suggests that He Hui has high standards. But He Hui is indeed capable. She manages both home and outside well and has learned to sew from her mother. Plus, her father is the accountant for the charity team, and she has finished her primary education, so she is considered educated in the village. She likely has the potential to take over her father's job. She certainly has the right to be choosy. While the other aunts were chatting excitedly, Shin Chun-ning secretly nudged He Hui and quietly asked, "Xiao Hui, what do you think of my brother?" Not knowing how to make small talk, Shin Chun-ning decided to be direct. He Hui's ears turned red, and when Shin Chun-ning asked, her face turned bright red.
"Shin,
Brother Shun is very nice. Would you like to deepen your friendship with my brother? Shin Chun-ning asked with her big, sparkling eyes, full of expectation. He Hui's face turned even redder, and she avoided Shin Chun-ning's gaze, whispering, "Ning Ning, don't say such things." Then she added softly, "It's not just up to me." Hearing this, Shin Chun-ning felt confident about He Hui's feelings. With a smile, she said, "Don't worry, Xiao Hui. As long as you don't mind my brother, I'll take care of everything else." He Hui, blushing, felt like she wanted to disappear into the ground. She playfully nudged Shin Chun-ning with her elbow, saying, "Ning Ning, stop joking around." Soon, the aroma from the Shun family's yard spread throughout half the village. Since Shin Chun-ning didn't agree to a big celebration, the Shin family only hosted a small gathering. They invited only neighbors and relatives connected by blood. Although they are related by blood, the elder aunt and uncle from the Shin family did not come. Shin Chingsong hoped that his siblings in the city would support his daughter on her wedding day, and he looked out the door several times. Shin Chunying was also looking forward to her uncle's visit, but not her aunt's. In her dream, her older brother ended his life, and besides being pressured by loan sharks, her aunt played a part in it. Last year, when their family was building a house, the aunt and uncle saw that the third brother had become an officer and lent them money to help him. When her brother managed to gather money to bring her to the city, the aunt took advantage of their situation. She pressured her brother to arrange for the third brother's child to join the military. When he refused, she demanded immediate repayment of the loan with interest, without even giving him a 2-day extension. Her brother felt he had no choice but to. Moreover, during the tough years, the aunt had already cut ties with their family. It was only in the past 2 years, after the third brother joined the army and became an officer, that they started to reconnect. Shin Chunying thought about the scenes from her dream. It is natural for people to seek their own benefit, so she didn't blame her aunt. But she also didn't want to associate with such relatives. Just then, she saw a donkey cart approaching their home. When it stopped at the door, Shen Fengqin, the elder aunt, and Shen Qingfeng, the uncle, got out. Shin Chingsong's smile grew wider. "Brother, sister, you're here.
Come in and sit down."
The two brothers, Shin Qingfeng and Shin Chingsong, hadn't seen each other for a while, and they shook hands tightly upon meeting. Shin Fengqin glanced disapprovingly at her two brothers, then looked Shin Chunying up and down, adopting a senior's tone as she began to lecture. "Ning Ning, your dad told me that the man you're marrying is your third brother's superior, a battalion commander. Marrying him means you'll be an officer's wife. It's a blessing that someone like him would notice you. Once you marry, you can't be lazy like at home. Don't give your in-laws a reason to dislike you, or you might get sent back. You need to work hard, keep your eyes open for chores, and don't let the men do the housework. That way, your husband and mother-in-law will like you. When our family needs help from your in-laws, they'll be more willing to lend a hand." Shun Jinliang, hearing the commotion outside, came out of the house just in time to catch Shun Fengqin's words. His expression immediately darkened, and he said, "Aunt, we are now in a new society where everywhere it says men and women are equal. No woman is meant to serve a man. If the women in your family choose to serve men, that's your family's choice. My sister was not born to serve men." After saying this, Shun Jinliang took Shin Chunying's other hand and pulled her closer. "Ning Ning, you go inside first." Since marrying into the city, Shun Fengqin looked down on the villagers, especially the Shun Chingsong family. She felt that just attending Shin Chunying's wedding was already a favor to her. Both Shin Chunying and the rest of the Shin family should be grateful to her, but now Shun Jinliang's attitude. Her face immediately darkened, and she said to Shin Chingsong, "Third brother, this is the good son you raised. I, as an aunt, came to your daughter's wedding out of kindness, considering she was born with a mother but raised without one.
I was just trying to teach her how to be a good daughter-in-law."
Shin Fengqin loudly accused, not realizing that mentioning Shin Chunying's background was inappropriate in this situation. Shin Chingsong, who had just been happy and grateful, now looked as dark as a pot bottom. Before Shin Fengqin could finish, he angrily said, "Elder sister, My Ningning's mother passed away early, but I am her father, and it is not your place to tell her to serve others. Shin Fengqin did not expect that the younger brother, who had always been bullied and timid, would dare to speak to her like this. Furious, she pointed at Shin Qingsong and scolded, "So you think your daughter married an officer and is now something special, huh? Don't forget who lent you the money to build this new house." Although Shin Qingsong was angry at Shin Fengqin's words, he felt somewhat lacking in confidence. It was true that his older siblings had lent him money to build the house. Shin Qingsong was not a strong-willed person, and having defended his daughter once was already his limit. Now, being scolded by Shin Fengqin, he felt his face turn red with anger, but couldn't say a word. Shin Chunying couldn't just stand by and watch her father being bullied. She ran out and stood in front of Shin Qingsong, her eyes filled with anger as she stared at Shin Fengqin. "Yes, we borrowed money from your family, but that doesn't mean you can boss my dad around and meddle in our family's affairs. Moreover, last year my family borrowed money from yours, and you asked my brother to help your eldest son. My brother's help to your family is much greater than what your family has done for mine. Even if my family owes your family money, we do not owe you any favors. Last year, when their house was just finished, my brother returned from his leave." Shin Fengqin learned from somewhere that a leader from the steel factory, who was a comrade of my brother, had returned. As soon as my brother came back, she came to ask him to talk to the leader at the steel factory to get her eldest son a job. My brother is a very upright person, and at that time, because he borrowed 50 yuan from her family, he had to find his old comrade to repay the favor. Remembering that in her dream, Shin Fengqin even caused my elder brother's death over that 50 yuan. Shin Chunying felt her heart tighten, as if gripped by a large hand. She counted out 5 large bills and added a coin, handing it to Shin Fengqin. "This is the 50 yuan my family borrowed from you. I am returning it now with interest. Please stop coming to my house to boss us around." You. Shin Fengqin pointed at Shin Chunying, unable to speak. Still fearing that Shin Chunying might change her mind, she quickly snatched the money from her hand. 50 yuan borrowed for a year earned 1 yuan in interest, which is quite a lot. With the current bank interest rate at 1.15, 50 yuan in the bank would only earn a little over 50 cents in interest. That extra money was too good to pass up. She wet her fingers, counted the money carefully, and put it away, then pointed at Shin Chunying as if to scold her. Shin Qingfeng frowned and scolded, "Enough. This is a happy day for my niece, not a time for you to cause trouble." Shin Fengxia looked down on Shin Qingfeng, her brother-in-law, and glared at him with disdain. "Shin Qingfeng, stop acting like you're the boss in front of me. If you have the ability, go shout at your mother-in-law. Just because you've managed to make something of yourself as a son-in-law doesn't mean you have any right to feel superior. You're useless. No man would think being a son-in-law is something to be proud of." Shin Fengxia was deliberately poking at Shin Qingfeng's sore spot. Shin Qingfeng, in a fit of anger, replied, "Shin Fengxia, don't you have any conscience? Do you really not know why I became a son-in-law?" At that time, Shin Fengxia wanted a substantial dowry to marry into the city, but the Shin family was just a rural family, so where could they get that much dowry for her? At that time, a leader from the county had a daughter who liked Shin Qingfeng, but the leader only had one daughter and wanted to find a son-in-law. Shin Qingfeng was initially unwilling, but his sister Shin Fengxia cried and begged him every day after learning that the leader could give a generous bride price to Shin Qingsong. Shin Qingfeng cared for his sister and didn't want her to be looked down upon after marrying, so he eventually agreed. However, he never expected that the compromise he made for his sister would later become a weakness for her to criticize him. Shin Fengxia was still upset and wanted to say more. Shin Qingsong was also angry. "Shin Fengxia, today is my daughter's special day, and I don't want to make a scene. We have returned your money, so please leave." Shin Fengxia was shocked that this timid younger brother dared to ask her to leave. It felt like she had been slapped hard, and her face burned with embarrassment. She gritted her teeth and pointed at Shin Qingfeng and Shin Qingsong. "Fine, you two cowards. If you want me to leave, just remember not to come to me for help in the future." Fuming, Shin Fengxia climbed onto the donkey cart. Shin Song held Shin Qingfeng's hand. Big brother, I'm sorry. I wanted you to enjoy Ningning's wedding, but I didn't expect. Shin Qingfeng firmly squeezed Shin Song's hand. Third brother, we are brothers, so let's not talk about that. I'm just happy to see Ningning marry a good man. As he spoke, his eyes became a little red with emotion. Shin Chunqing quickly stepped forward to support Shin Qingfeng's other arm. Uncle. Shin Qingfeng handed Shin Chunqing a red envelope he had prepared. Ningning, I don't have much to give you, but this red envelope is a small token from me.
Take it as a little gift.
Feeling the kindness from her elder, Shin Chunqing accepted it without hesitation. Thank you, uncle. Once back in the house, Shin Chunqing discovered that the red envelope contained a full 20 yuan. At weddings, it's common to give 2 dimes for distant relations, 5 dimes for slightly closer ones, and 1 or 2 yuan for very close relatives, with 5 yuan being the maximum. Shin Chunqing knew that although her uncle's family had some influence, life was not easy for him as a son-in-law. Last year, when they built their house, he lent them 100 yuan, which was all his savings over the years. Now, he gave her so much. Shin Chunqing quickly told her father about it. After listening, Shin Song was silent for a moment and said, if your uncle gave it to you, just accept it. From now on, you and your brothers should think more about your uncle and treat him with the same respect as you do me, understand? Yes, Dad, I understand. Shin Chunning nodded seriously. She couldn't help but think about the dream where her eldest and second brothers were taken by their uncle. Her in-laws were afraid of trouble, so they didn't allow her to help with her 2 nephews. Because of this, her uncle had a falling out with her in-laws and his wife and children, and he ended up returning here all alone. As Shin Chunning was lost in thought, lively sounds came from outside. Shin Jingshu and the strong young men from the village were carrying Shin Song back with 36 legs made by Carpenter Tan. Due to time constraints, the wardrobe and dresser were not finished yet, but the bookshelf, vanity, writing desk, and 4 wooden chairs were ready. The furniture, adorned with bright red decorations, was neatly arranged in the yard, instantly creating a festive atmosphere. Around noon, Zhou Yubai arrived on a bicycle decorated with red flowers. He was also wearing a green military uniform today, with a big red flower pinned to his chest. As he rode in, he happened to see Shin Chunning in a red dress with 2 braids, a red flower pinned in her hair. He felt a spark of brightness. The saying, a person more beautiful than flowers, came to life in that moment. Even though he was usually calm, his heart raced, and his ears turned red without him realizing it. Shin Chunning glanced at the man's strong face, but quickly looked away shyly, avoiding his gaze. Shin Song and his brothers, Shin Jingshu and Shin Zhengliang, hurried to borrow tables and chairs from the neighbors. Zhou Yubai quickly followed to help. Although the Shin family had a simple wedding for their daughter, they still set up about 10 tables. With 10 tables, they used 5 pounds of meat, half a pound per table, making 5 meat dishes: stir-fried pork with garlic sprouts and fermented black beans, pork and vegetables stewed with noodles, braised pork with potatoes, stir-fried pork with cucumbers, and a large dish of braised pork with preserved vegetables. When everyone sat down, they looked at the table full of shiny meat dishes, their eyes widened, and they nearly drooled. The old Shin family really loves their daughter. This isn't just talk. What family would spend this much on a wedding feast? Most families only serve 3 meat dishes for a wedding. If they have that, it's considered impressive. But look at how much meat they have here. Each bowl of meat was enough for everyone at the table to have a piece. Some people commented sourly, that's only because the Zhou family is willing to give a good bride price. If my daughter's in-laws offered $500, I'd be willing to do the same for her. When that person spoke, others teased, Hongping, just give it up. No matter how much the Zhou family gives as a bride price, it won't be enough to support your son. Shin's family has said that the bride price from the Zhou family must be fully given to the daughter to keep as her own. Chun Hongping felt embarrassed and straightened her chest, shouting, my son is very important to our family. So, what if I favor him? You all talk nicely, but none of you spoil your daughters like the Shin family does. After her shout, others didn't bother to argue with her. Just then, They started serving food, and everyone quickly grabbed their chopsticks to eat meat, ignoring her comments about her son. Shin Chunying and Zhou Yubai went from table to table to toast. At this time, everyone was busy eating, so no one poured drinks for Zhou Yubai. After the toasts, Shin Qingsong and his two sons took Zhou Yubai into the main room while everyone was eating. With tears in his eyes, Shin Qingsong held Shin Chunying's hand and placed it in Zhou Yubai's hand. Yubai, I'm entrusting Ningning to you. You know, she is our only daughter, and we haven't let her do hard work since she was little. After marriage, if she has any shortcomings, please be understanding. As Shin Qingsong spoke, his eyes reddened even more, and tears fell.
Dad.
Shin Chunying called out, feeling a bit pained. Shin Qingsong gestured for her to be quiet and continued, choking up as he spoke to Zhou Yubai. If one day you truly feel that Ningning is not good enough, please don't mistreat her. Just bring her back to me. Shin Qingsong couldn't stop wiping his tears. Shen Zhengliang clenched his fists and threatened, Zhou Yubai, let me be clear. If you dare to bully Ningning or make her suffer, no matter how high you rise, I will still come after you. Dad, second brother, what are you doing? The calm Shin Jingxiu pulled Shin Qingsong and Shen Zhengliang aside, saying, Yubai grew up with us. You know his character. He won't bully Ningning. As Shen Jingxiu said this, he looked earnestly at Zhou Yubai. Yubai, you won't bully Ningning, right? Zhou Yubai stepped back 2 paces with a serious expression, saluted sharply, and declared, I swear in this military uniform to support comrade Shin Chunying for the rest of my life, to cherish her, and never let her down. With Zhou Yubai's words, Shin Qingsong and his sons finally felt relieved. Good, good. Shin Qingsong held the hands of Zhou Yubai and Shin Chunying, nodding repeatedly. Dad knows you are a good person. My Ningning won't choose the wrong one. Hearing her father's words, Shin Chunying couldn't help but tear up, and tears began to fall. In that dream, she insisted on marrying Qinziyun. At first, her dad and brothers thought Qinziyun was not a suitable match and did not allow it. But later, they couldn't go against her will and had to let her marry him. At that time, her dad also said he believed that his Ningning wouldn't choose the wrong person. Dad and her brothers always spoiled her blindly and trusted her. That's why there was a tragedy in their family in the dream. Shen Jingxiu quickly wiped Shin Chunying's tears, saying, Ningning, don't cry. The bride shouldn't have puffy eyes. It was time to go to her in-laws' house. Shin Chunying wore a big red flower like Zhou Yubai and sat on the back of his bicycle heading to the Zhou family. Shin Jingxiu and Shin Zhenliang, one riding a bicycle and the other driving a donkey cart, brought Shin Chunying's dowry. Shin Qingsong stood at the gate, waving until they could no longer see each other. Even though she was marrying into the same village and her family home was just a short walk away, when her father's figure disappeared from view, Shin Chunying still felt a bit sad. The man riding in front seemed to sense her emotions. His deep voice came from ahead, after you get married, if you miss Dad, you can come back anytime. If you feel uncomfortable being alone at home when I'm not there, you can move back in. Hearing this, Shin Chunying's feelings of separation eased a lot. Even if she didn't understand everything, she knew that a married daughter living at her parents' home for a long time would be frowned upon. She smiled and softly said, How can a married woman live at her parents' house for a long time? I can come back often to see Dad and my brothers. Just hearing her voice made Zhou Yubai's heart feel soft. At the Zhou family's gate, Lin Shulan and the 6 younger members of the Zhou family were already waiting at the door. Seeing the bicycle with the big red flower coming from afar, Lin Shulan immediately shouted happily, They're here! They're here! Quick, set off the firecrackers! The children shouted, The bride is here! The bride is here! The sound of firecrackers mixed with their excited voices, filling the air with a joyful atmosphere. Zhou Yubai was carrying Shin Chunying, and before they reached the courtyard, the Zhou family's children and those from the village had already gathered around. The bride is so beautiful. Zhou Hongjun, the oldest and most mischievous boy in the Zhou family, jumped around like a little monkey and said to Shin Chunying, Uncle and Aunt, may you have a happy marriage and many children, and give out candies. Give out candies. With Zhou Hongjun starting, the other children rushed forward asking for candies. Shin Chunning had prepared in advance, holding the fruit candies she bought earlier, and each child grabbed a few. With candies in hand, the children were even more delighted, continuously saying thank you and offering blessings. The banquet at the Zhou family was arranged the same as at the Shin family, with the same dishes. The difference was that this side hosted a big feast with 30 tables set up. Sun Fingjiao watched as bowl after bowl of rich dishes were brought to the tables, feeling a pang of pain. Whose wedding is like this? If we eat all this, what will we do for the future? Xia Yue, hearing Sun Fingjiao's words, took a nonchalant attitude. Sister-in-law, no matter how good the banquet is, it's uncle who pays for it. You just need to eat. As for the future, the in-laws will take care of that, so why worry? After saying this, Xia Yue went back to helping serve the dishes. Sun Fingjiao still looked upset and muttered quietly, "This family hasn't split yet, so isn't uncle's money part of this family's? Just because the in-laws are here, it doesn't mean we can live on scraps while saving money for Uncle's show." As she grumbled, the timing was perfect for the braised pork to be ready. When the steamer was opened, the rich aroma wafted out, making her stomach growl. Looking at the shiny bowls of pork, she couldn't help but swallow. She quickly thought of a plan and rushed forward. "Aunt, let me help serve." While carrying a tray to get the pork, she secretly took a bowl and hid it in her room. Before long, the aunt helping serve found Lin Shulan in a hurry. "Aunt, one bowl of pork is missing. What should we do now?" "Missing a bowl? How is that possible?" Lin Shulan was startled. Before steaming, the lid of the steamer was checked several times, ensuring there were exactly 30 bowls for 30 tables, one bowl per table. During tough times, getting a bite of meat is not easy. Everyone came to the banquet with gifts, and if some tables had food while others did not, it would upset people. However, even making a bowl of food on the spot would be too late. Lin Shulan quickly took the pork from her family's table to the table that had not received any. The 3 daughters of Old Master Zhou and the 3 sons of Old Master Zhou's second son were already gathered at that table. The 6 children were eagerly staring at the bowl of pork, ready to dig in, but before they could grab their chopsticks, they saw their grandmother take the meat away. Zhou Hongjun immediately protested. "Grandma, you took the pork from our table. Does that mean we won't have anything to eat?" Although Lin Shulan felt a bit unhappy about the missing bowl of pork, she explained the situation to her grandchildren kindly. She promised them that once the wedding was over, she would make a special meal of pork just for them. The children, raised by Lin Shulan, were eager but also understanding. However, Sun Fingjiao, who had just sat down after helping serve the dishes, complained, "Are other people's kids more important than ours? They get to eat meat while we don't." Lin Shulan had seen Sun Fingjiao sneak into the house earlier and suspected she had hidden the bowl of pork. Hearing her complaint made her even angrier. She glared at Sun Fingjiao, saying, "All you think about is eating. With so many dishes on the table, how can you still complain? Missing one slice of meat won't hurt you." Seeing her grandmother truly angry, Sun Fingjiao fell silent. Lin Shulan then served the pork to the table that had missed out before starting the meal. Zhou Yubai entered the courtyard holding Shin Chun Ning's hand. Zhou's second brother, Zhou Jun, had already poured the wine, and Zhou Yubai and Shin Chun Ning went from table to toast. Earlier at Shin's house, everyone knew Zhou Yubai would drink more at noon, so no one forced him. But now at Zhou's house, it was different. At each table, people insisted on pouring drinks for the newlyweds. Zhou Yubai stood in front of Shin Chun Ning, drinking on her behalf. After quickly toasting all the tables, he found an excuse to take Shin Chun Ning back to their new house. The new house was the small courtyard Zhou Yubai had built next to Zhou's family home. It was clear that the small courtyard had been carefully tidied up, spotless everywhere. On the door, windows, and walls, there were big red characters of joy. Inside, there were new wedding furniture brought over by the older brothers, along with a metal thermos, a basin with joy characters, and a bed covered with a bright red quilt, all creating a festive atmosphere. Zhou Yubai helped her sit on the bed. Shin Chun Ning's heart, already racing with nerves, felt like it was in her throat. Her bright eyes met Zhou Yubai's deep gaze, and she felt a bit flustered. "Zhou Yubai, Not sure if it was the alcohol or something else had slightly flushed ears. He focused intently on her, saying, "You should rest for a bit. If you get hungry, eat something first. I'll go entertain the guests and come back." Looking into the man's dark eyes, Shin Chun-ning felt as if there was a huge whirlpool pulling her in. But his expression was unreadable, making it hard for her to gauge his feelings. She nodded obediently, replying, "Okay, you go ahead. I'll wait for you." Zhou Yubai smiled slightly and gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, saying, "I'll be back soon." His rough fingertips brushed against her skin, sending a wave of warmth through her, as if her heart had been ignited. Shin Chun-ning felt frozen in place, forgetting to breathe. It wasn't until Zhou Yubai's tall figure walked out of the room that her heart started racing again. After a while, she regained her senses, taking deep breaths of fresh air and fanning her hot cheeks with her hand. The Zhou family was neighbors with the youth center, so Zhou Yubai invited a few old friends who often interacted with the family to the celebration. However, Chen Ziyun, Wang Yumin, and Lu Xiaoqing were not among them. The rich aroma of meat wafted in from next door, and the three of them looked at the half-sweet potato in front of them, swallowing hard. Chen Ziyun felt a surge of resentment. Since coming to the countryside, he hadn't faced much hardship. When he first arrived, Shin Chun-ning had taken a liking to him, and from then on, whenever he hinted at needing something or wanting to eat something, she would bring it to him by the next day. This past month had been the hardest time he had experienced since coming here. Lost in thought, he couldn't help but feel a bit of resentment towards Wang Yumin. He originally planned to agree to Shin Chun-ning's pursuit and marry her. If it weren't for Wang Yumeng's seduction and her persuasion to scheme against Shin Chun-ning, so he could control her later, he would already be the son-in-law of the Shin family. Now, he is in a situation where he can only eat half a sweet potato. But no matter how much he resented it, he didn't dare to say anything. He felt that Wang Yumeng seemed to know a lot of things he didn't. In fact, it seemed she knew many things that none of them were aware of. For now, he couldn't afford to offend Wang Yumeng. Lu Xiaoqing was interested in Chen Ziyun. Seeing Chen Ziyun's changing expressions, she couldn't help but feel a bit jealous and said, "Chen Ziqing, why do you seem unhappy today? Are you interested in Shin Chun-ning? She's married, so why are you upset?" Chen Ziyun came back to his senses and quickly forced a smile. "Not at all. When I look for a partner, I seek a connection of the soul. She's just an uneducated village girl. How could I be interested in her?" Lu Xiaoqing's eyes lit up with a hint of joy. "So, Chen Ziqing, you prefer someone educated?" In terms of looks, she admitted that she wasn't as attractive as Shin Chun-ning, who had a charming appeal. But in terms of education, she was a middle school graduate, which was respectable not just in their small village, but also in the city. "Yeah," Chen Ziyun replied absent-mindedly while nibbling on a tasteless sweet potato. Wang Yumeng glanced at Lu Xiaoqing. At least Chen Ziyun was the male lead in the story, with a gentle and refined appearance that girls liked. Lu Xiaoqing should take a good look at herself. She was short and unattractive, with a round face covered in freckles. There was no way Chen Ziyun would be interested in her. However, now the female lead had married a minor character, and the male lead was feeling frustrated, completely changing the storyline. She wondered if the male lead's charm was still intact. That could be a problem. The three of them finished their half-sweet potatoes, each with their own thoughts. On the other side, in the Zhou family's courtyard, usually calm and composed, Zhou Yubai was in a good mood today, drinking with guests one cup after another. He couldn't stop smiling. Li Xiaolon had her eyes fixed on Zhou Yubai. She had liked him since she was 16. Every time Zhou Yubai returned, she tried every way to talk to him. But he never smiled at her, not even a glance. Whenever he spoke to her, he had a cold expression and was very brief with his words. Is marrying Shin Chun-ning really making him that happy? Li Xiaolin thought, feeling a deep bitterness in her heart. She lifted her neck and drank a glass of alcohol. The liquor was already strong, and drinking it quickly made her eyes water. Her table-mate's aunt noticed and exclaimed, "Oh no, Xiaolan, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Someone nudged the aunt and subtly pointed at Zhou Yubai, saying, You don't know that Xiaolan likes Zhou Laosan? The aunt nodded repeatedly. I know. Li Xiaolan couldn't stay at the table any longer and got up to leave. The aunts behind her started discussing, now that Zhou Laosan is married, Xiaolan should give up. She can finally settle down and find a family. The Leaf family must be worried about having a daughter like her. She's been thinking about Zhou Laosan, and now that she's older, what good options are left for her? Shin Chunning was completely unaware of these events happening outside. She woke up too early this morning, and after eating, her brain felt foggy from lack of blood flow. She was so sleepy that her head bobbed like a chick pecking at grain. Eventually, she couldn't hold on any longer. Hearing the lively sounds of drinking and games next door, she guessed Zhou Yubai wouldn't be back soon.
So she decided to take a nap.
When Zhou Yubai returned to the room, he saw the young woman lying on the bed, her face peaceful in sleep. His gaze softened unconsciously. Sitting on the edge of the bed, his long fingers gently brushed her cheek. At that moment of contact, he felt his heart tremble. Her skin was still as smooth as when she was a child, making him worry that his rough, calloused hands might hurt her. Shin Chunning's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and when she opened her eyes, she saw the dim light of the red candle and the tall man in his green military uniform. For a moment, she was a bit dazed, staring blankly at the stern-looking man. When she came to her senses, she quickly realized what day it was. She hurriedly sat up, instinctively pushing herself back several steps. Why, Yubai, you're back. Zhou Yubai watched her flustered movements, his brow slightly furrowing. She was scared of him? The thought crossed his mind, and he immediately stood up, his voice neutral as he said, I'll sleep next door. You get some rest. When he built this house, he hadn't thought about getting married, but he did consider it for his parents' future care. So, he specifically built a main room and 2 bedrooms. Originally, she thought he would have 1 room and her parents would have another. Now it was convenient for him, otherwise, he would have to sleep on the floor. Shin Chunning didn't understand why. As soon as she woke up, the man wanted to sleep in the next room. Did Yubai dislike her? Did he not really want to marry her? He married her simply because he was a responsible man, because she had barged into his room looking a certain way that day, and because he felt he had to take responsibility for her. As she thought about this, a wave of grievance washed over her, and her eyes turned red, filled with tears. After the door closed, an overwhelming sadness filled her heart, and she couldn't help but hug her knees and cry softly. Zhou Yubai, trained for a long time, had sharper senses than most people, and the house wasn't very soundproof. As soon as he closed the door, he heard the soft cries of the woman inside. He frowned tightly. It was she who had suggested they get married. Now, he hadn't even touched her, so why was she feeling this way? For the first time in 28 years, Zhou Yubai felt restless and tossed and turned in bed. He could still hear her soft sobs. At that moment, he wasn't the only one awake. The rest of the Zhou family was also awake. In the main house, after Sun Fengjiao and the men and daughters returned home, they quickly brought out the hidden pork belly they had saved from earlier. Zhou Kong and his 3 daughters, Zhou Xiaoai, Zhou Xiaoying, and Zhou Xiaolian, stared wide-eyed at the bowl of pork belly. The 10-year-old Zhou Xiaoai looked at Sun Fengjiao in shock. Mom, during the banquet today, Grandma said we were missing a bowl of pork belly. Did you hide it? Sun Fengjiao didn't think she had done anything wrong. She proudly lifted her chin. Of course. If I hadn't been clever, you would have had to fight with the boys from the second house for the pork. Would you have gotten any? Zhou Xiaoai frowned seriously. Mom, you can't do that. Today is Uncle's big day for his wedding banquet. If other tables are missing dishes, we might offend people. Besides, even if we sit with the Hong Army, Yong Army, and Min Army, we all share the food. Why wouldn't we get to eat? Sun Fengjiao felt embarrassed after being scolded by her daughter, and playfully slapped Zhou Xiaoai on the shoulder, saying, As a mother, I was worried you wouldn't get any meat. Am I wrong for that? I want to teach you a lesson, you heartless person, boo-hoo. Zhou Xiaoai felt a bit lost when she saw her mother crying. Zhou Jiakong quickly tried to ease the situation, saying, All right, It's just a bowl of braised pork. Xiaowai, your mother is just worried about us. Now that we have it, let's eat. Zhou Jiakong picked up a piece of meat to eat first. Zhou Xiaowai, Zhou Xiaoying, and Zhou Xiaolian, the three sisters, had no choice but to eat as well. Zhou Xiaolian, only 4 years old and not understanding much, clapped her hands happily at the sight of meat. 10-year-old Zhou Xiaowai and 7-year-old Zhou Xiaoying found the cold, solidified braised pork not as tasty as when they shared it with their 3 younger brothers from the second household. They even thought it was a bit greasy and felt uncomfortable eating it. The pickled vegetables in the braised pork were already salty, and after the 5 of them finished eating, they felt very thirsty. Zhou Jiakong went to get a large jar of water, and after each of them drank from a porcelain jar, the saltiness was lessened, but their stomachs were full of water, making them feel quite uncomfortable. Next door, in the Zhou family's second household, Zhou Jun was also tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Xia Yui was about to fall asleep, but was awakened by Zhou Jun's restlessness. Impatiently, she said, "Zhou Jun, why aren't you sleeping? Are you going to work tomorrow?" Zhou Jun simply pulled Xia Yui up and said, "Listen, now that the third brother's wedding is over, I estimate that before he goes back to the army, our parents will decide on the division of the family. At that time, it won't be convenient for me to argue as their son, but you need to be smart and make sure we 3 brothers get our fair share." Xia Yui yawned and replied dismissively, "That day, Mom and Dad were just upset because of you and your sister-in-law. They were just saying that, can they really divide the family?" Zhou Jun frowned. The third brother has always been determined. Once he brings up the idea of dividing the family, it doesn't matter if Mom and Dad really want or not. It will definitely happen. Trust me, I'm right. Xia Yui yawned again. Fine. When the sister-in-law argues, I'll argue too, okay? Now hurry up and sleep. If you don't, it will be morning soon. After crying for a while, Shen Chunying wiped the tears from her face. She thought, how can newlyweds sleep in separate beds right after getting married? Determined, she bit her lip, got up, and took her pillow to walk to the next room. "Yubai, are you asleep?" The timid voice of the little bunny came along with the sound of knocking on the door from outside. Zhou Yubai frowned even more tightly. He had already taken the initiative to sleep in a separate room, so why was she coming after him? Did she want to tell him that she truly liked that weak young man and felt wronged marrying him? They had just gotten married, and it was impossible to divorce right away, especially since military marriages are hard to dissolve. He didn't want to hear her talk at all. He initially didn't want to open the door, but with his eyes closed, all he could think of was her, looking like a wronged little rabbit with red eyes and tears. He hardened his expression. Fine, if she wanted to talk, he would listen. After all, he had already told her that military marriages are hard to end, and no matter how wronged she felt, he would not agree to a divorce. Shen Chunying waited a long time without hearing a response from inside. She thought Zhou Yubai might really be asleep. Feeling dejected, she lowered her head, and her eyes began to redden again. Just then, the door suddenly opened from the inside, and the man's indifferent voice came from above. "What is it?" Shen Chunying looked up and saw the man's cold, intimidating face. The chill in his deep-set eyes could freeze anyone. She trembled slightly. But after finally knocking on the door and taking the step, she couldn't back down now. Taking a deep breath to gather her courage, she suddenly jumped into the man's arms, wrapping her arms around his strong waist. "Yubai, tonight is our wedding night." As she spoke, tears fell, and her cheeks felt hot. Zhou Yubai stood frozen in place. It wasn't until the little woman's tears soaked through his thin military vest and burned his skin that he suddenly understood what she meant. In that moment, he felt his heart, which he thought had died, come back to life, beating wildly as if it wanted to leap out of his chest. His body reacted faster than his mind. Before he could fully process it, he had already lifted her up with one arm and hurried back to their new room. As he placed Shen Chunying on the bed covered with a bright red quilt, he leaned down toward her, his deep, swirling eyes fixed on her. "Do you want to share this night with me?" For the first time in her life, Shen Chunying was doing something so bold while fully awake, and she felt so embarrassed she wished she could dig a hole and hide. Yet the man still had to ask. She shot a reproachful glance at the man, noticing that even though he was tense, he still looked like he wouldn't dare move unless she spoke. She could only bite her lip and nod gently. Her nod seemed to signal the man to take action. However, since it was their first time, they both fumbled around, getting flustered and sweaty, yet still couldn't figure it out. Shin Chunning's face turned pale, and tears rolled down her fair cheeks as she cried out, "Yubai go, it hurts." Zhou Yubai panicked instantly, trying to control the wild feelings inside him. Shin Chunning held tightly onto his slim waist, her face quickly turning from pale to red. She bit her lip, blinked her watery eyes, and gave him a bright smile. "Yubai go, it's okay. They say the first time is supposed to hurt." Although her mother hadn't told her this, she had heard enough from the village women over the years whenever a new bride was welcomed into a home. Zhou Yubai was now sweating nervously, but he didn't dare make any sudden moves for fear of hurting her. Shin Chunning was determined to make this work. After overcoming the initial difficulties, they soon found their rhythm. Outside, 2 birds were playfully fluttering around in a big tree. The bright moon in the sky seemed shy, hiding behind the clouds. Shin Chunning only thought about wanting to be a real couple with Yubai Ge, not realizing how frightening the old house fire would be. Once the man got the hang of things, they continued until dawn broke. Exhausted, she felt too weak to move, and while he helped her clean up, she fell asleep. The next day, Zhou Yubai was in high spirits, waking up early and even jogging around the village a couple of times for exercise. When he passed by the collective farm, he learned that the hens were not laying eggs and needed to be sold. Anyone wanting chicken could buy some. Thinking of his wife's slim waist that he could easily hold with one hand and her delicate appearance, he bought 2 chickens to take home to help her regain her strength. Even though his wife had been pampered by her father and brothers and had grown up eating fine food, it seemed that after eating the chicken, she had filled out in 2 specific areas. Other than those 2 areas, the rest of her body was still as slim as a chick. In the future, it will be his turn to take care of his wife, and he needs to make sure she is well-fed and healthy. When he was carrying the chicken home, he happened to meet several women from the village who were also coming with baskets to buy old hens. Seeing the chicken in his hands, the women exchanged knowing glances and greeted him, saying, "Yubai, are you buying a hen to help your wife regain her strength?" "Yeah." Zhou Yubai nodded at the women in response. The smiles on their faces became even more meaningful. "That's good. Your wife needs to be well taken care of since she hasn't faced much hardship." Once Zhou Yubai walked away, a few women giggled and commented, "Do you think Zhou's 3rd son is strong enough for Shin Chuning? Can she even get out of bed today?" Another woman covered her mouth and laughed, "I doubt it. When I first got married, I could barely walk for days. And Shin Chuning is so delicate, she might fall over with just a breeze." The women burst into laughter again. When Zhou Yubai was fixing up the house, he didn't want to return home during his break, just to hear his parents urge him to get married. He hadn't planned to live separately, so he only built a main room and 2 bedrooms. Although he dug a well and built a shower room, he didn't make a kitchen. He returned to the Zhou family with the old hen, quickly prepared it, and started cooking. When Lin Shulan came back from her morning work, she smelled a rich chicken soup aroma coming from the kitchen.
She hurried in to see.
Seeing her son cooking, she wasn't surprised. Whenever Zhou Yubai came home, he either helped her with work in the fields or cooked at home. Her son had no faults except for not wanting to get married. Now that he was married, he seemed perfect. However, looking at the chopped chicken on the counter, she was a bit surprised. "3rd son, where did this chicken come from?" Zhou Yubai explained about buying the hens. "I bought 2, and I'm cooking 1. I'll take a bowl to Ningning first. You can serve yourselves when it's time to eat." As he spoke, he grabbed a large bowl to scoop the soup. Lin Shulan widened her eyes and asked Zhou Yubai, "Is Ningning still in bed?" "Yeah, she was tired yesterday and is sleeping in," Zhou Yubai said calmly while serving the soup, trying to explain for Shin Chuning. Lin Shulan, being an experienced mother, understood what her son meant by tiredness. He gave his eldest son a light punch and whispered, "Ning Ning is not like you. She can't handle rough play. Be gentle. Don't wear her out." Zhou Yubai. He was worried his mother might think his wife was lazy, which is why he said that, but he didn't expect his mother. Just as they finished speaking, Shin Chun Ning hurried into the kitchen. "Mom, I'm sorry I'm late. I'm here to help you cook." When she woke up, she found the house empty. Looking at the time, it was almost 10 o'clock, and those who went out early were about to come back for lunch. She had slept in. She quickly got out of bed but realized she was still in pain from last night. After practicing walking for a while to ease her discomfort, she hurried over. After all, she was someone else's daughter-in-law. It was one thing not to earn points by working in the fields, but if she didn't do her share of the housework, she would gain a reputation for being lazy. Lin Shulan looked at Shin Chun Ning with a smile, noticing her cheeks were flushed and even more delicate than before. Although she had intentionally worn a high-neck shirt to cover up, it was still possible to see the bruises on her neck, suggesting that her husband had indeed been quite active last night. She shot Zhou Yubai a glare. Turning back to Shin Chun Ning, she said, "Ning Ning, you don't need to cook. You and the third son just got married. The team gives a day off for weddings. You worked hard yesterday, so go and rest." After saying this, she noticed her son hadn't moved and glared at him again, pushing him. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and bring the chicken soup to your wife, so she can rest." Zhou Yubai. He walked over with the chicken soup, his face cold as usual, and said, "Let's go home for breakfast." Shin Chun Ning felt a bit anxious seeing his icy expression. Although her mother-in-law wasn't angry, was Yubai not happy? "Okay." She obediently replied and turned to Lin Shulan, saying, "Mom, we'll head over first. If you need anything, just call for me." Lin Shulan smiled brightly. Now that the millet and corn are harvested, and it's not yet time to dig up peanuts and sweet potatoes, there's not much to do. Take advantage of having the third son at home and rest for a couple more days. It would be best if she could get pregnant during these days while he was home. At his age, the only ones in the village close to him are the 3 unmarried members of the Shin family. Everyone else has children already. Shin Chun Ning didn't know Lin Shulan's thoughts. She had heard that Lin Shulan was a very strict mother-in-law, and her 2 daughters-in-law seemed to obey her completely, which didn't seem right. Wasn't her mother-in-law quite kind? As for the 2 sisters-in-law being obedient, it might be because their mother-in-law was good, so they were also good to her. People have feelings. If the mother-in-law is nice, the daughters-in-law will surely want to treat her well. While thinking about this, Shin Chun Ning followed Zhou Yubai home. While Zhou Yubai was making chicken soup, he also steamed rice. Usually, the Zhou family mixed fine and coarse grains, but today he thought about how Shin Chun Ning was used to eating fine grains at home, so he decided to serve her only white rice. Zhou Yubai served Shin Chun Ning her meal and simply said, "Time to eat." Shin Chun Ning was startled by Zhou Yubai's stern tone. Her eyes turned red, and she felt angry. She crossed her arms and sulked, turning her face away. "I'm not eating." Zhou Yubai was confused seeing his wife with tears in her eyes. He felt helpless, not knowing what he had done wrong to upset her. He didn't know how to comfort her, but he tried to soften his tone and asked, "What's wrong?" He thought this was a gentle question, but it only made Shin Chun Ning's frustration grow. With red eyes, she looked at him, tears streaming down her face. "I woke up late today, but it was because of you last night. If my mother-in-law isn't angry, why are you? Why are you being mean to me, boo-hoo?" Shin Chun Ning didn't want to cry. She knew that crying would make her lose her strength and feel weak. But she couldn't help it. Whenever she got angry, the tears just kept flowing. In frustration, she tried to wipe her tears away, but the more she wiped, the more they flowed. In the end, she wasn't even mad at him anymore. She was just upset with herself for crying, and the more she got upset, the harder she cried. Zhou Yubai had little experience with women in his first 28 years, let alone comforting one. He never thought he would have to comfort a woman in his life. Now, seeing his wife crying uncontrollably, he felt helpless and quickly grabbed a handkerchief to wipe her tears. "Wife, please don't cry. It's my fault. I scared you. I really wasn't angry or trying to be harsh with you." Was he really that scary? He was trying so hard to speak gently, yet she was still so frightened. He couldn't help but reflect on this. After thinking it over, he understood why his soldiers were so intimidated by him. He also realized why he had scared some new recruits to the point of tears during training. It seemed he really needed to reconsider his approach. If the recruits could be scared, how much more so his delicate wife?
But.
You really seem so fierce, Hua. Shin Chunning cried without stopping. Zhou Yubai wiped her tears, feeling flustered as he scratched his head. Wife, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just have a naturally stern face, so I look fierce. As he spoke, he told Shin Chunning about how he had scared the new recruits. She listened, her eyes widening, and gradually forgot to cry. She remembered that the man she married had always had a fierce-looking face. But he was very capable. Every time he went hunting or fishing, he always brought home the most. That's why her brother often followed him around to play. Yet every time she saw his face, she felt scared and wanted to hide far away. Realizing she had misunderstood, Shin Chunning stopped crying and looked at Zhou Yubai with a pout. Can you please speak more softly and gently in the future? And maybe say a few more words? I'm not one of your soldiers. Zhou Yubai's heart melted at her tears, and he quickly agreed. Okay, I will speak more softly and gently from now on. Let's go eat. He had thought Shin Chunning was too delicate and wanted to help her get stronger after they married. But now, just the sight of her frowning made his heart flutter. Shin Chunning sniffled a couple of times and nodded. She just responded when the man directly picked her up and placed her on the chair. In a gentle voice, he said again, Wife, it's time to eat.
Ha!
This was the first time Shin Chunning heard such an awkward sound from him, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. With her clear, water-like eyes, she looked at him and said, Yubai, just speak normally. What you just did sounded strange. Zhou Yubai's face darkened instantly. He reached out and placed a chicken leg in Shin Chunning's bowl, saying, Eat. This time, Shin Chunning wasn't afraid of him anymore and happily ate the meat and soup. After finishing, she let out a small burp. When she looked up, she found the man staring at her intently. Are you done eating? His cold voice came through. Shin Chunning felt a bit nervous and instinctively protected herself, saying, Why yes. Yubai, what do you want? The man suddenly stood up, and before she could react, he picked her up again. At the same time, he leaned down and gently bit her earlobe, saying fiercely, Let me show you I'm not strange. This time, when she was on the bed, crying and begging for mercy, the man showed no mercy at all. Why did she say such provoking words? During lunch and dinner, Shin Chunning really stayed in bed, unable to get up, while the man brought her meals. He even helped her wash up. She vowed to be more careful with her words in the future and never provoke him again. The next morning, when Shin Chunning woke up, although her back and legs still ached, she felt much better than the day before. She finally had time to excitedly count the red envelopes she received 2 days ago. Most families in the village gave 2 dimes, while Zhou's family, with no close relatives, generally gave 5 dimes. Closer relatives, like Zhou Yubai's uncles, gave a whole. Zhou's older and second brothers each gave 2. After counting, she found she had received a total of $58.40. Adding the $45.80 from the banquet at her family side, the total from Zhou's family, and the money she made from selling grain, after buying a watch, her dowry, and leaving $260 for her father, she had only $150.16 left. Now she had a total of $261.36. This amount was quite significant now. To put it simply, with the money she had, she could be considered a little wealthy. In her dream, their family suffered because they were drained of resources by Chen Ziyun, which forced them into a desperate situation that ended tragically. To prevent what happened in her dream from becoming real, she needed to stay away from Chen Ziyun and work hard to earn money. That dream made her realize that money could solve most of life's problems and worries. When Zhou Yubai returned from the Zhou family carrying chicken soup, rice, and stir-fried vegetables, He saw his newly married wife counting a stack of money, smiling like a little squirrel hiding nuts. Her bright smile softened his expression. After their close encounter the night before, Shen Chunqing was no longer afraid of him. "Yubai, you're back. I just counted." Shen Chunqing excitedly told him the amount of gift money they received, but she didn't mention her own 150 yuan. She felt it would be hard to explain where the 200 yuan from selling grain came from. Seeing her so cheerful, Zhou Yubai nodded. "Just keep it. If we need anything at home, or if you want something, go ahead and buy it." After placing the food on the table, he went to the back room. Shen Chunqing wondered why he was in such a hurry, then saw him come out with a tin box. He opened the box to reveal a mix of bills and some coupons. Zhou Yubai explained, "I joined the army in '66. During my 3 years as a volunteer soldier, I earned 5 yuan a month and sent 3 yuan home. Then I became a squad leader for 3 years, earning 28 yuan a month and sending 10 yuan home. After that, I was a deputy company commander for 2 years, making 45 yuan a month and sending 15 yuan home. I've been a company commander for 4.5 years now, earning 68 yuan a month and sending 20 yuan home. This is the money and coupons I've saved over the years, totaling 3,000 yuan. The rest I haven't counted. You can check." Shen Chunqing was shocked by the numbers Zhou Yubai mentioned, her big eyes widening. She had thought having over 200 yuan made her a little wealthy, but compared to her husband's savings, her amount was just a small fraction. He was the real wealthy one. She quickly counted the money in the tin box, 356 yuan. She just calculated in her mind that, based on the man's salary, aside from the money he sent home, he had only earned a total of 4,032 yuan over the years. He managed to save 3,356 yuan, which means he only spent 675 yuan and 80 cents in the last 10 years. This amount includes the 500 yuan bride price he gave her, the bicycle he bought, and their wedding celebration. After doing the math, Shen Chunqing realized something was off. The bride price and the bicycle alone were already more than 675 yuan and 80 cents. She looked at Zhou Yubai with suspicion. "Brother Yubai, have you not spent any money over the years? Or does the army provide other income?" Zhou Yubai saw the puzzled look on the little woman's face and felt a flash of surprise. He thought that she had been spoiled by the Shin family and wouldn't understand much, but she was sharp enough to figure out his finances without any tools. He gently ruffled her hair and said, "In the army, there are often tasks, and completing them comes with bonuses. I've received some bonuses over the years, so I haven't touched my salary much." Shen Chunqing knew about the bonuses in the army. After her third brother became a deputy company commander, he usually sent home 30 yuan a month, but one month he sent 80 yuan. That month, he completed a task and received a 50 yuan bonus. In her dream, she often urged her brother to take on tasks to earn more money for Chinzian. Until one time, her brother got injured during a task and had to be moved to a logistics unit. Thinking about the dream made Shen Chunqing feel sad again. Her eyes began to redden. She looked at Zhou Yubai and asked, "Brother Yubai, did you get those injuries during tasks?" Yesterday, when they were closest, she felt and saw the many scars on his back, which looked like a centipede. There was also a noticeable gunshot scar on his shoulder blade. Just looking at those scars made her feel pain. At that moment, he was so intense that she couldn't find the words to ask him anything. Zhou Yubai listened to his young wife's soft, tearful voice expressing concern for him, and his heart felt warm and tender. He gently patted her back and reassured her, "Don't worry, my dear. Those are just old scars. Our country is becoming more stable, and there aren't many dangerous missions anymore." Shen Chunqing understood he was trying to comfort her. As an ordinary citizen, she knew there were still many spies lurking, waiting for a chance to cause trouble. These spies were desperate individuals. Capturing them was one of the tasks for frontline soldiers like Zhou Yubai and her brother, so how could it be without danger? But she also knew that she was now married to a soldier, a military wife. Supporting her husband and facing dangers together was part of her mission as a military spouse. She sniffled, her eyes glistening with tears, and nodded. Okay, but you must be very careful on your missions. Don't forget, I'm waiting for you at home. I will, Zhou Yubai replied, feeling warmth in his heart. He couldn't help but smile and gently touched her soft hair, changing the subject. By the way, how did you figure out that my salary doesn't match my savings so quickly without a calculator or paper? Shun Chunying had known her husband for many years, but it was the first time she saw him smile. Despite his fierce appearance, he looked really handsome when he smiled, making it hard for her to look away. She snapped back to reality at his question and proudly lifted her chin. I'm really good at math. Back in high school, I always got the highest scores. She was the only girl in the entire unit who had attended high school, even if it was just for a year. Education was encouraged through labor, so students typically attended half a day of classes and worked in the fields for the other half. She loved being in the classroom, but as someone who had been pampered, she couldn't handle working in the fields. Working half a day was exhausting, and she thought that even if she finished high school, she wouldn't be able to attend university, so she decided to stop studying. However, she remembered in her dreams that the college entrance exams would resume in the second half of next year. Perhaps she could pick up her books again and take the exams next year. If she went to university and got a job, she would be worthy of Zhou Yubai. Zhou Yubai was unaware of Shin Chunying's little thoughts. He was focused on taking the bones out of the stewed chicken and putting the meat into Shin Chunning's bowl. He had fed her the same way yesterday, and Shin Chunning didn't think anything was wrong. She happily ate it. Just then, Zhou Jia's sister-in-law, Sun Fingjiao, arrived. Seeing that Shin Chunning needed Zhou Yubai to take the bones out before she could eat, her eyes nearly popped out. When Zhou Yubai saw Sun Fingjiao, he returned to his usual serious demeanor. Sister-in-law, is there something you need? Sun Fingjiao snapped back to reality and smiled. You and your sister-in-law have such a good relationship. Actually, it's nothing important. Since it's the off-season and there's not much work in the production team, our parents said that since the whole family is home, you should come over for a bit. They have something to discuss. When she mentioned this, her smile seemed a bit forced. Anyone with common sense could tell that the two elders of the Zhou family were probably planning to split the family. If the family splits, they would be left without work and would have to rely on farming for food. She had also heard that there were new family planning policies in the city, limiting the number of children. Yet, she had only given birth to 3 daughters and still had no son to carry on the family name. She was thinking about trying harder with Zhou Laoda to have a son before the policies reached them. If they split up now, it wouldn't be hard for the couple to support 3 daughters with their earnings, but having a son would be much more challenging than when they were having children before. All right, I'll go over after Ning Ning and I finish eating, Zhou Yubai told Sun Fingjiao. She went ahead, and after Zhou Yubai and Shin Chunning finished their meal, they followed her. It was a day off, and the children weren't in school. Before heading out, Shin Chunning made sure to grab a handful of fruit candies to take with her. When they arrived next door, the 6 children called out to their uncle and aunt, and Shin Chunning handed out 2 candies to each of them. The children cheered and ran off to play. The youngest, Zhou Xiaolian, tilted her little head and looked up at Shin Chunning, saying, "Aunt, you're so pretty, just like a fairy sister." Zhou Xiaolian was only 4 years old and was well taken care of by the Zhou family, with a round little face and a bit of baby fat. Shin Chunning couldn't help but pinch her cheek. "Thank you, Xiaolian, you're very pretty too." Just as Shin Chunning finished speaking, Sun Fingjiao rushed out of the house and gave Zhou Xiaolian a hard slap on her bottom, saying, "You little girl, what nonsense are you talking? You can't just say things like that." Wah! Immediately, Zhou Xiaolian's cries echoed throughout the yard. Shin Chunning finally realized that calling someone a fairy is superstitious. If someone hears it and reports it, the whole Zhou family could face trouble. Sun Fengjiao, after scolding the child, looked at Shin Chunning with displeasure. "Ning Ning, how can you respond to Xiaolian like that? You're an adult, shouldn't you know better?" "Big sister, what's wrong with my wife responding to Xiaolian?" Before Shin Chunning could speak, Zhou Yubai coldly questioned Sun Fengjiao. Sun Fengjiao was speechless. It seemed there was nothing wrong with Shin Chunning's reply to Xiaolian. Seeing that Sun Fengjiao couldn't respond, Zhou Yubai glanced at her and said, "Big sister, you know Xiao Lian is still young. No one takes her words seriously. Why are you, as her mother, so quick to blame her?" Sun Fengjiao just couldn't stand that Shin Chunning was trying to win over her child with candy, so she used the chance to pick on Shin Chunning. She didn't expect Zhou Yubai, who is usually indifferent, to defend his wife so fiercely. Sun Fengjiao opened her mouth in frustration, but couldn't find the words. Meanwhile, Xiao Lian and Zhou Li tightly held onto their fruit candies, pouting with big round eyes filled with tears. Shin Chunning wanted to comfort the little girl with a hug, but worried that Sun Fengjiao wouldn't like it since she was someone else's daughter. Lin Shulan heard the commotion and came out, scolding, "What's the matter now? Third sister-in-law, if you don't want to give her child anything, then don't expect anything from her family in the future. Just keep it for yourself." "Mom, it's not that I don't want to." Sun Fengjiao felt a bit wronged after being called out by her mother-in-law. Lin Shulan raised an eyebrow and glared at her. "Enough. We're all women here. Everyone can see through your little schemes. Third brother, third sister-in-law, since you're here, come in and talk." Shin Chunning followed Zhou Yubai inside and sat down. Once everyone was gathered, Zhou Fu put down his pipe, cleared his throat, and said, "As children grow up, families split apart. This has been the rule since ancient times. Now that the third one is married, my mission with your mother is complete. Today, since we're all home, your mother and I will decide to split the family. From now on, you will take care of your own little homes and live well." As soon as Zhou Fu finished speaking, Sun Fengjiao's gaze swept over the second family and then to Zhou Yubai and Shin Chunning. Seeing that no one stood up to oppose, she felt uneasy and said, "Dad, Mom." But as soon as she spoke, Lin Shulan shot her a glare. "Be quiet. Wait for your father to finish speaking before discussing the division of the family." At this moment, Sun Fengjiao couldn't hold back any longer. If they waited to divide the family, it would be too late. "Mom, the ones who will suffer the most from the division are us. I don't want to split the family." Father Zhou frowned and said to Zhou Jiakong, "You need to manage your wife." Zhou Jiakong quickly pulled Sun Fengjiao aside. "Fengjiao, sit down and wait for Dad and Mom to finish." Sun Fengjiao glared at the man, feeling very wronged. If it weren't for him being unsuccessful and giving up his job, would she want to split the family and live a life where she could be in charge? Seeing that no one was speaking, Father Zhou continued, "Your mother and I counted last night. Our family has spent $783.70 on house repairs, and we now have $936.20 in savings. The remaining food includes 104 pounds of rice, 132 pounds of wheat, 359 pounds of corn, 837 pounds of sweet potatoes, 36 pounds of peanuts, and 22 pounds and 8 ounces of various beans and grains. The money and food will be divided into 4 equal parts. You 3 families and us 2 elders will each get 1 share. Do you have any objections?" Sun Fengjiao was eager to speak, but first glanced at the second family. She didn't expect Shin Chunning, the delicate new daughter-in-law, to stand up against the in-laws, but if the second family spoke up, she could hide behind them and support their stance instead of being the one to charge forward. On the second family's side, Zhou Jun gave Xia Yue a look. Xia Yue pretended not to see and said to her in-laws, "Dad, Mom, I have no objections." Hearing his wife's words, Zhou Jun felt frustrated but didn't say anything more. Zhou Jiakong, seeing the second family had expressed their stance, quickly spoke up before his wife could. "Dad, Mom, we also have no objections." While speaking, he held onto Sun Fengjiao to prevent her from speaking. Sun Fengjiao was extremely angry but felt helpless. Father Zhou cleared his throat and continued, "Although everything in the house is divided equally, the second and third children have jobs, and the second child's job was given up by the eldest. Eldest, your mother and I also know that this division seems fair, but it is not fair to your family. After discussing with your mother, we decided that the money for us will go to the eldest household. We just need food to eat. Second and third sons, do you have any objections?" Zhou Yubai and Shen Chunning naturally had no objections. Zhou Jun, however, had many concerns. He had 3 sons. The eldest was 8, the second was 6, and the youngest was 4. He could see that his sons were about to reach the age when they would eat the most. It is often said that young boys can be quite demanding. He had hoped to use the fact that he had 3 sons to argue for a larger share in front of his parents. But instead of getting more because of his 3 sons, his parents planned to use their share to support the eldest household. He immediately expressed his family's difficulties. Hearing this, Zhou's father looked at the second son with a heavy heart and said, "All right, since you feel it's unfair, you can give the work at the lumber factory back to the eldest, your mother, and I will give you our share of the money." At this moment, it wasn't just Zhou's father who felt disheartened. Lin Shulan felt the same. She had 3 sons. The eldest was honest and straightforward, and she hardly had to worry about him. The youngest was quite clever, and she didn't need to concern herself with him either. But the second son, who was a bit clever but lacked big ideas, had received the most of her attention. To her surprise, at such a critical moment, the second son used all his cleverness to calculate how to benefit himself, not even mentioning their support for her and his father, always thinking about how to take more for himself. At this point, Sun Fingjiao had gone quiet. Whether their parents gave them their share of the money or the work at the lumber factory, she was quite satisfied. Luckily, Zhou's eldest had stopped her from speaking earlier. Otherwise, if she offended her in-laws, she might end up with nothing. Hearing his father's words, Zhou Jun felt a bit embarrassed and sat back down. "Dad, Mom, I was just thinking wrong. I have no objections." Zhou's father closed the account book. "All right, since there are no objections, let's divide the money and food this way. The remaining matter is the house." When it came to the house, Zhou's father looked at Zhou Yubai. "When we built this house, most of the money came from the youngest. Youngest, you decide how to divide the house." Upon hearing Zhou's father's words, not only were Sun Fingjiao and Zhou Jun nervous, but even the carefree Zhou Jiakong and Xia Yue felt tense. The house was the most important asset in the family division. If the father let the youngest decide, what if he said to divide it based on how much money was contributed during the construction? If that happened, neither family would end up with even a roof over their heads. But at that moment, neither of them dared to speak and just looked at Zhou Yubai. "Dad, when we built this house, we hadn't divided the family yet. No matter who paid for it, this house belongs to everyone. You should divide it however you see fit, without worrying about who contributed the money," Zhou Yubai said with his usual calm expression. Hearing this, both the first and second families felt relieved. Father Zhou cleared his throat and said, "All right, then I will divide the house." The layout of the Zhou family courtyard is such that after entering the main gate, there are 3 main rooms, with 3 rooms on each side. In the 3 main rooms, the middle one is the main living room, with a bedroom on each side. The bedroom on the left is where Father Zhou and Mother Zhou live. The bedroom on the right used to be Zhou Yubai's, but it has been empty since he moved out to his new courtyard. The 3 rooms on the left are currently occupied by the first family, while the 3 rooms on the right belong to the second family. In the end, Father Zhou decided to give the 3 rooms each family is currently living into them. The 3 main rooms will be kept for the third family. "Third son," Father Zhou said after the division, looking at Zhou Yubai, "Do you and your wife plan to stay in your little courtyard, or will you move back here?" Zhou Yubai looked at Shin Chunying. The meaning was clear. He would follow his wife's wishes. Shin Chunying smiled and said, "Dad, we will stay in the little courtyard. It's our new home, and we are more comfortable there." Father Zhou nodded. "All right, then your mother and I will stay in our original rooms, and the remaining rooms will be left empty for you. Is that okay?" Shin Chunying quickly shook her head. "Dad, I have no objections." Father Zhou then looked at the first and second family's eldest second. "Do you have any objections?" Zhou Khan quickly waved his hand. "Dad, I have no objections." He hadn't contributed any money for the house, so he was already very satisfied to have 3 brick rooms. Zhou Jun had thought about asking for an extra room, considering he had 3 sons, while his elder brother had 3 daughters who would eventually marry and wouldn't need so many rooms. However, his 3 sons would be bringing wives home, so they would definitely need one room each. But since Father Zhou mentioned that the money for building the house came from the 3rd son, and that he would decide how to divide the rooms, it was clear that they were being reminded not to complain. After Zhou Jun expressed his agreement, Father Zhou nodded. All right, since there are no objections, let's talk about the kitchen. Right now, this kitchen is only used by your mother and me. Eldest and second, you can build another kitchen next to your own rooms in the courtyard. Third brother, your father won't make any arrangements over there. You can choose the place yourself, and when the time comes, I'll go help you. Okay, Zhou Yubai nodded in response. Lin Shulan then divided the pots and dishes in the kitchen. Shen Chunying didn't want much. She just took a set of blue and white porcelain bowls and 2 slightly used enamel mugs. However, she couldn't take these items home just yet because their kitchens weren't built yet. So Lin Shulan decided that until their kitchens were ready, they would all eat together, and the divided items would be moved after the kitchens were completed. Once everything was divided, Zhou's father waved his hand. All right, you all can take your own food back and do what you need to do. Father, wait. As soon as Zhou's father finished speaking, Zhou Jiakong anxiously called out, You and mother gave your share of money to our main family, so you should stay with us now. As the eldest son, it's my duty to take care of you. Sun Fingjiao heard this and quickly thought her husband finally had a smart moment. Her in-laws were only in their 50s, in good health, and her father-in-law could still work hard, earning full credits, while her mother-in-law could earn 8 credits a day. If her in-laws lived with them, all the credits they earned would belong to their family. She quickly agreed. Yes, father and mother, as the eldest son and main family, it's our duty to take care of you. Earlier, when dividing the items, Zhou's father and Lin Shulan felt a bit uncomfortable seeing their eldest daughter-in-law and second son worried about losing out. Now, seeing their eldest son and daughter-in-law willingly offer to take care of them, they felt much better. Zhou Jun also quickly understood why his usually calculating sister-in-law was willing to let their parents live with them. But he didn't speak up. Knowing his parents, they were still capable and wouldn't want to live with any family. Sure enough, Zhou's father said, Eldest, we appreciate your concern, but your mother and I can still manage on our own. We don't need you to take care of us. We can live separately. After Zhou's father finished speaking, Zhou Jun quickly added, Father and mother, even though you can still manage, it's our responsibility as sons to take care of you. If you don't want to live with us, we can send you some money and food each year. He knew very well that his parents wouldn't want their money or food. He just wanted to show his good intentions in front of them. They can't let all the attention go to the eldest. Otherwise, when mom and dad have something good, they might forget about him. Father Zhou waved his hand. No need for that. Your mother and I can still take care of ourselves. If you really want to support us, we can discuss how much you can give us each month when we can no longer manage on our own. Lin Shulan felt relieved when the second son also mentioned supporting them. She said, Listen to your father. We don't need your support right now. All right, everyone, stop crowding here and take the food we've divided into your own rooms. Sun Fingjiao and Xia Yue quickly followed Zhou Jiakong and Zhou Jun to move their own food. Shen Chunying wanted to help Zhou Yubai carry the food as a good wife, but as soon as she picked up a bag of green beans that weighed only about 5 pounds, Zhou Yubai snatched it away. I'll do it. After saying that, he thought his words might have sounded a bit harsh and worried he might scare his delicate wife, so he added, With me here, I'll handle the heavy work. He realized he had only a few days left of his break, and after that, even if his wife needed help, he wouldn't be able to assist her. Thinking about this made Zhou Yubai feel a bit sad. In the past, he always returned to his unit early during family visits, but this time he felt a sense of reluctance. Shen Chunying had never done heavy work at home, so she didn't argue with him. Cheerfully, she said, All right, you move the food, and I'll help Mom with cooking. During her first few days as a bride, Zhou Yubai had always brought her meals. Today, since they had divided the family, his mother said they would use the leftover meat from their wedding feast and some cured meat to have a nice meal together. As a new bride, it wouldn't be right for her not to help at all. Zhou Yubai nodded. Okay, Be careful not to burn yourself. I'll finish moving the food, and then come help you. Although Sun Fingjiao and Xia Yue were busy moving their own food, they overheard the conversation between Zhou Yubai and Shen Chunying. They couldn't help but pinch their husbands playfully, saying, "You should learn from the third brother. Look how much he cares for his wife." Zhou Laoda and Zhou Lyre winced from the pinch and shot Zhou Yubai envious looks. Zhou Yubai pretended not to see and continued carrying the food back to his yard. Shen Chunying felt her face flush and quickly slipped into the kitchen. Lin Shulan had already taken out a piece of meat from the well, which was about wide and less than a pound, left over from their wedding feast 2 days ago. She also took out a piece of cured meat weighing about a pound, and was about to wash and cut it. Shen Chunying quickly took over the task from Lin Shulan, saying, "Mom, let me wash the meat." Lin Shulan didn't argue, and handed the task to her. Wiping her hands on her apron, she said, "All right, you wash and cut the meat. I'll go outside to pick some vegetables. The rice is steaming in the pot, so keep an eye on it." "Okay, Mom, don't worry," Shen Chunying replied cheerfully as she looked at the ingredients in the kitchen. Besides the fresh and cured meat, there were also asparagus and fresh bamboo shoots on the cutting board. These ingredients were perfect for making a pot of braised meat with vegetables. Although summer bamboo shoots weren't as good as spring ones, they were still tasty. Shen Chunying first cut half of the fresh meat into slices and boiled it, then cut half of the cured meat into chunks and added it to the boiling water for half an hour. During this time, she cut the bamboo shoots and asparagus into pieces. The Zhou family didn't have tofu skin, but she had some in her storage. In her storage, besides grains, there were also many dried goods left by the previous owner. She secretly took some tofu skin from her storage. To avoid suspicion, she made a special trip back to the small courtyard, just in case the Zhou family asked where she got the tofu skin. She could say she brought it from her family. After half an hour, she took the cured meat out of the pot and skimmed off the foam from the broth. After cutting the cured meat into chunks again, she added it along with the bamboo shoots, tofu skin, and asparagus to the pot to simmer. Soon, the delicious aroma of the braised dish filled the courtyard. Lin Shulan returned with the vegetables and couldn't help but sniff the air as she stepped into the kitchen. She swallowed and eagerly asked, "Ning Ning, what are you making? It smells so good." Shen Chunying smiled and said, "Mom, I saw we had freshly dug bamboo shoots and asparagus, so I made a braised dish." Lin Shulan placed the basket of vegetables on the ground and couldn't help but swallow again, praising Ning Ning, "Your cooking skills are amazing. I've made this dish during the New Year too, using spring bamboo shoots, but it never smelled this good. I just picked some eggplants, cucumbers, winter melons, and chili peppers, and I also cut some chives. Let's see how to prepare these, and you can help me, Mom." Since Lin Shulan visited the Shin family to propose and tasted the food made by Shen Chunying, she has been unable to forget it. Using the same ingredients and methods, Shen Chunying's cooking is simply delicious and leaves a lasting impression. "Okay, thank you, Mom," Shen Chunying replied with a smile and began to pick vegetables. She planned to cut half of the remaining fresh meat to make an eggplant stew. The last bit of fresh meat would be cooked with green peppers for a stir-fry. The cured meat would also be cooked and then stir-fried with chives. The cucumber would be made into a cold cucumber salad. Shen Chunying worked methodically in the kitchen. Lin Shulan watched her with satisfaction. With how quick and efficient Ning Ning was, it was clear she had done her share of housework at home, unlike the rumors suggesting she was lazy. It seemed that people in the village spread those stories because she never worked outside. But her 3 older brothers, especially her strong eldest brother and her father, earned enough to support her, not to mention her 3rd brother, who was an officer, sending money home. She was delicate, so it was understandable that her family wouldn't want her to do hard labor. She noticed how her eldest son spoiled her, bringing her meals, so he probably wouldn't let his wife work too hard either. But it didn't matter. Her son earned a good salary each month and had no children to support, so he could easily take care of his wife. As Shen Chunying cooked, she couldn't help but think of her dreams. In those dreams, she was always cooking, trying to please Chinzian, who was very picky about food. At first, She was nervous about cooking because her meals often didn't meet his taste, leading to his cold treatment of her. However, over time, her cooking skills improved. In her dreams, her dishes were praised by Chen Ziyun's friends, and he would tell her that if he hadn't been strict with her, she wouldn't have developed such good cooking skills. She felt a strange gratitude towards Chen Ziyun for pushing her to improve through his tough love. The memories of her dreams flashed through her mind. She appreciated that dream because she had previously struggled with cooking, but after that dream, her skills improved significantly. Now, she enjoyed cooking and loved seeing others savor the meals she prepared. After the big house, the second house, and Zhou Yubai finished moving the food, the children who went to play in the village returned. 6 little heads lined up at the kitchen door. The faces of the 2 oldest, Zhou Xiaoai and Zhou Xiaoying, were still somewhat clean, but the younger ones were dirtier. The youngest, Sanhwa Zhou Yongjun, was so muddy that it was hard to recognize his original face. If it weren't for his big eyes still twinkling, one might think he was a clay doll. Zhou Hongjun grinned and asked Grandma, "Auntie, what delicious food are you making? It smells so good." Lin Shulan was tending the fire and, upon seeing her dirty grandchildren, nearly fainted. She pulled Zhou Hongjun over, ready to scold him. "What have you done? Did you roll in the mud again? Look at you all. I today. While scolding, Lin Shulan searched for a stick in the woodpile. Zhou Hongjun slipped away like a slippery fish, darting out of the kitchen. Proudly, he returned with a bucket and announced, "Grandma, we didn't just play today. We want to get some food." Lin Shulan leaned in to look at the bucket and was even more furious. "You little rascal, why did you bring back so many of these? Can we even eat them?" Shin Chunying had just finished her last dish, stir-fried leeks with cured meat. She peeked over and saw that the children had caught a whole half-bucket of crayfish. They called these hatsi. These creatures breed quickly and are abundant in the fields. The villagers dislike them because, they dig holes in the dikes, causing water to escape and harming the rice crops. She had never dared to eat them before, but she had seen people in the city eating them in her dreams, calling them ma xiao. She stopped her grandmother from scolding and said, "Mom, we can eat these. I will cook them." Lin Shulan was stunned. "Ningning, what did you say? We can eat these?" Not only was Lin Shulan skeptical, but Zhou Hongjun and the other children also couldn't believe it. They had brought these back just to have an excuse to avoid being scolded. They never expected their aunt would say they could actually eat them and would cook them for them. "Annie, can we really eat these?" Zhou Hongjun asked in disbelief. Shen Chunning pinched his little face and said, "You really can eat. Just wait and see. Aunt San will make food for you." The kids' eyes lit up, and they jumped up, shouting, "Aunt San, you are amazing! Aunt San, you are the best!" Shin Chunning couldn't help but smile as she listened to the children complimenting her. After finishing a round of sorting grain, Zhou Yubai came over to carry another load. When he saw his wife's joyful smile, he paused for a moment, his heart skipping a beat. Shin Chunning asked the kids to pour from the bucket into a large wooden basin, filling it with well water to clean them one by one. She then returned to the small courtyard next door. Cooking crayfish isn't difficult, but it does use a lot of oil. If she used the oil from her mother-in-law, even though her mother-in-law wouldn't say anything, she would surely feel upset. So, she went back to the small courtyard to get a bucket of vegetable oil from her supplies, preparing to take it next door to cook the crayfish. Just as she picked up the large jar of oil, Zhou Yubai returned with the last load of grain. Seeing her carrying such a big jar, he immediately said, "Put it down." Shen Chunning was momentarily stunned and instinctively set the oil jar down. Zhou Yubai noticed her blinking eyes and quickly explained, "After I set down this load of grain, I will carry it." Shen Chunning, who had been confused, immediately brightened up and cheerfully replied, "Okay." Once Zhou Yubai set down the load, she handed him the oil jar and followed him next door. However, as soon as they stepped out of their small courtyard, they ran into Chen Ziyun, who was on his way back to the youth station. Chen Ziyun was slightly taken aback when he saw Shin Chunning. After some time apart, she seemed even more beautiful, with her almond-shaped eyes, delicate willow leaf eyebrows, a straight nose, and a small cherry-like mouth that made it hard to look away. Her graceful figure made one feel dry and thirsty just by looking at her. Shen Chunning frowned in disgust. She couldn't understand how the version of herself in her dreams could be so foolish and blind, causing her family to fall apart for someone as despicable as Chen Ziyun. She leaned closer to Zhou Yubai. The moment Zhou Yubai saw Chen Ziyun, his expression darkened, and the cold aura he developed in the army radiated from him. However, he was unsure of Shen Chunning's feelings, so he refrained from confronting Chen Ziyun in front of her. Now that Shen Chunning was leaning closer to him, it clearly showed her stance. He stared at Chen Ziyun with sharp eyes and said coldly, "Chen Jiqing, take care of your own eyes. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to help you with them." When Chen Ziyun first saw them, he was amazed by Shen Chunqing. But later, he was intimidated by Zhou Yubai's presence, making him too scared to move. Now that Zhou Yubai spoke, he quickly looked away, hiding his frustration, and left feeling defeated. Once he returned to the youth station, he closed the door, revealing a hint of malice in his eyes. That Shen Chunqing, with her attitude, was clearly not someone to be trusted. After that foolish soldier, Zhou Yubai left. He smirked darkly, not believing he wouldn't get another chance. When Zhou Yubai and Shen Chunqing returned to the Zhou family yard, the younger ones had already cleaned half a bucket of fish. Although Lin Shulan was skeptical about whether the fish was really edible, she didn't want to be too forceful since the new daughter-in-law said it was fine. So, she helped Shen Chunqing start the fire in the stove. As the pot heated up, Shen Chunqing was about to pour oil into it when Zhou Yubai quickly took the bottle from her, saying, "I'll do it." Even though his tone was still firm, Shen Chunqing didn't mind anymore because she knew he was just worried about her getting burned. It made her feel a little sweet inside. After Zhou Yubai spoke, he realized his tone was a bit harsh. He glanced at his wife and, seeing her still smiling, felt relieved. "I'll stop when you say enough." "Okay," Shen Chunqing nodded. As Zhou Yubai poured the oil, both Shen Chunqing and Lin Shulan were watching. As soon as the oil covered the bottom of the pot, Lin Shulan hurriedly shouted, "Hey, that's enough." But since Shen Chunqing didn't say anything, Zhou Yubai's hand remained steady, pouring oil into the pot as if it were water. Lin Shulan was so anxious, she almost jumped. Shen Chunqing quickly reassured her, "Mom, this is the vegetable oil we brought from our side. It's cheap, so it's okay to use a bit more." Seeing the pot nearly half full of oil, Lin Shulan felt her heart ache. They usually only used a drop of oil to stir-fry. No one cooks with so much oil like Shen Chunqing. Even the wealthy wouldn't use that much. After Shen Chunqing explained, Lin Shulan couldn't scold her, so she could only advise, "Ning, even though vegetable oil isn't expensive, it's still oil. Also, when you go to the supply store to buy cooking oil, you need an oil coupon, which is hard to get. We should use the oil sparingly." "Mom, I understand. Don't worry. I will use it carefully in the future," Shen Chunning replied with a smile. Seeing her daughter-in-law's good attitude, Lin Shulan didn't say anything more. As the oil in the pot was almost ready, Shen Chunning picked up the half bucket of cleaned shrimp to pour into the pot. However, she underestimated the weight of the bucket and almost stumbled when lifting it. Zhou Yubai was startled and quickly took the bucket from her. "Let me do it. You stand back." With such hot oil and the shrimp containing water, if she poured it in, the hot oil might splash and burn her. His wife had delicate skin, and even a light touch would leave a mark. He couldn't imagine her getting burned by hot oil. Shen Chunning stepped back obediently. After Zhou Yubai poured the shrimp into the pot, he realized that making this dish required a lot of oil. So he said, "Ning, you tell me how to do it, and I'll handle the cooking." Ning. She actually wanted to make the spicy shrimp herself, because serving a big bowl on the table would feel very rewarding. But since her husband was worried about her getting burned, he wouldn't let her near the stove, so she had no choice but to guide him step by step. Soon, under her guidance, a large bowl of spicy and fragrant shrimp was ready. The aroma made everyone in the Zhou family drool, and even the neighbors at the youth station felt their simple meals of steamed buns and wild vegetable porridge lacked flavor. However, when the large bowl of shrimp was placed on the table, everyone stared at the bright red, clawed shrimp, unsure of how to eat them. Lin Shulan was the first to ask Ning Ning, "How do we eat this?" Everyone else looked at Shin Chun Ning as well. Shin Chun Ning grabbed one from the bowl, pulled off the head, and removed the meat.
Just eat this part.
As she was about to put the meat in her mouth, Zhou Yubai quickly snatched it away and ate it himself. No one had ever eaten this before, and what if it upset their stomachs? He couldn't let his wife take that risk. The spicy flavor burst in his mouth, and even though Zhou Yubai didn't usually care much for food, he couldn't help but be impressed. I didn't expect that the taste of this dish, which no one dared to eat, would actually be better than it smelled. He, someone who never cared about food, was surprisingly impressed by the flavor. Zhou Jiakong couldn't resist the smell, and, after Zhou Yubai swallowed his bite, he eagerly asked, "Third brother, how is it?"
Can you eat it?
Zhou Yubai nodded. "Yes, it's delicious." Hearing him say it was delicious, not only Zhou Jiakong but also Zhou Jun, Zhou's father, and Lin Shulan quickly grabbed one to peel and eat. It was the first time they had heard Zhou Yubai say something was delicious. The kids were even more eager, all rushing to get their share. After taking a bite of shrimp, they all showed satisfied expressions. The only one who frowned was Sun Fingjiao. She picked up a piece of meat for her husband and 3 daughters, saying with some disdain, "That shrimp is all shell. How can it be better than meat?" This time, Zhou Jiakong was considerate and directly peeled one and fed it to Sun Fingjiao. After she took a bite, she couldn't say anything more and quickly started peeling for herself. After Zhou Yubai ate one, he quietly peeled shrimp and put them in Shin Chunqing's bowl. For every shrimp she ate, he peeled another, never letting her bowl be empty. Shin Chunqing felt a bit shy seeing him focus on peeling for her while he didn't eat any himself. "Yubai, you eat too. I can peel it myself. The shrimp needs to be peeled by hand to be special." This was something Shin Chunqing had heard in a dream, and she didn't know why she said it out loud. Zhou Yubai looked at her with deep eyes and immediately refused. "No. The shell is too hard and can hurt your hands." His wife's delicate hands were not suited for peeling such tough shrimp. Shin Chunqing. Before long, a large bowl of shrimp was empty, but everyone had a pile of shells in front of them. After the kids finished the cucumber sticks soaked in the shrimp bowl, they still wanted more. Zhou Hongjun looked longingly at the soup at the bottom of the bowl and asked Shin Chunqing, "Aunt San, this shrimp soup looks so fragrant. Can we use it to soak rice?" Lin Shulan also looked concerned, saying, "It took so much oil to make this shrimp, and if we can't eat the leftover soup, it would be such a waste." Shin Chunqing thought for a moment. In her dream, she saw people eating shrimp, but no one soaked rice in the soup. Instead, many would use the soup to make noodles after finishing the shrimp. This rice soup might not taste good, but the noodles are delicious. "Dad, Mom, you all eat first. I'll go cook some noodles." As Shin Chunning was about to get up, Zhou Yubai held her down, saying, "Wife, I'll go." "You eat." Shin Chunning rubbed her stomach. "I'm already full. You were busy peeling shrimp for me and hardly ate. You eat, and I'll go cook." She really was full. Although she was picky and always wanted fine food, she didn't eat much. After having so much shrimp and cucumber, she was truly satisfied. Zhou Yubai didn't argue but stood up with her, saying, "I'll go with you." Shin Chunning didn't know what else to say. Once they left the main room, not only were Zhou Jiakong and Zhou Jun stunned, but even Lin Shulan felt a bit shocked. Their eldest son usually had a cold expression. When had he ever cared for someone like this? Making hand-pulled noodles at this time would take too long, but luckily, Shun's father had prepared some dried noodles for Shin Chunning's dowry. She took some dried noodles and cooked half of it. Using a ladle, she poured it into the large bowl that had the spicy sauce, and the fragrant white noodles mixed with the delicious broth created a mouth-watering aroma that made everyone's mouths water. Soon, both adults and children started to dig in, quickly filling their bowls with the broth-soaked noodles. Zhou Yubai filled a bowl for Shin Chunning first before serving himself. Everyone was enjoying their meal, But Shin Chun-ning found it hard to eat the noodles in front of her. She really couldn't eat anymore. However, since it was already in her bowl, she had to use her chopsticks to pick at it, trying to eat one strand at a time. By the time the large bowl was emptied, there was still more than half of the noodles left in Shin Chun-ning's bowl. Only then did the others notice there were still many meat dishes on the table. And today's steamed rice was plain white rice without any mixed grains. Some wanted to get another bowl of rice and eat some meat, but their stomachs were already full and they couldn't eat anymore. Lin Shulan noticed everyone's thoughts and quickly cleared the dishes, saying, "After eating so much shrimp and noodles, you all still want more? Aren't you afraid of feeling too stuffed? Let's stop eating and move around a bit to digest. We can have the leftovers tonight." After Lin Shulan finished clearing the table, Shin Chun-ning still had a large portion of noodles in her bowl. She felt so full that it was almost uncomfortable. In desperation, she tugged at the man beside her and carefully asked, "Yubai, I really can't eat anymore. Can you help me finish it?" Zhou Jiakong laughed and said, "Sister-in-law, you just married the third brother, so you might not know that he has a strange habit. He absolutely won't eat anything that has someone else's saliva on it." Before Zhou Jiakong could finish, Zhou Yubai had already taken Shin Chunqing's bowl and started eating it eagerly. In no time, the bowl was empty. Originally, Shin Chunqing felt a bit awkward about her unreasonable request. Now it was Zhou Jiakong's turn to feel embarrassed. He scratched the back of his head and said, "Hee, the third brother has been in the army for so many years, and his habits have changed quite a bit." Zhou Yubai replied, "I don't eat leftovers from others, but I like eating what my wife leaves behind." Zhou Jiakong and Sun Fingjiao were speechless. Zhou Jun and Xia Yue were also taken aback. They had already eaten enough for the day and didn't need any more of this kind of talk. Shin Chunqing never expected Zhou Yubai, who had a stern and cold face, would say such things in front of everyone. Her cheeks turned red, and she quickly ran to the kitchen, saying, "Mom, let me help you clean up. You've already spent half the day cooking, so you don't need to help anymore. Go rest. Let your two sisters-in-law handle the rest," Lin Shulan said. Sun Fingjiao and Xia Yue knew that Shin Chunqing had done all the cooking and didn't mind helping her out. They agreed with Lin Shulan, saying, "Mom is right. Sister-in-law, you worked hard cooking. Leave the cleaning to your sisters-in-law and go rest." Shin Chunqing wasn't particularly hardworking, so if she was told not to help, she gladly accepted. Zhou Yubai was in the main room discussing with Zhou's father and his older brothers about buying bricks and tiles for the kitchen in the afternoon. Shin Chunqing had a habit of taking a nap after eating and feeling a bit sleepy. She went home to rest. When she woke up, she heard a lot of noise coming from outside the yard, including her father's and brother's voices. She felt a sudden jolt of worry. She hadn't even returned home yet, so why were her father and brothers already there? Could something have happened? Shin Chunqing quickly got up and went outside. She saw Zhou's father with the 3 Zhou brothers, along with her father and 2 brothers, all busily building the kitchen. Her anxious feelings relaxed immediately. After greeting her father and brothers, she took some mung beans and went next door. Lin Shulan was cutting the leftover cabbage and asparagus from the field, preparing to dry them for winter. Hearing Shin Chun-ning say she was going to make mung bean soup for the new house, she quickly wiped her hands and said, "All right, Ning Ning, I'll come help you with the fire." Shin Chun-ning smiled and replied, "Mom, you keep doing what you're doing. I can handle the soup, it won't take long. I can manage the fire myself." Lin Shulan didn't insist and said, "Okay, but if you need help later, just call for me." With more hands, the kitchen was built that afternoon. In the countryside, it used to be necessary to hire someone to check the feng shui for the stove's direction, but now, with the old customs being discarded, they couldn't do that openly. However, Shun's father worried that a poorly built stove might affect his daughter's marriage, so he secretly consulted an old calendar at home and hired the best craftsman in the village to build the stove for Shin Chun-ning. The next day, after the kitchen was completed, it was time for Shin Chun-ning to visit her family. After being kept up most of the night by her husband, she struggled to wake up when the smell of meat buns filled the air. "Wake up, dear. "We need to go visit Dad and your uncle today," her husband's deep voice said close to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. She yawned uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Shun Yubai leaned in and gently kissed the tears that fell from her face. Shun Chun Ning, already sensitive, trembled at his touch, her mind flashing back to the playful things he did last night. Who would have thought that such a cold and fierce man outside could be so playful in bed, coaxing her with various tricks? When she got up to look in the mirror, she noticed dark circles under her eyes. She glared at her husband, saying, "It's all your fault. Look at these dark circles. What will people think when they see me?" Not only were there dark circles, but there were also marks on her neck. She had told him not to leave marks where others could see, but he hadn't listened at all. Even wearing a turtleneck shirt couldn't hide them. She thought about tying a scarf to cover up, but in this hot weather, that would be too obvious. The women in the village gossip so much. Zhou Yubai usually acts tough outside, but in front of his wife, he behaves like a gentle quail. He immediately raises 3 fingers and promises, "Dear, I promise I won't leave any marks in obvious places tonight." Shun Chunying's eyes widen at his promise. "You're coming back tonight? Is this man made of iron?" Not only is he as tough as iron, but he also doesn't seem to get tired, does he? Zhou Yubai sees his wife's wide, round eyes and finds her incredibly cute. He wraps his arms around her slender waist and rubs his chin against her soft neck, saying, "Dear, I have 5 days left before I have to return to duty." Hearing this, Shun Chunying feels a wave of sadness. Once she finishes getting ready, the couple sits down at the table. Zhou Yubai made millet porridge, meat buns, and stir-fried bok choy for breakfast. Shun Chunying knew he could cook, but didn't expect him to be this good. To her surprise, the buns are soft and the filling is rich and flavorful, making them exceptionally delicious. Though she can cook, she struggles with dough, and she knows her buns wouldn't taste this good. As she enjoys the food, her little worries disappear. With sparkling eyes, she looks at him and says, "Yubai, these buns are really delicious." As she speaks, she takes a big bite, her cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel that stole a treat, looking adorably cute. Zhou Yubai watches her and feels as happy as if he ate honey. "If you like them, I'll make them for you often." "Yes." Shun Chunying nods enthusiastically, her big eyes sparkling as she asks, "Yubai, where did you learn to make these buns?" "I learned from the cook in our unit," Zhou Yubai replies gently. "Our army is stationed in the north, where they mainly eat noodles. The cooks there make great buns and steamed bread, so I learned from them when I had free time. Then when I come to your unit, I'll learn from them too," Shun Chunying says cheerfully. Now that she can cook without being criticized, she enjoys it. Zhou Yubai's eyes light up at her words. "Dear, would you really come with me to the army?" Shun Chunying hesitates for a moment, then replies, "Yes, I would. But not now. I want to wait until my older brother and second brother get married before I go with you. Can you understand?" She still needs to stay in the village for now. In her dream, her dad died in an explosion while working at the stone quarry. The quarry hasn't started hiring yet, so she needs to wait and stop her dad from going there for the 15 yuan subsidy. Her older brother was forced into a bad situation because of money. She needs to earn more and save a little for the family. Her second brother sometimes goes to the black market. According to her dream, the situation there will be very tough in the coming year, so she needs to warn him not to go anymore. Since she had that dream, she won't allow anyone in her family to follow the same path. Zhou Yubai understands the situation in the Shin family and knows that the bond between the siblings is deeper than usual. He nodded and gently ruffled Shin Chunning's soft hair, saying, "Of course, I understand my own wife." She noticed that ever since she asked him not to be harsh and to speak more simply, he has become quite good at sweet talk. After breakfast, Zhou Yubai took Shin Chunying to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy gifts for their wedding. Shin Chunying was used to holding onto the back of the bicycle. But after they rode a short distance, she heard the man's deep voice ahead, "Wife, hold on to me." Shin Chunning's face turned red as she looked around. They hadn't left the village yet, and they would soon pass by where the villagers were working. If those women saw them, she didn't know how they would talk about her. She whispered, "Let's wait until we leave the village to hug, or else people will see. It won't be good." Before she could finish, the bicycle suddenly jolted. She couldn't hold onto the back seat properly and instinctively wrapped her arms around the man's narrow waist. Shen Chunning. She suspected he did it on purpose, but she had no proof. The team has started harvesting peanuts these past few days. On the way out of the village, they had to pass through the peanut field. The educated youth and Li Xiaolan were all assigned to the peanut field to work. Li Xiaolan looked at Shen Chunning, who was sitting on the back of the bicycle and holding Zhou Yubai's waist, and spat on the ground. "Tsk, shameless, hugging a man in broad daylight. It's simply disgraceful." Chun Zian saw Shen Chunning's blushing face and felt quite upset. Such a beautiful woman should have been his. Now, however, while Chun Zian was watching Shen Chunning, Lu Qiaoqing was watching Chun Zian. Seeing Chun Zian's gaze fixed on Shen Chunning, a flash of resentment crossed her eyes. She then rolled her eyes and pretended to trip, exclaiming "ouch," as she fell into the peanut field in front of Chun Zian. She thought her fall was charming and hoped that Chun Zian would catch her, like a hero saving a damsel in distress. Little did she know, she not only had a close encounter with the ground but also ended up with dirt in her mouth, and she heard Chun Zian's voice filled with disdain above her. "Lu Jiqing, can you be more careful? The soil in this peanut field is already hard, making it difficult to pull out the peanuts. Now that you've fallen, it's even harder. How am I supposed to harvest the peanuts?" Wang Yuming had also been watching Shen Chunning, but she turned her gaze back upon hearing Chun Zian's voice. As someone who had crossed into a story, she understood Lu Qiaoqing's feelings very well. But she didn't have time to think about Lu Qiaoqing now. She had previously thought that the female lead, Shen Chunning, was only going to marry a background character, Zhou Yubai, and that he was just a tool to provoke the male lead. Unexpectedly, Shen Chunning not only married Zhou Yubai, but they also seemed to be very affectionate with each other. In this story set in the past, Shen Chunning was the only beloved female lead. Could her protagonist aura really be that strong? Was it because Chun Zian, the original male lead, had turned against her that the story even changed the male lead? While they each had their own thoughts, an aunt working with Lin Shulan couldn't stand Shen Chunning's refusal to work in the fields and stirred trouble in front of Lin Shulan. "Old Zhou's family, your daughter-in-law doesn't work and doesn't earn her keep. Why do you let her be like this? I think a lazy woman like her deserves a good beating from your son. Then she would know to work honestly." Lin Shulan shot a glance at the aunt. This aunt was a widow, and not long after Shen Chunning's mother passed away, she had been visiting the Shen family frequently. There were rumors in the village that she had her eyes on Shen Qingsong. Then one day, she ran out of the Shen house crying and started spreading bad words about the Shen family. The village said she had tried to get close to Shen Qingsong, but he had rejected her and kicked her out. Out of spite, she began to tarnish the Shen family's reputation and oppose them. Lin Shulan replied without holding back, "Li the widow, do you meddle in everything, even whether my son beats his wife or not? Let me tell you, my son is capable and earns a good salary. He is happy to support his wife and doesn't make her work in the fields. My in-laws have taken good care of my daughter-in-law, and I like it. I also prefer not to let her do any hard work. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? If you're not happy, just keep it to yourself. It's none of your business." Widow Li didn't expect Lin Shulan to be so rude. Her face turned red, and after a while, she said, "Lin Shulan, I'm thinking about your family. Why can't you understand good advice?" "Oh, Widow Li, do you think you're the only smart person in the world? Stop trying to stir up trouble between me and my daughter-in-law, or else don't blame me for being harsh." Shen Chunning had no idea that just passing by with her husband would cause so much controversy. At that moment, Zhou Yubai had already arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative. These days, everyone in the area was busy harvesting peanuts and most people were at work, so there weren't many customers at the cooperative. As soon as Shen Chunning walked in, the older sister who often sold her things greeted her. "Hello, young comrade, over here." Shin Chun-ning smiled and walked over to her. The older sister's cheerful gaze swept over Shin Chun-ning and Zhou Yubai. Young comrade, have you finished your eating? Yes, Shin Chun-ning replied confidently, taking out some candies from her pocket and handing them to the older sister. Here, have some wedding candies. Thanks to your recommendation last time, my dowry was so complete. You're too polite, young comrade. We're here to serve the people, the older sister said with a big smile as she accepted the candies. She worked at the cooperative and didn't really need more candy at home. But Shin Chun-ning was pretty and spoke nicely, so she liked her and didn't want to refuse her kindness. By the way, young comrade, didn't you say you wanted to buy a watch last time? We just got a new batch in. Let me show you. Before Shin Chun-ning could say she didn't need a watch anymore, the older sister had already taken one out from the counter for her to see. Just as Shin Chun-ning was about to wave her hand and say no, Zhou Yubai pointed to a women's watch and said, "This one." The watch was very similar to the one she had bought for Zhou Yubai before, with a light blue dial, but the strap was not metal, it was a light brown leather. It didn't shine as much as the metal strap, but had a nicer texture. Oh, young comrade, your husband has great taste. This watch is the prettiest in this batch, the saleswoman immediately praised.
Try it on.
The man appeared distant and reserved in front of others, speaking in a way that left no room for refusal. Shin Chun-ning couldn't let her husband lose face in public. She reached out her hand. The saleswoman was about to put the watch on her, but Zhou Yubai took it from her and focused on putting it on Shin Chun-ning himself. After putting it on, he held her hand and admired it, saying, "It looks nice." He then turned to the saleswoman and asked, "How much is it?" The saleswoman's smile grew brighter. They worked at a supply and marketing cooperative and had sales targets to meet. With the busy farming season and the second half of the year upon them, many families were struggling to make ends meet, often having to save on food just to last until the grain distribution. In such circumstances, business at the cooperative was not good. Selling a watch like this would greatly help the saleswoman's performance for the month. "Comrade, this watch costs 198 yuan and a watch ticket." "Okay, I'll buy it," Zhou Yubai said confidently without asking Shin Chun-ning for her opinion.
Great.
The saleswoman quickly prepared the receipt. He paid the money and handed over the watch ticket. While giving Shin Chun-ning the watch box, the saleswoman smiled and said, "Young lady, when you came to buy things before, I could tell you were lucky just by looking at you. And indeed, your husband treats you so well. He's tall and handsome. Such a man is hard to find." Hearing compliments about her husband made Shin Chun-ning smile and thank her. After getting the watch box, they bought 2 pounds of pork, 2 bags of sugar, 2 packs of noodles, a bottle of liquor, and a box of cigarettes, which they hung on the handlebars of their bicycle to head back to the village. Once in the village, they didn't go directly to Shin's house but first returned to Zhou's home. Lin Shulan had prepared a hen for them to take back as a gift. Although Shin Chun-ning married into the same village, and the 3 men had helped build a kitchen for her a few days earlier, Shin's family had woken up early to clean the house for her return. They even took an extra half-hour off work to prepare. When Shin Chun-ning and Zhou Yubai returned to Zhou's house to pick up the hen before heading to Shin's father was already waiting at the gate. The yard was filled with a rich aroma, clearly indicating that her 2 brothers were already preparing delicious food for her. "Dad." Shin Chun-ning got off her bike and hurried a few steps forward to hold her father's hand. "Hey, Ning Yubai, you're back.
Come on, sit inside."
Shin's father, with his rough hands, held his daughter's hand, but he couldn't help feeling emotional. Even though his daughter married nearby, and he could see her every day, it still felt different now that she was married. In the past, when he came home from work, his daughter was always around. Whether she was asking him for something, pouting, or sweetly smiling at him when he brought her treats, her presence filled the home with joy. But now, with her married off, the house felt empty when he returned. This newly built house, which was supposed to be cozy, felt less inviting. Shin Chun-ning and Zhou Yubai entered the house, and her brothers, Shin Jing-su and Shin Jing-liang, took a break from the kitchen to greet them. "Ning, go to the living room and sit with Dad for a bit. Zhou-san, come help in the kitchen." Shen Jingsu directly called Zhou Yu-bai into the kitchen without hesitation. Seeing the expressions on her brothers' faces, Shen Chunning realized they were worried that Zhou Yu-bai might tease her, so they wanted to separate them to give Zhou Yu-bai a private warning. She had confidence in her husband, believing he could handle her brothers without any issues. So, she comfortably went to the living room to sit and talk with her dad. As soon as she sat down, Shen's father asked her to wait a moment and went into another room. Before long, he came out holding a basket and said, "Ning Ning, these are for you. Eat some now to hold you over, and you can take the rest home later." Shen Chunning looked in the basket and saw a pack of sponge cake, a small bag of fruit candies, 2 milk candies, and a jar of malted milk powder. The fruit candies might have been left over from a previous celebration, but she hadn't bought the other items. They were likely brought by her uncle for the occasion. Looking at these items, her eyes began to water. Throughout her life, her dad and brothers always saved the best for her. But she had never truly appreciated their kindness and had often taken advantage of them. After waking from that dream, she believed in it deeply because she understood herself. She knew that if she had acted like her old self and if she hadn't had that dream and something had really happened with Qinzian that day, she would have let him take advantage of her family just like in the dream. "Dad, thank you." Shin Chunning looked at her father's wrinkled face and said sincerely. Her father lovingly reached out to pat her head. "Silly girl. Why are you saying such things? You don't need to thank me. By the way, Ning Ning, I want to discuss something with you." Her father said, "When you go back later, bring back the 260 yuan of your dowry that you left at home. I went to the commune yesterday and heard they are hiring at the quarry, so I signed up." "No way." As soon as her father started speaking, Shin Chun-ning stood up excitedly and firmly denied. "Dad, no. I absolutely won't allow you to work at the quarry. It's too dangerous." Her father held Shin Chun-ning's hand. "Sweet girl, I know you're worried about my safety, but you have to trust me. I'm an adult. I will be careful. If I can go, not only will I earn work points, but the quarry also provides lunch and a monthly allowance of 6 yuan. With that, I can save enough for your brother's bride price and still have some left to help you." Shin Chun-ning realized her father was determined. Just talking wouldn't be enough. She immediately frowned. "Dad, we agreed that when I get married, half of the bride price would be for you. Otherwise, I won't marry at all. It's only been a few days, and you want to go back on your word and take the money and work at the quarry. Fine, if you go to the quarry, I'll go find Zhou Yubai right now and get a divorce. After that, I'll go to Qinzian." Shin Chun-ning was really anxious. She spoke quickly, and her face turned red. As she spoke, she turned to leave to find Zhou Yubai. But as luck would have it, when she turned around, she saw Zhou Yubai standing at the door with a bowl of food. The tall man stood with his back to the light, his face hidden in shadow. His expression, which usually showed little emotion, appeared even more intimidating in the dim light. Shin Chun-ning's heart skipped a beat, and she felt a bit embarrassed. He couldn't have heard, could he? Her father also stood up nervously to explain, "Yubai, Ning Ning didn't mean it like that." Zhou Yubai's expression didn't change as he placed the food on the table. "Dad, I understand. Let's eat." Soon, Shin Jingxiu and Shin Jingliang came in with other dishes. The Shin family always makes special meals for Shin Chunning, featuring her favorite foods. Today is a big day for her, and the table is filled with all her favorites. Shin Jingliang even prepared meat with a mix of fat and lean, making fried meatballs and stuffed eggplants just for her. Shin Jingxiu went to the river to catch shrimp and fish. After removing the bones from the fish, he chopped it up with the shrimp to make fish and cooked them in a soup for her. These special dishes were made because Shin Chunning used to ask her father and brothers to prepare them for her. However, now that her brothers have made them, she feels no appetite at all and keeps glancing at the man's face, trying to read his expression. But the man has a cold expression, making it hard to tell what he is thinking. After dinner, the man took the initiative to clean the dishes in the kitchen. Shin Jingliang nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Ning Ning, Zhou Yubai is quite good. Since you married him, you shouldn't be too willful. You need to be more considerate, understand?" Such words shouldn't normally come from an older brother. But with no mother or sisters, and their father and eldest brother unlikely to scold their little sister, it fell to him to say it. Shun Chunying absent-mindedly nodded. Yes, second brother, I understand. After Zhou Yu Bai finished cleaning the kitchen, he took the opportunity to chat with Shun's father and her two brothers before work started in the afternoon. The men discussed political topics, and Shun Chunying couldn't join in. She wanted to explain what had just happened, but couldn't find the right moment. Until the sound of metal clanging and the team leader's shout, "Time to work," echoed at the village entrance. Zhou Yu Bai stood up to say goodbye to the Shun family. Before leaving, Shun's father handed her a basket to take home. Although she accepted it, she stubbornly said, "Dad, I absolutely won't allow you to work at the quarry. If you don't go to the commune to cancel your name, I will definitely make sure you do." Shun's father understood his daughter. Although she seemed delicate, she was actually quite stubborn. Once she made up her mind, it was hard to change it. He had to compromise, saying, "All right, I will listen to you and go to the commune to cancel my name this afternoon. Be good, and you should explain things well to your husband. You just got married, and you have a long life ahead of you. Don't let any misunderstandings linger." Shun Chunying nodded. "Yes, Dad, I understand. I will explain clearly." As they left the Shun family's yard, Zhou Yu Bai pushed his bicycle ahead, while Shun Chunying quietly followed behind him with her head down. Along the way, she tried several times to find a chance to explain to him. But every time she looked up and saw his cold expression, she lost her courage. They continued until they reached their own small yard. As soon as Shun Chunying entered, Zhou Yu Bai suddenly stopped. She was so focused on how to explain that she didn't notice he had halted. When she realized it, she bumped into his solid back.
Ouch!
She exclaimed, instinctively rubbing her forehead. Wow, this man is really tough. His back felt as hard as iron. She instinctively wanted to step back. But in the next moment, his strong hand tightly held her waist. She looked up, blinking in surprise at him. Before she could react, he had already closed the yard door with his foot and pressed her against it. She stared at his cold, fierce face, feeling a bit dazed and scared. What was he doing? Was he going to hit her because of what she said? That thought quickly vanished as she dismissed it. No, he wouldn't do that. He was a soldier, an officer. How could he do something so inappropriate? "You Bai, I." She hesitated for a moment, finally gathering her courage to explain. But before she could say anything, her lips were sealed. She widened her eyes, watching his cold, handsome face come closer. She instinctively struggled a bit. But soon, his strong hand held her firmly, leaving her unable to move. His kiss was quick and urgent. She couldn't resist, having no strength to fight back. She could only let him take control, exploring her mouth as he pleased. Before long, she felt breathless, her mind clouded, and her body felt weak, as if all her strength had been drained. Just when her brain was nearly blank, he finally released her. But at the same time, she felt a sense of weightlessness, and by the time she realized it, he had picked her up and was striding toward the house. Until she was placed on the bed by the man, she quickly grabbed the thin blanket and wrapped herself up tightly, her big, sparkling eyes watching him warily. Zhou Yu Bai furrowed his brow, his deep, dark eyes fixed on her, as if a fierce beast was about to break free. Shun Chunying felt scared, her wrapped body trembling slightly. Her eyes also turned red uncontrollably. She spoke, her voice trembling a bit. "You Bai, I have something to tell you." Zhou Yu Bai looked at the pitiful little rabbit, his heart twisted, but his expression darkened even more. She was going to mention divorce. He thought about how she had been so afraid of him before, yet suddenly proposed marriage and even took the initiative to be with him. He believed she had truly moved on from that young man and wanted to build a life with him. It turned out she was just being pressured by the Shin family. He was grateful to the Shin family, but he wouldn't let her go. He looked at her coldly, Shun Chunying. His voice was icy. Shun Chunying shivered slightly and quickly replied, I'm here." Zhou Yu Bai steeled himself. "I know what you want to say, but you don't have to. When you proposed marriage, I told you I'm a soldier, and military marriages are hard to break. Now that we are married, there's no way to divorce. If you want to be single again to find that young man, you can just hope for my death." Shun Chunying was stunned as she listened to him grit his teeth while saying the last word. Once she came to her senses, she panicked, quickly sitting up and covering his mouth, puffing up her cheeks angrily. You mustn't say such things." "What do you mean, death? I don't want to be a widow, so stop it." She looked at his cold face, feeling extremely anxious. Zhou Yubai felt a mix of helplessness and bitterness. The little rabbit was still a little rabbit. No matter how anxious she was, her heart remained kind. He wouldn't let her be free, yet she didn't want him to die. Seeing her worried expression, he complied and made a spitting sound 3 times. Shin Chunying finally sighed in relief. She glared at him. "You mustn't say such things again. As a soldier, he could be sent on dangerous missions at any time, and he shouldn't speak carelessly. What if?" She couldn't bear to think about it. Seeing her like that, Zhou Yubai felt even more bitterness welling up inside him. For a moment, he even thought about letting her go free through divorce, so she could find that young man. As long as that young man treats her well and makes her happy, it doesn't really matter to him. But just thinking about her being with another man makes his heart ache painfully. At this moment, Shun Chunying calmed down. With her bright eyes, she looked seriously at Zhou Yubai and said, "Brother Yubai, I actually want to tell you that I just talked to my dad at home, only to threaten him not to go work at the quarry. I had a dream before." She shared her dream about her father going to work at the quarry and dying in an explosion. After finishing, she looked firmly at Zhou Yubai and said earnestly, "Brother Yubai, believe me, since I married you, I never thought about and will never think about divorcing you." After saying this, she felt it might be inappropriate, bit her lip, and quickly added, "As long as you don't mind me, and you still want me." Zhou Yubai was at a loss for words. He felt a rush of emotions when he heard her say this. Instinctively, he pulled her closer, wrapping his strong arm around her slender waist. He leaned down and kissed her soft lips. Shin Chunying experienced that almost suffocating feeling again. It wasn't until he removed her shirt, revealing her inner clothing, that she was startled and quickly held onto his firm chest, biting her lip with a flushed face, saying, "Brother Yubai, don't mess around. It's broad daylight." The day before, they had spent the whole day with the door closed, and many villagers were already joking about them. If it happened again today, she didn't dare to imagine what rumors would spread. Zhou Yubai tightened his hold around her waist, and she could clearly hear his strong heartbeat. Then, he gently nibbled on her earlobe and teased, "So does that mean tonight is okay?" Sen Chunying. Who asks such questions? She felt too shy to answer. He asked again, "So tonight, how about 5 times?" Upon hearing that number, Shin Chunying was too shy to respond and shook her head vigorously. The two were playfully negotiating when suddenly, they heard a knock at the door. "Is this Captain Zhou's home? Is Captain Zhou at home?" Zhou Yubai quickly went to open the door, and Shin Chunying hurriedly tidied her clothes before following him outside. "Hello, Captain Zhou." As soon as Zhou Yubai opened the door, 2 soldiers outside immediately saluted him. They then informed him that there was an urgent call from the military district, and he needed to return to the team right away. He only had half an hour to pack his things before he had to go with them to the city to catch a train. Although Shin Chunying had prepared herself for the man's departure, she didn't expect it to happen so soon. When the moment of separation came, her feelings of reluctance became especially strong. However, with time running out, she pushed aside her sadness. While the man packed his bags, she thought about making him something to eat for the journey. But she realized there wasn't enough time to prepare anything, so in the end, she only boiled 12 eggs, packed them in a bag, and handed them to him. She walked him to the door. Just before he stepped out, he suddenly turned back, pulled her into his arms, and held her tightly, as if he wanted to merge her into his very being. "Wife, I have already asked my brother to help you with any heavy work while I'm away. I will send my salary back to you every month so you don't have to work in the fields. And the black market is dangerous. Please don't go there anymore." Zhou Yubai usually spoke briefly and chose his words carefully. But now that they were parting, He had a lot more to say, giving her a long list of reminders. Only after she promised to follow all his advice did he hug her even tighter and say, "Wife, wait for me to come back." "Okay, I will wait for you." Shin Chunying nodded obediently, unable to hold back her tears as they streamed down her cheeks. No matter how reluctant he felt, Zhou Yubai had to let her go and walked out with big strides. The two soldiers were waiting for him in a military pickup truck not far away. Shin Chunying stood at the door until the green truck disappeared from sight. Then she wiped her tears away. Lin Shulan heard that her son had been urgently called back and hurried home from the fields, only to find her daughter-in-law standing at the gate with red eyes, gazing in the direction of the village exit. She knew then that her son had already left. While feeling reluctant, she also felt a pang of sympathy for Shin Chunying. They had only been married for 3 days, and now he was gone, with no idea of when he would return. As a woman, she understood the heartache involved. Ning Ning, don't blame the third brother. Soldiers like him are always ready to serve whenever the country needs them, Lin Shulan comforted her daughter-in-law. Shin Chunying nodded, her eyes still a bit red, but she smiled and said, "Mom, my third brother is also a soldier. Don't worry, I understand. I don't blame you, Bai. I am proud of him. With soldiers like them protecting us, our family can live in peace." Exactly. Lin Shulan gave Shin Chunying a thumbs up upon hearing her words. Ning Ning, your understanding is commendable. Lin Shulan's exaggerated expression made Shin Chunying feel a bit shy. Seeing that Shin Chunying was in good spirits, Lin Shulan decided not to say more. Ning Ning, when the third brother is not home, if you need anything, come to me and your father. Even your older brothers can help you. Don't carry everything alone. Mom, I still haven't finished pulling the peanuts from the field today, so I need to go do that. After saying this, Lin Shulan hurried off. Once Lin Shulan left, Shin Chunying closed the yard gate. These past few days, Zhou Yubai had been with her almost all the time, so she hadn't had a chance to check on her space and didn't know how things were there. After closing the door, she entered the space. In just 3 days, the crops had grown significantly taller, and the rice was about to flower. She first watered the crops in the space with spring water. Then she went to the storage area and used her mind to shell the last batch of rice, grinding the wheat and corn into flour. After that, she returned the rice husks and bran to the field as fertilizer. The total amount of rice, flour, and corn flour was still 800 pounds. Shin Chunying looked at the few bags of grain in the space and fell into deep thought. Although the crops grew quickly, the land was limited, and so was the yield. She remembered that in her dream, Chen Ziyun and Wang Yumin's agricultural company produced over 1 million tons of grain annually. She recalled a news segment reporting that their Yuyun agricultural company achieved a yield of 3 tons per acre. The news praised their contributions to agriculture with many flattering words. Even in the dream world, after the seeds were improved, the grain yield had significantly increased, which was hard to believe. Shin Chunying thought that in her dream, Wang Yumeng must have used her space to increase the crop yield on her farm, or perhaps she expanded the area of the space, or sped up the growth of the crops, which boosted the overall production. Then, she mixed the crops from the space with those from her farm, resulting in such an amazing yield per acre. After thinking for a moment, Shin Chunying realized she had no idea how to expand the space or speed up the crop growth. The only thing she could try was to see if she could use the space's spiritual water to enhance the crops outside. Without hesitation, Shin Chunying left the space, grabbed some farming tools, and began to till the land in her yard. In Sihong village, every household had their own garden either in their yard or next to it. So, when Zhou Yubai built his house, he also left a small plot in the yard for growing vegetables. This plot had previously been used by Lin Shulan for planting vegetables. Recently, after they hosted a wedding and consumed some of the vegetables, Lin Shulan had cut down the remaining ones to make dried vegetables. Now, the plot was empty. Shin Chunying had never done farm work before, but she had watched the villagers work since she was young, so she didn't think tilling the land would be too difficult. She raised it high like the villagers did, and struck down. After the first strike, she felt her arm vibrate, but when she looked at the ground, she had only made a small hole the size of her fingertip. She felt a bit embarrassed. Clearly, she was doing the same as everyone else, yet others could dig deep into the soil and turn over large clumps of dirt while she could not. Determined, she continued to dig, but soon her palms began to ache. When she opened her hand, she gasped. She had blisters forming from the S handle. Looking at the ground she had just tilled, it looked like a dog had scratched a few holes, and the new dirt was even less than what a dog would have dug up. Shin Chun-ning realized she was not cut out for farm work. As the saying goes, there is no difficulty in the world if one is willing to give up. Just as she was about to give up, Lin Shulan passed by the yard on her way home from work. Seeing Shin Chun-ning leaning on staring at her palm with a pouty face that looked like she was about to cry, Lin Shulan was startled and quickly entered the yard. Ning ning, what happened? Oh no, how did you get so many blisters? Without waiting for Shin Chun-ning to respond, Lin Shulan leaned in to look at her palm and gasped in surprise. Shin Chun-ning gave an awkward smile. Mom, I'm fine. I just want to dig up this piece of land to grow some vegetables, but I don't really know how. She had always been pampered by her father and brothers, so she never learned. As a rural girl, not knowing how to farm was a problem. Today, she felt quite embarrassed when Lin Shulan caught her. Oh, dear. If you can't do it, then don't. Lin Shulan exclaimed with concern, taking the from Shin Chun-ning and leaning it against the wall. Come here, let me help you with that blister on your hand and wrap it up. Lin Shulan said, rushing outside to pick a thorn from the citrus tree. She pulled Shin Chun-ning into the house and made her sit on a stool. As she prepared to pop the blister, she reminded her, Ning Ning, if you're scared, just close your eyes. I'll use this thorn and it will be over soon. It won't get infected. Shin Chun-ning was indeed quite scared. She had always been afraid of pain, so she couldn't help but close her eyes, tucking her neck in and turning her face away. All done. Before she even felt any pain, she heard Lin Shulan say it was finished. When she opened her eyes, she saw Lin Shulan wrapping her hand with a roll of gauze. This gauze was bought by your brother from the city. I scolded him for wasting money at the time. But now I'm glad he got it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have anything to treat your hand. Shin Chun-ning smiled shyly, feeling warm inside. She guessed that Lin Shulan probably wouldn't even use this gauze for herself when she got blisters from working. When she was at home during spring plowing, her father and brothers often had blisters, and they would usually just pop them with a thorn and leave them alone, letting them scab over in a day or two. Ning Ning, with your hand like this, you can't cook. Come on, let's go eat at my place. Lin Shulan said, pulling Shin Chun-ning towards the next room. Shin Chun-ning looked at Lin Shulan and couldn't help but feel tears welling up in her eyes from the warmth of her kindness. Seeing her daughter-in-law like this, Lin Shulan was startled and quickly asked, Ning Ning, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Tears streamed down Shin Chun-ning's cheeks. She hugged Lin Shulan tightly, her voice trembling as she said, Mom, thank you. You are so good to me, sob sob. I have never had a mother since I was little, and my reputation in the village isn't great. Everyone says I'm lazy and that I want a life of luxury without deserving it. You don't dislike me and treat me so well, sob sob. Lin Shulan had 3 sons and no daughters. When she was younger, she wished for a sweet little girl, but sadly, that dream never came true. Later, when her sons married, she hoped to treat her daughters-in-law like daughters, but the eldest son's wife was distant, and the second son's wife was friendly but still kept a bit of distance. When Shin Chun-ning cried in her arms, it stirred up all of Lin Shulan's maternal feelings, almost melting her heart. She gently patted Shin Chun-ning's back and comforted her. All right, dear. Don't cry anymore. From now on, I will be your real mother. Since you married the 3rd son, you are part of our family, and I will make sure you are happy. Then she playfully added, if those gossiping women in the village talk about you again, just tell me, and I'll help you scold them. Shin Chun-ning smiled through her tears. Thank you, Mom. Lin Shulan wiped the tears from her face and said, come on, let's go to my place. I'll make you some steamed eggs. She had wanted to cook meat for her daughter-in-law, but there was no meat left at home. Only a few eggs. Mom, you go ahead. I'll clean up a bit and be right there, Shin Chunying replied, wiping her own tears. All right, I'll go back to make dinner, Lin Shulan said as she walked into the yard and saw the ground Shin Chunying had dug up, looking like a dog had chewed it. She called out, Ning Ning, stop digging. If you want to plant vegetables, wait a couple of days, and I'll ask your father to help you. Okay, Mom. Thank you. Shin Chunying peeked out from the main room and smiled sweetly at Lin Shulan. In that moment, Lin Shulan felt her heart soften. She understood why Shin Chunying's father and brothers spoiled her so much. If she had such a sweet little girl, she wouldn't want her to work in the fields either. Thinking about her visit to her mother-in-law's house, Shin Chunying knew she couldn't go empty-handed. Plus, there were 6 kids next door, so she wanted to bring them something sweet too. She went to her storage space and took out a piece of pork weighing about a pound, placing it at the bottom of her basket, along with 2 pounds of rice and 2 pounds of flour. On top, she added some fruit candy she bought from the supply store and the egg cake her father had given her when she returned home. As soon as she stepped out of the courtyard, she headed next door. However, her tone today seemed a bit off. Not far from home, she ran into Qin Ziyun, Wang Yumin, and Lu Qiaoqing returning from work at the youth station. Shin Chunying wanted to avoid any interaction with them. After having that dream, she thought about how to avoid ending up like that, and the best way was to stay far away from Qin Ziyun and Wang Yumin. She looked away, pretending not to see the 3 of them, and walked into the Zhou family's yard with her basket. Qin Ziyun watched her until she disappeared, his eyes filled with a greedy glint. Wang Yumin had been staring at Shin Chunning's neck for a while. She was sure that Shin Chunying wasn't wearing the koi jade pendant anymore. This made her feel uneasy. The pendant was a keepsake from Shin Chunning's mother, something she always wore. Why was it suddenly missing? Did she hide it because she discovered its secret, or was there another reason? She squinted her eyes, realizing she needed to find out where the koi jade pendant was, as it was the most important element in the story. Seeing Qin Ziyun's gaze glued to Shin Chunying, Lu Qiaoqing felt a surge of jealousy. Unable to hold back, she said, Ugh. Meng Meng, look at how she struts around. Those who know think she's a revolutionary comrade from our working class, but those who don't might think she's from a brothel in feudal society. Wang Yumin felt relieved by Lu Qiaoqing's words, but she couldn't help but frown. Lu Qiaoqing was too outspoken. She realized she needed to keep her distance to avoid any trouble that might come from her words. Qin Ziyun sharply reprimanded Lu Qiaoqing, saying, Lu, you shouldn't speak about our comrades like that. If someone reports you, you could be sent for ideological re-education. If you want to act recklessly, that's your choice, but don't drag Meng Meng and me into it. Lu Qiaoqing's comments about Shin Chunying stemmed from jealousy and a desire for Qin Ziyun to recognize her worth through comparison. To her surprise, Qin Ziyun didn't see her value at all and instead scolded her, leaving her feeling wronged. Wang Yumin sighed and said earnestly, Qiaoqing, Qin is right. Given the current situation, we all need to be careful with our words and actions. Lu Qiaoqing had always followed Wang Yumin's lead. Wang Yumin and Qin Ziyun both said that, so she could only bite her lip and reply, feeling wronged, okay, Qin Jiqing Meng Meng, I understand. I will be more careful with my words in the future. When they returned to the youth station, Wang Yumin quickly went to find Qin Ziyun when no one was watching. Ziyun, did you notice that Shin Chunying's koi jade pendant is missing? As a normal man, Qin Ziyun's attention would not be drawn to a jade pendant that wasn't very valuable. However, he didn't want Wang Yumin to realize his thoughts, so he nodded seriously and said, Yes, I noticed. Ziyun, we can't delay this any longer. You need to find Shin Chunying tonight. No matter what it takes, you must get that pendant back, Wang Yumin said anxiously. She needed the main character's special ability from the book. Qin Ziyun nodded. All right, I'll go find her tonight. Wang Yumin thought for a moment and said, Ziyun, we still have some of that medicine left from last time. Take it with you tonight and find a way to get Shin Chunying to take it. Once you succeed with her, make sure she gives you the pendant as a reward. No need, Chen Ziyun immediately refused without thinking. Meng Meng, you have to believe in my charm. Shin Chunying has probably been waiting for me to find her. Let's not do anything messy that might upset her. Chen Ziyun still believed that Shin Chunying's sudden change in attitude was just a game of push and pull. However, that woman had gone too far this time and had made herself look bad. He only tolerated her because she was somewhat attractive. If she were any less appealing, he wouldn't even look at her. Wang Yuming frowned at Chen Ziyun's words. How did she not notice that the male lead in the book was such an average guy? The male lead being average was his problem, but she was determined to use him to get the special ability. Shin Chunying had just entered the Zhou family with a basket when several children rushed over, calling, "Auntie, Auntie." Shin Chunying shared the fruit candies and egg cakes from her basket with the kids before heading into Lin Shulan's kitchen. At that moment, Sun Fingjiao had just returned from work and was cooking. Hearing the noise in the yard, she came out and saw Shin Chunying entering her mother-in-law's kitchen. Her eyes flickered. As Xia Yui was heading to the well to fetch water and wash vegetables, she overheard someone say, "Wait, didn't the kitchen at the third brother's house get finished first? Why did they go to their mother's place instead?" Xia Yui wasn't foolish. After being scolded last time by Sun Fingjiao's instigation, she was quite alert now. "Oh, maybe the third sister-in-law is taking something to their mother," Xia Yui replied calmly. "Besides, with the third brother gone, Ning Ning is home alone. If she doesn't feel like cooking, it's not strange for her to join their mother for a meal." As she spoke, Xia Yui poured the water used for washing vegetables into the garden and went into her kitchen. Seeing her fail to stir up trouble, Sun Fingjiao rolled her eyes and went inside, taking half a bowl of stir-fried asparagus with oil scraps to the main room. "Mom, what are you having for dinner tonight?" "I brought you half a bowl of stir-fried asparagus with oil scraps," Sun Fingjiao called as she peeked into Lin Shulan's kitchen, quickly scanning the room. She didn't believe that, even after bringing food, her mother-in-law would still give all the good dishes to the third brother's family. Lin Shulan noticed Sun Fingjiao's sly look and understood her intentions. As she took items out of Shin Chunning's basket, she said, "Third brother's family, it's fine that you brought rice and flour here, but why did you bring such a big piece of meat?" With a teasing glance at Shin Chunning, Lin Shulan continued, "Eldest daughter-in-law, today the third brother's family brought us quite a lot of things. Your father and I can't eat this much." Sun Fingjiao's eyes nearly popped out when she saw the piece of meat in Shin Chunning's basket. Although they had just had a big meal when they divided the family, these days food was scarce, and they were really lacking in oil and fat. Having not eaten meat for days, she was craving it badly. Hearing Lin Shulan's words, she thought her mother-in-law was going to share some of the meat with her. With a cheerful expression, she started to go inside, saying, "Mom, this is a gift from the third sister-in-law for you and Dad." "I can't possibly." Before she could finish, Lin Shulan changed her tone. "You can take your stir-fried asparagus back for the kids. We'll eat the meat that the third brother's family brought." Sun Fengjiao's smile instantly froze, and her hand, which was reaching out, awkwardly retracted. Okay, Mom, I'll take it back for now. I'll bring you some good food next time." Sun Fengjiao awkwardly carried the half bowl of fried bamboo shoots back. Lin Shulan's face fell. She started to doubt if she had misjudged things. The eldest family was too calculating. Just a few days after the separation, they were already thinking about visiting her and her husband for favors, really. Although the second family didn't seem to be looking for favors, they hadn't even visited their main house since the separation. They were truly heartless. In contrast, the third family was really nice. The daughter-in-law was hurt, and the mother-in-law invited her over for dinner, bringing rice and meat to share. After dinner, Lin Shulan remembered that Shin Chunying had hurt her hand and might have trouble washing up at home. She invited Shin Chunying to wash up at their place, and after she was done, Lin Shulan sent her back next door. On her first night alone at home, Shin Chunying felt a bit uneasy. After coming out of her space, she felt the house was too empty. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, thinking about how the man had been pestering her earlier, asking for 5 times that night. Now he was far away from her. Just as Shin Chunying was feeling lost, she suddenly heard a thud from the courtyard outside. It sounded like something had fallen from the wall. She immediately became alert. Although she was scared and trembling, she forced herself to calm down. Quickly getting out of bed, she grabbed the large wooden stick she kept by the door for protection, gripping it tightly with both hands. She hid behind the door of the main room. At that moment, there were 3 knocks on the door, accompanied by a specific call of a cuckoo. Shin Chunying furrowed her delicate brows. This was the secret signal she had agreed upon with Chin Ziyun when she wasn't thinking clearly. She didn't expect that as soon as Yu Bai left, Chin Ziyun would dare to come over. Taking a deep breath to gather her courage, she tightened her grip on the stick, deciding to take this opportunity to teach Chin Ziyun a big lesson. Ning ning, ning ning, please open the door. It's your Ziyun brother. Outside, Chin Ziyun clearly couldn't wait any longer. He didn't even use the secret signal, knocking while lowering his voice. Ning ning, I've always known your feelings for me. I was cold to you before just to test if your feelings for me were genuine. I know the misunderstanding last time might have hurt you, which is why you married someone like Zhou Yubai, who is so rough. Ning ning, don't worry, even though you've been married before, I won't think less of you. Shin Chunying listened to his words through the door, feeling both angry and disgusted. Her eyes turned red, and she felt a bit warm around them. But that didn't stop her from teaching Chin Ziyun a lesson. She suddenly flung open the door. Using the bright moonlight, she aimed at the shadow outside and swung a stick, shouting, I'll teach you a lesson, you scoundrel. My husband is a soldier. He just left home to protect our country. How dare you come here, you beast? I'll make sure you regret it. Shin Chunying was naturally emotional. When she got worked up, tears flowed freely, and her voice trembled with sobs. Yet, she didn't stop swinging the stick, ignoring the pain from her hands, putting all her strength into hitting Chin Ziyun. Chin Ziyun, who had been very confident that Shin Chunying would never refuse him, was caught off guard by her sudden attack. He ran around the yard, trying to escape. Ning ning, blase stop. I'm Chin Ziyun, the educated youth. The commotion in Shin Chunying's yard quickly attracted the attention of the Zhou family and the other educated youths nearby. Lin Shulan and Zhou's father were the first to rush into Shin Chunying's yard. Hearing Shin Chunying crying and scolding Chin Ziyun while chasing him with a stick, they quickly understood what was happening. Lin Shulan pushed Zhou's father, saying, Old man, let's take action. Let's deal with that scoundrel who dared to come into our daughter-in-law's yard. Zhou's father was also furious. His son was a soldier, risking his life to protect the country, and now these city youths had the audacity to harass his daughter-in-law. He grabbed a pitchfork by the wall and aimed it at Chin Ziyun. Lin Shulan, not to be outdone, snatched the stick from Shin Chunying's hands, saying, Give it to me. I'll take care of him. Chin Ziyun was knocked down by Zhou's father with the pitchfork, and Lin Shulan followed up with the stick. When Zhou's eldest and second sons arrived, Lin Shulan finally stepped back. At that moment, Shin Chunying rushed into Lin Shulan's arms, crying uncontrollably, Mom.
I'm scared, sobi.
Shin Chunying was genuinely frightened. Although she had decided to teach Chin Ziyun a lesson and had been brave when she attacked, she still felt overwhelmed. But it all depended on holding her breath. She knew that with her little strength, if Chin Ziyun had any courage, he could easily turn around and the stick from her hand to fight back. Lin Shulan felt Shin Chunying trembling in fear. Her heart ached. Gritting her teeth, she looked at Chin Ziyun, who was pinned to the ground and being punched and kicked by the older boys, and fiercely shouted, Big brother, second brother, hit him.
Hit him hard.
The people from the youth team saw the situation was bad and quickly went to fetch the team leader and the team secretary. When team leader Zhou Tsonglin and secretary Shun Weidong arrived, they saw that Chin Ziyun, pinned to the ground, was struggling to breathe. Stop. Stop. Zhou big brother, Zhou second brother, you two need to stop. Zhou Tsonglin quickly intervened to stop Zhou Jiakong and Zhou Jun. Just then, Shin Fu, along with Shin Jingxiu and Shin Zhengliang, arrived. Seeing Shin Chunying crying and gasping for breath, their hearts nearly broke. Knowing that Chen Ziyun had jumped over the wall to harass Shin Chunning, they rushed forward and kicked Chen Ziyun a few more times. At that moment, Lu Qiaoqing, standing in the youth team, could no longer hold back. She suddenly lunged at Chen Ziyun, shouting fiercely, "Get away! You all get away! Chen Ziyun is not that kind of person. Shin Chunning is slandering him. If you dare to lay a hand on him, you'll be murderers." Secretary Shun Weidong quickly stepped in to stop the Shun family. Zhou's father, furious, stepped forward and said, "Team leader, secretary, my third son is a soldier. He was just urgently called back to the army this afternoon, and now this youth has jumped over the wall to harass his wife. If you don't handle this properly, I will go to the commune to report it to the military affairs office." Shun Zhengliang immediately supported him, saying, "My third son is also a soldier. Even if my younger sister isn't married to a soldier, she is still a soldier's family member. Why should this outsider keep bullying us?" Zhou Zonglin and Xin Weidong, as the leaders of the team, felt a headache coming on. If this were someone from their own team, they could easily deal with it, but since Chen Ziyan was a youth, they first needed to inform the youth office before taking action. Zhou Zonglin and Xin Weidong exchanged a glance. The priority now was to calm the emotions of both the Zhou and Xin families. As for the young intellectuals, aside from Lu Qiaoqing, who was defending Chen Ziyun, the others showed indifference, and some even rolled their eyes at Chen Ziyun. It seemed the young intellectuals were not going to cause trouble for Chen Ziyun, which made things easier. Zhou Zonglin and Shun Weidong reassured their respective families. Finally, Shun Weidong said to the still sniffling Shin Chunning, "Ningning, your uncle and I know about this. You've been wronged. Don't worry, we will handle this fairly and will not let any disgraceful behavior tarnish the reputation of military families." Shin Chunning sniffled, her nose red from crying, and thanked Shin Weidong and Zhou Zonglin. After they took Chen Ziyan away, the other villagers and young intellectuals who came to watch also left. Before leaving, Wang Yiming gave Shin Chunning a deep look. When Chen Ziyan made his foolish remarks today, she realized the story had changed and Chen Ziyan, the male lead, might be finished. But that was okay. She still had a backup plan. With everyone else gone, Zhou's parents and the Shin father and son stayed in Shin Chunning's living room. Shin Chunning had cried hard earlier and was still sniffling. Lin Shulan, feeling sorry for her, gently patted her shoulder and said, "I think Ningning should move in with us. It's not safe for her to live alone." Shin's father immediately replied, "In-laws, I know you mean well for Ningning, but since we've separated, it wouldn't be appropriate for her to live with you. How about this? Ningning can come back home with me. Her room is still here, and nothing has been touched. She'll be comfortable. When her husband comes back from leave, she can stay with him. In-laws, that's even less appropriate. Although we're in the same village, it's unusual for a married daughter to live with her parents long-term. It would make us a laughingstock," Lin Shulan countered. Seeing her father and mother-in-law about to argue over her living arrangements, Shin Chunning quickly said, "Dad, Mom, please don't argue. I'm married now, and I've separated, so I'll stay in my own home and won't go anywhere else." She lives alone, which makes it much easier for her to go out or sell food. Seeing the worried looks from her father and mother-in-law, Shin Chunning quickly sat up straight and explained, "Mom, you're right. If I keep coming back to my parents' house after getting married, people will talk. Dad, you're right too. Since our families have split, it wouldn't be right for me to live with my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Even if my older brothers don't mind, my sisters-in-law might feel uncomfortable. So living in my own home is the best choice. Plus, after I dealt with Chen Jiqing, who bothered me, the team leader and secretary will take serious action against him. This will serve as a warning to others not to disturb me." Hearing her words, Shin father felt proud and pleased, saying, "My girl has really grown up." Lin Shulan didn't insist anymore. "All right, then Ningning can continue living alone. If anything like today happens again, just shout, and your father and I will come to help right away." Shin Chunning felt relieved when both of them agreed. Sometimes being too well-liked can be difficult. If things aren't balanced, it can upset the elders. Shun father thought for a moment and instructed Shin Jung-soo and Shin Jung-liang, you two, go buy some broken tiles tomorrow to put around your sister's yard.
Okay, Dad. That's a good idea.
Of course. Shin Jung-soo and Shin Jung-liang had no objections to protecting their sister. Shin Chun-ning wanted to tell her father and brothers not to make it so complicated, but as soon as she opened her mouth, the three of them said in unison, "You need it. Sweet girl, don't worry about this. Just let your older brothers handle it," Shun father concluded firmly. Shin Chun-ning had no choice but to accept it. After sending her in-laws and father away, she locked the door and prepared for bed. Earlier in the afternoon, she had hurt her hand, and while dealing with Chin Zi-yun, she had reopened the wound, causing it to bleed. However, Lin Shulan had already changed her bandage. Though it still hurt a bit, it was bearable. After a long night, when she lay back down, she didn't think much and soon fell asleep. Not long into her dreams, it felt like she entered another world. She heard two people talking. "Once you get that jade pendant, you'll have the means to cooperate with me. Don't worry, I will definitely find that jade pendant for you. You said you haven't seen her wearing that jade pendant. What if she has discovered its secret and claimed it for herself?"
Then,
snap. Just hearing that sound, Shin Chun-ning could imagine the fierce expression on the other person's face as they made a throat-cutting gesture. She was so scared that she jolted awake from her dream. Realizing that the short dream had left her clothes soaked with cold sweat, she noticed the sky in the east was already lightening. She decided to get up, boil some water, and clean off the sticky sweat. As she recalled the dream, it felt just as real as the last one. Could this dream also be a warning about her future? The male voice in her dream was unfamiliar, but the female voice was recognizable. It was Wang Yumeng's voice. Connecting it to her previous dream, the jade pendant mentioned was undoubtedly her koi jade pendant. So, Wang Yumeng would kill her to take her pendant. Thinking back to her past life, the car that killed her third brother was also arranged by Wang Yumeng. Just the thought of it made her break out in a cold sweat again. She felt a bit lost and wanted to cry. She sniffled and quickly held back her tears. Crying wouldn't help now. She needed to find out who Wang Yumeng was trading with using her pendant. She had to act before Wang Yumeng and deal with her and the person behind her to truly protect herself and her family. Her intuition told her that the effort to obtain her pendant was not just for the food production in that space. There must be some secret about the jade pendant space that she hadn't discovered yet. With that thought, Shin Chun-ning quickly entered the space again. She wandered around the space. The area hadn't increased, and the crops were growing at a similar speed as before. Although they grew faster than outside, it wasn't to the point of being overwhelming. The meat she had stored in the warehouse was still as fresh as when she put it in. This space could preserve food, but that didn't seem enough to be exciting. She walked over to the spiritual spring and suddenly felt thirsty. Not wanting to grab a cup, she scooped some water with her hands and drank. The spring water was sweet, flowing down her throat and making her feel refreshed all over. At that moment, she noticed the wounds left by the burst blisters on her hand. Those wounds were visibly healing at an incredible speed. Shin Chun-ning couldn't help but widen her eyes, her heart racing uncontrollably. This spring water is surprisingly magical. Could it be that the person who traded with Wang Yumeng wanted this spring water? Shin Chun-ning left the space feeling excited. At this time, it was just getting light outside. Shin Jingxiu and Shin Jingliang had already arrived with some broken tiles. Shin Chun-ning quickly greeted them. "Brothers, why are you here so early? Have you had breakfast?" "We've eaten," Shin Jingxiu and Shin Jingliang replied in unison. Having lived with her two brothers for 20 years, Shin Chun-ning knew them well. Seeing their evasive eyes, she realized that although they had eaten, they probably only had a sweet potato each. Shin Jingxiu and Shin Jingliang quickly climbed up to her house's wall to start applying new mud and laying tiles. Shin Chun-ning didn't mind them and went to the kitchen to cook. Since it was early, she made noodles. After boiling the noodles, she blanched some lettuce leaves and added 2 fried eggs to each bowl. She added lard, spicy oil, soy sauce, vinegar, and chopped green onions before calling out, Eldest brother, second brother, come eat. Shun Jingxiu and Shun Jinliang had seen Shin Chunying busy in the kitchen, but they thought she was just making her own breakfast and didn't pay much attention. When they heard her calling, Shun Jingxiu was a bit surprised. Little sister, didn't we say that we both had breakfast? You eat, we don't need any. As he spoke, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at Shin Chunying with warmth and affection. Shun Jinliang felt the same way. He appreciated that their little sister, who used to only think about herself when there was good food, had changed. Seeing her brothers focused on their work again, Shin Chunying placed her hands on her hips and said, Eldest brother, second brother, are you sure you don't want to eat my food? Fine, if you don't eat, I'll pour it all out. Shun Chunying said, lifting a bowl of noodles as if to dump it, sighing, what a shame to waste this fine flour. Before she finished speaking, Shun Jingxiu and Shun Jinliang hurried down from the wall. They knew their little sister well. She had been spoiled by their father and them since she was young. Even though they lived in a rural area where food was scarce, she always had everything she wanted and had never experienced hardship. When she acted stubbornly, saying she would pour out the fine flour, she really would do it. Little sister, don't pour it out. We'll eat. We can eat. Shun Jingxiu quickly took the bowl from her hands and handed it to Shin Jinliang, saying, second brother, eat. Shin Chunying put away her spoiled little act, smiled sweetly, and handed another bowl of noodles to Shin Jingxiu, saying, elder brother, you eat too. You, really, I can't do anything with you, Shin Jingxiu said, looking at his adorable little sister with a mix of helplessness and affection. Shin Chunying smiled sweetly and wasn't upset. She also took a small bowl of noodles to eat. After Shin Jingxiu and Shun Jinliang finished their bowl of noodles, they discovered there were 2 fried eggs at the bottom. Both were pleased but also felt a bit sorry. Why would these big men need to eat eggs? Shin Jingxiu even wanted to give the fried eggs to Shin Chunying, but after she firmly refused, he ate them with a pained expression. After finishing, Shun Jingxiu looked at Shin Chunying, hesitating to speak. Elder brother, just say what you want to say, Shin Chunying said, seeing her brother's expression and taking the initiative to speak. Shun Jingxiu smiled. Little sister, it's not a big deal. I just want to tell you that now that you are married, even though Zhou Yubai's salary is good, you need to plan your spending. You should save some money for the future. Raising children will be expensive. In the future, you can eat your own fine food, but please don't let us eat it anymore. As Shun Jingxiu kindly advised, he looked at Shin Chunying nervously, afraid she might get upset. In the past, he felt she was too extravagant, and when their family of 4 men struggled to support her, he had gently suggested she be a bit more frugal. But she got upset and cried, saying he wanted to marry someone and was tired of having her as a sister. It broke their father's heart. He was already in his 20s then, and their father chased him around. Since then, he never wanted to change his sister. He just thought today, since she got married, he worried she might spend too freely and be looked down upon by her in-laws, so he couldn't help but say something. Little sister, I'm not saying you spend too much. After Shun Jingxiu finished speaking, he noticed Shin Chunying was silent and immediately felt anxious to explain. He was almost 30 now and didn't want to be chased around by their father again. Shun Jinliang understood his brother's concerns and immediately held Shin Jingxiu back, speaking seriously to Shin Chunying. Ningning, we are both very happy that you made this bowl of noodles for us today. Second brother knows you have grown up and become more sensible. You should understand your elder brother's good intentions. You don't know how hard it is to earn money if you don't earn any. Zhou Yubai and the others in the army work hard for every penny. You really need to learn to manage your money and not spend it all. Shin Chunying listened to her brother's words, frowning slightly as she thought seriously. She could make money by selling the food produced in her space, but that money was not something she could openly explain. She needed a legitimate way to earn money. Although she saw in her dreams that in the future she could freely do business and make money, the country still did not allow speculation now. Little sister. Shun Jingxiu noticed Shin Chunning's frown and thought she was upset, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. The older brother and second brother spoke a bit harshly. Older brother, second brother, you are right. Don't worry, I understand what you said. I won't spend money carelessly. I will save money to live with you by and raise children in the future. Shin Chun-ning looked seriously at her two brothers with her bright eyes and said firmly. When she mentioned raising children, her ears turned slightly red. Seeing that Shin Chun-ning was not angry and had taken their words to heart, Shin Jingxiu and Shun Jimliang felt relieved and very pleased. However, being men, they felt a bit awkward discussing raising children with their sister. Since she understood their point, they quickly wanted to get back to work. Shin Chun-ning remembered that their father was going to the quarry and stopped her brothers to ask if he had registered his name at the commune. Unexpectedly, their father hadn't mentioned this to them, and they had no idea if he had registered or not. Shin Chun-ning thought she needed to go to the commune herself to confirm that their father had registered his name so she could feel at ease. She quickly cleaned up the dishes and kitchen, said goodbye to her brothers, and rode her bicycle to the commune. On the way, she passed by Li Xiaolan's house and happened to see Li Xiaolan and her mother, Aunt Xiaoying, seeing off the women's director, LV Xiaohong. LV Xiaohong smiled and said, Xiaoying, don't worry. I will help you find a suitable man for Xiaolan who shares her interests and goals. Aunt Xiaoying was beside her, trying to encourage a reluctant Li Xiaolan to smile. It was well known that Li Xiaolan had pursued Zhou Yubai and had waited until this age, without getting engaged. Now, being seen by Shin Chun-ning while asking the women's director for help felt embarrassing to her, as if she were exposed. Although she was reluctant, she still cooperated with her mother. At that moment, she bit her lip and broke free from her mother's hand, saying, I said I won't marry, just won't marry. After saying this, she ran into the house with red eyes.
Xiao Lan.
Aunt Xiaoying called out to Li Xiaolan's back. Seeing her daughter wipe her tears and enter the house, she couldn't help but stomp her foot, this child. Just as she was about to explain to LV Xiaohong kindly said, Xiaoying, we all understand Xiaolan's situation. You go home and talk to her, and I'll help you look for options here. Aunt Xiaoying repeatedly thanked LV Xiaohong. Shin Chun-ning didn't feel awkward. She smiled and greeted LV Xiaohong and Wang Xiaoying before riding away on her bicycle. Wang Xiaoying looked at Shin Chun-ning, who was becoming more radiant and healthy, and sighed. This girl from the Shin family is quite fortunate. It's a pity for her daughter, who has waited so many years only to end up with such a result. At her age, there isn't much to choose from. She just hopes someone can introduce a decent-looking man with a bit of wealth. The Zihong Brigade is part of the Hongyang Commune. The commune office is located in a courtyard with a row of whitewashed brick houses. A slogan on the wall reads, Uphold the great thoughts of the great leader and serve the people diligently. Shin Chun-ning inquired about the office responsible for hiring at the quarry and went straight there. Inside the office, a small blackboard displayed the work schedule, and a staff member was organizing the registration list for quarry jobs. Noticing there were no other people in the office, Shin Chun-ning handed a pack of cigarettes to the staff member. After explaining her purpose, the staff member readily helped her look through the registration list. Shin Qingsong's name was still prominently on the list and had not been crossed out. Shin Chun-ning felt a bit angry. Her father was now playing this game of saying one thing and doing another. She quickly told the staff member that Shin Qingsong was getting older and that they, as his children, didn't want him to take on such dangerous work. She requested the staff member to cross out Shin Qingsong's name. Although the quarry work was tough, it provided meals and a subsidy of 15 yuan, so many people wanted to apply. With someone voluntarily dropping out, the staff member was happy to cross out Shin Qingsong's name, saving some selection work. Shin Chun-ning watched as Shin Qingsong's name was crossed out, and her anxious heart finally settled. After thanking the clerk, she was about to leave the office and head home. Suddenly, she heard a shout from the next office. Accountant Peng, what's wrong? Someone quick, Accountant Peng has fainted. This shout immediately startled everyone in the office. Shin Chun-ning thought about going over to see if she could help. As she approached, she saw an elderly man with gray hair, his head resting on the desk. It was clear he had suddenly collapsed. Some people tried to help Accountant Peng, but someone quickly shouted, Don't move. We can't touch him. My spouse works in a hospital, and they said that someone who collapses suddenly shouldn't be moved. It could cause serious injury. Once that was said, no one dared to touch Accountant Peng. The doctor won't be here for a while, but we can't just stand here watching Accountant Peng faint. Someone said anxiously. At that moment, someone bravely reached out to check Accountant Peng's breathing. The person's face turned pale. Accountant Peng's breathing is fading. Panic spread through the crowd. Shin Chun-ning glanced at the water bottle she was carrying. It contained special water from her space. Whenever she felt tired on her way, a sip would make her feel refreshed and energized. As she hesitated about whether to give some water to Accountant Peng, the person checking his breathing reached out again, this time looking truly alarmed. It's no good. Accountant Peng isn't breathing anymore. Thinking that they were already at this point, she decided to take action. She pushed her way to the front and handed her water bottle over. Comrade, quickly, give this comrade a sip of my water. I added some herbs. It might help. The person looked at Shin Chun-ning. Seeing no other options, they carefully helped lift Accountant Peng and took the water bottle, giving him a sip. The crowd held their breath, staring at Accountant Peng's pale face and lips devoid of color. At first, the water dripped from the corner of his mouth, with only a little getting inside. But soon, Accountant Peng began to drink the water on his own. Everyone watched as Accountant Peng's throat began to move, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Accountant Peng is drinking water.
He's saved. He's saved.
Someone in the crowd cheered. Shin Chun-ning also sighed with relief. It was good to save a person, and it seemed the spring water was indeed helpful. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone's attention was not on her, she grabbed her water bottle and left the commune. She had suspected that the person behind Wang Yuman in her dream was after this spring water, so she naturally didn't want it to be exposed. If it weren't for the urgent need to save a life, she wouldn't have taken the water out. As soon as Shin Chun-ning returned to the village, she heard the loudspeaker calling for her to go to the team office. Comrade Shin, please have a seat. As soon as she entered the team office, the team leader, Zhou Tsonglin, greeted her. Hearing the team leader's title, she knew he was going to inform her about Chen Ziyun. Comrade Shin, due to the repeated harassment by the youth, Chen Ziyun, our team and the youth office have held a meeting and unanimously decided to assign Chen to work on the farm for a year. Do you have any objections to this decision? Zhou Tsonglin asked. Shin Chun-ning knew the team leader was asking for her opinion because of Zhou Yubai's influence. Because of her military family status, if she was unhappy with the decision, it could escalate to the military affairs office. If that happened, Chen Ziyun's issue couldn't be resolved internally, and it would affect their entire team's evaluations. Shin Chun-ning was, of course, satisfied with this outcome. She stood up, unable to hide her excitement, and shook hands with Zhou Tsonglin, saying, Uncle Zhou, thank you for standing up for me. I really appreciate it. Zhou Tsonglin had been a bit nervous before sharing the results, worried Shin Chun-ning might cause a scene. After all, the young lady from the Shin family was known for being willful in the village. To his surprise, not only did she not cause trouble, but she also kept thanking him. Who wouldn't like a gracious and grateful young person? Zhou Tsonglin immediately smiled and said, Chun-ning, don't be so polite with me. Yubai is often away serving the country. If you need help, just come to me. As long as you're in the right, I will definitely support you. Shin Chun-ning didn't expect that by simply expressing her gratitude, she would gain the team leader's favor. As she left the team office, she couldn't help but feel that marrying Zhou Yubai, a military man, was truly worthwhile. She just wondered what her husband was doing at that moment, and if he had already arrived at the army. Zhou Yubai got off the train on his way back to the army. After getting off, he was quickly picked up by a military vehicle and taken to a guest house in the local county. Once inside, he received a call from the regiment commander. Xiao Zhou, we urgently need you back during your honeymoon. A spy hideout has been discovered in Meizhou City, and enemy agents have infiltrated the city. If we don't capture them soon, it could cause great harm. The higher-ups have given a strict order. We must arrest the enemy agents within half a month. Do you have confidence in completing this mission? Zhou Yubai stood at attention and saluted, saying, I guarantee I will complete the mission. Shen Chunning came out of the brigade office, but didn't rush home. Instead, she went to the Shen family house. When her father returned from work and saw her, he smiled widely. My dear, why are you waiting at the door? Come inside, I'll cook some sausages for you. Shen Chunning looked at her father seriously. Dad, did you sign up at the commune? Her father rubbed his nose and smiled sheepishly. I did. Seeing that her father was not being truthful, Shen Chunning felt her eyes redden with anger. Unable to control her emotions, she raised her voice. Dad, you're lying. I just came back from the commune, and you didn't sign up at all. Since she was little, whenever Shen Chunning cried, her father had no way to resist. Now, seeing his daughter genuinely upset, he panicked, hurriedly wiping her tears while soothing her. My dear, I was wrong to lie to you. I'll go sign up right away. I definitely won't go to the quarry. After calming down, Shen Chunning wiped her tears and said, You don't need to go. I've already asked someone to sign your name. You can't go to the quarry. Her father paused for a moment when he heard his name had already been signed. But he quickly accepted the reality, saying, All right, I definitely won't go. Shen Chunning then handed her father a bottle of wine she bought from the supply store. Dad, take this wine. If you're tired from work, just drink a little in the evening. When you finish this, I'll buy you more. Her father didn't have many hobbies, but enjoyed having a couple of drinks now and then. However, to support his beloved daughter, he was reluctant to spend money on wine, usually opting for the cheapest kind made from roasted sweet potatoes. Looking at the bottle of wine his daughter handed him, he felt a deep sense of gratitude and nodded repeatedly. All right, I'll listen to my dear. However, don't buy such expensive wine for Dad anymore. He doesn't need to drink such good wine. Shen Chunning didn't argue with her father. She would just buy it for him later after he finished. She got on her bicycle, ready to head home. As soon as she left the hospital gate, she saw Hihui standing at her door, looking towards their house. Shen Chunning realized her future sister-in-law might need something, so she rode over and asked, Sister Hihui, do you need something from me?
Yes.
Hihui replied, her face turning red before she could speak. Ning Ning, the yellow rubber shoes I bought in the city are too big for me. When your brother helped us clean the drainage ditch last time, I noticed his shoes were worn out. Can you help me see if he can wear these? Hihui said, trying to keep a serious face as she handed Shen Chunning a pair of yellow rubber shoes. In reality, her face was already as red as a tomato. Shen Chunning smiled sweetly and said meaningfully, Oh, too big, huh? All right, my brother should still be fixing our wall with broken tiles. I'll take these back for him. He'll definitely fit into the shoes that Sister Hui bought too, Shen Chunning teased, dragging out her words. Hui's face turned even redder, and she stomped her foot in embarrassment. Ning Ning, you've learned to tease people now. I still have to cook, so I can't chat anymore. With that, Hui quickly ran into the yard. Shen Chunning happily rode her bicycle back home, where her brothers, Shen Jingxiu and Shen Zhengliang, were just finishing putting tiles on the entire wall. You seem really happy today, little sister. What's the good news? Shen Jingxiu said playfully as he came down from the wall, sipping water from a bowl. Shen Chunning leaned closer to her brother, smiling brightly. There is good news, but it's not mine. It's yours, big brother. Here. Saying this, she placed the brand new yellow rubber shoes that Hui had given her on Shen Jingxiu's chest. Shen Jingxiu looked at the shoes in surprise. For me? He was just thinking about how his shoes were too worn to wear. It was hot now, so he could wear straw sandals, but in a couple of months, when it got cold, he wouldn't be able to wear them anymore. He needed to save up for a pair of yellow rubber shoes soon. He never expected his little sister to buy him a pair. His somewhat naive face lit up with joy. Thank you, little sister. Before he could finish, Shen Chunning waved her hands. Big brother, don't thank me. I didn't buy these for you. If I buy this, I have to get one for my second brother and dad too. I can't just buy it for you, can I? What do you mean? Shen Zhengliang had just cleaned the mud off his hands and feet when he heard Shen Chunning's words and came over curiously. Shen Chunning chuckled and said, Well, this is because Sister Hui bought it too big for herself and can't wear it. so she gave it to you. Oh. As soon as Shin Chunying said this, even Shen Jingliang responded with a knowing tone. Although these yellow rubber shoes didn't have a gender distinction, the smallest men's size was 40, while the largest women's size was only 39. Moreover, a pair of these shoes cost $2.30, required fabric coupons, and were often out of stock at the supply and marketing cooperative, making them hard to find. Such a sought-after item. Even if Hui had a big heart, she couldn't have mistakenly bought a size 43 men's shoe when she needed a size 30+ women's shoe. Shen Jingshu suddenly felt shy and stumbled over his words. These shoes are too valuable. Even if she bought the wrong size, I can't accept them. I will return them to her. Shen Jingshu tightly clutched the pair of yellow rubber shoes and was about to leave. Shin Chunying quickly stopped him. Elder brother, wait. Sister Hui already said these shoes are too big for her, so she gave them to you. If you return them now, it would be embarrassing for her. How about this? I will go to the city tomorrow and buy a pair of yellow rubber shoes that Sister Hui can wear, and then you can return these to her. Would that be okay? Shen Jingshu hesitated a bit. Although he would be returning the shoes, it felt different from just giving back the original pair versus buying a new one to return. Shin Jingliang quickly nodded in agreement with Shin Chunying. Of course. Elder brother, this idea is great. That way, both you and Hui will have shoes that fit, and you won't owe each other anything. Shen Jingshu stopped hesitating and nodded. All right then. Little sister, can you please buy a pair for me tomorrow? But I don't have enough money or fabric coupons right now. Can you lend me some first? I'll pay you back once I save enough. Shen Jingshu said this feeling quite embarrassed. He felt awkward asking his married younger sister for money and coupons. Shin Chunying smiled. Sure, elder brother, I'll take care of it. That evening, Shin Chunying cooked a pot of rice. She made a dish of pork belly with loofah, prepared some spicy green peppers, and stir-fried a bowl of vegetable greens. Shen Jingshu and Shen Jingliang watched her cook such delicious food and couldn't help but feel a bit pained, wanting to say something but holding back several times. Shin Chunying understood her two brothers' thoughts. While serving each of them a big spoonful of Buddha's hand melon with pork, she said, "This meat was bought by you when he was home. The weather is getting warmer, so we can't keep it. It's better to eat it than to let it spoil and waste it." Hearing this, Shin Jingsu and Shin Jingliang felt relieved and started eating. After dinner, Shin Chunying handed 2 packed lunch boxes to her brothers for their father. She walked them to the gate of the yard, said goodbye, and was about to head back when she suddenly noticed her second brother had stopped in his tracks. Curious, she looked in the direction Shin Jingliang was staring and saw Wang Yumeng walking out of the youth station with a basket. As she got closer, Shin Chunying noticed that Shin Jingliang's ears were slightly red. She even heard him take a deep breath. Then, as Wang Yumeng passed by, Shin Jingliang casually greeted her. "Wang, it's late. Are you still out?" It seemed that the food at the youth station had been scarce lately, as Wang Yumeng looked much thinner and appeared weak. She smiled gently at Shin Jingliang. "The food at the youth station isn't enough, so I plan to gather some wild vegetables while I can.
It will help fill my stomach."
After saying this, she walked away. However, Shin Jingliang continued to watch her with concern. Shin Chunying felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Could it be that her brother liked Wang Yumeng? Before she could think further, Shin Jingliang ran after Wang Yumeng, saying, "Wang, it's getting dark. It's not safe for you to go up the mountain alone. I don't have anything to do tonight, so I'll go with you." Wang Yumeng blushed a little but agreed. "Thank you, Comrade Shin." Second brother. Shin Jung-soo called out worriedly to Shin Jingliang. But Shin Jingliang had already walked far away with Wang Yumeng. Shin Jung-soo felt anxious. What's gotten into him today? He knows it's late, yet he's following a girl up the mountain. What if something happens? What will happen to their reputations? Saying this, he handed the lunchbox to Shin Chunying. "Sister, please take this back to Dad. I'll go bring your second brother back." There was already tension between the villagers and the youth. They had never interacted with Wang Yumeng before, so they didn't know her temperament or character. If someone has a plan in mind, when the two of them reach the mountain, they might create some trouble and falsely accuse the second brother of doing something to her. That would ruin the second brother's life. Big brother, you go back. I'll chase after the second brother. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain if two men follow one woman and something happens, Shin Chun-ning said as she ran out. But with her heavy burden, running was difficult, and the pain from the two burdens made it impossible to move quickly. Wang Yumeng and Shun Zhengliang walked fast, and she could only jog slowly, watching their figures in the distance. Sihong village is located in a valley, and at the foot of the mountain in front of the village, there is a small stream. The water in the stream is shallow, reaching only to the calves, and there is no bridge, so villagers usually wade through it. After crossing the stream, they would head up the mountain into the woods. Seeing Shen Zhengliang and Wang Yumeng already crossing the stream and about to enter the woods, Shen Chun-ning felt anxious. She accidentally stepped on a mossy stone in the stream, slipped, lost her balance, and fell into the water. A sharp pain shot through her ankle, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. In a moment of pain, urgency, and fear, she cried out, "Wow!" Shen Zhengliang was about to enter the mountain with Wang Yumeng when he suddenly heard the sound of someone falling into the water and crying. He quickly turned around and saw his little sister sitting in the stream, holding her foot and crying loudly. Shen Zhengliang's expression changed. Without a moment's hesitation, he said to Wang Yumeng, "I'm sorry. Wang Jiqing, my sister fell. I can't go up the mountain with you." He then rushed back to Shen Chun-ning. "Ning ho. Where did you fall?" Shen Zhengliang asked anxiously, not daring to move her. Shen Chun-ning cried as she touched her ankle, sniffling, "Second brother, my foot hurts so much, woo. Seeing her swollen ankle, Shen Zhengliang reassured her, "Don't be afraid. I'll take you to the clinic right away." He picked her up and ran towards the village clinic, comforting her as he went. Ning, don't be scared. I'll get you to the doctor soon." Shen Chun-ning sniffed and replied in a muffled voice, "Okay, second brother, I'm not scared." Behind them, Wang Yumeng watched Shen Zhengliang quickly carry Shen Chun-ning away and couldn't help but stomp her foot in frustration. She remembered that the book said Shen Zhengliang admired her, but he felt insecure about his family background and thought he was not worthy of her. So, he kept his feelings hidden and never expressed them. After realizing that Chen Ziyun, the male lead, was no longer a threat, she planned to use Shen Zhengliang. Today, when she saw Shen Zhengliang helping Shen Chunning by placing broken tiles on the wall, she started to make her plans. She intended to take Shen Zhengliang to a secluded area in the woods and give him a little taste of sweetness. Then, she would threaten him to get the jade pendant that belonged to Shen Chunning. But she didn't expect Shen Chunning to follow them. Even more surprising was that Shen Zhengliang chose his sister over the girl he liked without hesitation. Was the female lead's charm really that strong? She felt frustrated. At that moment, Shen Zhengliang had already taken Shen Chunning to the medical station. "Why are you completely soaked, and did you twist your ankle? Did you fall into the river?" The doctor asked as he examined Shen Chunning's ankle, noticing her distressed appearance. "Yes," Shen Chunning replied through her tears. Suddenly, without her noticing, the doctor squeezed her ankle and said, "Your foot is fine. Just rest at home for a couple of days and avoid heavy work. Go home, take a hot bath, change your clothes, and don't catch a cold." Once the doctor finished speaking, Shen Chunning finally felt the pain. But she was too shy to complain. Shen Jingxiu paid a small fee and thanked the doctor before helping Shen Chunning home. Initially, he was only worried about her injury. Now that he knew she was okay, his frustration began to rise uncontrollably. "Couldn't you just stay home and rest? Why did you have to follow me? You always cause trouble." As soon as Shen Zhengliang finished speaking, Shen Chunning stopped in her tracks. He was puzzled about why she wasn't moving, and when he looked up, he saw her pouting with red eyes, tears welling up in her big, bright eyes. She looked so pitiful but was too afraid to speak. After holding back for a while, Shen Chunning sniffled and said, "Second brother, I'm sorry. But I was worried about you going up the mountain so late with a girl, boo-hoo." Hearing this, Shen Zhengliang realized what she meant. It was already dark when a man and a woman, Wang Jiqing, went up the mountain together. If someone saw them, it wouldn't matter much for him, but for Wang Jiqing, it could ruin her reputation if any gossip spread in the village. Shen Jinliang watched as tears fell from Shen Chunning's eyes and sighed. He reached out to wipe her tears and said, "Don't cry. It was my mistake, and I almost affected Wang Jiqing's reputation and wrongly blamed you. Big brother, you need to apologize to me," Shen Chunning pouted, insisting. Shen Jinliang looked at her with a mix of affection and helplessness. "Okay, I apologize. I was wrong. Let's not hold a grudge, all right?" Shen Chunning smiled through her tears, lifting her chin with satisfaction. "That's better." The siblings chatted and laughed all the way home. Before they reached the gate, Shen Chunning spotted Wang Yaming waiting at her door. Wang Yaming saw them and quickly approached. "Comrade Shen, is Ningning all right?" "She's fine, just twisted her ankle. The doctor has treated it, and she just needs to rest at home for a couple of days," Shen Jinliang replied. Wang Yaming sighed in relief, but still looked guilty. "I'm glad to hear that. I was so worried. If you hadn't gone with me to gather wild vegetables, Ningning wouldn't have fallen into the ditch while chasing us." Shen Jinliang felt a bit guilty too. "Wang Jiqing, I'm really sorry. Not only did I not help you gather wild vegetables today, but I also wasted your time. I'll go gather some for you tomorrow to make up for it." Wang Yaming rolled her eyes internally. How could he say he would gather vegetables for her? No wonder he only watched her from afar in the original story, lacking the courage to talk to her. Though she found him annoying, she didn't show it and replied kindly, "No need to be so polite, Comrade Shen. I'm just glad Ningning is okay." Wang Yaming left with her empty basket, and even after she disappeared, Shen Jinliang continued to stare in the direction of the youth point.
Sigh.
Shen Chunning sighed softly. If her brother liked someone else, she could help him, but with Wang Yaming, she couldn't help him there.
Achoo.
Shen Chunning suddenly sneezed and pulled on her second brother's sleeve, looking upset. "Second brother, please stop looking. I'm really cold. I'm going to change my clothes. Can you go to the kitchen and help me boil some hot water?" "Oh, okay. I'll go boil it for you right now," Shen Jinliang replied, snapping back to reality and nodding repeatedly. When Shen Chunning returned after changing, their father had already rushed over with Shen Jingxiu. Upon seeing Shen Jinliang, their father immediately began to scold him. Shen Jinliang couldn't hold back anymore and argued back, "Dad, have you even asked me a single question since you came in? All you care about is Shen Chunning. Since we were little, everything good in the family has gone to her, and the three of us are just supposed to serve her like servants. She is your real daughter, while we are just unwanted sons, right?" Smack. Their father, furious, slapped Shen Jinliang across the face. Shen Jinliang wiped the blood from his lip and looked at his father coldly. "Fine, you never treated me like a son anyway, just as Shen Chunning's servant. Then I'm leaving." After saying that, he stormed out in a hurry. Seeing Shen Jingxiu and Shen Chunning at the door, he paused for a moment, then turned away and walked off. Shen Chunning's eyes filled with tears, and she stepped forward to chase after him. "Second brother. And I Ning, don't go." Their father's voice called out from behind. "Let him go if he wants. I'll pretend I never had this son." Their father shouted at Shen Jinliang's back. At that moment, Shen Jingxiu brought hot water to the bathing room for Shen Chunning. "Little sister, you should take a hot bath so you don't catch a cold." With red eyes, Shen Chunning was still caught up in the emotions of her second brother leaving. "Elder brother, he..." Shen Jingxiu frowned slightly.
"Don't worry about him.
"He won't go far, he'll be back in a couple of days." Shen Chunning realized that Shen Jinliang was just acting out of anger and hadn't even taken a bus ticket, so he couldn't leave the village. She felt a little more at ease. "But elder brother, Dad is really angry. We can't just ignore him." Shen Chunning was still worried. Shen Jingxiu paused for a moment and said, "Little sister, even if this wasn't for you, your second brother needs to learn a lesson. He acts too rashly and doesn't think things through. Let's wait for him to calm down for a couple of days." Shen Chunning didn't know how deep her second brother's feelings for Wang Yaming were. If this commotion made him realize that he and Wang Yaming were not meant to be, that would be fine. Shin Chunying rested at home for 2 days. During this time, she waited for her father and older brother to bring news about her second brother's return. However, after 2 days, there was still no word. The Shin family thought Shin Jingliang had no money or ticket and would come back on his own within 2 days. But as the days passed, not only did Shin Jingliang not return, but there was also no news. Once Shin Chunying's foot healed, her first action was to return to the Shun family home. Upon learning that her second brother had not yet returned, she froze in place, panic and fear spreading through her.
Don't worry, my dear.
Your second brother is a grown man. Nothing will happen to him out there. Just stay home and wait for news. Your father and older brother will go find that ungrateful child, and when they do, we will come to tell you. Her father comforted her. Dad, I want to go with you to find him, Shin Chunying insisted. Her second brother had left home because he felt their father favored her, and she needed to bring him back. Her father understood his daughter's temperament and knew that once she made up her mind, there was no changing it. After a moment of silence, he replied, "All right, we will go together." However, before they could leave the house, someone rushed in, saying, "Chingsong, hurry to the community hospital. Your second brother has been sent there badly injured." When Shin Chunying, her father, and Shin Jingxiu arrived at the community hospital, Shin Jingliang was still in the operating room. "You are Shin Jingliang's family, right? Please pay the fees and sign this consent form," the nurse said, holding out the form for Shin's father to sign, his hands trembling. "Nurse, what happened to my son?" Shin's father asked, his voice shaking. The nurse looked at them with some impatience and replied, "If your family doesn't know what happened, how would I know?" With that, she took the consent form and walked away, muttering in disdain, "If you don't teach your child well and they get hurt while doing something wrong, they deserve it. How can you even ask what happened?" Shin Chunying's eyes turned red with anger, and she puffed up her cheeks, blocking the nurse's path. "What are you talking about? My second brother would never do anything wrong." The nurse raised an eyebrow and looked at her. "If you want to know whether I'm speaking the truth, why don't you find out for yourselves? Which good person gets beaten and thrown on the roadside?" After the nurse said this, she walked away. Shun's father hesitantly said, "Could it be that the second son was really starving outside and went to?" As he spoke, a flash of regret crossed his eyes. But soon, anger replaced the regret. "I've lived my life honestly, and if that second son has done something shameful, when he comes out, I'll make him pay." Shin Chunying sniffed and held back her tears. She took her father's rough hand and said firmly, "Dad, please don't be angry. I believe my brother wouldn't do something like that." When Shun's father felt his daughter's grip, much of his anger faded away. "All right, I won't be angry. I'll wait for that rascal to come out and clarify things." Hearing this, Shin Chunying said to Shin Jingxiu, "Elder brother, you stay here with Dad. I'll go pay for my brother's expenses." Shin Jingxiu didn't want his sister to go pay, but he was short on money himself and couldn't do it. Shun's father had rushed out without any money, so they had to rely on Shin Chunying to cover it for now. She had brought money to buy vegetable seeds at the commune and to help her brother buy shoes for sister He Hui. In the past few days, Lin Shulan had come to help her turn over the small piece of land in the yard during her break. She was thinking of buying some vegetable seeds to try growing them with the spring water to see if it would help the crops outside. Shin Jingliang's medical expenses had already cost 2.82 yuan, and it was uncertain how much more treatment would be needed. So, Shin Chunying prepaid 10 yuan for him. When she returned to the waiting area outside the operating room, Shin Jingliang had already been brought out. Shin Jingxiu asked the doctor about Shin Jingliang's condition. The doctor said the patient has fractures in his left arm and left leg, multiple bruises, and 2 ribs are slightly fractured. He will need to rest for a while to recover. As for how Shin Jingliang got hurt, the doctor's answer was the same as the nurse's. They didn't know. Some villagers had found Shin Jingliang, covered in blood, by the roadside and rushed to the hospital to inform them, which is how he was brought back for emergency treatment. After the doctor left, the family fell silent, waiting for Shin Jingliang to wake up. Finally, it was Shin Chunying's stomach that broke the silence. She had eaten half a bowl of noodles and one fried egg in the morning, but after a busy morning, her stomach was now growling. Looking at the time, she realized it was almost 1 p.m. If we don't go buy food soon, mealtime will be over. Dad, big brother, you take care of second brother here. I'll go buy some food, Shin Chun-ning said as she prepared to leave. Eldest, go with your sister, Shin father instructed. Seeing her father's uncertain expression, Shin Chun-ning was hesitant to leave him alone with second brother. After exchanging a glance with her big brother, she walked over to Shin father, gently tugged at his clothes and said sweetly, Dad, will you come with me to buy food? Ning Ning wants to talk to you. Shin father, being a softie for his daughter, couldn't refuse her request. Okay, Dad will go with my good girl. He quickly agreed. Earlier, Shin Jingxiu had already asked the nurse, and the hospital does have a cafeteria. The prices at the cafeteria are the same as outside. You can buy food with money and grain tickets. By this time, mealtime had already passed, and there wasn't much food left in the cafeteria. Plus, you need to bring your own container to get food, and they hadn't brought one. Fortunately, there were still buns and steamed buns available. The buns cost 5 cents each, and the steamed buns cost 2 cents each. Besides the money, each bun or steamed bun also required 2 ounces of grain tickets. However, the buns and steamed buns were quite large, each weighing a full 2 ounces. Shin Chun-ning bought a total of 10 buns, giving 5 dimes and 2 pounds of grain tickets. Shin father watched as she handed over the money and tickets, feeling a bit pained, and couldn't help but grumble. That second brother of ours, who knows what he did to end up like this? Now he's making my good girl spend money and effort. Don't worry, my good girl. Once that second brother is out of the hospital, Dad will work with him to pay you back, Shin father said. Dad, what are you talking about? All the money you and the brothers earned was spent on me. Now that I have money, it's only right for me to spend it on second brother, Shin Chun-ning said seriously, her little face stern. Shin Chingsong looked at his daughter with pride. Good girl, I understand your intentions. But your money was earned by Zhou Yubai with his life, and I can't let you use it to support your maternal family. Even if the Zhou family doesn't mind, I can't afford to lose face. Shin Chun-ning stopped speaking, silently regretting that she should have bought steamed buns instead. 10 buns were 30 cents more expensive than 10 steamed buns, and during a bad harvest, Dad would earn only enough for a full day's work to make up that 30 cents. As the father and daughter reached the outside of the ward, they heard Shin Jimliang's voice from inside. Big brother, don't ask about this matter. How much did I spend during my hospital stay? Once I'm better, I'll pay you back with interest. Shin Chingsong felt his blood rush at these words, and his expression darkened instantly. He clenched his fists, ready to storm into the hospital room to confront his ungrateful son. Shin Chun-ning quickly grabbed her father's sleeve. Dad, my older brother is an adult now. If he doesn't want to tell us, there must be a reason. Let's not ask him when we go in, and please don't get angry with him over this, okay? Seeing his daughter's pleading eyes, Shin's father didn't want her to worry. He sighed, if only the second son were half as sensible as my good girl, I wouldn't be so troubled. Shin Chun-ning. Even though she was the favored one, she felt her father's perspective was quite biased. Before their third brother joined the army, the second brother was actually the one who earned the most in their family. When he was in his early teens, he would go into the mountains to gather chestnuts and mushrooms. Besides feeding his own family, he would trade what he collected for supplies. Later, he often worked for an old hunter from the neighboring village who taught him all his skills. After learning to hunt, he also taught their father and older brothers. Any game they couldn't finish was sold on the black market by the second brother. However, over the years, the money he earned through risky work was all used by their father to support his lazy younger sister. She knew her brother had long been unhappy with her, but out of respect for their father, and because he had always spoiled her, he hadn't expressed it. This time, she had ruined her brother's chance to be with the person he liked, and their father had scolded him for her minor injury, which naturally brought all his pent-up frustration to the surface. Shin Chun-ning couldn't help but think of her dream, where her brothers all perished because of her. She tugged at her father's sleeve and whispered, Dad, my brothers are great. It's my fault.
Don't say that.
As soon as she finished speaking, Shun's father put on a stern face and scolded her, then quickly softened his tone. My good girl is the best. If anyone says otherwise, I'll fight them. Shin Chunying felt warmth fill her heart and smiled sweetly. You're the best too, Dad. The father and daughter entered the hospital room. Big brother, second brother, here's some buns. Shun Chunying distributed the buns she had bought to her brothers. Shun Jingshu didn't hold back and took a bun to eat. Shun Zhengliang glanced at the two of them, sulking and turning his head away, showing that he didn't want to talk to them. Shun Chunying handed a bun to Shun Zhengliang, saying, Second brother, even if you're angry, you shouldn't joke about your health. Are you planning to lie in bed and starve yourself? Shin father also chimed in, you brat, just eat the bun your sister gave you. If you make her cry, I'll be angry. Shun Jingshu pressed his lips together, and after a moment of silence, he finally took the bun from Shin Chunying's hand. It seemed like he hadn't eaten in the past 2 days. He devoured the bun quickly. After swallowing 2 big bites, he choked. Shin Chunying quickly poured him a glass of water, saying, Second brother, eat slowly. There's more. Shun Chunying bought 10 buns, planning for herself to eat 1, while their father and 2 brothers would each eat 3. However, seeing Shun Jingliang so hungry, Shin father and Shin Jingshu each only ate 2, leaving 5 for Shin Jingliang. After they finished eating, Shun Chunying discussed with Shin father and Shin Jingshu, Dad, big brother, you can go back now. I will pack some clothes and daily necessities to take care of second brother. The doctor said Shun Jingliang needed to stay in the hospital for at least half a month, and they would decide later if he could be discharged. The hospital had nothing. They had to rent a water bottle for 2 yuan, which cost 1 cent a day. The longer they used it, the more would be deducted from the deposit when they returned it. Although Shun Qingsong was worried about tiring out his daughter, he couldn't argue with Shin Chunying at this moment. The second son needed someone to take care of him in the hospital. He and the eldest still had to return to work in the production team. Otherwise, they would earn fewer work points at the end of the year and wouldn't get much grain. He hoped to buy some good fabric for his daughter to make her nice new clothes. All right, we'll head back first, and I'll pack second brother's things. Little sister, please take care of him during this time. I'll come every other day to help him, Shun Jingshu said. Since the second brother couldn't move, it was inconvenient for his sister to help him with washing. Shun Zhengliang listened to them, his lips pressed tightly together. He wanted to firmly say that he didn't need their care, but reality didn't allow him to be stubborn. In his current state, he couldn't even drink water without help. After Shen Jingshu reminded Shen Jinliang a few more times, Shin Chunying asked a nurse to help watch him for a bit, and then the 3 of them hurried back to the village. When they reached the place where the Shin family and the Zhou family parted ways, Shin Chunying magically pulled out a pair of yellow rubber shoes wrapped in rough yellow paper and handed them to Shin Jingsu. Big brother, here are the yellow rubber shoes in size 30. That day, Shin Jingsu had asked Shin Chunying to help buy shoes for He Hui, but Shin Chunying had fallen into a ditch and hurt her ankle. He thought that after a couple of days, she would have forgotten about it. He felt relieved. It was better if she forgot because he would feel awkward giving the shoes to He Hui if they were bought. To his surprise, Shin Chunying still remembered. Moreover, she had taken the time to buy the shoes amidst the chaos today. Shin Jung-soo felt his ears heat up slightly. Ning. I don't think it's appropriate for a grown man to deliver shoes to Xiao Hui.
How about you?
Before he could finish his sentence, Shin Chunying interrupted. All right, I'll be the messenger for you and He Hui. I'll take the shoes to her. Hearing this, Shin Jing-soo let out a big sigh of relief, although he still felt a bit anxious inside. Shin Chunying went back to her house to pack her things. Seeing her return, Lin Shulan hurried over and asked, Ning, how is your second brother? Shin Chunying explained Shin Zhengliang's situation to Lin Shulan. Lin Shulan, feeling concerned, slapped her thigh and said, This child. Even if he's upset with his father, he shouldn't run away from home. The world outside is so chaotic. Mom, I need to go to the hospital to take care of my second brother for the next few days, so I might not be able to manage things at home. I hope you can help keep an eye on things, Shin Chunying said apologetically to Lin Shulan. Some unreasonable mothers-in-law might think that once a daughter-in-law marries into the family, she shouldn't be involved with her own family's matters, and helping her family would be completely inappropriate. Ning Ning, don't worry. I'll take care of things at home. You focus on taking care of your second brother, Lin Shulan promised immediately. Thank you, Mom, Shin Chun Ning said gratefully, feeling fortunate to have a reasonable mother-in-law. No need to thank me. We are family. It's only right to lend a hand in tough times. Once Shin Chun Ning was ready, she rode her bicycle to the Shin family to get her second brother's things. However, before going to the Shin family, she first stopped by the He family. He Hui, are you home? She knocked on the door and called out. Yes. He Hui opened the door and was surprised to see Shin Chun Ning. Ning Ning, what brings you here? How is your second brother? Shin Chun Ning told her about coming back to pack things up and prepare to take care of her second brother. She handed the pair of yellow rubber shoes wrapped in rough paper to He Hui, saying, Sister He Hui, these are from my older brother. He Hui was surprised, and her face turned red. What is this? Shin Chun Ning smiled and said, size 37 yellow rubber shoes. He Hui became even more embarrassed and couldn't look Shin Chun Ning in the eye. She quietly said, I can make my own shoe soles. Why is he spending money on this? Shin Chun Ning teased her. Sister He Hui, are you worried about my brother's money? He Hui's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Why, your brother is not anyone to me. Why should I worry about his money? Shin Chun Ning blinked her big eyes. What if my brother wants to be someone special to you? Would you agree? He Hui shot Shin Chun Ning a shy glare. Ning Ning, how can you joke like that? After saying this, she closed the door, without caring about Shin Chun Ning outside. Leaning against the door, she hugged the yellow rubber shoes to her chest, her heart racing as if it might jump out. Shin Chun Ning smiled with satisfaction, thinking that her brother and sister He Hui's relationship was just waiting for her brother to propose. She decided to encourage her brother to take care of this matter after her second brother was discharged from the hospital. It would be best if they could settle things before the new year. Shin Chun Ning returned to the Shin family to pick up the things her brother had prepared for her second brother and rode her bicycle to the commune. To her surprise, when she arrived, she saw Wang Yumeng in the hospital room. Wang Yumeng had brought a bag of sugar to visit Shin Zhengliang and was sitting by his bed, wiping her tears. Comrade Shen, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't.
Sobi.
Shin Chun Ning thought, could her second brother's injury be related to Wang Yumeng? She frowned at the crying Wang Yumeng. She herself was a person who cried easily, but seeing Wang Yumeng cry made her feel quite disdainful. This person usually looked decent, but why did she look so ugly when crying? Her snot and tears were all mixed together. Unlike her, when she cried, she looked like a beautiful flower in the rain, making people feel sorry for her. She couldn't understand what her second brother saw in her. Carrying 2 big bags of things for herself and her second brother, she walked into the hospital room. Second brother, I'm back. Hey, why is Wang Jiqing here? Wang Jiqing, have you been crying? She pretended to be surprised as she looked at Wang Yumeng. Then, without hiding her disdain, she exclaimed and handed her handkerchief to Wang Yumeng, saying, Wang Jiqing, you should wipe your tears. The snot was all over her face, and it was a bit. Although she didn't say the word disgusting, her face showed it clearly. Wang Yumeng felt very embarrassed. She thought she looked pitiful after crying, but unexpectedly, Shin Chun Ning's words hit her harder than a slap and made her feel worse. Thank you, Ning Ning, but I have my own handkerchief. As she spoke, she quickly pulled out her handkerchief and carefully wiped her face. After finishing, she firmly said to Shin Zhengliang, Comrade Shin, you got hurt because of me, and I can't repay your kindness. If you ever need my help, just let me know. Shin Chun Ning thought, so her brother really got hurt because of Wang Yumeng. She directly asked, Wang Jiqing, I'm curious, why do you say my brother got hurt because of you? Wang Yumeng bit her lip and said with some guilt, I took a day off yesterday to go into town to buy things. When I was returning to the production team, it got late, and I ran into 2 drunken troublemakers. If Comrade Shin hadn't happened to pass by, I might have. Shen Chunning frowned, her cheeks puffed up in anger. So my brother got beaten up trying to help you, and you just left him? After getting away, you didn't even think to find someone to help him? At this point, Wang Yumeng felt some resentment. She only wanted those two to give Shin Jinliang a chance to be a hero. Who knew they would hurt him so badly after she left? But Shin Jinliang really was useless. He got beaten up by just two people and ended up looking like this. With someone like him, thinking he could have a chance with her was just unrealistic. If it weren't for the jade pendant in Shin Chunning's hand, she wouldn't have even glanced at him. Wang Yuming's eyes filled with tears again. I didn't know. I was so scared. Seeing her like this, Shen Jinliang felt a lot of sympathy. Ning Ning, that's enough. Wang Jiqing is a young woman who just came to our countryside, and it's normal for her to be scared in that situation.
Don't speak to her like that.
Besides, I didn't get hurt just because I was helping Wang Jiqing against those troublemakers. Sen Cun Ning. She stared at Shin Jinliang, who was frowning on the hospital bed. This was the first time she felt angry with her brother after having that dream. When she gets angry, her eyes feel sore, and she uncontrollably wants to cry. But she lifts her little face, sniffs, and tries hard to hold back her tears. Shin Jinliang looks at her and feels helpless. He says to Wang Yumeng, "Thank you for coming to see me. It's getting late. You should head home now." Wang Yumeng wipes the corner of her eyes and nods. "Okay, Comrade Shen, I'll go home today. I'll come back to see you tomorrow." After Wang Yumeng leaves, Shen Jinliang waves to Shin Chunying. "Ning Ning, come here." Shin Chunying walks to the bedside, pouting.
"Seat."
Shin Jinliang invites her to sit down. Shin Chunying sits down on the stool beside the bed with a pout. Shin Jinliang raises his movable right hand and pinches Shin Chunying's little face. "All right, don't be mad. I didn't get hurt because of Wang Yumeng. Although I haven't trained in the army like your third brother, I learned a few skills from the old hunter and have survived in the mountains for years. It's not that easy to be taken down by two little rascals." At this moment, Shin Chunying forgets her emotions and quickly covers Shin Jinliang's mouth, warning him, "Second brother, don't say such things outside." Even though their team relies on the mountains for resources, everyone knows that as long as you don't show off what you take from the mountains, it belongs to you. But technically, everything from the mountains belongs to the state. If someone hears it and accuses him of undermining socialism, he could get in trouble. Shin Jinliang looks at Shin Chunying's cautious expression and feels a mix of emotions. His sister has really grown up during this time. She is no longer the little girl who only thought about her own needs and made demands from them. Feeling a sense of guilt, Shin Jinliang says, "Ning Ning, I'm sorry. The things I said to Dad the other day weren't aimed at you," Shin Jinliang says after carefully choosing his words. Shin Chunying smiles sweetly. "Second brother, I know. You're just unhappy that Dad is too biased. I also feel that Dad favors me too much, and I used to be so thoughtless, only caring about my own comfort without considering the family situation, which has delayed your and the older brother's futures." A light flashes in Shin Jinliang's eyes as he asks Shin Chunying, "Ning Ning, what do you think of Wang Yumeng?" Sen Cun Ning spricht, smila instantly fadet.
"Not much," she said.
Seeing that Shin Jinliang was not satisfied with her answer, she asked, "Then what do you think of Qinziyun?" Shin Jinliang frowned. "Ning Ning, why are you bringing up that troublemaker? He has been sent away for re-education." "He was also a youth worker," Shin Chunying replied. Shin Jinliang frowned even more. There are good and bad people among youth workers. "Ning Ning, you can't judge all of them just because of one bad apple like Qinziyun." "She is very close to Qinziyun," Shin Chunying said, staring into Shin Jinliang's eyes, emphasizing each word. Shin Jinliang opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. After a pause, he said, "It's not unusual for a girl like Wang Yumei to leave the city and come to our village without knowing how to farm. It's fine for her to get along with others at the youth center. Her friendship with Qinziyun might just be because she was fooled by his appearance, like you were before." Shin Chunying thought, "Is he trying to convince me or himself? Forget it. From the way he is acting, it seems he has had feelings for Wang Yumei for a while now. He has fallen for her. When it comes to feelings, It's hard for others to persuade someone who hasn't seen the truth for themselves. She decided to observe the situation and find a chance for her brother to see Wang Yumei's true character. With that in mind, she stopped discussing Wang Yumei with Shen Zhengliang. In the following days, whenever Wang Yumei came to visit her brother, she simply avoided them, giving them space. During this time, she also went to buy some things she needed. First, she went to the agricultural station to buy seeds for radishes, cabbage, and other vegetables suitable for autumn planting. Then she bought some scraps of fabric. She planned to learn how to make shoe soles from Sister He Hui. She had heard from her third brother that their unit was always either training or on missions, which wore out their shoes quickly. Although the army provided shoes, they were never enough. So she intended to make a couple of pairs of cotton shoes for the men, thinking that if she finished them in time, they would be ready for the season. She also bought some soft wool yarn. She had never learned to knit before, so making a sweater would take too long, but she thought she could manage to knit a scarf for the men. If she had enough time, she could also prepare shoes and a scarf for her third brother. Once she finishes mailing the items for the men and her third brother, she can knit a scarf for her father and each of her older brothers. She also wants to make sure her in-laws have their share, since they treat her well. The scraps from the supply store don't require a ticket and are cheap, but usually the staff keep them for themselves, making it hard for regular people to buy. Today, she was lucky to find some extra scraps at the supply store, and the lady there, remembering that she is a big customer, gave her some. Currently, pure wool yarn costs 37 yuan per pound, and she only needs half a pound to knit one scarf. Shin Chun-ning calculated that she plans to knit 7 scarves, which will require about 3.5 pounds of yarn. To avoid waste, she bought 4 pounds for a total of 14.8 yuan and used 3 feet of fabric tickets. After buying the yarn, she also got herself some tooth powder and snowflake cream. The tooth powder costs 20 cents a pack, and she has been using it for a while. The snowflake cream costs 1.2 yuan a box, and she bought 2 boxes, one for herself and one for Lin Shulan. Seeing that the supply store had just received clam oil, she spent 80 cents on a box. When Lin Shulan helped her with the yard work, she noticed that Lin Shulan had developed many cracks on her hands from hard work. She worried that in the dry winter, those cracks might bleed. She couldn't imagine how painful that would be, so she decided to buy the clam oil for Lin Shulan to take care of her hands and avoid suffering in winter. Having bought quite a few items, Shen Chun-ning thought it would be inconvenient to keep them in the hospital room, so she rode her bicycle home first. When she returned, Lin Shulan was at home. She handed the snowflake cream and clam oil to Lin Shulan, saying, "Mom, this snowflake cream is for your face, and this clam oil is for your hands. Please use these for now, and I'll buy you more when you run out." Lin Shulan had heard of the snowflake cream and clam oil before. However, a box of snowflake cream costs over a yuan, and a box of clam oil costs 80 cents. Together, they cost 2 yuan, enough to buy over 10 pounds of meat, so she was reluctant to spend money on such things. Although she felt happy that Shin Chun-ning bought them for her, she repeatedly refused, saying, "You're too generous, dear. At my age, I don't need these things. You should keep them for yourself." Shin Chun-ning frowned and said seriously, "Who says you don't need them just because you're older? Mom, your face is getting dry. If you don't apply something, it will surely hurt in the autumn. You have on your hand. If you don't apply some cream now, it will get worse in the dry autumn and winter, and it will hurt a lot when it bleeds. I bought this for you, so please use it. Think of it as a gift from me and you buy. Don't be polite with us like we're strangers." When Lin Shulan heard Shin Chunning's words, she felt a warmth in her heart. Every autumn and winter, she struggled with dry skin on her face and painful cracks on her hands. But the women in the village were all like that, and she never complained to anyone, not even her husband. She didn't expect that the third daughter-in-law would notice this just a few days after moving in, and even buy her so many things. This daughter-in-law is truly caring. After Shin Chunning saw Lin Shulan accept the items, she got back on her bicycle. "Mom, I'm heading back to the hospital now. Go ahead, when your second brother comes home. I'll make you something delicious." Before heading to the hospital, Shin Chunning took the large bag of fabric scraps to He Hui. He Hui, I saw these scraps at the supply store today and bought them because they were cheap. I thought I could learn to make shoe soles from you during the farming off-season. I only need this dark blue piece for the soles. Can I give you the rest as a gift for being my teacher? Shin Chunning said directly. Actually, the scraps she bought weren't the tiny leftovers from making clothes at home. They were pieces left over from fabric sold in lengths of 3 or 5 feet, which were too small to make clothes. They were collected and sold as scraps. He Hui was skilled at sewing and could definitely use these pieces to make clothes.
He Hui was a bit surprised.
Nink nink, yo. Their families were neighbors, and He Hui knew Shin Chunning's past better than anyone else in the village. People used to say Shin Chunning was spoiled and lazy, and that was not entirely unfair. When she lived with the Shin family, she didn't do any work at all. Everything was done for her. Seeing He Hui's expression, Shin Chunning smiled shyly and said, He Hui, now that I'm married, I need to learn to do the things I should do. He Hui was only half a year older than Shin Chunning, and they grew up together. They played together often as children, but He Hui had to help her family with work from the age of 5, while Shin Chunning never had to do anything. The time the two spent together gradually decreased. When her mother was looking for a match for her, she boldly mentioned that she liked someone like Shin Jingxiu. Her mother didn't realize that she was actually talking about Shin Jingxiu. She just thought that if the Shin family didn't have Shin Chunning as a daughter, Shin Jingxiu was hardworking and clever, so marrying him wouldn't be bad. Unfortunately, there was Shin Chunning to consider. After that, her mother continued to look for matches and didn't bring up Shin Jingxiu again. For this reason, she had some negative feelings toward Shin Chunning. However, while listening to what the villagers said about Shin Chunning, she also felt sorry for the Shin family. Now that Shin Chunning was willing to learn how to work, she was quite happy about it. Ning Ning, don't be so polite. After we finish harvesting sweet potatoes and there's no work in the fields, I have nothing to do anyway. It's just making shoe soles. I can teach you then, and you can take this fabric home. Shin Chunning quickly hid her hands behind her back and said, I brought everything with me. There's no reason to take anything back. Sister He Hui, I need to go to the commune hospital to take care of my second brother. I'm leaving now. Without waiting for He Hui to respond, she quickly rode off on her bicycle. Xiao Hui, who are you talking to? Aunt, he came out of the house at that moment. He Hui told her mother what had just happened. Aunt, he couldn't help but sigh. At first, everyone in the village said that Ningning was spoiled by Shin Song and would never get married. Who would have thought she not only got married but married well? But you. Aunt He's worried gaze fell on He Hui. You've helped the family since you were little. Everyone in the village praises you. Why is it so difficult for you to find a match? You're already 21 and haven't found a suitable one yet. You should tell me what kind of person you like, and I can help you find someone. He Hui stared at the large bundle of scraps in her arms and mumbled, Haven't I told you already? Blushing, she ran into the house. Aunt He was puzzled. Hey, when did you tell me? When Shin Chunning returned to the commune hospital, she pushed the door to the ward as usual. But just as she opened it, she saw Wang Yuming bending down to gently peck her second brother on the lips. Shin Chunning was instantly shocked. Although she knew that her second brother was interested in Wang Yuming and that Wang Yuming had been visiting him every day, she never expected their relationship would develop to the point of kissing. Moreover, her brother was in a 3-person hospital room. There should have been other patients there, yet they were so openly kissing. While Shin Chunqing was still in shock, Wang Yuming shyly covered her face and ran out of the room. When she saw Shin Chunqing, she didn't greet her as usual. She just dashed away. Shin Chunqing thought, just a moment ago, you were so bold with my brother. Why are you shy now? She pushed the door into the hospital room and realized that the other 2 patients had already been discharged. Now only her brother was there. No wonder Wang Yuming felt so daring. Ning Ning, you're back? Shan Zhenliang greeted her with a big grin, showing all his teeth, looking as if he had drunk something funny. Yes, I'm back, Shin Chunqing replied, purposely asking, I just saw Wang Jiqing running out all shy. What did you do to her? Did you overstep? Shan Zhenliang tried to look serious, but he couldn't help but smile. No way. You should trust your brother's character. I'm not that kind of person. Shin Chunqing raised an eyebrow and stretched her voice. Oh? Really? Shen Zhengliang controlled his excitement and looked at Shin Chunqing's neck. He noticed she wasn't wearing the jade pendant she had always had since childhood and couldn't help but ask, Ning Ning, I remember you always wore that koi jade pendant from our mother. Why haven't I seen you wear it lately? Shin Chunqing's heart skipped a beat. There was no way Shin Zhengliang would suddenly notice she wasn't wearing it. Did Wang Yiming ask him for the pendant? Oh, didn't Dad say that pendant was for safety? I thought since Yubai is on the front lines and in danger, he needs it more than I do. So, I gave it to him, Shen Chunqing said casually. What? You gave the pendant to Zhou Yubai? Shen Zhengliang sat up excitedly. Ning Ning. That's a family heirloom from our mother. How could you give it to an outsider? Shen Chunning frowned and looked at Shen Zhengliang with displeasure, saying seriously, second brother, Yubai is my husband, not a stranger. Only then did Shin Zhengliang realize that he had been too emotional earlier. He calmed down and said, Ning Ning, that jade pendant is a family heirloom of the Shin family. Since you are married now, you are no longer part of our family, so you should leave the pendant at home. Please take some time to write to Zhou Yubai and ask him to send the pendant back. Shin Chunning looked at Shin Zhengliang in confusion. Second brother, when did father say that the jade pendant is a family heirloom? Father only said that the pendant was left to me by mother. Shen Zhengliang's expression changed, and he felt a bit awkward. All along, their father had indeed said that the jade pendant was left to Shin Chunning by their mother. He had never thought it was strange for their mother to leave a pendant just for his sister. But today, after Yu Meng mentioned it, he also felt something was off. Usually, family heirlooms are passed down to the eldest son. Even if there are many children, the pendant, being unique, should go to the eldest brother, not the younger sister. Remembering their father's favoritism, he thought that their mother probably did not specify who to leave it to. Their father just took it upon himself to give it to the younger sister. Second brother, I don't need that jade pendant. But because of it, you say that since I am married, I am no longer part of the Shin family. As Shin Chunning spoke, her eyes turned red, and tears began to fall like beads from a broken string. Does getting married mean I am no longer your sister, no longer father's daughter? Woo-woo. Seeing her tears, Shin Zhengliang realized that his earlier words were indeed too harsh, and he felt flustered. Ning Ning, I didn't mean it that way. He scratched his head anxiously, unsure how to explain to Shin Chunning. She wiped her tears, unable to stop crying, and while sobbing, she asked fiercely, Second brother, tell me honestly, is it because Wang Jiqing wants that jade pendant that you came to ask me for it?
No.
Shin Zhengliang quickly shook his head. He could sense that Shin Chunning already didn't like Wang Yimeng, and if she thought Wang Yimeng wanted to take what their mother left for her, she would definitely dislike her even more. With her stubborn nature, if she hated someone, she wouldn't hold back at all. If that happened, he and Yimeng. Second brother, you're lying. Shin Chunning pouted and cried. All these years, you never said you wanted that jade pendant. Now that Wang Jiqing has only been with you for a few days, you come asking me for it. If she didn't encourage you, who else could it be? Second brother, I think you are just blinded by Wang Jiqing's sweet talk. If you think she's so great and you want to give her whatever she wants, then let her take care of you. Why do you need me to take care of you? Woo-woo. After Shin Chunning finished speaking through her sobs, she wiped her tears and ran away. Hey, little sister. Shin Zhengliang didn't expect that just asking Shin Chunning for a jade pendant would make her so upset that she ran off. He felt frustrated and a bit annoyed. If their father hadn't spoiled her since she was little, she wouldn't act this way, refusing to listen or discuss anything. He rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Little sister, what's wrong? Did the second one make you angry again? Shin Chunning ran to the hospital entrance, where she bumped into Shin Jingxiu, who had come to help Shin Zhengliang after work. While wiping her tears, Shin Chunning told Shin Jingxiu what had just happened. After listening, Shin Jingxiu's face darkened. What nonsense! The second one is really getting out of hand. When our mother said to keep that jade pendant for you, Both he and I were there by the bedside. How could he have the nerve to ask you for it? He even said that once you get married, you're no longer part of the Shin family. I think he's the one who doesn't want to be part of our family anymore. Little sister, stop crying. After scolding Shin Jingliang, Shin Jingxiu gently wiped Shin Chunning's tears away. He took her hand and led her into the hospital. Come on, big brother will go teach that silly second brother a lesson. Shin Chunning sniffed and stubbornly pulled her hand away. Big brother, I don't want to. I don't want to see second brother again. If he trusts Wang Jiqing so much and likes her, then let her take care of him. I won't do it. Shin Chunning looked up with a proud expression. Shin Jingxiu didn't push her and affectionately ruffled her soft hair. All right, our Ning Ning won't take care of that foolish second brother anymore. You wait here for a bit and I'll go teach that guy a lesson, then we can go get some good food. Okay. Sen Chun Ning nodded firmly. Even if her brother hadn't said anything, she would have waited for him. It wasn't because she wanted him to buy her something special. She wasn't a child anymore who needed treats to be cheered up. It was just that their production team was about 8 kilometers from the commune. Her brother had worked all day and then walked over, which was already hard enough. She had to wait for her older brother to come out so they could go back together. Shin Jingxiu entered the hospital room and scolded Shin Jingliang, leaving without even helping him clean up. When he came out, he gently ruffled Shin Chunning's hair, just like when she was little, and said softly, "Little sister, let's go. I'll buy you some sesame cakes." Shin Chunning didn't refuse and took Shin Jingxiu to the place that sold sesame cakes. Excuse me, I'll have 12 sesame cakes, Shin Chunning called out as she stopped her bicycle. Hearing the number, Shin Jingxiu felt a bit embarrassed. Sesame cakes cost the same as buns, 5 cents each, and one sesame cake required 1 grain coupon. 12 sesame cakes would cost 60 cents and 1 pound 2 ounces of grain coupons. He only had 60 cents and 1 pound 2 ounces of grain coupons in total. That was all he had. But he didn't say anything and reached for his pocket to get the money. Shin Chunning quickly pressed down on his hand and smiled. Big brother, you've always treated me to sesame cakes. Let me treat you this time. Keep your money for when you get married. Hearing this, Shin Jingxiu couldn't help but poke her nose playfully. You little girl, now you're teasing your big brother. Shin Chunning looked at her gentle brother and smiled brightly. Her brother had been so poor because of her that he couldn't even afford to buy Hihui a pair of yellow rubber shoes. How could she still take his money? Seeing her eyes still slightly red but her smile so bright made Shin Jingxiu feel all his fatigue fade away. He knew their father favored their little sister, and his 2 younger brothers had some complaints about it. But he didn't mind. He genuinely wanted to spoil her just like their father did. Not for any other reason, but because even though she cried a lot, her bright smile afterward melted away all his tiredness and unhappiness. On the way back, Shin Chunning intentionally brought up Shin Jingliang again, sounding a bit upset. Big brother, I think we should ask Wang Jiqing to take care of second brother. After all, she goes to see him every day. If she takes care of him, we can see if her feelings are genuine. If they are, I have nothing to say. But if they aren't, at least second brother will know who truly cares for him, so he won't give away our mother's belongings under her sweet talk.
All right.
Shin Jingxiu pondered for a moment and agreed. When we get back, let's go find Wang Jiqing together. Shin Jingxiu disliked all the educated youth who were close to Qin Ziyun because of the incident where Qin Ziyun had flirted with his younger sister. As the saying goes, you are influenced by those around you. He didn't believe that anyone good could be around someone like Qin Ziyun. They went to find Wang, the educated youth, to take care of the second brother, hoping he would quickly see Wang's true character and give up on her. The Shin family's house was at the village entrance. Shin Chunying returned home first. Dad, here's a sesame cake, she said, handing a sesame cake to her father. Shin father looked surprised to see both siblings back. Eldest, good girl, why are you both back? Where is the second brother? Dad, Wang, the educated youth from our production team, said that the second brother got hurt while trying to save her. She wants to take care of him to repay her kindness. Since Big Brother and I have nothing to do at the hospital, we came back. Shin Chunying explained the plan she had discussed with Shin Jingxiu on the way. Shin father frowned. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? They are both unmarried, alone together. Shin Chunying smiled and replied, Dad, it's fine. They are good comrades with a strong revolutionary friendship. Besides, there are so many people in the hospital. They can behave properly without any worries. After thinking it over, Shin's father agreed. It was a new society now, and things were different from the past when men had to take responsibility for even a glance at a woman. Plus, with Wang taking care of the second brother, his daughter wouldn't have to worry about that troublemaker anymore, which seemed good. Dad, I'll take my sister back to her house, Shin Jingxu said. After convincing Shin's father, he rode his bicycle with Shin Chunying to her home. As they passed the He family's gate, Shin Chunying quickly called for a stop. Shin Jingxu was puzzled about what she was doing when he saw her knock on the gate. A voice from inside called out, Coming? He Hui opened the gate. Shin Chunying immediately handed her a sesame cake. He Hui, this is something someone thought of for you while at the commune. It's still warm, so eat it quickly. She said this with a playful smile. He Hui couldn't help but sneak a glance at Shin Jingxu, who was waiting on the bicycle. The Shin family had good genes. Although Shin Jingxu looked a bit serious, he was tall and had a strong build from working on the farm, which gave him a powerful presence. The clearly defined face is very handsome, and with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, he can definitely be called a good-looking guy. When Shin Jingxu met He Hui's gaze, he smiled and greeted her. Although there was the earlier incident with the shoes, Shin Jingxu didn't think much of it. He just assumed that Shin Chunying had a good relationship with He Hui, so she bought a sesame cake for her as well. He Hui's face turned red all the way to her neck. She peeked at Shin Jingxu again and quickly said, Ning Ning, please thank him for me. After saying that, she shyly hurriedly closed the door. Seeing He Hui hurriedly close the door with her head down, Shin Jingxu was a bit puzzled. Little sister, what's wrong with He Hui? Why did she close the door so quickly, as if there was a beast outside ready to eat her? Isn't there a beast ready to eat her? Shin Chunying replied with a smile. Shin Jingxu. I told sister, He Hui, that the sesame cake was bought by someone, and she thought it was you. Big brother, Shin Chunying said, her voice filled with laughter. Suddenly, Shin Jingxu slammed on the brakes and stopped with one foot on the ground. He turned and sternly scolded Shin Chunying. Ning Ning, what are you doing? Shin Chunying. She was taken aback, not expecting her big brother to be so angry. A wave of grievance surged up, and her eyes uncontrollably turned red. Seeing her eyes welling up, Shin Jingxu softened his tone and said, Ning Ning, I'm not trying to be harsh. It's just that what you did is not appropriate. He has been anxious to find a match for He Hui since last year. If you let He Hui misunderstand something, it could ruin her chances for a lifetime. Upon hearing Shin Jingxu's words, Shin Chunying immediately understood that he actually knew He Hui's feelings. She decided to be straightforward. Big brother, since you know sister He Hui's feelings for you, what do you think? Do you really have no feelings for her at all? She felt that her big brother must have some feelings for He Hui. If he truly had no interest, he would have firmly returned the yellow rubber shoes to her and not left her with any lingering thoughts. Moreover, in her dream, He Hui was clearly married to her big brother. She never doubted the dream's authenticity. She just needed to fix some of the not-so-good parts. Shin Jingxu was silent for a moment before saying, I don't deserve her. Shin Chunying became anxious and jumped off the bicycle seat, standing directly in front of the bike. She spoke urgently, Big brother, what are you saying? How can you not deserve sister He Hui? In terms of looks, not just in our team, but in our commune, how many men are better looking than you? As for housing, our family has 5 large brick houses. How many families have better homes than ours? When it comes to hard work, every year during the team's work point calculation, you always get the top score. Tell me, where do you fall short? What do you think you don't deserve? Shin Jingxu looked at Shin Chunying's worried expression and opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Shin Chunying quickly interrupted, Big brother, I know that before I got married, I spent a lot on myself and borrowed a lot of money, causing our family to be in debt. I also insisted on renovating the house, which made things worse. But now our family has paid off the debts, and I understand things better. I won't burden you, or Dad anymore. Big brother, you can't just think about me and dad. You need to think about your own personal matters too. Shun Jingxiu remained silent for a long time before nodding. Okay, little sister, I will listen to you and think it over. Let's first solve the issue with the second brother. Shun Chunqing knew that her brother needed time to come around. She couldn't push him to propose to his family right away, so she said nothing more and got back on the bicycle. Shun Chunqing first got off at the Zhou family's door and handed the sesame cakes she bought to Lin Shulan so she could share them with Zhou's father and the children. Then she went with Shun Jingxiu to the youth station. As soon as Shun Chunqing arrived at the youth station, she felt a piercing, hostile gaze directed at her. Shun Chunqing looked up and met Lu Qiaoqing's resentful eyes. She remembered that in her dream, Lu Qiaoqing had always liked Chen Ziyun. Although Chen Ziyun never showed interest in Lu Qiaoqing, he enjoyed being pursued. So, he maintained a policy of not taking action, not rejecting, and not being responsible, which allowed Lu Qiaoqing to hold onto her fantasies about him. In the dream, she was just as infatuated with Chen Ziyun as Lu Qiaoqing was. Even after marrying Chen Ziyun, she would feel jealous when he interacted with Lu Qiaoqing or accepted things from her. She thought about how her family ended up in such a tragic situation because of Chen Ziyun, and she felt a chill rise from her feet. She felt more sympathy for Lu Qiaoqing. Being close to someone like Chen Ziyun would only bring misfortune. After they stated their purpose, someone at the youth station had already called Wang Yiming out. Comrade Shin, what do you need from me? Shun Jingxiu didn't waste time and said directly, Wang, I heard my younger brother got hurt while trying to save you. Wang Yiming had already spread this news in the village, so it was well known, and she had nothing to hide. Yes, that day, Comrade Shin Jinliang helped me chase away A, and I am very grateful to him. Wang, gratitude should be shown through actions, not just words. I don't know what you told my younger brother today, but he asked my sister for the family heirloom jade pendant left by my mother, which upset her and made her unwilling to care for him anymore. Since you are the cause of both his injury and my sister's anger, and you are grateful to him, please start taking care of him from tomorrow. Wang Yiming.
But,
after a moment of shock, she hesitated and said, Comrade Shin Jingxiu, it's not that I don't want to care for Comrade Shin Jinliang, but we are both unmarried, and if I go to take care of him, it might cause gossip. Shun Chunqing blinked her big eyes innocently and said, Wang, what are you talking about? We are all good comrades and friends in the revolution. Being grateful is a traditional virtue of our Chinese culture. As long as your intentions are pure and you only take care of my brother at the hospital, others will praise your good character, not gossip about you. Besides, you already visit my brother every day and no one says anything. Or, do you have some impure thoughts, Wang? Wang Yiming instinctively shook her head. No. My relationship with Comrade Shin Jinliang is purely a revolutionary friendship. As soon as she said this, she wanted to bite her own tongue. Now she had to go, whether she wanted to or not. If she had to visit Shun Jinliang every day and pretend, she could manage that. After all, even if Shin Jinliang was a very capable, he was still somewhat pleasant to look at. But the thought of having to serve a man in such a way made her feel sick. It was all Shin Jinliang's fault. She had only mentioned the jade pendant as a test, and he had rushed to ask Shin Chunqing about it. Now, Shin Chunning is seeking revenge on her. To avoid ruining her own plans, she has no choice but to fall into the trap set by Shin Chunning. After resolving Shun Zheng Liang's care issues, Shin Chunning left the youth station feeling quite happy. However, her good mood was ruined once again by Lu Qiaoqing's resentful gaze. Shin Chunning sighed softly and turned to meet Lu Qiaoqing's eyes, looking back directly at her. Lu youth, I know you like Chen Ziyun, and it's my fault that I sent him to labor reform. But you are blaming the wrong person. Chen Ziyun came to my house and climbed over the wall to bother me on his own. I didn't force him to do it. As a city youth with knowledge and culture, he should know better than to disturb a military wife living alone, and what the consequences might be. You are also a knowledgeable youth from the city, so you should be smarter. Can you really imagine that someone like Chen Ziyun is worth your affection? Lu Qiaoqing had only dared to glare at Shin Chunning in secret before. Now that Shin Chunning had directly pointed out her feelings, she panicked. Comrade Shin, don't say nonsense. Who said I like Chen Ziyun? Shin Chunning raised an eyebrow. Anyway, I've said what I needed to say. Whether you like Chen Ziyun or not is your business. But please stop staring at me like that. I don't like it. After saying this, Shin Chunning left the youth station with Shun Jing-su. Even after she left, Lu Qiaoqing stood there, staring at her back in a daze. She had never interacted with Shin Chunning directly before. She only heard from Chen Ziyun and the villagers that Shin Chunning was always crying, spoiled, and lazy. But after what Shin Chunning just said, she thought Shin Chunning was really cool and brave for expressing her feelings so directly. Shin Chunning was unaware of Lu Qiaoqing's change in feelings. As soon as she reached her own yard, several little kids from the neighboring yard rushed out. Thank you, Aunt San. Thank you, Aunt San. Aunt San, the sesame cakes are so delicious. I've never had anything this good before. The 6 children from the Zhou family surrounded Shin Chunning, munching on sesame cakes and chatting excitedly. Their little faces were filled with satisfaction. Shin Chunning reached out to pat their little heads. I'm glad you like them. Meanwhile, in the Zhou family's yard, Sun Fengjiao came out of the kitchen to wash the pots and noticed her 3 daughters all gathered around Shin Chunning, closer to her than to their own mother. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. Only she knows how to be nice. Lin Shulan heard the noise outside and realized that Shin Chunning had returned. She wanted to go out and ask Shin Chunning about her second brother's situation and invite her to dinner. Just then, she saw Sun Fengjiao's disdainful look and heard her comment. Lin Shulan felt a surge of anger. She had previously thought that the eldest family was clever, but now she saw that they were truly short-sighted and foolish, unable to tell right from wrong. Giving her things was pointless. They might as well feed a dog, which at least would wag its tail in gratitude. If it weren't for her pity for the 3 granddaughters, she would have told the 3rd family to only give things to the 2nd family and ignore the eldest. Xia Yue also heard the noise outside and stepped out of the courtyard before Lin Shulan. She smiled and greeted Shin Chunning, saying, Ning Ning is back. The sesame cakes you brought have made these little gluttons very happy. You just got home and probably haven't had time to cook, right? Your second brother caught 2 fish in the river yesterday, and I made fish soup. Come eat at my house tonight, so you don't have to cook alone. Zhou Hongjun, Zhou Minjun, and Zhou Aijun cheered. Auntie is eating at our house. My mom's fish soup is so delicious. Zhou Xiaolian, Zhou Xiaowai, and Zhou Xiaoying also wanted to invite Shin Chunning to their house, but Zhou Xiaolian and Zhou Xiaowai knew their mother's personality and hesitated to speak up. Sun Fengjiao stood at the door with a spatula on her hip and shouted, Zhou Xiaolian, Zhou Xiaowai, Zhou Xiaoying, you 3 girls better hurry back for dinner. What are you still doing outside? Just because someone tossed you a little something doesn't mean you'll be full. Then, she shot a glance at Xia Yue and sarcastically added, Your mother isn't like others who know how to please. If they have something for you this time, they might not next time. You shouldn't be wagging your tails like dogs. Shin Chunning felt a bit awkward. She just liked these kids and thought of them when she bought the cakes. She didn't expect it to cause trouble. The eldest, Zhou Xiaolian, lowered her head, feeling sad, and quietly said to Shin Chunning, Auntie, I'm sorry. From now on, if you buy treats, just get them for my brothers. Don't worry about us. We'll head back now. With that, Zhou Xiaolian quickly pulled her 2 younger sisters and left. The 3 sisters approached Sun Fengjiao, who was angrily saying, You 3 ungrateful girls. I take care of you every day, and you don't show me any appreciation. Just a piece of cake, and you're all bought off, huh? Heartless little girls. Xia Yue awkwardly watched as Sun Fengjiao pushed the 3 children into the house with Shin Chunning. She then said, Ning Ning, that's just how your sister-in-law is. Don't take it to heart. Come on, let's go to your second sister-in-law's house for some fish. Lin Shulan felt a bit better when Xia Yue invited Shin Chunning to eat. At least someone recognized her value. Xia Yue was very warm, so Shin Chunning didn't want to refuse. She went to the second house for a meal. Xia Yue's fish stew was indeed delicious. tender and flavorful. After dinner, she chatted with Lin Shulan in the main house for a while. When it was time to leave, Lin Shulan reminded her, "Ning Ning, I know you love children. But it's better to have your own. If you have extra things, you can share, but there's no need to buy things for other people's kids." Shun Chunying nodded, "I understand, Mom." After those 2 times she gave things to the first family, she wouldn't dare to do it again. But if she only gave to the second family, Sun Fingjiao would definitely have something to say. After all, they were family, and she didn't want to create any conflicts over small matters. So she decided to keep things fair and not give anything at all. Even though Shun Chunying lived next door, Lin Shulan still worried and personally walked her back to her courtyard. She waited until Shun Chunying secured the door before feeling relieved to go back. That night, Lin Shulan lay in bed and couldn't help but talk to Zhou Fu. People in the village used to say that the girl from the Shin family was spoiled, but I think she's quite good. She may not know how to farm, but she keeps her home clean and cares for us old folks. She's also good to the children. Just look how well she treats the kids from both families. If she could settle down and have a son or daughter for the third one soon, that would be even better. That third one is something else, just got married a few days ago and already went back to the army. Who knows if he's even started planting? Zhou Fu, annoyed by Lin Shulan's chatter, covered his head with a pillow. "I don't understand why you're always worrying about everything. Do you have to manage everything, even what's going on in our son's house?" Lin Shulan was very angry with the old man and punched him, saying, "You old man, you never care about anything." Zhou Yubai had captured all the enemy spies hiding in the city with his team. However, 2 managed to escape into the mountains near Meizhou City. He and his team were now pursuing them in the mountains. The deep mountains were especially dangerous at night, and even though his team was well trained, they did not dare to act recklessly. After finding a suitable place to rest, the soldiers were eating their rations and chatting. Someone started talking about their families, and the conversation turned to how long it took for their wives to get pregnant after marriage. Zhou Yubai thought about his own wife. They had tried for 3 days, and he wondered if the seeds he had planted would take root. Now, the village was in the final stages of the autumn harvest, starting with sweet potatoes. After harvesting, they would plant rapeseed in the fields and on the mountain soil. Everyone in the village was busy again, except for Shin Chunqing, who had no work to do. Hui had to work, and during this busy farming season, she had no time to teach Shin Chunqing how to make shoe soles. So, Shin Chunqing took the opportunity to plant a small patch of land in her yard. After planting, she watered it with spring water. Then, she squatted nearby and watched for a while, but unlike in her space, she couldn't see the seedlings sprouting visibly. Shin Chunqing guessed that while the spring water might promote plant growth outside her space, the effect would be much weaker. These days, she noticed Wang Yuming walking past her yard every day. At first, Wang Yuming returned home with a rosy face and a proud look when she saw Shin Chunqing. But recently, she had been coming home with a gloomy expression. Shin Chunqing suspected that there might be some conflict between her and her second brother. Sure enough, just 7 days later, in the afternoon, Wang Yuming stormed into her house as she passed by. She said, "Comrade Shin Chunqing, Comrade Shin Jimliang saved me once, and I have taken care of him for 7 days. I think I have repaid my debt. Tomorrow, please let your family take care of him. I will not go again." After saying this, Wang Yuming left without waiting for a response. Shin Chunqing raised an eyebrow as she watched her go. She thought that Wang Yuming would at least pretend to care for her brother until he was discharged, but unexpectedly, just 7 days later, he couldn't keep up the act anymore. It seems she overestimated Wang Yuming. After Wang Yuming left, Shin Chunning couldn't hold back her curiosity and rode her bike to the Shun family home. Although she hadn't been to the hospital recently, her older brother still went every other day to help their brother with his care. He might know what happened between Wang Yuming and their brother. However, when she told her brother about what Wang Yuming said to her today, he looked confused. Did they have a fight? I didn't notice. When I went to help him today, they were still chatting and laughing. It seemed she wouldn't get any information from her brother. She would have to go find her brother herself tomorrow. The next day, Shin Chun-ning hurried to the hospital early in the morning. When she opened the door to the ward, Shin Junliang heard the noise and sat up excitedly, looking hopefully at the door. But when he saw it was her, his face showed disappointment. "Ning Ning, it's you. What are you doing here?" Shin Chun-ning sighed and said, "Your good friend doesn't want to take care of you anymore. At least I'm your sister. I can't just let you lie here in the hospital with no one to look after you." "Oh," Shin Junliang replied, lowering his eyelids, looking unenthusiastic as he sat on the bed. Shin Chun-ning sat by the bedside, resting her chin on her hands, looking curious. "Brother, what happened between you and your friend?" Shin Junliang turned his face away and said impatiently, "I don't need anyone to take care of me anymore. You can go." Shin Chun-ning calculated that her brother had been in the hospital for almost half a month, and his injury should be healing well enough for him to be discharged. Since she was in a good mood today, she didn't want to argue with him about sending her away. However, since she couldn't get any information and he said he didn't need her help, she decided not to push it and went home. The next day was Shin Junliang's discharge day. It was a busy farming season and the team wouldn't allow anyone to take leave, so their father and Shin Jingshu couldn't come to pick him up. Shin Chun-ning had planned to go, but after what happened yesterday, she didn't want it anymore. She decided to see how her stubborn brother would handle it. At that moment, in the community hospital, Shin Junliang was processing his discharge paperwork. When he saw the bill, he was shocked, his eyes nearly popping out. He spent $18.60 in the hospital for half a month. Looking at the remaining $1.40 in his hand, he felt the weight of the money. He knew his family was out of money now. The $260 from his younger sister's wedding had been used to pay off loans for house repairs and debts from earlier years. He realized that the money for his hospital stay must have come from his sister. Thinking about yesterday, he had been cold to his sister, who came to take care of him after a fight with Wang Yaming. But his sister didn't seem to cry yesterday. In the past, even when he raised his voice a little, she would tear up. Why didn't she cry this time? Was she completely disappointed in him as her older brother? This thought made him feel even more anxious. He hurriedly limped home. At the hospital entrance, he saw a donkey cart waiting. The old man driving it called out, "Shin Air, get in." Shin Junliang looked over and recognized the man as Old Luo from their village. Old Luo was a veteran from the war, never married, and had no children. He had been injured during the war and could have been supported by the village, but he insisted on contributing to building socialism. So, the village arranged for him to drive the donkey cart, earning 8 work points a day. "Uncle Luo, what brings you here?" Shin Junliang asked happily as he got in. His leg was still painful from the injury, and he worried that if he walked home, all the treatment he received in the hospital would be in vain. "What brings me here?" "Your sister gave me 20 cents to come pick you up," Old Luo said, his voice booming like a gong, striking Shin Junliang's heart with every word. He had thought he was lucky to run into Old Luo by chance. But he realized he didn't have that much luck. He regretted his attitude toward his sister even more. At the same time, he thought of Wang Yaming and felt a wave of frustration. Meanwhile, Shin Chunning woke up early to check on the vegetable seeds she had planted in the yard. After just one night, the seeds had already sprouted. Shin Chunning felt a wave of joy. It seemed that the spiritual spring water also helped the growth of crops in the outside world, although not as noticeably as in her space. But this was better. She could use the spring water to grow vegetables without having to hide it. She just wondered if the spring water would also increase the yield of grains and vegetables outside. She could only verify that after the harvest in some time. Recently, she had harvested another batch of grains in her space, and now she had stored 1,600 pounds of processed grains. She planned to take advantage of the busy harvest season in the village to sell some in the black market. Once the busy period was over, everyone would be free and waiting for the new year, making it easier to attract attention if she went to the black market then. Thinking of this, Shin Chunning got to work, packed her basket, and rode her bicycle out of the village. When she reached a spot not far from the black market meeting point, she stopped her bike and dressed up like she did when she first came with her second brother. Only then did she go to the meeting yard to find Grandpa Li, the basket weaver.
Grandpa.
Shin Chun-ning greeted him, and the focused Grandpa Li looked up, surprisingly excited. "Oh, you finally made it." Xiao Tao instructed that if you came, you don't need to go to the market. Just go meet him directly. While speaking, Grandpa Li led Shin Chun-ning to find Chin Tao. When they arrived outside the yard where the black market was held, Grandpa Li didn't take her inside but spoke to a young man who looked like a drifter, squatting not far from the door. The young man then entered the yard. Soon, Chen Tao quickly came out with the young man. Seeing Shun Chun-ning, Chen Tao was filled with joy. "Comrade Shun, I've been waiting for you." The last batch of grains he received from Shin Chun-ning was smuggled into the black market in the big city, and because of their high quality, the price doubled and was in high demand, with people eager to buy. Even some influential figures were willing to give him a deposit, asking him to deliver the goods as soon as he had them. Thanks to the quality of that batch of grains, he gained a reputation in the big city's black market, which led to jealousy from local bullies. Half a month ago, those bullies sent people to chase him down here. If it hadn't been for a male comrade who happened to help him at that moment, he feared he might have lost his life. Thinking of his savior made him feel particularly guilty. At that time, his savior was also badly beaten by those people. He realized that confronting them directly was not a solution, so he had to find a way to lead them away first. After he was safe, when he sent someone back to look for his savior, he learned that the savior had disappeared, likely taken away by someone else. He initially wanted to send someone to find them to express his gratitude. But after thinking it over, he decided against it. After all, in his line of work, his life was always at risk. If he found a savior and ended up getting caught, it could put them in danger too. Shin Chun-ning still hid the food in that old temple. This time, Chen Tao even offered her a higher price, selling 1,600 pounds of food for $500. "Sister, when will you have more goods next time? I can give you an extra $200 as a deposit. If you have goods, please bring them to me, okay?" Chen Tao asked her as she counted the money and prepared to leave. "There should only be this much food before the new year. You don't need to give a deposit. As long as your price is fair, I will come to you when I have goods," Shin Chun-ning replied. Chen Tao felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. With just this amount of food, he wouldn't have enough to distribute to the powerful people in the big city who had contacted him before. Selling to them meant he couldn't charge a high price. He might even have to lower the price and give some gifts. He had hoped that if Shin Chun-ning could provide more food before the new year, he could sell it at a high price during the holiday and make a big profit. However, even if Shin Chun-ning had no more food before the new year, being able to use this batch to open up the market in the big city was still very valuable. With this food, he would show those who dared to attack him a lesson. "All right, sister, when you have goods, remember to think of me." "Don't worry, I will give you a fair price," Chen Tao said. After selling the food, Shin Chun-ning followed Chen Tao back to the black market. It was already autumn, and the weather was getting colder. A few days ago, she saw her father still wearing a thin shirt, which reminded her that her father and two brothers didn't have proper warm coats. Each of them only had one military coat that her third brother had brought back. After wearing them for so many years, the cotton inside had become as hard as iron and was no longer warm. They couldn't withstand the cold, damp winter here. As for the blankets at home, she remembered that her father and brothers had only one blanket since she was little, and it too had long lost its warmth. Shin Chun-ning planned to buy some fabric and cotton before winter. She wanted to ask Aunt He and He Hui to make cotton jackets for her father and two brothers, and also sew 3 bed covers. As for the cotton filling, she intended to buy it ready-made. Taking raw cotton to the commune for processing would require proof of purchase, and since she bought cotton on the black market, she had no such proof. Going to the commune would be like walking into a trap. Items bought on the black market do not need proof. Moreover, Chen Tao took her to buy these things and she got a good discount. In the end, she bought 30 feet of fabric for clothing, 30 feet of pure cotton for bed covers, 6 pounds of cotton, and 3 beds of 8-pound cotton filling, spending a total of 58 yuan and 60 cents. After buying these items, she noticed someone selling fabric coupons in the black market. At 50 cents per foot, she spent 25 yuan to buy all 50 feet of coupons from that person. Zhou Yubai had given her quite a few coupons, but they were all issued by the army, and he had saved them up. The army provides items like bedding and military coats directly, without issuing coupons for them. So, although Zhou Yubai gave her many coupons, he had none for fabric. Today, she found some, which was perfect for saving up. After all, she couldn't always rely on the black market. Many significant changes were expected in the country's leadership, which could lead to chaos and strict crackdowns. At that time, the black market would be very dangerous, and it would be unwise to go there. Xin Chunning tied everything to her bicycle and rode away from the black market. Not long after leaving, she found a hidden spot to store everything in her space. The volume of 3 beds of cotton filling, 60 feet of fabric, and 6 pounds of cotton was quite large. If she carried it all back to the village, it would be hard not to attract attention. She planned to store it in her space and then, while her father and brothers were at work, bring it home. She also used her space to wash off her disguise and change back to her usual look. After coming out of her space, she rode her bicycle to the commune's supply store. She was lucky to find that the store had tofu and pork available today. Usually, the town's supply store offers tofu every other day and supplies a pig every 2 or 3 days. This small commune store takes 2 or 3 days to supply tofu, and pork might not be available even once a week. So, to buy tofu and pork, one usually has to rely on connections or wake up early to line up and grab them. But today, probably because of the busy farming season, there was still half of the tofu and pork left at this hour. She directly bought 2 pieces of tofu and cut 2 pounds of pork. In total, she spent $1.80 along with 2 pounds of grain tickets and 2 pounds of meat tickets. After returning to the village, she went straight to the Shun family. She figured that her second brother should be back by now and thought that she might not be able to take those things out today. Perhaps she would have to make several trips to bring everything home in batches. But when she got home, she found no one there. She was a bit puzzled but didn't think much of it. She quickly took out the things she bought today from her space and piled them in the living room. Estimating the time, her father and older brother should be finishing work soon, so she went into the kitchen to cook. She had been craving tofu buns for the past couple of days, and today she finally had tofu and meat. She chopped the meat for the filling and made tofu buns, then pulled some green onions from the vegetable garden in the yard. She heated oil in a pan, added minced and green onions, and after the bean paste was fragrant, added water to cook the tofu buns until done, thickening the sauce with cornstarch before taking it off the heat. She filled a large enamel bowl with most of the buns and used a small bowl for the rest. The large bowl was for her father and brother to eat later, while the small bowl was for her parents-in-law. As the daughter-in-law of the Zhou family, with the men away, she naturally wanted to fulfill her duties as best as she could. After finishing the tofu buns, she also fried 4 eggs and made a bowl of cabbage and egg soup. When Shun's father and Xin Jingxu returned from work and reached the front door, they smelled the delicious aroma of tofu, meat, and fried eggs wafting from the house. The two exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if the second brother was back from the hospital and cooking. But where did he get the money to buy meat and tofu? Just as they were confused, they saw Xin Chunning coming out of the house with a bowl of food. "Dad, big brother, you're back. The food is on the table. You can eat first. I'll take this bowl of tofu buns to my in-laws and be right back." Saying this, Xin Chunning hopped on her bicycle and sped away. Shun's father could only helplessly follow Xin Jingxiu into the house. Drawn in by the aroma outside, they were shocked to find a large pile of cotton and fabric in the living room when they entered. When Xin Chunning arrived at the Zhou family, Lin Shulan had just washed her hands clean of dirt and was ready to cook. "Mom, I made tofu buns at my dad's today and brought some for you to try," Xin Chunning said as she placed the bowl of tofu buns on the dining table. Lin Shulan could smell the delicious aroma coming from the bowl and swallowed hard, feeling a warmth in her heart. Her youngest son had a good eye. Marrying the delicate daughter of the Xin family was a wise choice. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also caring and respectful. "You child, why are you bringing food from your family to your in-laws?" Shin Chunying smiled and replied, "What's wrong with that? I bought it all anyway. My family should eat, and you and Dad should eat too." As she spoke, she hopped back on her bicycle. "Mom, I'm heading over now." "All right, ride carefully," Lin Shulan responded. Sun Fingjiao watched Shin Chunying ride out of the yard, feeling a pang of envy. They were all wives of the Zhou family, so why did Shin Chunying not have to work and still have so much money? Every day she could buy eggs, tofu, and meat, whatever she wanted. Even her family benefited, as her parents and brother received some of the extras, and her in-laws treated her like a treasure. Thinking about her own family. They were poor. Her mother had asked her several times to help out, but when they hadn't split the family finances, she couldn't support them. Now that they had separated, she managed her own household's money and realized it was tight. Giving even a grain of rice to her family meant taking it from her husband and children. She couldn't let her family suffer at the expense of her husband and kids. This thought made her even more upset. She rolled her eyes and ran to Lin Shulan, saying, "Mom, the third family's daughter-in-law is taking everything good straight to the Shin family. Are you really okay with her handling the money sent back by the third brother? I bet she'll spend it all on her family." Lin Shulan looked at Sun Fingjiao, narrowing her eyes. "You didn't help your family? Just the other day, you gave Ma Dongqing that bag of rice. Go get it back." Sun Fingjiao's face flushed with embarrassment. Just a few days ago, her mother had come crying to her, saying they were struggling to eat, and her two little nephews were too weak from hunger to even cry. With a heavy heart, she had taken some rice and cornmeal, filling a whole bag for her mother. She had been careful, making sure no one from the second or main family was around, but somehow her mother-in-law found out. She quickly defended herself. "Mom, it's not the same. My family borrowed grain from me, and at the end of the year, after calculating the work points and dividing the grain, it needs to be returned. My sister-in-law bought food for her family, while mine just takes without giving anything back. That's not the same." Sun Fingjiao didn't finish her sentence when Lin Shulan coldly interrupted. "No matter what the third family eats, at least they remember to share with us two old folks. In your house, we don't even see a hair of it. Your family is just a bunch of lazy people. After a day of work, they can't even gather enough work points to pay you back. They just look at you with their eyes. If they're going to pay you back, don't forget to remind them to return what they borrowed from me years ago. I still have the IOUs they wrote back then. When we divided the family property before, I should have given those IOUs to you so you could collect the debts from your family." Years ago, when Sun Fingjiao first married in, the Sun family often borrowed grain. At first, she felt obligated to lend them some due to family ties. Sun Fingjiao felt even more embarrassed. She had come to complain to her mother-in-law, but now it backfired. After being scolded, she felt hurt by her mother-in-law's words. She could only leave quietly. When she returned home, her daughter Zhou Xiaolian and Zhou Yongjun, who was about the same age as her, had just come back from playing outside. The two kids sniffed the air as soon as they entered the yard. "It smells so good. There's tofu and meat." Zhou Xiaolian swallowed and ran to her mother. "Mom, I want to eat tofu and meat." Sun Fingjiao, already upset from being scolded, became even angrier when her daughter started asking for food. She grabbed a bamboo stick from the broom and swatted it at Zhou Xiaolian's bottom. "You want tofu and meat? I want to eat too. Do I look like tofu? Do I look like meat?" Zhou Xiaolian immediately burst into tears. "Mom, I don't want it anymore. Please don't hit me, wah." Lin Shulan and Zhou Fu were eating in the main room. They could clearly see Sun Fingjiao hitting the child outside. The tofu buns in their mouths suddenly lost their taste. Zhou Fu said, "Wife, you know how the eldest family is. You should avoid provoking her. It's the poor child who gets punished." Lin Shulan slammed her chopsticks on the table and glared at Zhou Fu. "You old man, stop talking nonsense. If she doesn't provoke me, would I bother her? As a mother-in-law, how can I let my daughter-in-law ride on top of me? If she wants to discipline her own child, that's her choice. After all, they didn't come from me." Lin Shulan's voice was particularly loud, aimed at her granddaughter Sun Fingjiao, who was outside. Sun Fingjiao couldn't bring herself to lower the stick she was holding. Inside, Zhou's father, feeling attacked by his wife, quickly lowered his head and focused on his food, mumbling, "I just felt sorry for the child," and said something. "Why are you so angry?" Lin Shulan shot him a glare. Zhou's father immediately shrank back like a quail and fell silent. After finishing their meal, he noticed his granddaughter still sobbing at the door and sighed, "Things were better when we were all together. Now that the family is split, it's always about hitting or scolding someone." When Shin Chun-ning left the Zhou family's yard and was about to ride her bike home, she suddenly noticed someone sitting at her gate. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was her second brother, who had just been discharged from the hospital. She pedaled over and said, "Second brother, did you get kicked out while looking for your comrades? Come here to be my gatekeeper?" Shin Jinliang had seen Shin Chun-ning ride into the Zhou family's yard. He was still thinking about how to apologize to his sister and felt a bit nervous. But when Shin Chun-ning teased him, he relaxed and looked at her with a mix of affection and helplessness, saying, "Ning Ning, I'm here to apologize and thank you," Shin Jinliang said seriously, expressing his regret for his previous attitude and thanking her for covering his medical expenses and arranging for a donkey cart to pick him up. Shin Chun-ning proudly lifted her chin and said, "Now you know who truly cares for you?" Feeling a bit shy, Shin Jinliang scratched the back of his head. Shin Chun-ning supported herself on one leg and said, "Come on, second brother, let's go home for dinner." Shin Jinliang hesitated for a moment, thinking about facing their father's scolding when they got home. He took a deep breath before mustering the courage to sit on the back of the bike. As he sat there, looking at the youth station not far away, his expression dimmed a little. When Wang Yiming returned from work, she spotted Shin Jinliang. She ignored him, waiting for him to approach her. However, to her surprise, she saw him riding away on Shin Chun-ning's bicycle. Her face darkened with anger. Earlier, she casually mentioned the jade pendant in front of Shin Jinliang, and Shin Chun-ching got angry, thinking she had stirred up trouble for him to take care of her. She intended to use this opportunity to win over Shin Jinliang and get him to bring her the jade pendant. But when she brought it up again, Shin Jinliang firmly told her that the pendant was left for Shin Chun-ching by their mother and that she should not interfere with their sibling relationship. In frustration, she returned home, leaving Shin Jinliang alone in the hospital, thinking that this would make him come back to her later with a better attitude. Little did she know. She watched angrily as Shin Chun-ching and Shin Jinliang walked away, then turned back to the youth station. Meanwhile, Shin Chun-ching had already taken Shin Jinliang into the Shin family courtyard. "Dad, big brother, I'm back with second brother." Shin Chun-ching called out from the yard, actually warning Shin Ching-song and Shin Jingxiu not to scold Shin Jinliang. Shin Ching-song and Shin Jingxiu hurried out to greet them. Shin Jinliang thought his father and brother were rushing out to welcome him, which made him feel a bit touched but also guilty. Despite how well his father, brother, and sister treated him, he had let a girl come between them. His eyes felt warm, and he wanted to apologize to his father and brother. But just as he was about to speak, he noticed that his father and brother didn't even look at him and were focused on his sister instead. "Sweet girl, why do we have so much cotton and fabric piled up in our room? What did you buy these for?" Shin Chun-ching blinked and replied, "Dad, of course, these are for you, big brother and second brother. I got 3 beds of cotton for you and big brother, 1 for each of you. The pure cotton fabric is for making quilt covers. The rest of the fabric and cotton, I plan to ask Aunt He and Sister He to make each of you a cotton jacket. Winter is coming, and your old jackets aren't warm anymore." Hearing this, Shin Ching-song and Shin Jingxiu felt warm inside, but also worried about the cost. They thought if the Zhou family found out, they would say that Ningning was using the money earned by their son to support her family. Just as they were about to persuade Shin Chun-ching, she firmly said, "Dad, big brother, I've already bought these things, and you have to accept them. If you refuse, I'll just take them outside and burn them." Shin Ching-song and Shin Jingxiu knew that if Shin Chun-ching said it, she would do it. They could only agree to accept the gifts. Shin Chun-ning smiled with her eyes curved and said, "That's right. Dad, big brother, second brother, it's time to eat." The The tofu buns should be eaten hot. They don't taste good when they're cold. After the meal, Shen Chunning invited Aunt He and He Hui to come over to measure and tailor clothes for the three men. Aunt He first measured Shin Ching Song, and Shin Chunning quickly pulled Shin Jing Su in front of He Hui. Sister He Hui, can you help measure my big brother? He Hui's ears turned red instantly, and she lowered her head, too shy to look at Shin Jing Su, and replied softly, okay. Once Aunt He finished measuring Shin Ching Song and Shin Jing Liang, she noticed her daughter was still measuring Shin Jing Su. Aunt He was about to urge her daughter when she saw her with her head down, looking shy, while measuring Shin Jing Su. Suddenly, she remembered her daughter had once said she wanted to find someone like Shin Jing Su. Having been through it herself, she understood her daughter's feelings well. After finishing the measurements, Aunt He took the fabric, cotton, and the meat and 30 eggs that Shin Chunning had given them as payment and hurriedly pulled He Hui into the house, closing the door. Hui, tell me, do you like Shin Lauda? He Hui didn't expect her mother to notice and felt a bit shy to admit it.
Mom.
Hui, think carefully before you answer. If you say you don't like him, I might arrange your marriage with the captain's son from next door tomorrow. Before He Hui could deny it, Aunt He said seriously. He Hui, feeling shy, quickly admitted, Mom, I do like Shindaga. And he thought for a moment, Shun Lauda has grown up under my watch. He is hardworking and has good character. It's just that a few years ago, Ning Ning didn't understand, and delayed his marriage. Now that Ning Ning is married and more sensible, if you really like him, it's not impossible. Upon hearing her mother's words, He Hui's face lit up with joy. But before she could celebrate, her mother looked at her and asked, have you told Shin Lauda how you feel? He Hui's face turned as red as a tomato, and she shyly said, Mom, I'm a girl. Aunt He rolled her eyes at her. Silly girl, those old ways are gone. We live in a new society now, where the country encourages young people to pursue love freely and seek partners with shared goals. You can't keep thinking like it's the old days. He Hui. She never knew her mother had such modern ideas. She was still shocked by her mother's modern ideas when she heard her mother say, Dear, if you really like Brother Shin, you should tell him your feelings as soon as possible. If he doesn't feel the same way, we can quickly find someone else suitable for you. Don't waste your time like Li Xiaolan did, being with someone you don't truly like and missing out on important things in life. I understand, Mom. He Hui felt a bit shy, but her mother's words encouraged her. She decided that once she finished making the cotton coat for Brother Shin, she would express her feelings when she went to try it on for him. Shin Chunning didn't stay long at the Shin family. After the He family measured for sizes, she returned home. Once home, she checked on the vegetable seedlings. They had grown taller and looked healthy. She watered them with some special water before going inside to take out the yarn she had bought and started knitting a scarf. Knitting a scarf is simple. An experienced person can finish one in half a day. Since she was just learning, it took her about 2 days to complete one. She had already knitted half of the scarf for Zhou Yubai. When the bell rang in the village signaling the end of work, she checked the length and thought it was just right, so she finished the stitches and set the scarf aside. Just as she was about to start knitting another scarf, she suddenly heard a knock on the door. Ning ning, ning ning, aredo home. It was Lin Shulan's voice. Shin Chunning quickly got up. Mom, I'm here. Dear, are you looking for me? She asked while opening the courtyard door. Ning ning, it's not me looking for you, but this gentleman. Lin Shulan smiled brightly. The person looking for Ning Ning was the accountant from their commune, a well-known figure in the Hongyang commune. It was impressive for someone of such status to come to visit the third daughter-in-law of her family, and it made her feel proud. Shin Chunning then noticed that there was someone behind Lin Shulan. Ning Ning, this gentleman is accountant Prung from our commune. At first, she couldn't remember when she had met this elderly man, but after Lin Shulan introduced him, she recalled. She quickly greeted him politely, Hello, Comrade Peng. Peng Kaiyuan was also very excited to see Shin Chunning. Hello, Comrade Xiaoshen. I apologize for the sudden visit. I wanted to thank you. I heard from our comrades in the commune that if you hadn't happened to be at the commune that day to help me, I might not be here today. As he spoke, He handed a cloth bag filled with gifts to Shun Chun Ning. The bag was bulging, and while the contents were mostly hidden, several large, red apples were visible on top. Apples were a special item in Zufu City, where the Honyang Brigade was located, and ordinary people couldn't buy them even if they had money. Shin Chun Ning graciously accepted the gift and quickly invited Peng Kaiyuan and Lin Shulan inside. Once inside, she realized her accounting book was still open on the table, and she hurriedly closed it and put away the pen and book. Peng Kaiyuan's eyes lit up. "Comrade Xiao Shen, you can write? And you keep accounts?" Before she could respond, Lin Shulan proudly said for her, "Of course. My daughter-in-law is the only girl in the area who finished high school." Hearing this, Peng Kaiyuan's eyes brightened even more. "Comrade Xiao Shen finished high school?" Shin Chun Ning replied, "Honestly, I did, but I didn't complete it. I only attended the first semester of the first year." "So you graduated from middle school?" Peng Kaiyuan said happily. "That's enough. That education is sufficient. Comrade Xiao Shen, would you like to be my student?" For a moment, Shin Chun Ning couldn't believe her ears. Jobs were scarce, and it was hard to find work. Not only rural people, but even city dwellers struggled to find jobs. Those sent to the countryside as educated youth were there because they couldn't find work in the cities to support rural development. Now, Peng Kaiyuan was asking her to be his student, which felt like a job falling from the sky. Moreover, it was a coveted position as a commune office worker. In the eyes of rural people, anyone working in the commune was considered an official, and commune officials held a higher status than brigade officials. She had been worried about how to secure stable income, and this opportunity felt like a dream come true. She wanted to say yes immediately, but replied seriously, "Comrade, I only helped you that day out of kindness. You really don't need to give me a job as a way to repay me." Peng Kaiyuan's offer to take her on as a student was really about teaching her and then giving her a job. Looking at Shin Chun Ning's earnest face, he felt even fonder of her. This girl, faced with such a big temptation of a job, still thinks about this old man first. Being an accountant in the public sector requires someone like this. Such a person won't make mistakes because they are blinded by handling large amounts of money. He laughed and said, "Xiao Shen, don't worry about this. I won't take you as a student just to repay a favor. I'm getting older, and my health isn't what it used to be. The work of a public accountant, especially during the busy harvest season, is quite demanding. I can't handle it anymore. I've been looking for someone suitable for a while, but hadn't found anyone until now. It's a coincidence that you helped me, and I think you are perfect for this position." Although Shin Chun Ning really wanted this job, she was still worried that the old man was acting out of gratitude and might regret it later, possibly leading to his family blaming her. After all, this job can be passed down through generations. When parents can no longer work, their children can take over. "Old comrade, do your family members know about you giving me this job? Do they agree?" When Peng Kaiyuan heard this, there was a brief moment of sadness in his smile, but he quickly returned to his cheerful demeanor and said, "Don't worry, young comrade. I'm all alone, so I can give this job to whoever I want without needing anyone's approval." "I'm sorry, old comrade." Shin Chun Ning didn't know about the old man's family situation and didn't mean to touch on a sensitive topic. She quickly stood up and bowed to apologize. Peng Kaiyuan waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. Everyone in our commune knows about this. There's nothing wrong with asking." Before liberation, he fought against the enemy on the battlefield, while his wife and children either died or went missing during the war. After liberation, the country arranged a new job for him, and some people encouraged him to remarry. But he wasn't interested. Living alone for these years felt fine to him. However, now that he is older, he worries that one day he might not wake up again and hasn't found someone to take over his work, which could delay important matters for the country. "Now, young comrade, have you thought it over? Do you want to be my student and take over my position?" Peng Kaiyuan asked again with a smile. Shin Chun Ning understood and immediately stood up, respectfully bowing to the old comrade. "Hello, teacher." Peng Kaiyuan looked at his obedient student, beaming with joy. Very good, Xiao Shen. Lin Shulan, standing nearby, was also smiling widely. She said that her old daughter-in-law is very lucky. By recognizing the teacher, she can soon receive government rations, which is quite rare in their village. Shin Chun-ning invited Peng Kaiyuan to stay for dinner, making it a sort of apprenticeship celebration. Lin Shulan, worried that there might not be enough food, hurried home to bring over the leftover cured sausage and half a cured chicken for Shin Chun-ning. Sun Fingjiao came out of the kitchen and saw Lin Shulan carrying things next door, and her mouth twisted in annoyance. Upon entering the house, she shot a disdainful glance at Zhou Jiakong, saying, "Your mother's heart is really biased. She just took cured sausage and chicken to the third family." Zhou Jiakong had just returned from work and was playing with Zhou Xiaolian. Hearing his wife's words, he casually replied, "The family is divided now. They can give their things to whoever they want. It's none of your business." Sun Fingjiao was even more upset by his response. Other people's parents always support their eldest sons, but yours are different, as if you were adopted. Zhou Jiakong was not one to talk much, and he didn't want to listen to his wife's complaints, so he took his little daughter out to play. Shin Chun-ning was unaware of the situation at the Zhou family. At that moment, she was busy in the kitchen preparing food. She had already finished the meat she bought at the supply store for lunch. Fortunately, she had previously bought some meat on the black market and stored it away, so she quietly took some out, saying it was from the supply store, and no one would suspect otherwise. After taking out a piece of meat and a bottle of wine, she thought that someone should keep the teacher company while drinking. She then invited her father and father-in-law over to chat with the teacher. Shin Chun-ning worked in the kitchen all afternoon, steaming pork with preserved vegetables and frying meatballs. Considering that the elderly might not be able to eat meatballs directly, she used soaked dried daylily as a base, placed the meatballs on top with water, and steamed them together with the pork. Thinking that the two fathers should have some snacks to go with the wine, she also fried some salted peanuts. Then she made tomato egg drop soup, stir-fried a small bok choy, and cooked a bowl of crispy cabbage with oil. With the cured sausage and chicken her mother-in-law brought over, there was plenty of food. The delicious aroma wafted over to the nearby youth station. The young people there, trying to save firewood, were having a simple dinner of half a bowl of corn porridge and half a sweet potato each. Now, the grain distributed last year is almost gone, and the new grain this year hasn't been handed over yet, so there's nothing to share. At the youth station, not to mention meat and fine grains, even coarse grains can only be eaten by tightening one's belt to feel somewhat full. For those youth from better families, it's easier. They can receive some snacks like biscuits from home, and if they have money and coupons, they can buy some cakes or eggs from the supply store to satisfy their cravings. But for those without family support, they can only rely on the little food distributed at the youth station to survive. Wang Yuming belongs to the group without family support. At this moment, she smells the delicious aroma coming from the yard of Shin Chun-ning next door while eating tasteless corn porridge and sweet potatoes, feeling extremely frustrated. Since she arrived, she found herself in this remote area with the male lead, Chen Ziyun. Like other travelers, she tried to cling to him for support. She thought that if she held on to him like the others, took the female lead's advantages, she would eventually replace her as the favorite. After all, she was favored by the god of time travel. But unexpectedly, after a few months of relying on the male lead, her good days came to an end. Not only did she fail to get the female lead's advantages, but the male lead was also sent to the farm for labor by the female lead. The plot has completely fallen apart, and her situation is getting worse. Looking back, the days she spent in the hospital caring for Shin Jingliang were actually the best and most fulfilling days she had in months. For a moment, she even thought about not being at odds with Shin Jingliang anymore. Maybe she could lower her head, give him some sweet words, and at least keep him interested, so he would bring her some meat to eat. But as soon as that thought crossed her mind, she quickly dismissed it. No way. Shin Jingliang is part of the female lead's favorites. If she doesn't show a strong attitude, how could he possibly take the jade pendant from the female lead and give it to her? While Wang Yumeng was battling these thoughts, Shin Chun-ning and her group were enjoying a delicious meal. Peng Kaiyuan, being older and with poor teeth, found the braised pork and steamed meatballs melt in his mouth, full of meaty flavor. The satisfaction of his taste buds made him feel that this student was worth it. As he toasted with Shun's father and Joe's father, he didn't hide his fondness for Shin Chun-ning at all. After they had nearly finished drinking, Peng Kaiyuan advised Shin Chun-ning, "Girl, come to the commune to find me at 8 o'clock tomorrow. I'll help you with the paperwork." "Okay, teacher," Shin Chun-ning replied immediately, obediently. Peng Kaiyuan was happy today and drank a bit too much, so he was walking in a wobbly line. Shin Chun-ning was worried about him going back to the commune alone. She wanted to ride her bike to take the teacher home, but Shin's father and the Zhou family were concerned. They said it would be dark by the time she returned, and it wasn't safe for her to be out alone. In the end, Lin Shulan suggested that Zhou Jiakong help take Peng Kaiyuan back to the commune. Before Zhou Jiakong could respond, Sun Fingjiao quickly said, "Mom, Konggu earns 12 work points a day and has worked hard all day. Mom, my brother is tired. Let him rest. I'll take Accountant Pring back to the commune." Before Sun Fingjiao could finish her sentence, Zhou Jun quickly stuffed the last 2 bites of steamed buns into his mouth and ran out. Lin Shulan didn't want to argue with Sun Fingjiao and said directly, "All right then, heir. You go ride San's bike and take Accountant Pring back to the commune. Remember to prepare some water for him to wash his face and feet when you get back." At this point, Zhou Jun was already on the bike. Hearing Lin Shulan's words, he replied loudly, "Mom, don't worry, I know what to do." Sun Fingjiao watched as Zhou Jun took Peng Kaiyuan away, feeling quite angry. She went back inside and pinched Zhou Jiakong hard, saying, "How could you be so clueless? Such a good opportunity, and you let her take it." Zhou Jiakong looked confused. "Didn't you tell Mom I was tired from working all day?" Sun Fingjiao glared at him in frustration. "I was just venting to Mom. We work so hard every day for work points, and we hardly get to eat meat even once a month. San's family gets paid, and since Shin Chun-ning came here, they eat meat almost every meal. I wanted to make Mom feel sorry for us so she wouldn't give everything to San's family." Who knew that Zhou heir would come out of nowhere and take the job before she could finish speaking. Zhou Jiakong scratched his head and smiled. "You still care about that? I thought you were worried about me and didn't want me to ride the bike." He actually wanted to ride the bike. It looked impressive. Sun Fingjiao rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. He continued cheerfully, "Wife, it's no big deal. It's just a bit of work. If heir wants to go, let him." Sun Fingjiao couldn't help but glare at him. "What do you know? Accountant Peng has been a revolutionary for a long time. He has worked as an accountant in the commune for many years, and since he has no children, building a good relationship with him could bring some benefits, even if we can't take over his job. It's a shame that the second brother took this great opportunity." Zhou Jiakong remained unconcerned. "Is that so? Whether I go or the second brother goes, the benefits will still belong to our Zhou family, right? It's fine." Sun Fingjiao was left speechless. Meanwhile, in the main house, Zhou's father was talking to Lin Shulan. "Wife, the third son's family hasn't officially taken over Accountant Peng's job yet. This matter isn't completely settled, so don't mention it outside." Lin Shulan shot Zhou's father a glare. "Do you think I don't know? Do you really need to tell me?" That evening, Zhou Jun arrived home around 10 o'clock, riding his bicycle under the stars. "Why are you back so late?" Xia Yui asked when she opened the door. "After I dropped Accountant Peng off, I made him some hot water and helped him wash up before coming back," Zhou Jun replied.
Oh.
Xia Yui clearly approved of Zhou Jun's actions. "I heard from my mother that Accountant Peng lives alone. He's a respectable old comrade. He drank too much with Dad and Uncle Shin at the third son's house today, and since the third son wasn't home, it was right for you, as his older brother, to take care of him before coming back." As she spoke, Xia Yui prepared warm water for Zhou Jun to wash his face and feet. Zhou Jun cheerfully said, "I rushed to take Accountant Peng home and cared for him, but it's not just to help the third son." Xia Yui was puzzled. "Then why else?" Zhou Jun smiled and explained his reasoning, which was similar to Sun Fingjiao's. After finishing his analysis, he pondered and said, "When I took Accountant Peng home today, I subtly asked him about things. It seems like he has taken our third sister-in-law as a student, and he might be passing his work on to her in the future. You should visit her more often. She's usually home alone. If we make something good to eat, you can take some over to her. Don't hesitate. Having connections in the commune will make things easier for us later. Xia Yue was surprised after hearing this. She knew her husband was usually quite stingy, so it was rare for him to say something like this. Shin Chunning watched as Zhou Jun sent the teacher away and felt very excited. She thought she should share her happiness with someone. So, she took out paper and pen and wrote a letter to Zhou Yu by the dim light of the oil lamp. She first told him that everything at home was fine and mentioned that she had started learning accounting from her teacher, which would allow her to take over the teacher's work. At the end, she wanted to express her feelings for him but felt shy about writing it directly, so she added a small, cute heart after her name. After finishing the letter, she packed it along with a scarf she had knitted, planning to send it to him during her lunch break at the commune the next day. The next morning, Shin Chunning woke up early. She had cooked a lot the day before and hadn't eaten much rice. In the morning, she made a tomato and egg soup and mixed in the leftover rice to make a warm meal. After eating, she pushed her bicycle and got ready to go to the commune. Just as she opened the gate, she saw a figure standing there. It was only 6:30, and the sky was just beginning to brighten. Shin Chunning was startled and didn't see the person clearly. Just as she was about to cry, Shun Qing Song noticed his daughter was scared and quickly said, "Don't be afraid, it's Dad." Hearing this, Shin Chunning quickly wiped away her tears. "Dad, why are you here so early? Is something wrong?" Shun Qing Song felt a bit embarrassed for scaring her and rubbed his hands together. "Sweetheart, aren't you going to the commune today? It's still dark and I'm worried about you going alone, so I came to see you off." Shin Chunning replied, "Dad, I'm already married." Even though she felt a bit uneasy seeing the dim sky, she was 20 years old and married, so she needed to learn to be more independent. Shun Qing Song pretended to be stern and said, "So what if you're married? Sweetheart, as long as I'm here, you're still my little girl." Shin Chunning smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Dad." Shin Qing Song took the bicycle from her and get on. "Let's go." Sitting on the back of her dad's bicycle, Shin Chunning felt very secure. It took about an hour to ride from Tsihong Brigade to the commune, and when they arrived at the commune gate, it was already 7:30. The sky was bright now, and Shin Qing Song needed to hurry back to work. "Dear, you go stand inside the gate in the commune yard." Shin Chunning was originally standing at the entrance of the commune. Reluctantly, she took a couple of steps back and entered through the gate. Shin Qing Song then said with satisfaction, "Good. You wait here for the teacher. Before the teacher arrives, you must not come out. There are bad people outside. Father has to go back to work now, so I'll leave. I'll come to pick you up after you finish work." After giving his instructions, Shin Qing Song rode away on his bicycle. Shin Chunning felt helpless. Her father was just like when he took her to school. Back then, they weren't riding a bicycle. She was on her father's shoulders as he carried her to school. No matter how old she got, she would always be a child in her father's eyes. "Hey, aren't you the one who saved Accountant Peng with a cup of herbal tea last time?" After waiting in the commune yard for a while, someone rode up on a bicycle. Although bicycles are scarce now, half of the people working at the commune commute by bike. "Comrade, yesterday Accountant Peng was asking everyone about you. Please wait here for a moment while I go call him. He will be very happy to know you are here." Yin Linjiang was very eager to go call Peng Kaiyuan. Just as Shin Chunning was about to stop him, she heard Peng Kaiyuan's cheerful voice. "Haha, Xiao Yin, you don't need to call me. I know Comrade Shen is coming today. I asked her to come. From now on, she will be my student, so please take good care of her." Yin Linjiang looked at Shin Chunning with some surprise. This young woman was indeed pretty, but she seemed delicate and didn't look like someone who had studied much. How could she handle the accountant's job? Did Accountant Peng let someone who couldn't do the job take over just to repay a favor? While this might be reasonable and legal, handing such an important role that affects the livelihood of the commune's people to someone unqualified seemed irresponsible. Although Yin Linjiang had doubts about Shin Chunning's abilities, he didn't show much dissatisfaction. Even if Comrade Shin might not excel at her job, she was truly pleasant to look at. At worst, he could help her a bit more with her work in the future. Prung Kaiyuan introduced In Linjiang to Shin Chunning, saying, "Ning Ning, this is our commune's treasurer, Comrade In Linjiang. He will be our closest colleague in work." The treasurer, like the accountant, is one of the 8 key positions in the commune and is currently a sought-after job. In Linjiang was assigned to work at Hongyang Commune this year and is only 22 years old. It is said that he comes from a well-connected family, and his job at the commune is seen as prestigious. After Shin Chunning shook hands with In Linjiang, she entered the office with Prung Kaiyuan and In Linjiang. The last time she saved Prung Kaiyuan, there were too many people in the office, and she couldn't see the whole place clearly. Now she finally got a good look. The office was large, with 2 rows of 8 desks facing each other. In one corner stood a bookshelf filled with work-related books. Each desk had a brown paper notebook, clearly for staff to take notes during work. On the white walls hung pictures of great leaders, along with the words "Serve the People" in big letters. After entering, Prung Kaiyuan explained the daily tasks of the accountant. The busiest time for accountants is during the annual grain collection from each team, while regular tasks are less frequent. However, regardless of the workload, they must plan ahead and report back in the evening. Around 8 o'clock, the commune workers began to arrive for work. By 9, the commune secretary called everyone for a meeting. The main topic was the upcoming grain collection, reminding everyone to prepare and organize each team properly. The goal was to be busy but not chaotic, maintaining order. After the meeting, Prung Kaiyuan took Shin Chunning to meet the commune secretary. The secretary, Ma Guesheng, was in his 40s, had a square face, and appeared quite serious. After Prung Kaiyuan stated their purpose, Ma Guesheng carefully reviewed Shin Chunning's information. He asked, "Comrade Shin has a junior high school education and is a military family member?" Shin Chunning nodded, yes. Ma Guesheng's expression softened a bit. "I believe Comrade Shin's abilities and awareness are suitable for the accountant position in our commune. Comrade Shin, you will first learn from Prung for a month, and after that, you will take an assessment. Is that okay?" Ma Guesheng confirmed Shin Chunning before speaking. Although Shin Chunning had not formally studied accounting, she had excelled in math during her school years and could calculate quickly. Moreover, she usually has a habit of keeping accounts, so she believes she will be fine. She straightened her back and replied loudly, "No problem." Ma Guesheng nodded in satisfaction. "Old Prung, please take Comrade Shin to work." For the entire morning, Shin Chunning learned the basics of accounting from Old Prung. Before studying, she thought accounting was just about keeping records and doing some calculations. After learning, she realized there was so much more to it. When she was in school, she didn't finish her first year of high school because she was afraid of hard work. After having that dream, she understood how important knowledge and education are. Once the college entrance exams were restored, if one person in her family got into university, it could change the family's fate. She had already decided that when the exams returned, she would participate. At that moment, she felt like a sponge, eagerly absorbing knowledge. Regardless of her learning effectiveness, her serious and eager attitude made Old Prung very pleased. When lunchtime arrived, the commune had a cafeteria. However, many staff members lived nearby and usually went home to save money. Several women left 20 minutes early to cook. Prung Kaiyuan was used to eating in the cafeteria alone. Shin Chunning, unable to go home for lunch, went to the cafeteria with him. The cafeteria's meals typically consisted of a mix of sorghum and corn with a bit of rice, and occasionally they made sweet potato rice, which had more sweet potatoes than rice. Today, they served sweet potato rice. Although it looked like white rice on the surface, a scoop revealed that it was mostly sweet potatoes underneath. Shin Chunning did not like sweet potatoes. They were hard to swallow and caused gas. However, she had to overcome this. Perhaps because there were many vegetables in season, the cafeteria offered a variety of dishes: eggplant, green peppers, stir-fried asparagus, stir-fried cabbage, and stir-fried yard-long beans. All the dishes were vegetarian and appeared to be boiled without oil. There were meat dishes too, but they were expensive, costing 50 cents each and required meat tickets. Most people couldn't afford them. Shin Chunning looked at the food with little appetite, but since she had just arrived, she didn't want to draw attention to herself by ordering special meals. She followed Old Pung and got a small portion of rice, a serving of green peppers, and a serving of stir-fried cabbage. The cafeteria's rice costs 2 cents per 2 ounces, and the vegetable dishes are 1 cent each. She paid 4 cents plus 1 grain ticket for these. She noticed that Mr. Pung had already taken 2 servings of rice and 3 vegetable dishes and was about to help him pay. Mr. Pung took out the money and grain tickets first. Ning Ning, you treated me to dinner last night, so today I will treat you. Shin Chunning did not argue with Mr. Pung and happily agreed. However, she decided that after returning home, she would prepare some easy-to-store and convenient meat dishes to bring to her teacher. Her teacher had been eating vegetarian food in the cafeteria for a long time, and the nutrition was not sufficient. While Shin Chunning was thinking, In Linjiang also came over with his lunchbox and sat at their table. Mr. Pung, Comrade Shen, is it okay if I sit here? Shin Chunning smiled friendly. Of course, it's fine. Mr. Pung noticed the way Yin Linjiang looked at Shin Chunning and asked her on purpose, Ning Ning, how long does your husband get for family visits each year? Generally, they get 1 month of family leave each year. This question was not confidential, so Shin Chunning answered openly. In fact, she did not know much about Zhou Yubai's work, as it was truly confidential. So far, she only knew the address of the unit where Zhou Yubai and her third brother were stationed. After Shin Chunning answered, Yin Linjiang was shocked and looked at her in disbelief. Comrade Shin, you are already married? Yes, I am married. Do you have a problem with that, Comrade Yin? Shin Chunning noticed the tone in Yin Linjiang's voice and asked. Yin Linjiang awkwardly waved his hands. No, it's just that you look quite young, and I didn't expect you to be married. Shin Chunning smiled. I heard you came from a city. You might not know that people in the countryside tend to marry a bit earlier. Yin Linjiang smiled back, but his smile had a hint of sadness. When he first met Shin Chunning that morning, he thought she was just a pretty face, nice to look at. But after spending the whole morning in the same office, he realized that Shin Chunning was not only beautiful but also very eager to learn and had strong learning abilities. Such a woman was exactly the kind of revolutionary partner he dreamed of spending his life with. He had developed feelings for her but was surprised to find out that Shin Chunning was already married. Peng Kaiyuan added, not only is Ning Ning married, but her husband is also a soldier. Yin Linjiang's eyes, which had been shining with admiration for Shin Chunning, clearly dimmed. During lunch, the atmosphere was much quieter, and I didn't intentionally bring up any topics with Shin Chunning. Peng Kaiyuan was quite pleased with this outcome. Shin Chunning, being oblivious, didn't notice anything unusual. After lunch, with Peng Lao's permission, Shin Chunning went to the post office to send a package to Zhou Yubai. Shin Chunning bought a stamp at the post office. To send a package weighing under 1 kilogram, only 1 stamp was needed. It cost 4 cents for local delivery and 8 cents for outside the area. Shin Chunning bought an 8-cent stamp, affixed it, and handed the package to the postal worker. As she left the post office, she spotted a familiar figure entering the state-run restaurant across the street. Shin Chunning found it strange. Although Wang Yiming lived in the city, her family wasn't well off. In her dream, Wang Yiming often spoke about her struggles during interviews, mentioning how her parents favored her siblings, leading her to go to the countryside, where she faced many hardships without any family support. Many people sympathized with her, admiring her success despite her difficult background. At this moment, Wang Yiming likely didn't have money to eat out. What was she doing at the state-run restaurant? Shin Chunning followed Wang Yiming inside. She saw Wang Yiming sitting at a corner table with a man in a Zhongshan suit. It was already past lunchtime, and the restaurant was nearly empty. As soon as Shin Chunning spotted Wang Yiming noticed her too. Shin Chunning cheerfully greeted her. Wang Jiqing, you're eating out too? Yeah, Wang Yiming replied, glancing at the man across from her, her expression a bit odd. Shin Chunning wanted to see what the man looked like, suspecting he might be the one from her dream who conspired with Wang Yiming. However, even with her greeting, the man didn't turn around. Not wanting to intrude, She bought a portion of braised pork and left the restaurant. Back at the commune, she handed the braised pork to Prung Kai-yuan, saying, "Teacher, I bought you some braised pork while I was at the post office." She had noticed yesterday during dinner at her home that Prung Kai-yuan, being older, had trouble with his teeth and preferred softer foods. "You silly girl, I just had plenty of meat at your house yesterday. Why did you spend money on more? Don't do this again." Although Prung Kai-yuan was very happy, he also felt sorry for Shin Chun-ning's finances. "Teacher, don't worry. I've already spent my budget for this month. From now on, I won't be able to buy you meat, and I'll have to rely on you for lunch," Shin Chun-ning said with a smile. "All right, I'll take care of your lunches for the rest of this month," Prung Kai-yuan replied. The teacher and student chatted happily for a while before returning to their work in the afternoon. Prung Kai-yuan continued to work while teaching Shin Chun-ning. When the workday ended, Prung Kai-yuan brought out 2 accounting books. "Ning girl, take these books home and study them well. I will quiz you in a week." "Don't worry, teacher. I will definitely study hard," Shin Chun-ning promised, playfully bowing to Prung Kai-yuan. Prung Kai-yuan laughed at her cute gesture. As Shin Chun-ning asked him questions, they walked towards the entrance of the commune. "Daughter." From a distance, Shin Ching-song was waiting for her at the gate on his bicycle. He greeted her and approached Prung Kai-yuan. "Accountant Prung, thank you for your hard work. My daughter hasn't caused you any trouble, has she?" Prung Kai-yuan quickly replied with a smile. "Not at all. Ning girl is smart, eager to learn, and hardworking. Comrade Shin Ching-song, you have raised a wonderful daughter." Shin Ching-song immediately looked proud and gave Shin Chun-ning a thumbs up. "Good girl, I knew you were great." Since childhood, people in the village had called Shin Chun-ning spoiled and lazy. Even her previous teacher had looked down on her for being slow and not doing well in the fields, despite her good grades in academics. Being praised for the first time made Shin Chun-ning feel a bit shy, and her cheeks turned red. After finishing their conversation with Prung Kai-yuan, it was just the father and daughter left. Shin Ching-song magically pulled out a string of candied hawthorn. "Good girl, today is your first day as a student at the commune, and this is your reward for me." Looking at the bright red candied hawthorn, Shin Chun-ning felt overwhelming happiness. When she got emotional, her eyes turned red. "Dad, I'm so lucky to have you." With such a wonderful father, she realized that in her dreams, she had been foolishly pushing him to earn more money for a man named Shin Ziyun, which led to her father's tragic death in a quarry explosion. Seeing his daughter like this melted Shin Ching-song's heart even more. He gently ruffled her soft hair. "Why are you crying over just a string of candied hawthorn? Come on, let's get in the car and go home." On the way home, Shin Ching-song praised his precious daughter from head to toe. If Shin Chun-ying hadn't had that dream and gained a clear understanding of herself, she would probably be beaming with pride right now. "Dad, isn't it busy with farming these days? How can you leave work so early to pick me up?" Shin Chun-ying changed the subject. Shin Ching-song replied, "What farming? Nothing is more important than picking up my daughter." He said it as if it were obvious. However, in reality, leaving work early meant he would lose points and had promised the team leader to dig the hardest piece of land for sweet potatoes tomorrow. Shin Chun-ying guessed that Shin Ching-song must have made a deal with the team leader to leave early. So when he brought her home and said he would come to pick her up again tomorrow, she immediately refused. "Dad, I'm grown up now. If you keep taking me to work and picking me up, the people at the commune will laugh at me. Besides, once I pass my assessment in a month, I will officially take over the teacher's job. If you keep treating me like a child, the leaders will think I'm not independent enough to handle responsibilities." Shin Chun-ying pouted and acted cute. Shin Ching-song was 1,000 times worried but also felt that Shin Chun-ying had a point. Once she passed the assessment, she would become one of the 8 key personnel at the commune, a job that many would envy. He couldn't let his worries affect her reputation with the leaders and her work. "All right, then I won't pick you up tomorrow," he finally decided. "Good. Thank you, Dad," Shin Chun-ying replied obediently. Just as Shin Ching-song left, Xia Yue came over. "Ning Ning, are you busy?" Shin Chun-ying smiled. "No. Second sister-in-law. What brings you here?" After marrying Zhou Yubai for so long, This was the first time her sister-in-law had come to visit her. Your second brother caught a few small crucian carp after work today, but my kids don't like them. Since I remembered you love fish, I brought some for you, Xia Yue said. Only then did Shin Chunying notice the small bucket in Xia Yue's hand, which contained a few lively crucian carp, each about 3 fingers wide. That size was already quite decent. Thank you, second sister-in-law. I won't be polite. Shin Chunying accepted the gift graciously. Her second brother had once told her that social interactions are about give and take. If you refuse gifts from others, they might think you don't want to engage with them, and they will stop reaching out. It's better to accept the gift and then return the favor with something of equal value. This way, relationships grow closer over time. After pouring the fish into her own bucket, Shin Chunying returned the bucket that Xia Yue had brought. Ning Ning, we are family, so I won't beat around the bush, Xia Yue said as she took the bucket back. You left early this morning and just got back. Did you go to the commune to study with Accountant Peng? Although Shin Chunying hadn't openly shared her plans to learn from Accountant Peng, she hadn't tried to hide it either. She would be going to the commune every day, so it was hard to keep it a secret. She nodded. Yes, that's true. Is there a problem, second sister-in-law? Xia Yue replied, this is such good news. How could there be a problem? Your second brother dropped Accountant Peng off last night, and he asked me to remind you that Accountant Peng is older and lives alone, which can be difficult. Now that you are his student, please remember to check in on him. Xia Yue felt a bit awkward saying this. Shin Chunying was already a close student of Accountant Peng. Surely, she would know to care for her teacher. But Zhou Jun insisted she come over and mentioned that it was Shin Chunning's responsibility. By bringing it up, she was helping Shin Chunying, ensuring that the family would remember their kindness in the future. Shin Chunying hadn't expected Xia Yue to come specifically to remind her of this. However, the fact that Xia Yue came to remind her showed that Zhou Jun had noticed Accountant Peng's difficulties, and she needed to take it seriously. Thank you, second sister-in-law. I understand. Please also thank second brother for me, Shin Chunying said gratefully. Xia Yue waved her hand. We are family, so there's no need for thanks. You just started your job, and I'm sure you have a lot to do, so I won't keep you. After Xia Yue left, Shin Chunying looked at the crucian carp and thought about how perfect these fish were for making soup. It would turn out fresh and delicious. The soup she made was difficult to carry, so she decided to save it for tomorrow when she would take it to the commune and make a crucian carp and tofu soup for the teacher. She thought that the supply store at the commune might not have tofu available. So, she brought some soybeans into her space, used her mind to grind them into soy milk, and then made tofu. After the tofu was ready, she delivered a piece to her in-laws and the family in the second house. Lin Shulan, holding the steaming tofu, felt that this daughter-in-law was becoming more likable, and she was pleased with everything about her. When Shin Chunying brought the tofu to the second house, Sun Fingjiao happened to come out of the house. Shin Chunying smiled and said, Sister-in-law, thank you for the crucian carp you sent me. I planned to make tofu to cook with it, but I made too much tofu, so I brought some for you. That's great. My boys have been clamoring to eat tofu, Xia Yue said with surprise. Zhou Yongjun also ran out of the house, looking eagerly at the tofu in his mother's hands. Aunt San is the prettiest, and her cooking is the best. Everything she makes is delicious. Hearing this, Shin Chunying playfully pinched Zhou Yongjun's nose and said, Our Yongjun has such sweet words. Zhou Xiaolian, who was playing with Zhou Yongjun, also ran out, saying, Xiaolian likes Aunt San too, and loves to eat her dishes. Zhou Xiaolian, come here right now. At that moment, Sun Fingjiao, who had been pretending to be busy at the door, shouted angrily. Zhou Xiaolian was startled and took a couple of steps back, afraid to approach. Sun Fingjiao stormed over, grabbing Zhou Xiaolian by the ear. You little girl, you think you can just take things that aren't meant for you? If they weren't going to give it to you, you shouldn't ask for it. As she spoke, she raised a bamboo stick to hit Zhou Xiaolian. The child's skin was tender, and the bamboo left a mark. Shin Chunying felt pain just watching. Since this situation arose because of her, she felt uneasy. Hearing Zhou Xiaolian's cries, she couldn't hold back anymore and stepped forward to take the bamboo stick from Sun Fingjiao's hand. She said coldly, "Sister-in-law, if you have any complaints about me, come directly to me. Don't take it out on the children every time." She didn't give the big house any tofu today, not because she couldn't spare a piece or two, but because she felt uncomfortable after giving food to the children there, and Sun Fingjiao reacted with sarcasm. She thought, since it upset her, she might as well not give anything. Unexpectedly, when she stopped giving, Sun Fingjiao became even more aggressive. Sun Fingjiao was out of breath from scolding the children and shot a cold glance at Shin Chunying, saying sarcastically, "Sister-in-law, are you joking? Third brother is the most successful person in our family. How could I have any complaints about you? But no matter how successful he is, it doesn't mean he can control how I raise my kids, right?" Shin Chunying was taken aback. She realized she had acted impulsively. She wasn't good at arguing, and now being confronted by Sun Fingjiao's sharp words made her feel both angry and anxious. She wanted to respond, but her throat felt tight, and she couldn't say anything. The frustration made her eyes sting, and soon, tears began to fall. Sun Fingjiao felt that ever since Shin Chunying married into the family and they split, even though she received a larger share of money, life had become quite difficult. Previously, the children were cared for by their grandmother, so she didn't have to worry. Cooking was shared between her and Xia Yue. She could cook one day and rest the next. Laundry only involved her and her husband's clothes, while the grandmother took care of the children's. Cleaning was also shared, with only her own room needing tidying. Now that the family had split, aside from the extra 200 yuan every day after work, she had to do laundry, cook, clean, and take care of the children. She had no free time at all. She was already feeling frustrated, and seeing her mother-in-law constantly concerned about Shin Chunying, treating her with disdain, only added to her anger. She had initially wanted to use this opportunity to have a big fight with Shin Chunying to vent her feelings, but as soon as she said something, Shin Chunying started crying. Sun Fingjiao's expression changed several times as she watched Shin Chunying cry, tears streaming down her face, and she found it hard to continue arguing. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Shin Chunying thought about how she had been ridiculed by Sun Fingjiao since a marriage, and she felt extremely wronged, crying even harder. Finally, her voice overshadowed Zhou Xiaolian's, and Zhou Xiaolian stopped crying to watch her third and wipe her tears. Lin Shulan, who was cooking in the kitchen, heard Shin Chunying crying outside and grabbed a spatula, ready to confront Sun Fingjiao. Zhou's father quickly stopped her, saying, "Dear, what are you going to do? The issues between them are for the sisters-in-law to resolve themselves. If you, as an elder, get involved and take sides, it will only deepen their conflict." Lin Shulan was very upset. "Why can't I take sides as an elder? People have feelings and they're not always neutral. The situation with the old family is getting worse, with constant fighting. As an elder, can I help teach the third family a lesson?" Zhou's father knew his wife had a strong temper and didn't want to argue, so he said, "Just watch, the third family can handle it better than you." At that moment, Shin Chunying had cried for a while, and her emotions had calmed down. However, she was still sniffling and even hiccuped while speaking. After feeling embarrassed, she quickly wiped her tears and looked angrily at Sun Fingjiao. "Sister-in-law, I gave food to Xiaolian and the others, and you weren't happy. Now that I'm not giving it, you're still not happy. No matter what I do, you take it out on the child. That child is yours. If you hit her, don't expect us to feel sorry for you. We won't feel sorry for you." Shin Chunying shouted defiantly, tears streaming down her face again. Sun Fingjiao was taken aback. She had never seen anyone as emotional as Shin Chunying. For someone like her, even a few sharp words felt like a waste of her strength. Impatient, she said, "All right, I have no problem with you. Just stop crying. Xiaolian, come here, let me put medicine on you."
Oh.
Zhou Xiaolian responded with a sad tone, wiping her remaining tears. She then ran to Shin Chunying, tugged at her hand, and comforted her in a sweet voice. "Third aunt, don't cry. Xiaolian isn't hurt." After that, the little girl hurriedly followed Sun Fingjiao back home. Xia Yue handed a handkerchief to Shin Chunying. Ning Ning, wipe your face. Don't take it to heart with your sister-in-law. Besides working for points, your brother is just a hands-off manager. Your sister-in-law has to manage everything at home and outside, so it's natural for her to be a bit stressed. Before they separated, she felt that her husband was always calculating, not open-minded, and lacked masculinity. Now that they have separated, she realizes that someone in the household needs to be practical. If the man isn't, then she has to be. If she had to think about everything, she would probably be even more irritable than her sister-in-law. Now that her husband is considering everything, she doesn't have to worry at all. She just follows his instructions. Shen Chunning, feeling a bit embarrassed, took a handkerchief to wipe her tears and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm not really arguing with you. I just tend to cry easily. When I get excited, I can't help it." She knows that crying during an argument not only weakens her position but also affects her performance. She has tried to control her tears and wanted to clearly express her thoughts to win the argument, but every time she gets emotional, she ends up crying and forgetting her words. Throughout her life, she has never performed well in arguments. As a child, after arguing with friends, she would lie in bed at night regretting that if she hadn't cried, she could have countered their points and won. Yet, during the next argument, she would still cry when she got upset. Xia Yue, seeing Shin Chunning's embarrassed expression, couldn't help but laugh. Good thing you cry during arguments. If you were good at arguing, sister-in-law would definitely keep going, and you two would end up battling it out for ages without knowing how to stop. Shin Chunning felt even more embarrassed. Sister-in-law, please don't tease me. I'll head back now. After returning to her courtyard, she looked at the tofu still lying on the board. After thinking for a moment, she decided to pack some up and send it to the main house. After all, they were her husband's brothers, and since she had just married in, she didn't want to show favoritism. It was important to maintain harmony among the family. When Sun Fingjiao opened the door, she was greeted by Shin Chunning's bright smile. Shin Chunning handed the bowl of tofu to Sun Fingjiao. Sister-in-law, this is tofu I made myself. Please take it to the children to try. I heard from the villagers that your tofu-making skills are exceptional. After you taste it, please give me some pointers. As the saying goes, you don't hit someone who is smiling. Shin Chunning was not only giving a gift but also flattering her, looking cheerful and completely unlike someone who had just argued with her. Sun Fingjiao found it hard to stay cold towards her. But she felt that if she was easily won over by Shin Chunning with a piece of tofu, it would be a bit embarrassing. She reached out to take the tofu and tried to keep a serious face as she said, "All right, if I try it and like it, I'll teach you how to make tofu when I have time." Her family had a long history of selling tofu. Making tofu was a skill passed down through generations. So, she confidently agreed. Shin Chunning smiled even more sweetly. "Thank you, sister-in-law." When she returned home, Shin Chunning had a boiled egg and a bowl of tofu pudding for a simple dinner. She lit the kerosene lamp and started reading. The nearby community had begun to install electric lines. It was said that their team would also have electricity before the new year. Shin Chunning was looking forward to the electricity, mainly because the kerosene lamp was too dim. Her eyes hurt after reading for a short while. Without electric lights, and needing to wake up early for the community tomorrow, Shin Chunning didn't read for long before going to bed. Lying in bed, she wondered what the man would say in response to her letter and scarf. She started to silently recall the book she had just read, and soon fell asleep. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu-bai had just returned with captured enemies and was reporting to his superiors. After listening to his report, the leader looked at him with appreciation and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "I always trust you with your tasks. Go back and rest for 2 days. I have an important mission for you in a few days." "Yes, sir." Zhou Yu-bai saluted and left the office. Shin Zhengrong was already waiting for him outside the office. Seeing him, he also saluted Captain. Cough, cough. Zhou Yu-bai cleared his throat. "Third brother, let's not use titles during our free time." Has Ning Ning called or written to you recently?" Shin Zhengrong had always followed Zhou Yu-bai around since they were young. In his heart, Zhou Yu-bai was like a second older brother. Now that his older brother suddenly called him brother, he felt a bit unaccustomed, but it didn't stop him from feeling a sense of joy. He scratched the back of his head and shook his head, saying no. After thinking for a moment, he added, "If you want my little sister to call or write to you, try not sending her any money." He knew his little sister very well. He is a bit ungrateful. After so many years in the army, whenever his little sister has money, she forgets about him, her third brother. She only writes to him when she runs out of money. When she does write, her words are so sweet that it feels like honey, a real sugar-coated request. Sometimes, he thinks that although his little sister has many flaws, she also has many lovable qualities. Otherwise, he and his second brother wouldn't have been in conflict for so many years, complaining about their father favoring her while still spoiling her and fulfilling her every request. Zhou Yubai listened to Shin Jingrong's suggestion and frowned slightly. Before returning to the army, he had promised his wife that he would send her money every month after receiving his salary. If he returned to the army now and didn't send her money, wouldn't that mean he was breaking his promise to her? A man should be trustworthy. Without trust, what kind of man is he? He shot a stern look at Shin Jingrong and said, "Bad idea," before striding away. Shin Jingrong stood there for a while, stunned, before calling out to Zhou Yubai's back, "Hey, I'm your third uncle now. Is this how you talk to me?" Zhou Yubai ignored Shin Jingrong's shout, but he felt uneasy. Whenever he had free time lately, thoughts of his sweet wife would pop into his mind. Didn't she miss him at all? Why hadn't she written or called? Ah-do. Shin Chun-ning woke up early and sneezed twice. She rubbed her little nose and wondered, "Who is thinking of me?" Muttering to herself, she hung the tofu she prepared last night on her bicycle and took the fish from the bucket, putting them into a woven bag, which she also secured to her bike. On her bicycle's frame, she tied a rather ugly gray-blue bag that her father had given her last night. Inside were self-defense weapons, a bamboo tube filled with pepper and chili powder, and a simple spiked club made from a wooden stick. Shin Chun-ning rode her bicycle out as the sky was just beginning to lighten. The Peng Kaiyuan family lived next to the commune office in the staff dormitory. The dormitory was similar to the commune office, with a small courtyard and a row of tile-roofed houses. Staff members who needed accommodation could apply for a room. However, most people working at the commune lived nearby and didn't need to stay in the dormitory. So now, only Peng Kaiyuan and In Linjiang live in the workers' dormitory of the commune. When she arrived, Peng Kaiyuan was squatting under the eaves, brushing his teeth with a porcelain cup. Seeing her, the elderly man quickly finished brushing and greeted her, "Girl, why didn't you go straight to the office? Why are you here?" Shin Chunning took the fish and tofu off her bicycle and said, "Teacher, I made tofu last night, and my second brother sent over some fish. I brought them here to keep for you. I'll make you Christian carp tofu soup for lunch." Peng Kaiyuan laughed and replied, "You brought me braised pork yesterday, and now you want to make me Christian carp tofu soup today. Are you trying to fatten me up?" As Shin Chunning put the fish and tofu inside the elderly man's room, she understood why her second brother had asked her sister-in-law to remind her to take care of the old man's living conditions. Although the room was clean and tidy, the bedding on the bed was not only completely faded but also looked worn out from too many washes. Through the thin, net-like quilt cover, she could see that the cotton inside had turned yellow and black, indicating it was at least 20 years old. How could such bedding keep anyone warm? Looking at the clothes hanging on a bamboo rack made of 2 sticks, she noticed that aside from the slightly less patched Zhongshan suit he wore to work every day, the other clothes were all patched up. He only had one sweater for winter, and it had a patch sewn on the back where it had a hole. She didn't see any extra shoes in the room, just the pair he was wearing, which was worn out on both the sole and the upper. It seemed she would need to make him another pair of shoes when she had the chance. Once her assessments for the month were over, the busy season for autumn harvest and planting would also be coming to an end. At that time, she could find some time to learn knitting sweaters and making shoe soles from Sister He Hui. In the past, when she was focused on eating well and looking good, she didn't realize how little she knew. Now that she wanted to live well, she understood the saying that knowledge is only appreciated when needed, and skills are never a burden. Indeed, debts must be repaid, and wasted time needs to be made up. After quietly noting down what she needed to buy for her teacher, Shin Chunning went to the commune with him. In the following days, Shin Chunning went back and forth between home and the commune, and her study time passed quickly. Soon it was the weekend. Shin Chunning had gotten used to waking up early, so she woke up early even on her day off. The supply store at the commune had very limited goods, so today she planned to go to the city supply store to buy everything she needed for her teacher in one trip. If the city store didn't have everything, she would consider going to the black market. Chun Tao was quite resourceful. In his black market, as long as you were willing to spend money, you could find anything. "Comrade, you're here again. What do you want to buy this time?" "I'll get it for you." The familiar lady at the supply store greeted her with a smile as soon as Shin Chunning walked in. "I'd like to buy 30 feet of fabric, 12 pounds of cotton, half a pound of pure wool yarn, a ceramic basin, and a thermos." The lady was a bit surprised by her list. "Young comrade, didn't you just get married? Why are you buying so much?" Shin Chunning smiled and replied, "Well, my parents have split their household, and I noticed that the cotton quilts they use are quite old, so I'm buying these for them." The lady gave Shin Chunning a thumbs up, saying, "You're not only beautiful, but also hardworking and caring. No wonder you found such an excellent partner."